Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1: The System That Arrived Late. Kitazawa's performance in the Ninja Academy was anything but outstanding. Uchiha Itachi graduated at the age of 7, while he barely managed to graduate at 13. Uzumaki Naruto became the savior of the world at 17. At the same age, Kitazawa was still struggling to become a Chunin. In this ruthless ninja world where people kill without blinking an eye, Kitazawa was the embodiment of mediocrity, a ninja with no talent, no bloodline, and no backing. To survive, he chose to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. That decision turned into 5 long, uneventful years. Another peaceful day in Konoha, Kitazawa muttered as he stood by the window. It was the academy's annual opening day. The courtyard below was bustling with activity, new students, parents, chatter. Kitazawa glanced at the student roster in his hand. One by one, familiar names appeared. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, Inuzuka Kiba. 5 years. I finally waited long enough for the story's main characters to arrive, Kitazawa sighed internally. Now, only 2 major disasters remained in his foreseeable future, Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan and Pain's invasion. The former didn't involve the academy, so it wasn't much of a concern. The latter, however, was far more troubling as Nagato's Shinra Tensei had nearly leveled the entire village. Kitazawa's plan was simple: request leave and run before that happens. He could estimate the timeline based on when Naruto and the others enrolled. Just as he was deep in thought, a crisp ding echoed in his mind. Host detected, over 6 years old and successfully enrolled. Conditions met. Activating the Strongest Hokage Training System. Hearing it, Kitazawa froze. After waiting 21 years, the system finally arrived, ironically at the moment he had given up all hope. Why is my system so late? Wait, enrolled. At 6 years old. System, are you broken? He asked in disbelief. Main mission, dominate the Konoha Ninja Academy and become the strongest graduate. Wait, what? It's nice that the system finally arrived, but how was he supposed to graduate again? Was he supposed to time travel backward? To dominate the academy, you must first win over your classmates. Current mission, gain the initial approval of your classmate, Uzumaki Naruto. Reward, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Accept mission. Kitazawa was speechless. He wasn't Naruto's classmate. How was he supposed to do that? If he applied to re-enter the academy as a student, Hiruzen would probably summon a medical ninja to check if he'd lost his mind. Kitazawa massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Still, there was no punishment for refusing or failing the mission, so... People can't always be this unlucky, right? With no better option, he accepted the task. He put down the roster and left the office. As he stepped onto the schoolyard, vulgar whispers filled the air. Don't go near him. He's a monster. Stay away. He's dangerous. I don't get why the Hokage even let him attend school. Kitazawa's eyes fell on a small boy with messy blonde hair, sitting silently on a swing. His head was lowered, isolated in a crowd full of disdain. You're really something, Kitazawa thought. Daring to pick on a child with a nuke inside him, aren't you afraid he'll remember your face? Ignoring the crowd's judgmental stares, Kitazawa walked up to him. Naruto looked up at the approaching footsteps and met Kitazawa's calm black eyes, eyes without a trace of hostility. What's your name? Kitazawa asked gently. Gaining Naruto's initial approval wasn't difficult. In his world, only 2 people ever showed Naruto real kindness, the 3rd Hokage and Irika. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto felt a warmth he hadn't felt before. His eyes brightened. What's your name? Naruto asked back. Kitazawa. Nice to meet you, Kitazawa-senpai. Don't call me that, Kitazawa said with a twitch. Call me sensei. Sensei. Naruto's eyes lit up. Are you the teacher of Class 1A? That's right, Kitazawa nodded. Awesome. I'm in Class 1A too. Naruto cheered. I'll take you to register, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. Thank you, Sensei Kitazawa. Naruto jumped off the swing, but after a few steps, he hesitated. The stares were still there. Judging. Disgusted. Even Kitazawa seemed to be affected by them now. I can go register by myself. You don't need to trouble yourself. If you care too much about others' eyes, you'll become their prisoner, Kitazawa said without looking back. Naruto stood frozen, staring at Kitazawa's back. He didn't fully understand, but part of him did. Come on, Kitazawa said, curling his fingers to beckon him. Naruto snapped out of it and hurried after him. Class 1A. The moment Naruto stepped inside, the room fell silent. Every eye locked onto him, including Iruka Umino. Naruto instinctively lowered his head but remembered Kitazawa's words and stood tall. Iruka, Kitazawa said with a friendly tone. Kitazawa-senpai, Iruka replied, trying to suppress his inner conflict. His parents had died in the Nine-Tails incident, and Naruto, its vessel, had been branded a monster. Naturally, he harbored resentment. This is Uzumaki Naruto, a first-year student of Class A, register him. Iruka hesitated but complied. He filled out the roster and handed Naruto his textbooks and class schedule. Once done, Kitazawa led Naruto to the school gates. Tomorrow is the first day of school. Don't be late, Kitazawa said. Yes. Thank you, Sensei Kitazawa. Naruto beamed. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa waved. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, closely watched by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Anbu. Kitazawa couldn't show too much interest. Thankfully, he was a teacher, not a Uchiha. Otherwise, he'd have already committed suicide with 8 kunai to the back. Goodbye, Sensei Kitazawa. Naruto ran off joyfully. Mission complete. Reward granted. A flood of knowledge surged into Kitazawa's mind. In an instant, he had fully mastered the fire style, great fireball technique, from beginner to expert. Kitazawa's expression changed dramatically. This system might be late, but it had a conscience. What are you smiling at so happily? A voice asked suddenly. Kitazawa turned to look. Not far away stood a tall, curvy woman with long hair and bright ruby-red eyes that sparkled under the sunlight. A soft smile graced her face. Chapter 2, A Request from Kurenai Yuhi. Kitazawa, long time no see. Kurenai approached, her long, slender legs wrapped in white bandages, walking gracefully up to Kitazawa. Not that long, we met just last week. Kitazawa's gaze shifted to the bandages on her hands. In his previous life, he'd always been curious, why did Kurenai Yuhi wear bandages around her thighs and hands? Kitazawa, I need a favor, Kurenai said, her fair face showing a gentle smile. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow in surprise. Though they were both Chunin, there were levels even among Chunin. Kurenai had inherited her clan's ninjutsu. Her father, Shinku Yuhi, was one of Konoha's few genjutsu-type jonin. If Kurenai was at the peak of Chunin, a half-step jonin, then Kitazawa was merely at the starting line. I became a private tutor recently, Kurenai explained, a hint of frustration in her voice. But the student is very unruly, so I wanted to learn from your experience. Kitazawa pondered for a moment. In the original timeline, Kurenai was the leader of Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Abirame, and Kiba Inusuka. But she also had another known student, Yakumo Kurama. Yakumo possessed a unique genjutsu Kekkei Genkai that could turn illusions into reality. Her ability, rooted in In release, was so powerful that it caused physical instability in her body. For her safety, her parents forbade her from attending the academy and asked Kurenai to personally tutor her. But Yakumo was obsessed with becoming a ninja. After repeated rejection, a In release entity named Ito manifested within her. Out of control, she ended up killing her own parents. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, eventually recognized the threat and tasked Kurenai with erasing the monster within her. You've been awarded Best Teacher at the Ninja Academy 3 years in a row, Kurenai said, clapping her hands together as she leaned in slightly. Come on, old classmate. Help me out. Just as Kitazawa was about to reply, a blue light screen appeared before him. Current task, help your classmate Yakumo Kurama return to the Ninja Academy. Reward, Genjutsu, Tree Binding Death. Do you accept? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Even this triggered a mission. Still, more tasks meant more rewards. He accepted without hesitation. No problem, Kitazawa said. Teaching students is what I do best. Thanks. I feel so much better with your help. Kurenai patted her chest in relief. Come find me after school tomorrow, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. I'll pass on some teaching techniques. All right. Kurenai nodded, smiling brightly. I'll treat you to drinks tomorrow night. Deal, Kitazawa grinned. We don't go home till we're drunk. You've never outdrunk me, not even once, Kurenai smirked. I bet I'll be the one dragging you home again. That was then. This time will be different, Kitazawa said stubbornly. I'll look forward to it. Kurenai gave him a light punch on the shoulder. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa watched her leave and shook his head. He and Kurenai were childhood friends. They'd been in the same class since they were 6 and had known each other for 15 years. His classmates also included Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin. Most of them had perished during the Third Great Ninja War. The grass over their graves was now 3 feet tall. There was no doubt about it, Kitazawa was a transmigrator. Since his parents had both been Chunin, he was enrolled in the academy at age 6. Unfortunately, he was painfully average. He barely managed to graduate at 13, only to receive news that both his parents had died. That day, Kitazawa came face to face with reality. Shouting about bonds and charging at Uchiha Madara, that was something only protagonists could do. He was cannon fodder among cannon fodder. So, he decisively changed paths and became a teacher. Before that, he had joined the medical ninja experimental class founded by Tsunade, but again, he lacked the aptitude. At the Ninja Academy, Kitazawa mainly taught the will of fire and Konoha's history. He even developed a theory of his own: the Hokage is the sun, his warmth never fades. Thanks to this, he was named best teacher 3 years in a row. Of course, his actual teaching ability was also excellent. Kitazawa thought for a moment and decided not to return to the academy. With Yumano Irika in charge of registration, he had nothing to worry about. System, he said inwardly, show me my character panel. Name, Kitazawa. Age. Ninjutsu, clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, body flicker technique, wind release, gale palm, fire release, great fireball jutsu. Evaluation, genius, is just a starting point for you. You are a natural-born shinobi, destined to be the strongest. Kitazawa rolled his eyes. Was the system being sarcastic? A 21-year-old genius ninja. If he told the Uchiha, they would laugh for 3 days straight. But upon seeing the age displayed, he realized the system wasn't lying, it was just running off a bug. Still, he thought, if a bug runs well, don't fix it. Konoha's northern training ground. Kitazawa stopped and formed hand seals. Chakra surged into his throat. He opened his mouth, and a massive fireball, 5 to 6 meters wide, roared out. The air warped from the heat, waves of thermal pressure spreading outward. Boom. The fireball crashed into the ground, scorching it black. This system really isn't bad, Kitazawa murmured, a grin forming on his face. The power of a jutsu always depended on 2 things, chakra and proficiency. He'd seen many ninjas use the fire style, great fireball jutsu, but none had unleashed it with this much force. With enough chakra, he wouldn't lose out to Uchiha Madara himself. That's the benefit of the system boosting proficiency to its maximum. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened a scroll. It documented Naruto's activities earlier that day. When he saw the section where Naruto interacted with Kitazawa, Hiruzen paused and thought. He recalled Kitazawa's profile. An ordinary Chunin, yet someone who had a deep understanding of the will of fire. He likely doesn't know Naruto's true identity, Hiruzen muttered. While others avoided Naruto, Kitazawa treated him kindly and fairly. This alone showed he truly upheld the will of fire. I wonder what Naruto will learn from him, Hiruzen whispered, a look of expectation in his eyes. Chapter 3, Young Hinata. A new day. Kitazawa woke up early. Today's first class was the will of fire, and he was the one teaching it. In a way, that alone showed just how seriously Sarutobi Hiruzen valued it. This old man was sly, and a voyeur. Kitazawa was certain the third Hokage would use his crystal ball to secretly observe the class. Not because of him, of course, but because of Uzumaki, Naruto and the others. When Kitazawa arrived at the classroom of first-year Class A, only 5 students were present. He scanned the room, and his eyes landed on a quiet girl sitting in the middle row. She wore a long coat and tightly wrapped trousers, her short blue-black hair neat and tidy. But what stood out the most was her pair of pure white eyes. Byakugan, the iconic dojutsu of the Hyuga clan, known for its powerful insight and nearly 360-degree vision. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Current task, help your deskmate, Hyuga Hinata, retrieve her scarf. Task reward, Konoha Whirlwind. Do you accept? Kitazawa twitched slightly. Deskmate. How was he supposed to become Hinata's deskmate? After a few seconds of thought, he decided to outsmart the system. He casually walked up and sat next to her. Hinata glanced at him, confused, but said nothing due to her shy nature. She nervously pressed her index fingers together. I'm Kitazawa, your Class A homeroom teacher, he said, glancing at her delicate features. Her pale skin gave her a doll-like appearance. Teacher, hello. Hinata quickly stood and bowed. As a member of the noble Hyuga clan, she'd been trained in strict etiquette from an early age. No need to be so formal. Kitazawa smiled gently. Is it all right if I sit next to you? He didn't bring up the scarf right away, it would have been too abrupt. Why yes. Hinata replied instinctively, then tilted her head with a puzzled look. I didn't finish prepping the lesson, and there's no seat at the podium, Kitazawa explained calmly, flipping open a folder. So I'll just sit here temporarily. A complete lie. But Hinata didn't doubt him for a second. At that moment, another system prompt appeared. Current task, be the first student in the class to attract the attention of Principal Sarutobi Hiruzen. Task reward, win style, great breakthrough. Do you accept? Now that was unexpected. Maybe the system wasn't as stupid as he thought. He quickly accepted the task. After all, he was already planning to make a strong impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen today. Connections were everything, and loyalty mattered most. Hinata stared blankly at her good-looking teacher. He seemed so familiar, so warm. A pang of envy welled up in her chest. If only she had a personality like him, maybe she wouldn't be such a disappointment to her father, Hyuga Hayashi. What are you looking at? Kitazawa asked suddenly, noticing her dazed expression and those watery, uncertain eyes. And nothing, she replied, flustered. You still haven't told me your name, Hyuga-san, he said with a smile. Hinata jumped up, deeply embarrassed. Excuse me, I'm Hyuga Hinata. You're so polite again. Kitazawa chuckled, reaching out and patting her head. We're classmates now, not teacher and student. Sorry. Hinata stiffened at the gesture, lowering her head again. Sit down, let's just talk, he said, withdrawing his hand. Hinata sat obediently, legs together, hands on her knees. Then something struck her. How did you know my surname is Hyuga? Kitazawa looked at her eyes. It's obvious from your Byakugan. Don't look. She muttered, turning her head. It's not pretty. I think it's beautiful, Kitazawa replied sincerely. Why do you think it's not? Hinata hesitated. We're friends now, Kitazawa said gently. Hinata's face turned pale. They said the Byakugan looks creepy. Just as he expected. This matched the original story. 3 mischievous boys had said the same thing to Hinata and even stole her scarf. So that happened, huh? Then I'll have to deal with them. Kitazawa's face turned serious. Hinata blinked in surprise. Do you remember what they looked like? He asked warmly. Don't worry, I'm a teacher, I won't hurt them. I do. She nodded. But I don't know their names. That's fine, Kitazawa replied. Just tell me what they looked like. There were 3 of them, about my age, that's all I remember. That's enough. I have a few suspects. I'll confirm it after class. You're really amazing. Hinata blurted out. In her mind, Kitazawa had already become a dependable adult she could trust. It's nothing, he said casually. I'll let you know when it's done. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Just as he was about to reply, voices echoed from the classroom door. Sakura, do you think our teacher is a hottie? Who cares if the teacher's hot? What matters is how many cute boys are in our class. 2 little girls walked in. One had short pink hair with a ribbon, her wide forehead visible. The other had a blonde side ponytail with long bangs covering her right eye. Kitazawa recognized them instantly, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. The former, one of the original heroines who helped save the ninja world alongside Naruto and Sasuke, though let's be honest, her contribution was supportive. The latter, a member of the famed Ino Shikacho trio, specializes in perception and control. Both girls adored Uchiha Sasuke, but lacking the heroine aura, they ultimately became blonde benchwarmers. So handsome. Ino's eyes sparkled the moment she spotted Kitazawa. Is he our teacher? Sakura asked, clearly surprised. Kitazawa smiled slightly. The new generation has arrived. Chapter 4, You have all lost the right to become Hokage. I'm Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino walked up to Kitazawa and asked, Are you our teacher? Yes, Kitazawa replied with a gentle smile. Kitazawa. Teacher Kitazawa, please take care of me. Yamanaka Ino reached out her small hand with confidence. Children in the ninja world mature early. Ino, like many, was a sucker for good looks. To be honest, everyone is. When they see a handsome guy or a pretty girl, they're bound to sneak another glance. Some are subtle, others not so much. Teacher Kitazawa, I'm Haruno Sakura. Sakura poked her round head out from behind Ino. Nice to meet you, Kitazawa nodded slightly. Hinata Hyuga glanced at the 2 girls chatting excitedly, her eyes filled with quiet envy. Ha ha ha. I'm here. I come, I conquer, and I'll become Hokage. A short-haired boy burst into the classroom, shouting in a very boisterous manner. But after yelling, he noticed Kitazawa standing there and instantly turned sheepish. Teacher, hello. I'm Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba scratched his head awkwardly. Sit anywhere you like, Kitazawa replied calmly. This was the age for big dreams. Only after growing up do they realize how cruel the world can be. Kitazawa looked around, he didn't see Akamaru yet. Although the Inuzuka clan didn't possess a Kekkai Genkai, their beast partner techniques were unique, especially the bond they shared with their Ninken. Yes, teacher. Kiba quickly found a seat by the window in the back row. If he could, he looked like he'd rather dig a hole and hide. It was like sneaking a peek at a comic book during class and suddenly meeting the teacher's death glare through the window. Shikamaru, Choji, over here. Yamanaka Ino waved her slender arms excitedly. Nara Shikamaru, with his pineapple-like hairstyle, glanced over and instantly looked reluctant. 3 girls and a teacher. That sounded like a lot of trouble, and Shikamaru hated trouble the most. Akimichi Choji didn't think much. With a bag of chips in hand, he lumbered over. Teacher Kitazawa, want some? Ino asked, reaching into Choji's snack bag. I'll pass. Kitazawa noticed Choji's distressed expression and added with a smile, but I do like potato chips. What a good person. Choji breathed a visible sigh of relief. Kitazawa, unaware he just earned a good guy card, didn't act like a distant teacher. He quickly blended in with the students. As more time passed, the classroom gradually filled up. Most students still felt unfamiliar with one another since the term had just started. Only around Kitazawa's seat did the conversations feel more natural and lively. The only exception was Hinata Hyuga. She remained silent most of the time, only speaking in whispers when Kitazawa addressed her. It's almost time. Let's chat more later. Kitazawa stood and walked toward the podium. Handsome and gentle, he's totally my type. Ino said excitedly. It's a pity he's too old, Sakura sighed. Yeah. Ino replied, disappointed. Look. Another handsome guy. Sakura suddenly exclaimed. Ino instinctively turned to the door. A cold-looking boy walked in with his hands in his pockets, completely aloof. The girls in the classroom couldn't help but stir. Uchiha Sasuke didn't spare them a glance. He picked a seat and sat down, his eyes landing on Kitazawa. I wonder if this teacher can even match 1/10 of my brother's strength. Kitazawa narrowed his eyes slightly. Sasuke's putting on his cool act now. He'll become truly broken once the Uchiha clan is wiped out. But his thoughts were soon interrupted by a system prompt. Current task, gain initial recognition from Uchiha Sasuke. Task reward, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Do you accept? Same type of task as Naruto's, but significantly harder. After all, Sasuke's parents were still alive, and he had a genius brother, Uchiha Itachi. Kitazawa, being just a regular Chunin, wouldn't easily earn Sasuke's approval. But not impossible. Sasuke and Hinata both yearned for their father's recognition. The key might just lie in the Great Fireball technique, a Uchiha rite of passage. Just then, the classroom fell silent. Because the last key figure had arrived, Uzumaki Naruto. The moment he entered, whispers and murmurs erupted. Naruto felt the reactions pierce through him and looked down in disappointment. Even after joining the Ninja Academy, nothing had changed. Naruto, find a seat, a warm, familiar voice said from the podium. Naruto's eyes lit up. He looked at Kitazawa and nodded firmly. Quiet. Kitazawa's tone became serious. The room went silent instantly, though the stares remained. As Kitazawa scanned the room, his eyes locked onto someone. There stood the final, little strong, of Konoha, Aburame Shino, in his trademark robe and sunglasses. When did he even get here? Kitazawa couldn't remember at all. We'll begin class shortly. But first, let's start with self-introductions. He picked up a piece of chalk, wrote his name on the board, and stepped aside. Start from the first row, introduce yourselves on the podium. The students went up one by one. Aside from the 9 little strong, Kitazawa didn't recognize many of the others. The other 3, Hyuga Niji, Ten, and Rock Lee, were in 2nd grade. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I don't have any dreams. I just want to live a quiet life. Shikamaru yawned. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things and don't like anything. My dream is to be a ninja as strong as my brother. Sasuke's tone was flat, but his eyes softened a little when he mentioned brother. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like instant noodles and ramen. I hate waiting 3 minutes for the noodles to cook. He took a deep breath and added, my dream is to surpass the Hokage. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Exactly like his introduction from the original series. This kid was as stubborn as ever, maybe even a bit terrifying in how determined he was. Are you kidding? What a joke. A monster wants to be Hokage. He wants to surpass the 3rd Hokage. That's impossible. Mockery echoed through the classroom. Until. Is that funny? Kitazawa stepped up with a serious expression. All I see is a worthy successor of the Will of Fire. You all dream of becoming Hokage, yet the moment you laughed at Naruto, you lost that qualification. The classroom fell completely silent. Chapter 5, Fooling, the True Meaning of Being Hokage. The so-called Hokage is someone who earns everyone's recognition. Kitazawa spoke slowly. Naruto is your classmate and your companion. If you mock your companion, how can you ever hope to become Hokage? Many students lowered their heads, faces full of guilt and shame. Naruto blinked rapidly as if sand had blown into his eyes. His heart surged with renewed determination. His dream had always been to surpass the Hokage and earn everyone's approval. And now, Kitazawa had become the person he respected most, second only to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This teacher's not bad at all, Shikamaru muttered, sitting up straighter with an expression of seriousness that rarely appeared on his face. Coming from a noble clan, Shikamaru knew that Naruto wasn't the so-called monster others claimed him to be. Kitazawa, however, was just a civilian ninja. If he didn't know Naruto's true background, then there could only be one explanation: he was genuinely kind. Hinata unconsciously clenched her small hands. She glanced at Kitazawa, her eyes filled with a subtle glow of admiration. First, he helped her, and now Naruto. He was truly a kind teacher. Current task: be the first student to attract Principal Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Task reward: wind style, great breakthrough. Task completed. Reward issued. Suddenly, knowledge and insights about wind style, great breakthrough surged into Kitazawa's mind. As expected, the third Hokage was watching. What he just said must have struck a chord with Hiruzen, leading to the successful completion of the task. Unfortunately, besides Hinata and Sasuke, the rest of the little rookies hadn't triggered any additional missions. Let's begin class, Kitazawa said with a spring-like smile, picking up a piece of chalk. The subject is something called the Will of Fire. The mood in the room shifted, and the earlier silence was swept away. Do you all know what the Will of Fire has to do with the Hokage? He wrote the 4 characters, Will of Fire, on the board as he spoke. Me. Naruto raised his hand with urgency. Go ahead, Naruto, Kitazawa nodded. The Will of Fire was proposed by the Hokage. Naruto said confidently, standing up. Kitazawa nodded again and asked, then do you know why the Hokage proposed it? Naruto's face froze in confusion. That question was clearly too complex for him. It's for you all, Kitazawa answered, tone sincere. For us. Naruto blinked, clearly surprised. The other students had similar puzzled expressions. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns. The flame illuminates the village and lets new leaves grow. Kitazawa explained, the core of the Will of Fire lies in you, the next generation. You are Konoha's future and its hope. I've never heard of it that way before. Wait, we're that important. Even the Hokage has to protect me. Excited chatter broke out across the classroom. Kitazawa couldn't help smiling as he listened. The Will of Fire wasn't some profound philosophy. The problem lay in its implementation. Just look at Danzo Shimura, the first self-proclaimed Dark Hokage. He waved the banner of the Will of Fire while engaging in countless shady deeds. In the end, without action, even noble ideals become castles in the sky. But those things didn't concern Kitazawa right now. All he needed was to use the Will of Fire to please Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ding. Class dismissed. Take a 10-minute break. Kitazawa heard the bell and left the classroom with his teaching materials. As a professional educator, he maintained a solid habit, never overrunning class time. Ino, I won. Sakura darted toward Uchiha Sasuke like an arrow, then spun proudly to face Ino. No. Ino reached out in frustration, a pained look on her face. Ah, girls. Shikamaru flopped onto his desk with an expression that screamed trouble. In his eyes, all women were troublesome, especially the pretty ones. All he wanted was to marry an ordinary girl and live a quiet life. Choji, on the other hand, had a much simpler philosophy. He pulled out a bag of potato chips. Ino, still stewing, glanced at Sakura in frustration. Then she suddenly thought of Kitazawa. If I can't get Sasuke, why not try the handsome teacher? Just as she was about to head to the office, a flash of blonde streaked past her. Uzumaki Naruto had already chased after Kitazawa. I was here first. Ino sighed and reluctantly sat down again. Hinata hesitated, then quietly took out her textbook and began reviewing. She was always the diligent one. Teacher Kitazawa, wait for me. Naruto sped up, dashing around the corner. Is there something from class you didn't understand? Kitazawa asked as he stopped. No, Naruto shook his head. You explained everything really well, I understood it all. Kitazawa blinked. You understood it all? How low was this kid's self-esteem? But Kitazawa remembered Naruto had ranked dead last in the entry assessment. What did you want to talk about then? I wanted to ask, how can I gain everyone's recognition? Naruto looked up at him, eyes filled with longing. Kitazawa was momentarily caught off guard. Then he smiled and replied, that's easy, you just need to follow the Hokage's example. He'd originally intended to say, you're still young. You'll understand in time. But then remembered Sarutobi Hiruzen might still be spying on him. Right. Naruto's eyes lit up. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. See you next class. Kitazawa waved and walked away. There were two kinds of teachers' offices in the academy, one for individuals and one for shared use. Kitazawa's office was private. The reason was simple. He was considered important by the Hokage. After all, he'd taught for 5 years and been awarded best teacher 3 years in a row. Ahem. More importantly, his interpretation of the will of fire had won the approval of Hiruzen Sarutobi. And in Konoha, getting on the Hokage's good side. That was something everyone envied. Still, if given a choice, he'd much rather cozy up to the 5th Hokage. After all, he was a fan. But instead of returning to his private office, Kitazawa walked into the shared teacher's room. 6 desks were pushed together in the large room, each belonging to a first-grade teacher. Senior Kitazawa. Irika stood up quickly upon seeing him. Irika, Kitazawa greeted with a smile. Nervous about your first class? Irika had just joined the academy as a teacher this year, barely 18. A little nervous, Irika admitted, scratching his head. That's normal, Kitazawa reassured him. I just finished my class. The students are great. You'll do fine. Thank you, Senior Kitazawa. Irika bowed gratefully before heading off. Kitazawa walked over to the bookshelf in the corner. There were files for every student in the first-year classes stored here. Time to find those 3 troublemakers who bullied Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 6, Ichiraka Ramen. Irika exhaled slowly. After calming himself, he walked into the classroom of first-year class A. Why did the teacher change? Is Mr. Kitazawa only teaching one class? What a pity, I really preferred Mr. Kitazawa's lessons. Irika was slightly taken aback. Had Kitazawa-senpai really won over the students in just one class? He truly lived up to his reputation as the best teacher. Suppressing his admiration, Umino Irika walked up to the podium, facing the disappointed expressions of many students. What he was going to teach was how to extract chakra. Chakra is the foundation of becoming a ninja. It is formed by an equal mixture of spiritual and physical energy. After the class ended, Umino Irika discovered that the students were very attentive and not as mischievous as he had imagined. What puzzled him the most was their unusual attitude toward Uzumaki Naruto. Who had changed them, or rather, guided them to become like this? There was no doubt. It was Kitazawa. It seems I still have a lot to learn, Irika sighed inwardly. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Kitazawa put down the student files in his hand and walked upstairs. He hadn't found any naughty children matching the description. That could only mean one thing. They weren't first-year students but second years. Kitazawa. A sudden voice called out. Kitazawa turned around and looked at the speaker. He was about the same age but had white hair parted down the middle. Mizuki. Kitazawa smiled and greeted him. Did your class just end? Yes. Mizuki walked up and asked, I heard you're teaching first grade this year. How is it? Any geniuses? I'm not sure yet. Kitazawa shook his head. I've only taught half a day. But with your excellent teaching skills, I'm sure you'll be able to nurture a genius like Niji. Mizuki smiled warmly as he spoke. What are you even talking about? Others might be fooled by Mizuki's words, but Kitazawa knew better. In the original story, he was a despicable, cunning, and jealous man. Though outwardly friendly with Irika, Mizuki was bitterly envious of his popularity. He once killed a wounded teammate to complete a mission. Later, he tricked Naruto into stealing the Scroll of Seals. After being imprisoned, he surrendered to Orochimaru and used the curse mark's power to launch a so-called jailbreak for justice. Mentioning Hyuga Niji now was just a way to flaunt superiority. Like Uchiha Itachi, Niji was recognized as a genius early in Konoha's history. And under normal circumstances, such talent rarely appears twice in succession. Not bad. Kitazawa nodded confidently. I think my students have that kind of potential. Mizuki froze, the smile on his face faltering. Where did you get the confidence to say that? In this ninja world that worships talent and bloodline, school teachers can only enhance what already exists. I have something to do. Let's talk next time. Kitazawa pushed open the door and entered the second grade shared office. The door closed behind him. You think you're so noble? One day, I'll take the title of best teacher for myself. Mizuki's face twisted into a mask of frustration. He and Kitazawa had been classmates, starting as academy teachers at the same time. But 5 years later, their paths had diverged greatly. Kitazawa had been promoted, given a raise, and won Best Teacher 3 years in a row, while he was still just an ordinary teacher. Mizuki felt his eyes sting. There were lemons on the lemon tree, and he was the only one beneath it. Kitazawa greeted the second-grade teachers and checked the student files. As for Mizuki, he didn't give him another thought. I just got the system, how could I care about such petty grievances? Half an hour later, Kitazawa held 3 student files in his hands. He stared at the photos for a few seconds and finally confirmed, they were the troublemakers Hinata Hyuga had mentioned. After thinking for a while, an idea came to him. As a teacher, he couldn't discipline them openly. And if he was going to discipline them, it had to be in front of Hinata Hyuga, only then would it have the maximum effect. So, he would handle it like an elementary school teacher would. Kitazawa set the files down and returned to the office. The bell rang. Morning classes had ended, it was time for lunch and a nap. Kitazawa went to class 2C, slipped a small note between the desks of the 3 mischievous students, and quietly left. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto ran over, panting. I want to treat you to Ichiraka ramen. How can a child treat an adult to a meal? Kitazawa paused, then smiled. I'll treat you. No. I'll treat you. Naruto pulled out his frog wallet and declared, I've got money. He wasn't lying. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, regularly gave him an allowance. I want to thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Even though he was still a child, Naruto wasn't clueless. He knew Kitazawa had helped him many times. All right then. Kitazawa thought for a moment. You treat me this time, and I'll treat you next time. The two walked out of the academy. Ichiraku ramen. Old man Tuchi. Naruto called out excitedly. Hey, Naruto, Kitazawa. You two together. Tuchi lifted the curtain and looked surprised. Old man Tuchi, you know Teacher Kitazawa? Naruto asked in astonishment. How could I not? Tuchi smiled. Kitazawa's my neighbor. What? Naruto's eyes widened. I run the grocery store next door. Kitazawa pointed to the left. But I only open at night, so you wouldn't have noticed. If you asked where the safest place in Konoha was, many Naruto fans would say, Ichiraka ramen. After Kitazawa's parents passed away, he bought a house nearby, renovated it, and started selling groceries. Better to believe than not. After all, it doesn't hurt to try. Naruto, you're Kitazawa's student. Tuchi finally reacted. Then you're lucky. Kitazawa's been named best teacher 3 years in a row. Yes. Naruto nodded excitedly. Teacher Kitazawa is amazing. What do you two have? Tuchi asked, smiling. Barbecue pork rib ramen. Naruto said instantly. Tonkatsu ramen, Kitazawa said after glancing at the menu. Before long, the steaming bowls arrived. Itadakimasu. Naruto clapped his hands together and dug in. Kitazawa could see the genuine love Naruto had for ramen. After lunch, the two returned to school. See you this afternoon, Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto ran off toward the classroom. Kitazawa headed back to the office. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika knocked and walked in. No nap. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. I have something to discuss. Irika said seriously, first-year Class A needs a class monitor, someone to help us collect homework and assist the teachers. Current task, become class monitor of first-year Class A, task reward, water attribute. Do you accept? Kitazawa twitched the corner of his mouth. I can't even catch my breath, man. What kind of garbage mission is this? You're just messing with me now, system. Chapter 7, 3-on-1, I've got the advantage. After Irika left, Kitazawa sat at his desk, crossed his hands, and rested his nose against them. He was thinking about how to become the monitor of first-year Class A. If he were a student, it would make sense. But he was a teacher. As a teacher, how can I compete with a student for the position of class monitor? But the task had to be completed because the reward was a water attribute. There are 7 chakra attributes in total. The most common are wind, water, fire, earth, and lightning. The hidden ones are yin and yang. Ninjas are born with chakra attributes, usually 1 or 2. For example, if you possess the lightning attribute, training in lightning release will not only be easier but also more powerful. Kitazawa had measured his chakra attributes, only wind and fire. If he could gain another attribute, it would give him a great advantage, so naturally, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Kitazawa sighed and walked to the single wooden bed behind his desk. He lay down on the bed. While lying there, Kitazawa thought about some things as he drifted into sleep and eventually lost consciousness. Second year Class C, Tyrannosuke found a small note on his desk as soon as he sat down. He opened it in confusion. There was only one sentence, "Don't leave after school tomorrow." And the signature was a familiar name, Hyuga Hinata. When did that crybaby ugly girl get so bold? Tyrannosuke asked in surprise. Big bro, did you get a note too? Two boys of similar age came over and asked. What kind of operation is this? Tyrannosuke asked, looking at the three identical notes. Should we go? What if it's a trap? One boy asked nervously, she's the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, after all. Of course we're going. Tyrannosuke snorted. Adults don't interfere in matters between kids. That was exactly why he could bully both boys and girls at school. In the ninja world, strength is everything. If Hyuga Hayashi were to scold them, the other clans would mock him. Then it's a guaranteed win. The boy said confidently. Of course. 3-on-1, I've got the advantage. Tyrannosuke nodded with confidence. Let's make this one fun. Big bro, good idea. The two boys flattered him instantly. In the blink of an eye, lunch break ended. Kitazawa sat up and yawned. He already had a basic plan to become the class monitor. To sum it up, it was shameless and system abusing. The system only said to become a class monitor but didn't specify for how long. Kitazawa washed his face, checked the time, and walked toward the classroom. Just as he arrived at the door, the class bell rang. I'm pretty punctual. Kitazawa chuckled and walked up to the podium. Teacher Kitazawa. Ino stood up and waved like a cheerleader. Then she gave Haruno Sakura a smug glance. Sakura pouted. Though Kitazawa was handsome, he wasn't their age, and one day he'd grow old before them. She turned to Sasuke and gave him a sweet smile. Sasuke ignored her completely. His mind was filled only with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. He wanted to grow stronger and earn their approval. Women only distracted him from training. Let's start class. Kitazawa nodded to Ino and asked, do you know who founded Konoha village? I do. Naruto replied quickly. It was Senju Hashirama. To be precise, it was the Senju clan. Kitazawa corrected. Both the first and second Hokage were from the Senju clan. Teacher Kitazawa, Uzumaki Naruto asked, why aren't there any Senju clan ninjas now? There are still some. Kitazawa smiled. For example, Lady Tsunade, one of Konoha's Sannin, is a member of the Senju clan. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand. Sasuke, Kitazawa called on him. My brother said the Uchiha clan also helped found Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke stood and said. Many students looked confused after his words. Except for kids from clans like Hyuga Hinata or Nara Shikamaru, most didn't know about the Uchiha clan's glorious history. After all, their reputation had fallen. Especially after the Ninetales incident, their clan had been relocated to Konoha's edge and was under surveillance. Yes. Kitazawa nodded. The Senju and Uchiha clans ended the chaotic warring states period and founded Konoha together. So, his brother was right. Sasuke felt proud and satisfied. Today, we'll talk about the story of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Kitazawa slapped the table and began. It said that a long time ago, there was a family. He wasn't named best teacher just because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was also due to his own teaching ability. After all, Kitazawa was a time traveler with broad knowledge. Compared to the rigid academy teachers, he always had something new. Kids didn't like lectures, but they loved stories. Kitazawa combined storytelling and crosstalk-style humor into his lessons. The bell rang. To hear what happens next, please tune into the next chapter. Kitazawa picked up his materials. Class dismissed. Ah. Why'd it end there? Why does Kitazawa's class go by so fast? Class is so fun. I want to take it forever. Once Kitazawa left, the reluctant students finally reacted. Sasuke frowned slightly. In the story, the Uchiha were on par with the Senju, so proud and strong. But how did his clan become like this? Sasuke hesitated briefly, then decided to ask his brother, Uchiha Itachi, at home. As for Kitazawa, he had yet to earn his approval. The Uchiha never saw themselves as weaker than anyone. They only followed the strong. Teacher Kitazawa's class was great. Sakura, you traitor. Ino turned and saw Sakura once again chasing after Sasuke. Hinata glanced at them, not understanding their kind of friendship. Hinata, what do you think? Ino noticed her look and asked. Hinata was startled, then nodded. Yes, it was really good. She suddenly thought of her father, Hyuga Hayashi. He always looked stern when teaching her gentle fist and was extremely strict. Since she was shy by nature, the pressure made her learn very poorly. If it were Kitazawa teaching her, she felt she'd be much more at ease. Thinking this, Hyuga Hinata quickly shook her head to clear her thoughts. Her father forbade her from imagining such unrealistic things. Chapter 8, Class Monitor. Kitazawa returned to the office. After he sat down, he took out the schedule for first-year Class A. As the homeroom teacher, although he had fewer classes than Yumino Irika, each one was of great importance. There were 3 subjects: Will of Fire, Konoha History, and Practical Exercises. Among them, practical exercises had the highest frequency. Ninjas can afford to be uneducated, but they cannot afford to be weak. Practical exercises primarily cover the 3 basic techniques: the use of standard ninja tools, trap detection and placement, and more. Time passed slowly, and soon it was time for the last class, practical training. It was similar to students in the previous world, 8 classes a day, 4 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, each lasting 45 minutes. This class is a practical lesson. Kitazawa stood at the classroom door and said, "Everyone, follow me to the training field." "Teacher Kitazawa, are you going to teach us ninjutsu?" Naruto's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Though most students remained quiet, their faces were filled with anticipation. Only Sasuke and Shikamaru, who were born into ninja clans, remained calm. They already had access to clan-exclusive ninjutsu. While civilian students struggled with the 3 basic techniques, they had already mastered Fire Release, Gentle Fist, or Secret Clan techniques. These were not something even the academy teachers could teach. Their reason for enrolling was simple: build connections and broaden their knowledge. Naruto was an exception. Though he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, no one had ever trained him. "You're not yet fully proficient in chakra control, so we won't cover ninjutsu today. Instead, we'll practice kunai throwing." Kitazawa met their eyes as he spoke. "Ninja tools aren't bad either." Naruto looked slightly disappointed, but not discouraged. In the world of ninjas, both ninjutsu and tools were vital and commonly used. "How boring." Sasuke shook his head. When it came to ninjutsu, few in Konoha could rival the Uchiha clan. They possessed the Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan. The Sharingan granted powerful abilities like perception, hypnosis, and copying techniques. Even in ninja tool usage, the Uchiha had centuries of experience, even creating jutsu like the Shuriken Jutsu. Everyone arrived at the training field. "Before we begin, I have one more announcement." Kitazawa clapped his hands and said, "We'll be selecting a class monitor." "I want to be class monitor." Naruto stood up straight and declared, "I want to too." Several students echoed. Even Sasuke was tempted. Becoming a class monitor might earn him the recognition he craved. "Do you know what the class monitor does?" Kitazawa asked with a smile. "Manages the whole class. It's like being the Hokage, I call it Class Kage." "The Class Kage is mine." Various chaotic answers followed. The monitor's main job is to assist the teacher and help classmates, like passing along announcements or collecting homework, Kitazawa said with a twitch of his mouth. He couldn't help but glance at the boy who called it Class Kage. What nonsense. A waste of time. Sasuke scoffed. He was a Uchiha. If he served ordinary students, his father would probably spin him like a top, not praise him. Too troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Most students quickly lost interest. Those still interested in being class monitor, raise your hand. Kitazawa smiled, having achieved his goal. Naruto raised his hand first. 3 others followed. Very good. Kitazawa nodded. From now on, the 4 of you are vice monitors. Vice monitor? Who's the main monitor? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. I'm the class monitor. This semester, I'll observe you. Kitazawa replied calmly. Next semester, the best among you will take over my position. Current task, become the class monitor of first-year Class A. Task reward, water attribute. Task complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa read the system prompt and couldn't help but grin. This idiotic system is so easy to fool. He had successfully acquired the water attribute. Alright, let's begin. Kitazawa took out a storage scroll, laid it on the ground, and unsealed it. With a bang, the smoke cleared to reveal wooden stakes and a pile of kunai. Vice monitors, Kitazawa instructed, 2 of you set up the stakes, and 2 distribute the kunai. Yes. Naruto responded enthusiastically. To him, becoming a class monitor meant getting closer to his dream, earning everyone's acknowledgement. Now we begin actual combat training. Kitazawa spent 15 minutes explaining kunai throwing and said, your goal is to hit the target stakes. Thud. Sasuke raised his hand, flicked a kunai, and used a graceful spin. The weapon curved midair and nailed the stakes bullseye. Wow. Sakura cheered, followed by excited cries from many girls. Such a show-off. Kitazawa sensed a performance. This Uchiha kid was going to be a handful. I can do it too. Uzumaki Naruto, unable to stomach Sasuke's smug look, shouted, "Watch this." He gripped the kunai tightly and hurled it. "Hey, I hit it." Naruto cheered, thrilled. "Naruto, that's my target." Shikamaru shook his head, helpless. Naruto froze. "Mistakes are normal. Don't get discouraged, just keep practicing." Kitazawa smiled. "Anyone who hits the bullseye gets a snack reward." Snacks. Choji's eyes widened like lanterns. Awesome. The class erupted with cheers. Though ninja children matured early, they were still kids, and snacks were irresistible. Childish. Sasuke sneered. He wasn't a toddler anymore, he'd be sick soon. Thanks to the snack reward, the class buzzed with enthusiasm. "Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa." As soon as the bell rang, Akimichi Choji bolted forward and secured the front spot, showing what a nimble big guy could do. "Hinata, wait a moment." Kitazawa reminded Hyuga Hinata when it was her turn. "Ah, okay." Feeling the other's eyes, Hinata's face flushed. She took the snack, lowered her head, clutched the edge of her clothes, and stood nervously. "Naruto, this is for you." After the others left, Kitazawa tossed a snack to Naruto. "I don't deserve it." Naruto declined. "I didn't hit the target." In the original timeline, his academy grades were always the worst, the so-called dead last. But truth be told, Naruto was a stat monster. He didn't rely on skill, he bulldozed through everything. Brute strength made bricks fly. And of course, there was the Nine Tails. In reality, Naruto was a once-in-a-generation genius. "You'll hit it soon." Kitazawa smiled. "Sensei believes in you." "I." Naruto felt a warmth in his chest. He held the snack, unsure what to say. "Go home and rest. See you tomorrow." Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder. "Yeah." Naruto turned and walked home. When he arrived, a familiar figure stood outside. "Grandpa Third." Naruto beamed with joy. Chapter 9, Fastest in the Ninja World. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked kindly, "Today was your first day of school. How was it?" "Very good." Naruto replied happily, "Especially Mr. Kitazawa, he's super cool." As he spoke, he proudly raised the snack bag in his hand and shook it. "Did you buy those snacks yourself?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile, seeing how cheerful he was. "They're a reward from Mr. Kitazawa." Naruto opened the snack pack and exclaimed. The variety inside exceeded his expectations: lollipops, chocolates, sandwich cookies, French fries, and more. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a glance and nodded slightly. Kitazawa, not bad. He's the kind of teacher worth building a connection with Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled how Kitazawa had helped Naruto multiple times today. He secretly thought, the best teacher award this year might once again go to Kitazawa. Although it may seem like favoritism, he was the Hokage, no one would dare question his decisions. "Here, Grandpa Third." Naruto offered him a lollipop. "I'm long past the age for sweets." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, reaching out to pat Naruto's head. "You enjoy it." Uzumaki Naruto hesitated briefly, then took the lollipop back. "Besides the teacher, how are your classmates? Did you make any friends?" Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door and walked into the living room with Naruto. "I feel like Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Ino are pretty nice to me." Naruto scratched his head. "But I don't know if we're actually friends yet." "Not yet, but you will be." Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't surprised. Those kids were all from ninja clans, and they were aware of the Demon Fox rumors. But their fathers had either fought beside Namikaze Minato or been helped by him. "Not bad." Naruto said excitedly, "I, Uzumaki Naruto, will finally have friends." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. What Naruto had endured was too harsh for any child. But, this was a necessary sacrifice. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was Konoha's trump card, it had to be treated with caution. Grandpa Third. Naruto sat on the sofa, bit into a sandwich cookie, and asked, "Do you know the fourth Hokage?" "Why are you suddenly asking about the fourth?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his expression calm. "Well." Naruto explained, "Mr. Kitazawa said that if I want everyone to acknowledge me, I need to learn from the Hokage." "Then why not ask me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. "Many say I'm the strongest Hokage. I plan to learn from all four Hokage. If I do that, I'll definitely surpass them all." Naruto grinned. "I'm really smart, right, Grandpa Third?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a second, then burst out laughing. What's so funny? Naruto asked, confused. Is there something wrong with my plan? Not at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard. If you truly manage to combine the strengths of all 4 Hokage, you really could surpass them. Awesome. Naruto said, full of motivation. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, choosing not to dampen his enthusiasm. Combine the power of the 4 Hokages. Even he hadn't achieved that, let alone Naruto. Frankly, no ninja in the world ever had. The 4th Hokage was Namake's Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face softened with nostalgia. He was perfect, gentle, powerful, known as the Yellow Flash. Why was he called the Yellow Flash? Naruto asked, curious. Because his hair was golden, just like yours, and he was the fastest ninja in the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, that's how he got the title. How fast? Naruto leaned forward. Faster than light. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then said, enemies were taken down before they even saw his face. Amazing. Naruto was stunned. I want to become that fast too. You'll have your chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Then. Naruto hesitated as something came to mind. What is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen said gently. Ask whatever you want. He was so strong, how did he die? Naruto asked softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze. His mind flashed back to that chaotic night of the Ninetales attack. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hinata. After the other students left, Kitazawa approached Hyuga Hinata. It wasn't long, teacher, Hinata replied softly. Here. Kitazawa handed her 2 snack bags. I already got one. Hinata shook her head politely. One isn't enough. Kitazawa suddenly recalled her appetite in the original timeline. She once ate 46 bowls of ramen. I really have enough. Hinata blushed and replied. Nope, it's still not enough. Kitazawa pushed the snacks into her arms. Don't be shy with me. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata hugged the snacks, her long lashes trembling like a startled rabbit, looking flustered. All right, back to business. Kitazawa gently patted her head. I've found the 3 boys you mentioned. Hinata's body tensed as the memory of the last time surfaced, her eyes filled with fear. Hinata. Kitazawa looked serious. I'll have them meet you after school tomorrow. I'll teach them a proper lesson. Okay. Hinata met his warm gaze, and her anxiety gradually eased. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa said, turning to leave. Goodbye, Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata felt a bit reluctant. She clutched the snack bags and walked toward the gate. After a few steps, she looked back and saw that Kitazawa was still standing there as if waiting for someone. Hinata looked down at the snacks in her hands, a small smile blooming on her face. Miss Hinata. A sudden voice called. A white-eyed boy stood before her. Takuma. Hinata quickly straightened her posture and adopted the manners drilled into her by Hayashi Hyuga. As a Hyuga's main family member, she had her own branch family protector. Not long after she left, Yuhi Kurenai appeared before Kitazawa. Only after becoming a teacher myself did I realize how amazing you are. Kurenai sighed. That's my exclusive experience. Kitazawa smiled and handed her a scroll. Chapter 10, I am a kind person. Thanks, Kitazawa. Kurenai put away the scroll and said, I'll study it carefully when I get back. Want a lollipop? Kitazawa asked, opening the snack gift bag. Is it appropriate for someone my age to eat a lollipop? Kurenai couldn't help but laugh. It might seem childish for kids, but it's perfect for adults. Kitazawa peeled the lollipop and brought it to her mouth. You still say the most interesting things. Kurenai opened her soft lips and bit the lollipop. How is it? Kitazawa took out a second lollipop and popped it into his own mouth. Very sweet. Kurenai asked, eyes narrowing slightly, why do you carry snacks with you? They're for the students. Kitazawa replied casually, it helps motivate them. Yuhi Kurenai thought of Yakumo. But, she didn't need such things. As the eldest daughter of the Kurama clan, she lacked neither money nor sweets. What do you want for dinner? Kurenai licked the lollipop with her pink tongue and said, my treat, so don't hold back. Then let's have a barbecue. Kitazawa thought for a moment and replied. All right. Kurenai nodded, her eyes filled with nostalgia. The last time we had barbecue was during the Chunin exams, everyone was there. Everyone referred to Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and Sarutobi Asuma. Unfortunately, only a few of them were still around. Why the sudden nostalgia? Kitazawa raised his brows. You know, missing the past only makes you older. Are you dumb? Kurenai rolled her eyes at him. Aging is the last thing a woman wants to talk about. Sorry. Kitazawa smiled. He knew she wasn't angry, it was just friendly banter between them. Seen Kakashi lately? How is he? Kurenai asked as they walked. I saw him once last month. Kitazawa replied, still the same, lifeless. His former class was full of legends. Hatake Kakashi was a genius who became a jonin at 12. But born under a lonely star, his father, teammates, and sensei all died. He eventually closed himself off. Uchiha Obito, despite his divine power, couldn't contain his grief. For Rin, he turned evil, trying to create a world where she still lived. He killed his own teacher, helped Itachi destroy their clan, and later became Uchiha Madara to threaten the entire ninja world. Then there was Might Guy, who almost kicked out the series finale, and Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage. I wonder when he'll get over it. Kurenai fell silent for a few seconds. What about Asuma? Kitazawa changed the subject. Is he still in touch? He writes every few days. Kurenai pouted. Kitazawa immediately noticed a hint of impatience. In the original story, Asuma persistently pursued Kurenai, and only during the Fourth Ninja War did they become a couple. But it had been nearly 10 years, and still, nothing definitive. He's pretty persistent. Kitazawa smiled. Even in the capital of the Land of Fire, he hasn't forgotten you. After the Third Ninja War, rebellious Asuma left the village to become a guardian ninja, assigned to protect the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The original timeline doesn't specify when he returned, but it was likely around the time Naruto and his friends graduated. He became the leader of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Forget it, let's not talk about him. How many drinks are you planning to have tonight? Kurenai crossed her arms and stretched out her pale arms. I'll risk my life for a beauty. Kitazawa smiled, eyeing her graceful figure. He hadn't thought about Kurenai romantically before, not because he was some pure-hearted hero, but because he was weak and focused only on survival. But now, with the system, strength was no longer an issue. He was too kind to let Kurenai become a widow. Cough. At the moment, the relationship between Kurenai and Asuma was still just pursuer and pursued, not too serious. He was simply competing fairly. Really? Kurenai laughed. You still have time to back out. Then go easy on me, Kitazawa replied sincerely. Since you helped me today, I'll spare you. Kurenai waved generously. With that, the two entered the barbecue restaurant. Try my cooking today, Kitazawa said as he sat down and took charge of the grill. I've always had a question for you. Kurenai picked up the sake jug, poured 2 cups, and asked, why did you become a teacher? In the ninja world, the most respected role is that of a ninja, especially a powerful one. Being a teacher at the Ninja Academy isn't considered glamorous. To many, it's a fallback for mid-level ninjas without much potential. It's just my interest, Kitazawa replied casually. Is that so? Kurenai nodded. But you really are suited for it. Still working as a tutor? Kitazawa flipped the pork belly. A rich aroma filled the air. Yeah. Kurenai paused. But I still take on village missions. Aside from full-time academy instructors, all ninjas were expected to complete missions. Of course, Konoha's top brass had more freedom. Take Tsunade, for example. After developing hemophobia, she wandered the world gambling, and dragged Shizune along with her. She didn't return, didn't take missions, yet Konoha couldn't do a thing. Same with Jiraiya. Come see me when you're free. Kitazawa grinned, thinking of Kurama Yakumo. I can help teach that student too. In the original plot, it took years, and Naruto's help, for Kurenai to resolve Yakumo's issue. That's kind of you, Kitazawa. Kurenai didn't refuse. Then it settled. Come to me if you run into problems. Kitazawa raised his glass. Whether or not he could complete the task hinged on this. Kurenai blinked, watching his sincere expression. A strange feeling stirred in her heart. Something about Kitazawa seemed different today. Could it be? She quickly dismissed the thought. That didn't match her impression of him. Kitazawa was always gentle with everyone. And with his looks, if he didn't have a girlfriend, it probably meant he wasn't interested in relationships. Cheers. Kurenai picked up her glass, clinked it with his, and downed it in one go. Chapter 11, Drunken Kurenai. The residents of the Uchiha clan. I'm back, Mom. Uchiha Sasuke shouted as he took off his shoes. Welcome home, Sasuke. Uchiha Mikoto's gentle voice soon rang out. Where's my brother? Sasuke walked into the living room and asked impatiently. Why do you always look for your brother the moment you get home? Mikoto reached out, touched his head, and asked with a smile. I'm looking for him for something. Sasuke pouted and replied, a bit displeased. Your brother hasn't come back yet. Seeing his adorable expression, Mikoto's smile deepened. Then I'll wait for him. Sasuke sat on the sofa. I'll go make dinner. Uchiha Mikoto took 2 steps, then suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, didn't you start school today? How was it? It's just the Ninja Academy. Nothing exciting. Sasuke said proudly, I'll be like my brother and take first place in the academy. Good luck. Mikoto clenched her fist and waved encouragingly. After a while, the door opened. Brother. Sasuke immediately stood up and ran to the door. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi greeted him with a gentle smile. Is our Uchiha clan not as powerful as before? Sasuke asked directly. Itachi opened his mouth but fell silent. Even Sasuke noticed. The Uchiha clan truly was at a critical point, on the verge of crisis. I had Konoha's history class today. The teacher talked about the founding of the village. Sasuke said in amazement, back then, the Uchiha clan was as respected as the Senju clan. So that's what triggered the question. Itachi looked relieved, finally understanding. He didn't want Sasuke dragged into the tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. That teacher's not bad, mentioning Uchiha history. Itachi smiled and replied. Why do you say that? Sasuke asked, puzzled. He didn't know that the Uchiha clan was nearly ostracized, most teachers avoided mentioning them in class. Nothing. Itachi shook his head, unwilling to explain. Will the Uchiha clan rise again? Sasuke asked eagerly. Yes, Itachi answered firmly. That's right. Sasuke grinned. With my brother around, the Uchiha clan will definitely become stronger. Yeah. Itachi was momentarily stunned but then nodded. I'll bring the Uchiha clan back to its rightful place. Night fell. 2 figures appeared on the quiet streets of Konoha village. You're drunk again. What a loser. Kurenai's beautiful face was flushed like a peach blossom as she spoke to Kitazawa. You're the one who's drunk. I'm not. Kitazawa corrected her. He only drank 1 bottle, while Kurenai had 3. Then, why's your face red? Kurenai giggled, swaying as she asked. Careful. Kitazawa stepped forward and supported her by the waist. No, it's fine. Kurenai leaned into his arms. The scent of alcohol mixed with her fragrance, and Kitazawa subconsciously looked at her. They were very close. He could clearly see the curve of her white neck and the black mesh under her collar. We're home. Next time, it's my treat, next time. Kurenai patted his chest and suddenly laughed, you're pretty solid. Looks like you really are drunk. Want me to help you inside? Kitazawa asked, twitching the corner of his mouth. I'm not drunk. Kurenai immediately protested like a reflex. If you don't believe me, come in. We'll keep drinking. All right. You're not drunk. Kitazawa replied in a coaxing tone. Humph. Kurenai took out her key and opened the door. Under the dim light, her graceful figure was outlined. Kitazawa. Kurenai leaned against the door and smiled, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Kitazawa nodded. Once the door closed, he turned and left. Soon, he arrived at his own place. Ichiraku ramen nearby was still lively, steam rising and people coming and going. He glanced over, then looked away. His home was a small 2-story wooden house. The first floor was a grocery store. It sold all sorts of things, oil, rice, firewood, salt, snacks, and soda. The second floor was his living space. There were rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Though small, it had everything he needed. Kitazawa was too lazy to open the store, having had some drinks. He showered, returned to his room, and went to sleep. A new day. A knock on the door. Kitazawa sat up and shook his groggy head. He changed clothes and walked to the door, still a bit confused. Who would come so early? When he opened the door, Kurenai stood outside. Before he could speak, she handed him breakfast. This is breakfast I got you, despite my hangover. Kurenai smiled brightly. Thanks for your kindness, old classmate. She was actually thanking him for walking her home last night. Thanks. Kitazawa accepted it and asked, have you eaten? Yes. I'm heading to the Kurama clan now. Kurenai paused and added, my student is the Kurama clan's heiress, Kurama Yakumo. I've heard of that clan. Back in the day, their illusions were on par with the Uchiha. Kitazawa looked down at the simple breakfast, just bread and milk. Yes, that's the clan. Kurenai turned, tossed her long black hair, and said, I'm off. Time to test your teaching methods. She's a good woman, Kitazawa said softly as he watched her leave. He suddenly recalled a line from a modern novel, don't miss a good woman, and never let a bad one go. After finishing breakfast, Kitazawa headed to the classroom. Just like yesterday, only a few students had arrived early. But Hinata was already there. Born into the Hyuga clan, she was disciplined and punctual. But something was slightly different today. At least, she greeted him first. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata stood up, mustered her courage, and called out. Kitazawa's eyes landed on her face. Hinata became flustered under his gaze. She pushed back her hair and clutched the hem of her shirt, her cheeks flushing pink. Good morning, Hinata. Kitazawa watched her reactions and couldn't help but smile. This little girl was really something. Chapter 12, Want to Learn? I'll teach you. Kitazawa had one less class today than yesterday. In the morning, it was the Will of Fire class, in the afternoon, a practical class. After finishing the morning class, Kitazawa returned to the office. He picked up the stack of homework on the desk and began reviewing it. There was no homework for the practical class, only for the history of Konoha and Will of Fire. The assignments weren't difficult, and most students passed. A few were especially well written. Kitazawa was surprised to find Uzumaki Naruto among them. It must be because he expressed himself well. This wasn't an exaggeration. In the original timeline, Naruto was always dead last. By last, it meant the bottom of the class, failing in both theory and practical skills. Time passed, and it was time for the final class of the day, the practical session. Today's lesson will still be kunai throwing. Kitazawa stood in front of the class and said. Those who haven't mastered it yet, continue practicing. Those who have may move freely. Many students looked surprised, especially the top performers like Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru. After all, free movement was basically a free period. Damn it. I miscalculated. Inuzuka Kiba froze and muttered regretfully, if I'd known, I would have gone all out yesterday. I've got to hit the bullseye today. Naruto clenched his fists in determination. He'd already received a snack gift bag from Kitazawa the previous day. If he failed again, it would be too embarrassing. Hinata glanced at Kitazawa. After a brief moment of thought, she decided to stay and continue practicing, even though she'd already mastered kunai throwing long ago. This teacher's really something. I like him. Shikamaru lay down on the grass with his hands behind his head, clearly enjoying the break. Yeah. Choji sat beside him, crunching on a bag of chips. Sasuke-kun. Sakura rushed over and asked, can you teach me that kunai turning technique you used yesterday? I don't have time, Sasuke rejected her flatly. Without even glancing at her, he walked away toward the other end of the field. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke formed hand seals, channeling his chakra into a fireball about the size of a fist. He frowned in disappointment. Everyone called him a genius, but compared to his brother, Uchiha Itachi, he felt average. His brother had mastered the great fireball technique after seeing it only once. But Sasuke couldn't. Why? Why can't I do it? He gritted his teeth. All he wanted was to master it quickly and earn praise from his father and brother. Just thinking about that scene made him smile involuntarily. Unfortunately, it remained only a fantasy. Your chakra control isn't good enough, a sudden voice interrupted. Sasuke turned around to see Kitazawa. He was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting, then quickly composed himself. Kitazawa was just a regular Chunin instructor, not even a Uchiha. What could he possibly know about the great fireball technique? Sasuke didn't take him seriously. Come with me, Kitazawa said. He could tell what Sasuke was thinking. After all, the Uchiha were proud. Still, this was a rare chance to complete a task, and Kitazawa didn't intend to let it go. Where are we going? Sasuke asked suspiciously. You'll see. Kitazawa led him to a secluded training area within the school. Sasuke was just about to speak when something left him speechless. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kitazawa released a massive fireball with his full strength. Sasuke was stunned, it was even bigger than the one performed by his brother, Itachi. This completely shattered his assumptions. Want to learn? I'll teach you, Kitazawa said with a smile. Though the great fireball technique was a signature Uchiha move, it wasn't exclusive. Many ninjas outside the clan had learned it due to its power and accessibility. One of them was Kitazawa's late teacher. Because of that, Kitazawa didn't need to worry about where his fire technique came from. It took Sasuke a moment to process what he'd seen. If he could perform a fireball that massive, he could definitely win the approval of his father and brother. Teacher Kitazawa, I want to learn, Sasuke said excitedly. He wasn't as cold or reserved as in the original story. To master the great fireball technique, you need two things, Kitazawa explained with a smile. Chakra control and elemental transformation. In the original series, chakra nature transformation was explained during Naruto's wind style training under Sarutobi Asuma. Step 1. Cut a leaf with wind chakra. Step 2. Slice a waterfall. Step 3. Apply it in wind style ninjutsu. Chakra transformation is still a bit early for you. We'll start by enhancing your chakra control. Kitazawa pointed to a nearby tree. Focus chakra into your feet and climb. The Great Fireball technique involves some chakra shaping, but as a C-rank jutsu, not as advanced as Rasengan, it mainly requires forming a large, round fireball. That's it. Sasuke sounded skeptical. Go ahead and try, Kitazawa replied with a smirk. He recalled that in the original series, Sasuke failed his first tree climb attempt, even after graduating. Now, still in the academy, it would likely be worse. Watch me climb it in one go. Feeling Kitazawa's doubt, Sasuke snorted and approached the tree. He focused chakra into his soles and stepped onto the trunk. This is easy, Sasuke muttered after a few steps, his lips curling into a smirk. But overconfidence is always punished. Halfway up, he lost control and fell. Well? Kitazawa asked, smiling. It's the bark. Too slippery. Sasuke blushed and replied stubbornly. He got up, took a deep breath, and tried again. Current task, gain initial recognition from Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Task complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa raised his brows. The Tsundere finally gave in. A wave of new information surged into his mind. Watching Sasuke struggle up the tree, Kitazawa thought of something else. How would he explain ninjutsu granted by the system? He could claim low-level jutsu came from former teammates or instructors. After all, the dead can't refute you, and sometimes they're more useful than the living. But high-level techniques, B rank and above, would be harder to explain. Ninjutsu typically comes from either being taught or as a reward from the village. Kitazawa touched his chin, deep in thought. Your lifelong rival, Uchiha Sasuke, is diligently training in fire style. You must not fall behind. Current task, master a C-rank ninjutsu faster than Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, Shuriken Technique. Accept mission. The sudden prompt caught Kitazawa off guard. He was just a Chunin, and now he was being made Sasuke's lifelong rival. Clearly, the system was setting a trap. He was happy to get new missions, but this one, though it sounded simple, wasn't easy. Why? Because he didn't have any new ninjutsu to learn, even if they were only C-rank. Should he go ask Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kitazawa rubbed his forehead. Without any achievements to his name, approaching someone like that out of the blue would seem shameless. Chapter 13, To overcome fear, you must face it. There was a dull thud. Uchiha Sasuke fell from the tree again. Kitazawa gave a slight nod. Even though his body was bruised and swollen, Sasuke didn't utter a word. To earn the praise of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, he was giving it everything he had. Unfortunately, after a full class, he still couldn't climb to the top of the tree smoothly. Sasuke. Kitazawa called out, it's about time. Let's continue tomorrow. Teacher Kitazawa, you go ahead, Sasuke replied stubbornly. Haste makes waste, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. Proper rest helps you train better. Sasuke froze for a moment. He didn't fully understand it, but it seemed to make sense. Recalling the awe he felt from Kitazawa's great fireball technique, he hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. After you get back, remember to find a medical ninja to treat your injuries, Kitazawa reminded. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke limped out of the school. Kitazawa returned to the training ground. Most students had already left, except for Uzumaki, Naruto and Hyuga Hinata. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto ran over, face beaming. I did it. Did what? Kitazawa raised a brow. Bullseye. Naruto shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Kitazawa said, then paused. But don't get cocky. This is only the beginning. Yes, sir. Naruto nodded earnestly. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder. Next time, we'll move on to hitting moving targets. I'll do my best. Naruto, as always, showed no fear. He waved happily and left. Hinata. Kitazawa turned to her with a smile. Nervous. A little. Seeing his gentle smile, Hinata felt her anxiety ease. Let's go, Kitazawa said, extending his hand. Hinata froze for a second, then instinctively reached out and held it. The warmth of his hand made her cheeks flush. They left the school and arrived at a small forest they had agreed on earlier. Hinata's heart fluttered, this was the same place where she had encountered the 3 bullies. The only difference was, last time it was snowing. Today, the sun was out. They're not here yet. Let's set up an ambush, Kitazawa suggested after a moment of thought. Hinata looked up at him, confused. I'm a teacher, after all, Kitazawa cleared his throat. It's my job to educate students, right? Hinata blinked, still not quite getting it. You really don't get it, do you? Kitazawa pinched her soft cheek. Her fair skin turned rosy under his touch. Hinata, remember this, to overcome fear, you must face it, Kitazawa said firmly. Hinata bit her lip. Then, a determined glint appeared in her eyes. She looked around again, Kitazawa was gone. A sudden wave of fear surged in her chest. Taking a deep breath, she turned to see the three boys approaching from a distance. She came alone. Tyrannosuke looked around, surprised. Does she really think she can take all three of us, said the boy on the left angrily. She's clearly underestimating us. Hey! Tyrannosuke stepped forward and shouted, what's the meaning of this? Hinata froze. Even with Kitazawa's encouragement, a full transformation in just 2 days wasn't possible. Fear gripped her again. Her mind went blank. Move, Hinata. She screamed inside, but her limbs refused to respond. I'm talking to you. Tyrannosuke frowned. Are you mute? Hinata trembled and took a step back. In her heart, she pleaded, Teacher Kitazawa, help me. You've successfully angered a lion. Tyrannosuke lost patience and reached toward her. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind roared past. Hinata's hair flew up from the pressure. She instinctively reached up to hold it down. When she looked up, her eyes widened. The gust had swept the three boys off their feet, slamming each into a tree. Ah! Tyrannosuke howled in pain, his body aching all over. The other two were pale with fear and groaning in pain. Kitazawa emerged. It was he who had used wind style, great breakthrough to summon the blast. The power of the C-rank wind technique varied based on chakra input. In the original story, Orochimaru used it to blow down a small forest. Who are you? Tyrannosuke asked, sweat pouring from his forehead. Just a passing ninja, Kitazawa said with a smile. 3 boys ganging up on a girl, your parents must be so proud. No, wait, you're a teacher. The boy on the left sat up and suddenly recognized him. I've seen you at school. Shameless. You got a teacher to help you. Tyrannosuke pointed at Hinata and shouted angrily. Tyrannosuke, shut up, Kitazawa's tone turned cold. What lion are you talking about now? This isn't fair. Tyrannosuke flinched and shrank back. Fair. Kitazawa stepped closer. That's exactly why I'm here. Tyrannosuke instinctively backed away. You 3 against 1 isn't fair. Hinata asking me for help isn't fair either. So now we're even, Kitazawa said calmly. 1 month from now, here, just you and Hinata. 1-on-1. A fair match. As he said, only by facing fear can one overcome it. 1 month was enough time for him to help Hinata change. Defeating Tyrannosuke would mark her true growth. Well. Do you agree? Kitazawa raised his hand, making a fist. I agree. Tyrannosuke shouted quickly, eyeing the fist like a sledgehammer. Where's the scarf you stole? Kitazawa asked, remembering his task. I threw it over there, Tyrannosuke pointed to the left. See you next time, Kitazawa said with a grin after spotting the scarf on the ground. But to the 3 boys, his smile looked like a devil's. Terrified, they scrambled away. Kitazawa wasn't worried about them telling their parents. He had already checked, their parents were just ordinary civilian ninjas. Besides, the boys had made the first move. As a teacher, it was only right for him to protect his students. Even if it reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would still be in the right. Hinata, are you okay? Kitazawa turned to her. She had stood frozen the entire time. Hearing his voice and seeing his warm smile, Hinata finally moved and hugged him tightly. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. He could feel her trembling. After all, she was still just a little girl. He gently patted her head. Chapter 14, New Task. Hinata gave up thinking. Her mind was in a daze, filled only with a warmth and peace of mind she had never felt before. After an unknown amount of time, she finally came to her senses. Hinata took 2 steps back like a startled rabbit. Once steady, she lowered her head, her face red as if it was about to steam. So cute, Kitazawa smiled. Wait for me a moment. He turned and walked north, soon stopping. In front of him was the scarf Tyrannosuke had discarded. The white scarf lay half buried under fallen leaves, covered in dust and far from its original cleanliness. Kitazawa frowned slightly. If it were just dirty, it wouldn't matter, but there were also several tears along the fabric. He bent down and picked it up. Current task, help your classmate Hyuga Hinata retrieve her scarf. Task reward, Konoha Whirlwind. The host has completed the task. Reward issued. Konoha Whirlwind was a taijutsu move developed by Might Guy. Kitazawa's eyes lit up with an idea. He'd been worrying about where to learn a C-rank ninjutsu, and now he had an answer. He would find Might Guy. Taijutsu was a form of ninjutsu too, and theoretically didn't require chakra attributes. Kitazawa had considered learning genjutsu from Yuhi Kurenai, but without the In attribute, his progress would be too slow. His mission required him to master C-rank jutsu faster than Sasuke. Genjutsu didn't suit that timeline, but taijutsu did. Especially now that he had Konoha Whirlwind. His new goal was to learn its advanced version, Konoha Great Whirlwind, from Might Guy. The difference? Just one extra spinning movement. Hinata. Kitazawa looked at the scarf. This one's too damaged. I'll buy you a new one. Huh. Hinata blinked, then quickly shook her head. No, there's no need. Consider it an apology for deciding something on your behalf, Kitazawa said with a smile. Apology? Hinata asked, puzzled. Tyrannosuke challenged you to a one-on-one match in a month, and I accepted for you, he explained. Me. Beat him. Hinata's voice trembled. I can't. Why say that before even trying? Kitazawa squatted and looked at her eye to eye. Hinata, you're stronger than him. You just don't know how to stand up for yourself. Hinata stared at him blankly. At that moment, 4 lines of text appeared in Kitazawa's field of vision. Unity is strength. As a class monitor, you should help classmates bullied by others. New task, help your deskmate Hyuga Hinata defeat Tyrannosuke. Task reward, water style, water wave. Do you accept? Kitazawa narrowed his eyes. This system really dished out random rewards, taijutsu, fire style, water style. But the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. This was the Strongest Hokage Training System. To surpass past Hokage, one had to master all types of ninjutsu, even Kekkei Genkai. It's okay. I'll train you personally for the next month, Kitazawa said, folding up the ruined scarf with a smile. Hinata nodded, her cheeks glowing red. I'll walk you home. Kitazawa took her small hand, and the two left the forest. Goodbye, teacher Kitazawa. Hinata stood at her doorstep, watching him leave. Only when he disappeared did she reluctantly step inside. Kitazawa went to the commercial district and bought a similar white scarf before returning home. He opened the door and started setting up the grocery store. Tuchi-san, send me a bowl of char siu ramen, he called out to Ichiraku Ramen nearby. Coming right up. A voice quickly responded. Kitazawa sat behind the counter, propping his chin on his hand. He was thinking about how to approach Might Guy. But after a few seconds, he realized it was pointless to overthink it. With Might Guy's personality, you didn't need a reason. Just say the magic word, youth. I'm coming in, brother Kitazawa. A cheerful voice called out. A girl in a white chef's uniform entered. It was Tuchi's daughter. Thanks, Kitazawa said, taking the bowl of char siu ramen. You're welcome. Smiled, sneaking a couple extra glances his way before leaving. Like Yamanaka Ino, she was a fan of good looks in the original timeline. Kitazawa finished his meal, returned the bowl, and paid. When he came back to the store, someone was already there. Yuhi Kurenai was leaning against the counter. Her long legs were straight, and her shapely figure stood out. Arms crossed and smile soft, she looked like a serene painting under the dim evening sun. Yuhi-sensei, what would you like to buy? I'll give you a discount. Kitazawa smiled as he walked over. Then I'll take a bottle of soda, Kurenai replied, picking one up. A bottle of soda doesn't compare to the breakfast you gave me, so take it as a gift, Kitazawa said casually. Thank you. Kurenai took a sip, then said, I just returned from the Kurama clan. Did the advice I gave help? Kitazawa asked curiously. A bit, Kurenai nodded, then sighed. But the real issue isn't me, it's Yakumo. She's not good at genjutsu. Kitazawa asked, already knowing the answer. Not that she's not good, she's too good, Kurenai explained. Her body can't handle her own genjutsu talent. I see. Kitazawa thought for a moment. Then how about teaching her taijutsu? Impossible, Kurenai shook her head. She was born weak. She can't handle it. That's troublesome. Kitazawa frowned. In the original timeline, the solution was to eliminate the monster Ito within her. But now, Ito hadn't fully awakened. Better to redirect than suppress. Kitazawa offered, let me try teaching her taijutsu. In the original, Ito was born because Yakumo's parents and Kurenai kept her from becoming a ninja. That's too much trouble, no need, Kurenai refused. Besides, I can teach her taijutsu myself. It's not trouble. We're friends. And technically, she should have been my student. Kitazawa smiled. I've been a teacher for 5 years, I know how to adapt lessons to physical limitations. But you still have work. When would you have time to teach her? Kurenai blinked. That's easy, let her attend classes at the academy. Classes? Kurenai hesitated. Her parents won't agree, and her body can't keep up. She doesn't need to attend everything. I'll have her join only practical sessions. Kurenai fell silent. Today, she had followed Kitazawa's advice, approaching Yukumo as a friend, not a mentor. And during their talk, she learned of Yukumo's true dream, to become a ninja. Maybe, letting her go to school wasn't the wrong choice. When you're free, come with me to the Kurama clan, Kurenai finally said. Chapter 15, Skip Class. A new day. Kitazawa changed his clothes and went next door to Ichiraku Ramen for breakfast. As he ate, he mentally sorted through his tasks. Since obtaining the system, he has triggered a total of 8 missions. Now, only 3 remained, Kurama Yukumo, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Sasuke. Among them, helping Kurama Yukumo return to the Ninja Academy was the most troublesome. Fortunately, he had Yuhi Kurenai's assistance. They had agreed yesterday to visit the Kurama clan together on Saturday. After finishing breakfast, Kitazawa arrived at the classroom. The first class of the day was the Will of Fire, which he taught. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata couldn't help feeling excited when she saw him. However, due to her strict family upbringing and naturally shy nature, she didn't show it outwardly and still appeared reserved. Kitazawa sat down beside her without hesitation. The system had designated Hinata as his deskmate. To avoid task failure, he had to cooperate, at least play the role properly. Besides, Hinata was so cute, who could dislike her? Hinata. Kitazawa turned and said, "Come to my office after this class." "Oh, okay." Hinata blinked, a bit surprised, then nodded. "Aren't you going to ask why?" Kitazawa smiled. "What's the reason?" Hinata tilted her head and asked obediently. "Special training." Hinata immediately recalled what had happened in the grove yesterday. In a month, she would be facing Tyrannosuke in a sparring match. Kitazawa had promised to train her for it. "Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa," Hinata said, turning her head slightly, her cheeks reddening. Remembering how she had hugged him in fear yesterday made her feel a little embarrassed. Why is she blushing? Kitazawa noticed the change and couldn't help wondering. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out in the classroom. He turned to see Uchiha Sasuke entering. Kitazawa couldn't help but think of a line, read more books and watch fewer Uchiha. Sasuke glanced at him, paused, and then walked over. "Good morning, Teacher Kitazawa." "Good morning." Kitazawa nodded with a light smile. Not far away, Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances. "Did the sun rise in the west today?" Kiba asked, glancing out the window. "Is this the first time Sasuke's greeted a teacher on his own?" "It's the first time I can remember," Shikamaru said thoughtfully. Sasuke, being from the prestigious Uchiha clan and a recognized genius, carried a lot of pride. Combined with his overpowered brother, he usually paid little attention to teachers. So why was he suddenly so polite? "I guess it's because Teacher Kitazawa teaches well," Abirame Shino said, adjusting his sunglasses. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura didn't care about the situation. With hearts in her eyes, she rushed over to Sasuke. Sasuke's expression turned even colder as he returned to his seat without a word. "Women really are scary," Shikamaru muttered. "Ahem." Choji nudged him with his elbow. Shikamaru stiffened, realizing his mistake, and turned toward Yamanaka Ino. "Am I scary?" Ino put her hands on her hips, flipped her blonde bangs, and looked visibly annoyed. "I'll treat you to barbecue tonight," Shikamaru said quickly. "What about me?" Choji suddenly perked up at the mention of food. "You too," Shikamaru answered, face full of pain. Everyone knew the Akimichi clan had big appetites, he was going to lose a good chunk of his hard-saved allowance. Ino huffed, glanced at Sakura, and then walked to the empty seat beside Kitazawa and sat down. "If Mr. Kitazawa were our age, he might just steal Sasuke's spotlight," Shikamaru murmured, looking at Hinata and Ino flanking Kitazawa. Hee, barbecue, Choji was already fantasizing about the meat they'd grill tonight. "We're not eating beef," Shikamaru said, turning around. Beef was the most expensive, cutting it would save a lot. "No beef." "Okay." Choji said, a little disappointed. The bell rang. Kitazawa wrapped up the class on time and left the classroom with the lesson plan. Hinata hesitated for a few seconds, then quietly got up and followed him while no one was paying attention. Kitazawa stopped at the door to the office. When he turned around, he saw Hinata sneaking behind like a little thief. "Why do you look like a burglar?" Kitazawa asked jokingly. Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment. "Come in." Kitazawa opened the office door and walked inside. Hinata let out a small breath of relief and followed. Do you have a habit of previewing lessons? Kitazawa asked as he put down his lesson plan. Yes, Hinata replied softly. I reviewed all of today's material last night. Not bad. Kitazawa smiled. In that case, you can skip class with me. Huh. Hinata's eyes widened. Did the teacher just suggest they skip class? She must be under genjutsu. This is called efficient time management, Kitazawa said with a straight face. Since you already mastered the textbook, there's no point sitting in class. But. Hinata panicked a little. Skipping class went against everything she'd been taught. She didn't know if she should obey. No buts. Kitazawa waved it off casually. It's just cutting one class. This was all part of the plan. A person's personality is shaped by their environment. Hinata had grown up under the strict rules of the Hyuga clan, which shaped her timid nature. If she wanted to change, she needed to first break those internal rules. Okay. Looking at his smile, Hinata nodded faintly. Let's go. Kitazawa gently patted her head. Under his lead, they walked to the school wall. There are guards at the gate, he explained. We're climbing the wall. Huh. Hinata blinked in confusion. Kitazawa leaped lightly and landed atop the wall. He said nothing, just waved to her. Hinata's mind went blank. Her heart raced. She never imagined she'd be skipping class and climbing walls on just her third day at school. But strangely, it filled her with excitement. Biting her lip, Hinata hesitated for a few seconds before jumping up. Kitazawa reached out, catching her wrist and helping her balance. Together, they jumped down. Hinata pressed her hand to her chest, her little face flushed pink. Chapter 16, Konoha's Blue Beast. The Forest of Death. Two figures clashed at high speed, their movements so fast that their appearances blurred into a flurry of motion. Kitazawa halted, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He had left school today with one goal, to meet Might Guy. Bringing Hinata along was simply part of his plan to begin her special training. Kitazawa didn't approach. Instead, he stood still, quietly observing the one-on-one battle between men. He recognized both fighters. Might Guy, in his trademark green spandex, fought with a style that looked bizarre yet powerful. Facing him was Hitaki Kakashi, with white hair, and a black mask covering his face except for his right eye, an image that stood out no matter where you looked. Kitazawa focused intently on Might Guy. Soon, he saw him unleash the Konoha Great Whirlwind. Since he had nothing else to do, Kitazawa began noting down the movement patterns. However, just memorizing the forms wasn't enough. The essence of taijutsu lay in mastering how to exert force. Without a Sharingan, the only way to grasp the true depth of the technique was by learning it directly from someone who knew. Bang. The two combatants broke apart after a fierce exchange. That's enough for today, Kakashi said with a calm expression, pausing to glance in Kitazawa's direction. He's here, probably with a reason. We'll continue next time, then, Might Guy replied, slightly reluctant. Guy. Kakashi. Kitazawa stepped forward and greeted them. Kakashi glanced at Hinata, who was hiding behind Kitazawa, and asked, Why do you have time to visit us now? I just got out of class and had nothing planned, Kitazawa replied, then added, This is my student, Hyuga Hinata. I've always been curious about the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, Might Guy said, his eyes lighting up with interest. She's just a child, Kakashi reminded while Might Guy scratched his head awkwardly. Though the Hyuga clan had a decent reputation, they weren't exactly easygoing, much like the Uchiha clan. The Uchihas were cold due to pride, while the Hyugas were constrained by rigid rules. Guy, I came to ask a favor, Kitazawa said bluntly. I'll leave you two to it, then. I need to return to the Umbu. Without waiting for a reply, Kakashi vanished in a flicker. Kitazawa smirked slightly. He had a hunch Kakashi left in such a hurry to avoid being roped into another of Might Guy's relentless challenges. In the original timeline, Guy viewed Kakashi as his lifelong rival and tried to compete with him in everything, every single day. It must have driven Kakashi mad. The curse of being too persistent. Can you teach me the Konoha Great Whirlwind? Kitazawa asked directly. Of course. Might Guy gave a thumbs up with a brilliant smile. The fire of youth should burn through taijutsu and sweat. In the original story, he even taught Kakashi the Forbidden Eight Gates technique. Compared to that, the Konoha Great Tornado was child's play. Thank you. Suddenly, an idea struck Kitazawa. Do you know Rock Lee? He had always admired characters like Rock Lee, driven, relentless, and full of heart. Might Guy was strong but eccentric. Hence, he had few real connections. Rock Lee, however, was someone who could truly bond with him. In the original work, they became master and student, like soulmates, but that wouldn't happen for another 6 years. Kitazawa could accelerate that fate. I don't know him, Might Guy said after thinking. Not surprising. Rock Lee was only in the 2nd grade. He's a student in Class A, 2nd grade, Kitazawa explained. You should meet him when you have time. Why? I think he embodies the spirit of youth, Kitazawa smiled. He's perfect for your style of taijutsu. Really? Might Guy's eyes widened with excitement. In the ninja world, teacher-student bonds were sacred. Every ninja dreamed of finding a worthy successor to pass on their techniques. Might Guy was no different. However, due to the harsh requirements of the 8 Gates technique, he had struggled to find a student who could even attempt it. You'll know when you see him, Kitazawa said confidently. He won't disappoint you. Amazing. Guy trembled, tears streaming down his face. This must be the power of youth. Kitazawa thought, this guy, truly one of a kind. Hyuga Hinata, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? What a strange adult. Excellent. Might Guy wiped his tears and declared, let the youth training begin. He turned to Hinata. You're here too, so join us. Kitazawa smiled and nodded. Let's go, Hinata. Oh okay. Hinata snapped out of her daze and nodded quickly. Watch closely. Might Guy stopped in front of a large tree and shouted, Konoha Great Whirlwind. He launched a low spinning kick that struck the tree trunk. Then, using the momentum, he twisted his body into an upper kick. Boom. The tree trembled, leaves fluttered down, and a deep dent formed on the bark. What terrifying power. Kitazawa couldn't help but admire it. But then again, Might Guy's dedication was second to none. In the original, he practically trained every moment he wasn't eating or sleeping. You try it, Guy said, stepping aside. Kitazawa walked up and mimicked the move. A low kick flowed into a high one, Konoha Great Whirlwind. Amazing. Hinata blurted out in awe after seeing him succeed on his first try. Have you learned it before? Guy asked, impressed by the flawless execution. No, Kitazawa replied honestly. He hadn't practiced the Great Tornado before, but he had mastered the basic Konoha Tornado. Kitazawa, become my taijutsu student. Guy said earnestly, his expression serious. I don't have the time for such intense training, Kitazawa coughed lightly and politely declined. Besides, we're technically classmates. Becoming your student would mess up the relationship. Training in the 8 Gates was brutal, requiring lifelong dedication and pain. With the system in hand, Kitazawa preferred a more efficient, less self-tormenting path. By noon. After 2 hours of relentless practice, Kitazawa had successfully mastered the Konoha Great Tornado. Current task, master a C-rank ninjutsu faster than Uchiha Sasuke. Task reward, Shuriken manipulation technique. Task complete. Reward granted. The Shuriken manipulation technique was both a ninjutsu and a throwing art. It allowed the user to control Shuriken midair using nearly invisible threads, making attacks unpredictable. Guy, thanks for today. Dinner's on me, Kitazawa said, wiping sweat from his forehead. What do you want to eat? Ichiraka ramen, Might Guy replied without hesitation. Hinata, what about you? Kitazawa looked over. Her fair face was flushed from exertion, and her once smooth hair was now damp and messy. I am fine, Hinata said softly, catching her breath. Then let's go to Ichiraka ramen, Kitazawa said, already thinking about the next phase of training. Chapter 17, Task Reward, be a Kugen. Ichiraka ramen shop. I'm full, thank you for the treat. Might Guy stood up and said, Kitazawa, if you ever want to learn more taijutsu, feel free to come find me. Okay. Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. I'll go meet that Rock Lee you mentioned. Might Guy had a smile on his face as he spoke. See you next time. Kitazawa gave a slight nod. He watched Might Guy leave, secretly wondering if this would change Rock Lee's fate. Would Rock Lee, who had now begun learning the 8 Gates technique 6 years early, still end up being disqualified during his match against Gaara from the Sand Village? I'm full too, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata put down her chopsticks with a soft voice. The large bowl of char siu ramen in front of her had been completely emptied. Tuchi-san, another bowl. Kitazawa glanced at her bowl and said. You're still hungry? Tuchi poked his head out from behind the counter and asked. It's not for me, it's for Hinata. Kitazawa smiled. Huh. Tuchi blinked in surprise and looked at Hyuga Hinata. I. Hinata blushed and looked down, unsure how to refuse. Hinata. Kitazawa leaned forward, gently pinched her cheek, and asked, be honest, are you really full? No, not really. Hinata's heart trembled as she answered, her cheeks turning even redder. You really can't judge people by appearance. Tucci sighed and returned to the kitchen. Soon, a second bowl of char siu ramen was served. Under Kitazawa's gaze, Hinata blushed again and quietly picked up her chopsticks. Although she was incredibly shy, she still maintained her graceful Hyuga upbringing and ate with elegant manners. 10 minutes later, the second bowl was polished off. Tucci-san, one more bowl, Kitazawa called out again. Hinata pursed her lips, the blush on her face deepening. It was the first time someone had discovered her hidden appetite. Chakra is made by combining physical energy and mental energy. Kitazawa reassured her, being able to eat well is a good thing. At that moment, 4 lines of text appeared before his eyes. You have uncovered your deskmate's secret. As a class monitor, you must support her while keeping it a secret. New task, feed your deskmate Hinata Hyuga until she voluntarily reveals her secret. Task reward, be a Kugen. Do you accept? Kitazawa's pupils shrank slightly. Although he had completed many tasks so far, the rewards were usually basic ninjutsu. Still, for an ordinary Chunin like him, they were valuable power-ups. But this task was in a different league. The Byakugan was a priceless treasure. In the ninja world's black market, the starting bounty for Sharingan and Byakugan was over 10 million ryo. Due to the cursed seal of the Hyuga branch family, a complete pair of Byakugan was even rarer, worth as much as someone like Asuma Sarutobi. After all, ninjas' eyes were plug-and-play. Even if the Byakugan couldn't evolve like Sharingan, it offered massive advantages. Farsight, X-ray vision, and enhanced insight would significantly boost Kitazawa's strength. If he also learned Gentle Fist and reached Jonin level, it would be an easy climb from there. Hinata, eat as much as you want. Tucci and I will keep your secret. Kitazawa returned to his senses and said seriously. It's basic customer confidentiality, Tucci added with a nod. Thank you. Hinata picked up her chopsticks again and started her third bowl of ramen. Time ticked by slowly. In the end, Hinata finished 7 bowls. Much less than her future self in the original story, but considering her age, it was still impressive. Tucci was amazed. If not for her distinctive Byakugan eyes, he might have mistaken her for an Akimichi. Still, as a ramen shop owner, he welcomed customers with strong appetites. Hinata, how do you feel about this morning? After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Kitazawa and Hinata walked toward the Ninja Academy. Hinata fell silent. She didn't know how to respond at first. For her, this was the most rebellious morning of her life. From skipping class to climbing the school wall to eating so much ramen, it was thrilling. But more than that, it felt like a taste of freedom. I feel very happy. She said it softly, barely louder than a whisper. Kitazawa almost didn't catch it. They soon arrived at the door of the first grade Class A room. Hinata, see you next class. Kitazawa smiled, then added, today's special training was really effective. Let's continue tomorrow. Hinata's face grew hot. She nodded and quickly turned away, scurrying into the classroom. It was lunchtime, and many students were resting at their desks. Hinata. Ino looked up at the sound and asked, where did you go? In Ino's mind, Hinata was the picture of a perfect student. Who would have thought she'd become the first to skip class? I went out with Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata replied shyly. Mr. Kitazawa? Yamanaka Ino straightened her back and became more curious. It's not a big deal, we just went to practice taijutsu. Hinata lowered her head into her arms and whispered. Ino was thoughtful. A private lesson. But Kitazawa doesn't seem like that kind of teacher. Afternoon. Kitazawa stood on the training field, explaining the technique of kunai throwing. Today's lesson moved from static to dynamic targets, raising the difficulty significantly. However, for students like Sasuke and Hinata, it wasn't much of a challenge. They had already mastered these skills before entering the academy. Soon, the class split into 2 groups. The students who successfully hit the moving targets were allowed to go into free practice. As usual, Sasuke went off alone to practice chakra control on a tree. Kitazawa quietly followed. Hey, should we go take a look? Ino noticed Kitazawa and Sasuke heading off. Nope. Shikamaru was sprawled on the grass, too lazy to move. Choji didn't respond, he was too focused on his potato chips. Hinata, let's go. Ino grabbed her friend's hand and dragged her along. As for Sakura, she was still diligently practicing her kunai throws. Although her talent was good for a civilian ninja, she lacked the clan background and early training of the others. Huh. Hinata hesitated. She was curious but more afraid of disappointing Kitazawa. Seeing her hesitation, Ino simply pulled her forward. Soon, they arrived and saw Uchiha Sasuke climbing a tree. Since you're both here, let's train together. Kitazawa noticed them and smiled. Mr. Kitazawa. Ino walked up openly, smiling as she asked, what kind of training is this? Hinata glanced at Kitazawa, then looked down with a light blush. This is chakra control training. Normally, it's taught after graduation. Kitazawa explained, but since you're both gifted, you can give it a try in advance. Chapter 18, Chakra Control Training. Sasuke-kun. Ino walked over and greeted him. Sasuke ignored her, fully focused on maintaining the chakra flow in his feet. Feeling a bit deflated, Ino didn't say anything further. She turned to look at Hinata. At that moment, Hinata was already walking vertically on the tree, her feet planted against the bark. Her expression was serious, and her short blue hair hung downward. Seeing this, Ino was rarely stirred by a sense of competitiveness. Since Sasuke had ignored her, she decided to finish the tree climbing training first to prove herself. With that thought, she quickly focused the chakra into her feet and began climbing. Kitazawa observed for a moment, showing a look of mild surprise. Among the three, Hyuga Hinata had the best chakra control. Was it thanks to the Byakugan? The Hyuga clan's combat style relied on using the Byakugan to perceive chakra flow within an opponent's body, then severing it using gentle fist strikes. Once struck, a target's chakra became unusable, turning them into a helpless ordinary person. Of course, to perform this accurately, one needed exceptional chakra awareness and control, something all Hyuga had to master. Even though Uchiha Sasuke was a prodigy, he was slightly behind in chakra control. In the original work, Sakura actually completed the tree climbing exercise before him. Just then, Ino let out a yelp and fell. Ah! Kitazawa stepped forward and caught her. Her soft figure in his arms reminded him of a life-sized figurine. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Ino exhaled in relief. It's all right. Kitazawa gently set her down. Sasuke glanced over, a question mark forming in his mind. I fell yesterday, why didn't you catch me? Is this what they call male self-reliance? Hinata climbed that high. After regaining her balance, Ino looked up in awe at Hyuga Hinata, who was about to reach the top of the tree. But the next second, Hinata lost her balance and plummeted. Ino was startled and awkwardly stuck out her tongue. I swear, I only gave her a simple compliment. Kitazawa was quick, catching Hinata before she hit the ground. Thank you. Hinata blushed as she thanked him. If you feel unsteady, jump down before you fall. Don't push yourself too hard. Kitazawa patted her head gently as he spoke. Boom. There was no time to feel bad about the girl's falls, next came Uchiha Sasuke's turn. I'm fine. Suppressing his embarrassment, Sasuke calmly met their gazes. Dusting off his clothes, he turned and began climbing the tree again. He didn't care about Yamanaka Ino or Hinata Hyuga, but he could feel the pressure building. As a Uchiha, he had to stay ahead, always first. Yamanaka Ino and Hinata also rejoined the training. Kitazawa continued observing and guiding them, occasionally catching them when they fell. Time passed slowly, and soon the bell rang, signaling the end of class. You three finish your climb, I'll go inform the others. Kitazawa waved and headed back to the training field. Mr. Kitazawa. Naruto rushed over excitedly. I hit the moving target. Well done. Kitazawa looked toward the training dummy. Though it wasn't a bullseye, hitting a moving target within one lesson was still better than most. Hee hee. Naruto grinned happily. Class is over. Head home safely. Kitazawa clapped his hands and called out, dismissed. Goodbye, Mr. Kitazawa. Everyone bolted away. If you weren't excited to leave school, something must be wrong with you. Mr. Kitazawa, what are we learning in the next practical class? Naruto asked. Next class will be physical training, Kitazawa answered after a short pause. Running? Naruto asked, eyes lighting up. Yes, running. Kitazawa was caught off guard and asked, why? You like running? I want to be the fastest ninja in the world. Naruto clenched his fists. That way, I'll surpass the fourth Hokage. I see. Kitazawa immediately understood. Naruto had probably heard about Namake's Minato from the third Hokage. Your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, has challenged you to physical training. You accepted the challenge graciously. New task, come first in physical training. Reward, Konoha Strong Whirlwind. Accept. Kitazawa sighed. This felt like free rewards being handed out. As a teacher, he would participate in the training anyway. But wasn't his lifelong rival supposed to be Uchiha Sasuke? Why did it shift to Naruto? See you tomorrow. Kitazawa bid Naruto goodbye and walked back toward the training tree. But as he approached, he noticed something was wrong. Yamanaka Ino was pale, leaning against Hyuga Hinata for support. Her left foot was on the ground, but her right one was slightly lifted. I'm fine, Ino spoke first. I just landed on it wrong when I came down. Sit. I'll treat it. Kitazawa stepped forward. Sasuke, Hinata, you two can head home. No need, hiss. Ino gasped in pain mid-sentence. Alright, stop being stubborn. Kitazawa helped her sit. I'm pretty good at treating injuries like this. Back when he was a junior ninja, medical personnel were scarce. Each team had 4 members, but often no medics. In that situation, they had to be self-sufficient. As long as it wasn't serious, basic treatment was possible. Thanks. Ino no longer refused. After a few seconds of hesitation, she removed her shoe. Her pale, petite foot came into Kitazawa's view. Flustered, Ino turned her head as her toes curled shyly. Kitazawa poured some ointment into his palm, then gently grasped her ankle. Her foot was small enough to fit entirely in one hand. Lowering his head, he carefully rubbed the medicine into her skin. Ino stared at him. If only he were my age, she thought again. Then I'd gladly give Uchiha Sasuke to Sakura. All done. Once you're home, get a medical ninja to check it. That'll speed up recovery. Kitazawa let go and advised. Yeah. Ino tucked away those thoughts and said sincerely, thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. I'll carry you. Kitazawa turned and crouched slightly. Ino hesitated, then looped her arms around his neck, holding her shoe. As she lay on his back, she thought, he's really such a good person. Kitazawa had no idea he'd just earned another good person card. When they reached the Yamanaka flower shop, he gently set her down. Mr. Kitazawa. Ino smiled, holding her shoe. See you tomorrow. Chapter 19, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Thursday. As soon as Kitazawa arrived at the office, he found an uninvited guest. Kitazawa. Mizuki stood up and greeted him with a smile. He masked his emotions well, there was no hint of the jealousy he actually felt toward Kitazawa. What do you want to talk to me about? Kitazawa nodded and asked calmly. Mizuki's smile stiffened, and dissatisfaction immediately surged within him. What's with that attitude? So arrogant. Truly infuriating. We'll be holding a meeting in the second-floor conference room after school next Monday. Mizuki suppressed his irritation and explained, the main topic is to discuss the contents of this month's exam. Thank you for informing me, Kitazawa responded politely. Mizuki nodded and turned to leave. Once he exited the office, his fake smile dropped, replaced by a scowl of annoyance. Kitazawa didn't care about Mizuki's inner thoughts. He was preoccupied with a sudden new task that had appeared. Current task, rank first in April's class monthly exam. Task reward, wind release, vacuum sphere. Do you accept? Under normal circumstances, teachers aren't allowed to participate in student exams. But his system was always unusually intelligent, no, extremely intelligent. If he sat in the exam room and took the test himself, could he complete the task? Kitazawa touched his chin thoughtfully. Whether it was allowed or not, he would try. After all, wind release, vacuum sphere was a B-rank ninjutsu. Although B-rank didn't seem that high, it was actually quite rare, many Chunin couldn't master B-level jutsu. As an ordinary Chunin, Kitazawa didn't have a single B-rank technique. Vacuum sphere would be the first. And this particular wind-style technique was incredibly strong, one of Shimura Danzo's signature moves in the original work. The bell rang, and Kitazawa walked into the classroom. The previously noisy classroom instantly quieted, and all the students returned to their seats. Everyone, open your textbooks. Today, we'll continue with the story of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Kitazawa stood on the podium and spoke. Under his leadership, Konoha village thrived, but unfortunately, the good times didn't last. The students were instantly intrigued. With Hashirama around, how could the mighty Konoha fall? Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan at the time, broke with Konoha due to differing ideologies, Kitazawa continued. He clashed with Hashirama in the legendary battle at the Valley of the End. Sasuke widened his eyes. That happened. Could the current state of the Uchiha clan be linked to this Madara? In the end, Uchiha Madara was defeated and died at the Valley of the End. As Kitazawa finished, the class erupted. Worthy of being the first Hokage. Wood release is too powerful. Obviously. Our Konoha's trees come from wood release. Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, and his wood release were legendary. These young students naturally admired the strong. Only Sasuke remained silent. After all, it was his dazzling ancestor who had lost. There'll be physical training during today's practical class, so don't overeat at lunch. Kitazawa reminded them before leaving as the bell rang. Noon. A knock came at the door. Hinata entered with a lunchbox. Come in. Kitazawa sat on the sofa, opened his spatial scroll, and took out 8 lunchboxes in one go. Hinata was stunned. Only then did she realize why Kitazawa had invited her for lunch. He had prepared so many lunchboxes for her. What are you standing there for? Kitazawa picked up his chopsticks and said, sit down and eat. Hinata suddenly remembered something. She took out a pink wallet and handed it to him. What's this supposed to mean? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'm a gigolo? Do I look like that kind of guy? For the lunch. Hinata explained. It's nothing. Kitazawa shook his head and refused. No. Hinata unexpectedly showed rare determination. This spirit isn't bad. Kitazawa smiled at her. Hinata trembled, and quickly lowered her head, and 2 red blushes bloomed on her cheeks. All right then, I'll take it. Let's eat. Kitazawa accepted the pink wallet. After lunch, Hinata returned to class for a nap. By afternoon, all the students were lined up neatly on the track for the physical training class. This is your first time doing physical training, Kitazawa announced. There's no time limit or required laps today, just show me your limits. He smiled and added, the top 10 will get snack packs, based on ranking. Awesome. Cheers broke out. I'll take first place. Naruto shouted confidently. Nope. First place is mine. Inuzuka Kiba crossed his arms. It wasn't an empty boast. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, he trained with his ninja dog from childhood, and his speed far exceeded ordinary kids. Sasuke stood calm, hands in pockets. To him, none of them were competition. From this moment on, the training field was Uchiha territory, and everyone else were spectators for his show. They're really fired up. Nara Shikamaru yawned. Choji, let's put in some effort and finish early. I'm in. Choji agreed. Snacks were nice, but not guaranteed. And running was torture for someone his size. Ino, you want to compete? Sakura cracked her knuckles. If you lose, no more competing for Sasuke today. No need. I'll give him to you. Ino looked toward Kitazawa. She planned to climb trees later, Sasuke would be there too. Sakura didn't stand a chance. Sakura looked at her, confused. What's going on? Why are you acting weird? Quiet. Kitazawa clapped his hands and smiled. I'll run with you. Anyone who beats me gets a special prize. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Finally, a worthy opponent. He believed none of his peers could match him, so he always looked beyond. But Kitazawa was a Chunin, if he could surpass him, maybe he'd finally earn praise from his father and brother. Ready. Kitazawa shouted, start. Sasuke and the others shot forward like arrows. Kitazawa didn't rush. Exploding at the start was a no-go in long-distance runs, pacing was key. He glanced around. Naruto led early, followed by Sasuke, Kiba, and Sakura. But as time went on, things shifted. After 30 minutes, Naruto's burst pace slowed, and Sasuke surged into first. He had maintained steady breathing and rhythm from the beginning. Kitazawa ran behind him, relaxed and unbothered. After all, his physical capacity was leagues ahead. At his age, his body was in its prime. Sasuke and the others, though talented, were only 6 or 7 years old, their bodies weren't fully developed yet. After 50 laps, most students had reached their limit and sat to cheer. Sasuke-kun, keep going. Sakura sat on the ground, calling out weakly. But Sasuke didn't hear her. All his focus was on Kitazawa. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't catch up. Still running. Kitazawa looked back and asked. Now, only Sasuke remained. So frustrating. Sasuke trembled in anger seeing Kitazawa's relaxed posture. Sweat drenched his body, and despite the heat, his hands and feet were ice cold. Chapter 20, Shadow Clone Jutsu. After the physical training, the students sat on the playground without caring about their image. Kitazawa looked at them and recalled the college fitness test from his previous life. Running 1,000 meters had felt like getting hit by Tsunade's monstrous strength, he nearly died on the spot. And yet these students, only 6 or 7 years old, ran 1,000 meters like it was nothing more than play. All he could say was, chakra really is magical. Current task, get first place in physical training. Task reward, Konoha Strong Whirlwind. The host has completed the task. Reward issued. Kitazawa nodded slightly after digesting the information in his mind. The Konoha Whirlwind series of taijutsu techniques was developed by Might Guy. Konoha Strong Cyclone was an advanced version of the Konoha Great Whirlwind. Kitazawa speculated that if he completed this series of missions, he might even unlock the legendary 8 Gates of Duinjia. Though the 8 Gates technique placed immense strain on the body, its power was undeniable. Besides, in a true life or death situation, who cared about side effects? Now I'll announce the rankings. Kitazawa waited for everyone to catch their breath before continuing. First place, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Sakura and the other girls couldn't help cheering excitedly. But Sasuke couldn't feel happy at all. He came first in physical fitness training and earned a snack gift pack. By all means, it should have been double the joy. Yet, something felt wrong. How could a regular Chunin run that fast? Uchiha Sasuke sighed. Let them celebrate. For him, there was no joy. Second place, Inuzuka Kiba. Third, Aburame Shino. Ninth place, Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa stopped after announcing the 10th spot. The top 10 were almost entirely made up of students from notable ninja clans. Except for Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, who had given up halfway through. Damn it. Naruto grabbed his head in frustration, unwilling to accept the result. He wanted to be the fastest ninja in the world, yet he only placed 9th. Kitazawa glanced at him. Naruto had stamina, no doubt, but his technique was a mess. He was just charging forward blindly. Your lifelong enemy Uzumaki Naruto ranked too low in physical training. It's honestly embarrassing. New task, help Uzumaki Naruto reach 2nd place in physical training. Task reward, Shadow Clone Technique. Do you accept? Kitazawa froze for a second, then quickly came back to himself. This was a great opportunity. The Shadow Clone Technique produced tangible, physical clones. They could be used in combat, for training, or for gathering intelligence. And once dispelled, the clone's memories and experiences returned to the original body. Its upgraded form, the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, was basically Naruto's cheat code in the original series. With his massive chakra reserves, Naruto could summon hundreds or thousands of clones, like constantly activating a multi-experience card. But Kitazawa couldn't do that. His chakra wasn't even at 1/5 of Naruto's capacity. Still, performing the standard Shadow Clone Technique was within his reach. But why was Naruto only required to get 2nd place? Kitazawa rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before realizing the logic. The system probably assumes that I'm first. So although the goal was to help Naruto take 2nd, it was still Kitazawa himself who had to come in first. After everyone's rested, resume kunai throwing at moving targets, Kitazawa said. Students who've mastered it are free to move around. Uchiha Sasuke got up immediately and walked silently to the tree climbing training area. He had failed physical training. Now, he had to complete the chakra control training. Hinata and Ino exchanged glances and followed him. Naruto, come with me, Kitazawa called out. Teacher Kitazawa, what's up? Naruto followed him, curious. I saw your performance during physical training. You shouldn't be ranked 9th. Kitazawa looked at him seriously. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. I thought so too. Kitazawa chuckled. When it came to stubbornness and refusal to admit defeat, Naruto and Sasuke were two of a kind. No wonder they were half-brothers. In my opinion, you could definitely make it to the top 3, Kitazawa said. But do you know why you only ranked 9th? Naruto shook his head. Because you were just running without thinking. Kitazawa explained, you don't understand how to run properly. Can you teach me, Teacher Kitazawa? Naruto asked excitedly, showing no frustration. Of course. Kitazawa smiled. That's exactly why I called you over. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto beamed. Next time, I'll definitely come in first. That might be tough. Kitazawa shook his head. Sasuke isn't worse than you. But you have your own advantages, you've got great physical potential. The Uzumaki clan was known for its strong vitality and chakra. And Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, gained rapid recovery in stamina and injuries thanks to the beast's chakra leaking out. Even though he hadn't formed a bond with the Nine-Tails yet, the tailed beast's passive influence still worked. They arrived at a quiet training area within the school. It was the same place where Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino practiced tree climbing. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly spotted Uchiha Sasuke climbing a tree and shouted. Bang. Startled, Sasuke lost his footing and fell. Why are you yelling so loud? Grimacing, he picked himself up and continued climbing. What are they doing? Naruto scratched his head. That's chakra control training, Kitazawa said. You're not ready for that yet, let me teach you how to run first. Okay. Naruto perked up, determined. The most important part of running is mastering your posture, rhythm, and breathing. Kitazawa concluded, it's all about rhythm. I got it. Naruto nodded hard. I understand now. You think you understand, but you'll have to try it out. Kitazawa was skeptical about Naruto's learning ability. In the original story, Naruto had always been a disaster in theory, unless it was ninjutsu. Alright, just start running laps around the training ground. I'll correct your form as you go. Kitazawa patted his shoulder. Okay. Naruto immediately began running. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. What a freak. He had just finished physical training, yet after a few minutes of rest, he was bursting with energy again. Kitazawa felt a tinge of envy. Luckily, he now had a system. With it, catching up to Naruto in physique and chakra was just a matter of time. He glanced at Sasuke, Ino, and Hinata, who were still climbing the tree. At this moment, he truly felt like a teacher. Saturday. Kitazawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. It opened, revealing a stunning face. So early. Kurenai yawned. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. She was wearing kimono-style pajamas, a yukata, to be exact. The snug fit highlighted her curves, especially the ample chest. Though not quite on Tsunade's level, it was still impressive. I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 21, Psychology Medical Nin. Did I disturb your rest? Kitazawa asked, somewhat embarrassed. No, I was just about to have breakfast. Kurenai shook her head and asked again, have you eaten? If not, I can make you a bowl of ramen. No need. Kitazawa explained, I always eat breakfast at Ichiraku Ramen. I forgot that Ichiraku Ramen is next door to your house. That's really convenient. Kurenai smiled and said, then please wait for me a few minutes. She turned around and stepped barefoot on the carpet, twisting her waist and hips as she walked toward the living room. I don't have much to drink at home. Kurenai poured a glass of water and said, you'll have to make do with this. Thank you. Kitazawa took the water and replied. Kurenai sat at the dining table and began eating breakfast with her chopsticks. Sorry for making you wait. Let's go now. After finishing her meal, Kurenai changed into her classic outfit. White clothing, a red right sleeve, bandages wrapped around her thigh, revealing snow-white, slender legs. She walked to the entrance and paused. She bent down, supported herself against the wall, and lifted her delicate foot slightly, her toned calf curving gracefully. She slid her toes into her short boots, one by one. After putting them on, she stepped on the spot twice, her leg flesh trembling ever so slightly. What are you looking at? Kurenai noticed Kitazawa's gaze as she finished and asked with a smile. Appreciating the scenery. Kitazawa blinked and replied. What scenery is there here? Kurenai locked the door and walked ahead, a soft fragrance wafting from her. Where there's beauty, there's scenery, Kitazawa answered seriously. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him. This was the first time she had heard someone describe peaking in such a poetic and refined way. Since you praised me, I'll let it go. Kurenai changed the topic and asked, are you sure you can convince Yukumo's parents? No. Kitazawa shook his head and said, I don't even know her parents. How can I be sure? Her father is Kurama Murakumo, and her mother is Yuroko. Although both are jonin, they don't possess any bloodline limits. Kurenai explained as they walked, to be more precise, Yukumo is the only one in the Kurama clan to have awakened a bloodline limit. She's the only hope of her entire clan. Kitazawa asked thoughtfully. Yes. Kurenai nodded. I think Yukumo's obsession with becoming a ninja comes from the expectations of the Kurama clan. She's a good child, Kitazawa commented. Unfortunately, her fate in the original timeline was filled with hardship. Out of rage, she released the release monster, Ito, and ended up killing her parents. If not for Uzumaki Naruto's help, even Kurenai wouldn't have survived. This is where Yukumo trains. It's called Satomi Gauka Villa. Kurenai stopped in front of a large courtyard. Kitazawa looked around and silently thought, they're loaded. Let's go see Yukumo first. Kurenai considered for a moment and said, she should be painting on the hillside behind the villa right now. Yeah. Kitazawa knew that Kurama Yukumo's painting was the expression of her bloodline limit. Simply put, she could turn whatever she painted into reality. For example, if she painted lightning striking the Hokage building, it would actually happen. Guided by Kurenai, Kitazawa soon saw Kurama Yukumo. She sat in front of a drawing board, holding a brush, focused intently on sketching the scenery before her. I'll go talk to her, Kitazawa said, then walked forward. Kurenai nodded and waited nearby. Why is it raining in the painting? Kitazawa asked after watching for a few seconds. It was a clear day, yet Yukumo's painting depicted clouds and rain. A line popped into Kitazawa's head, please analyze the role of the weather here. Who are you? Kurama Yukumo turned her head and asked. I'm Kitazawa, a teacher at the Ninja Academy, Kitazawa replied. Did my parents agree to let me attend ninja school? Yukumo immediately set down her brush, eyes wide with surprise. Do you really want to go to school? Kitazawa didn't answer directly. Yeah. Kurama Yukumo nodded. I want to be a ninja. If you want to, then go for it, Kitazawa said softly. My body is weak. Even light training leaves me breathless, let alone fighting like a real ninja. Yakumo's expression dimmed. Who told you that to be a ninja, you must have a body stronger than most people? Kitazawa asked. Huh? Yakumo blinked, puzzled. Are there ninjas with poor health? In her mind, even medical ninjas could fight with kunai in critical moments. Weaklings couldn't be ninjas. There aren't any. But you could be the first. Kitazawa said calmly. A certain ninja once said, there was no road on the ground. But as people walked, a path was formed. Can I really do that? Yakumo's tone was filled with uncertainty. Do you want to give up just because it's hard? Kitazawa smiled. No. Kurama Yakumo gritted her teeth and declared, I will become a ninja. Good, that's the spirit. Kitazawa nodded. You can't become an ordinary genjutsu user, but you can become a special genjutsu ninja. Special? Yakumo looked confused. Ordinary illusion users target the five senses, sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Kitazawa explained, that's why genjutsu users still need good physical condition. Their fights can get very intense. Yakumo remained silent. That was the reason she couldn't be an ordinary ninja. But soon, her eyes lit up with curiosity. In fact, there's another kind of illusion, one that targets the mind directly. Kitazawa met her gaze. Yakumo hesitated. Kurenai had taught her genjutsu before, so she had some knowledge of it. But she'd never heard of illusions that bypass the senses and attack the mind directly. Even Kurenai frowned slightly. After all, even the goal of sensory-based illusions was to influence the mind. Illusions without sensory mediums had never existed. Others can't do it, but you can, because your spirit is strong enough. Kitazawa read her thoughts and explained. Kurenai was stunned and suddenly understood. In release represents spiritual power. Yakumo's mental strength was so potent, she created a monster, Ido, out of thin air. That meant she could weaponize her spiritual power to attack others directly. She hadn't considered this possibility because she was still thinking like a traditional ninja. Me. Kurama Yakumo looked astonished. Not only that, you can also become the first psychology medical ninja, able to treat others' mental trauma, Kitazawa said with a faint smile and thought of Tsunade's hemophobia. If Yakumo could cure it, it would be a great achievement. And for him, a convenient opportunity to earn high-level ninjutsu as a reward, concealing the ones he gained from the system. Psychology medical ninja. Yakumo muttered to herself. The resentment she once held for being unable to become a ninja quietly faded away. A new world opened up before her. Kurenai's lips parted slightly in surprise as she turned to Kitazawa. Though it was the first time she'd heard the term psychology medical ninja, it actually made sense. She had fought in the Third Great Ninja War and knew just how many shinobi carried mental scars afterward. If a ninja like Kurama Yakumo truly existed, she could ease the pain of many. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 22, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Surprise. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Kurama Yakumo stood up and bowed. Her eyes were now filled with blazing determination, sweeping away the earlier gloom. It's too early to thank me now. Kitazawa smiled and said, I only came today to help you return to the ninja school. Really? Yakumo froze for a moment, then asked excitedly. It's true. Kurenai stepped forward and said, I had reservations before, but after hearing what Kitazawa just said, I support you fully. Thank you, Miss Kurenai. Kurama Yakumo couldn't hold back the corners of her lips, breaking into a bright smile. Kurenai was slightly stunned. It was the first time she had seen Kurama Yakumo so genuinely happy. Before this, she had always been a gloomy child, her brow constantly furrowed. This concept of a psychological medical ninja is truly eye-opening. Kurenai asked curiously, how did you come up with it? It was more like a flash of inspiration, Kitazawa answered casually. The truth was, he had been a psychologist in his previous life, but such a profession didn't exist in the ninja world. Ninjas lived in constant danger, never knowing if they'd survive the next battle, so psychological issues were rarely considered. Still, without the right knowledge, such inspiration wouldn't come. Yuhi Kurenai said with emotion, as a genjutsu user myself, I've never even thought of this idea. It's just a concept for now. Kitazawa said modestly, if Yakumo truly wants to become a psychological medical ninja, the road ahead will be difficult. I'm not afraid. Yakumo said firmly. Her parents and Kurenai had both advised her against becoming a ninja. Now that hope had appeared, she had no intention of letting it slip away. Besides, you've got teacher Kitazawa. Kurenai smiled playfully, he'll help you. Kurama Yakumo immediately looked at Kitazawa. Although she hadn't known him before, his words had already earned her admiration and trust. For someone who had been tormented for so long, this was nothing short of salvation. I can't compare to you in release techniques. Kitazawa corrected, when the time comes, I'll be counting on your help instead. No problem at all. Kurenai patted her chest and said, you can come to me anytime. Kurama Yakumo looked at the two teachers and felt like they had a good relationship. Let's go back now. Kurenai patted her head gently and said, don't worry, your parents will definitely agree. Yeah. Kurama Yakumo took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and nervousness in her heart. She packed her painting tools and followed Kurenai and Kitazawa back to Satomigaoka Villa. You want Yakumo to return to the ninja school? Kurama Murakumo frowned after hearing Kitazawa's request. Clan leader Murakumo. Kurenai took the initiative to relay what Kitazawa had said. Murakumo was momentarily stunned. Special illusion ninja. Psychological medical ninja. It all sounded too new and unfamiliar to him. But excitement soon replaced confusion. If this were possible, Yakumo might truly be able to restore the lost glory of the Kurama clan. Then I'll leave her in your care, Kitazawa-sensei. Kurama Murakumo said solemnly. Whether the idea was real or not, it was worth trying, because now, there was hope. Thank you, Dad. Yakumo said gratefully. After finishing their discussion, Kitazawa and Kurenai left Satomigaoka Villa. You should report this to the Hokage. Kurenai suddenly remembered something. Kitazawa paused, then understood immediately. As a bloodline limit clan, the Kurama family was under Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Especially since Yakumo had shown signs of extreme physical weakness from a young age. Her awakening of the bloodline limit would not go unnoticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And it's also good news. Kurenai added, you might even get rewarded. Thanks for the suggestion. Kitazawa smiled, I'll treat you to a meal when that happens. I won't be polite. Kurenai waved and smiled, see you Monday. Kitazawa watched her walk away. Task, help classmate Kurama Yakumo return to the ninja school. Task reward, Genjutsu, tree binding death. The host has completed the task. Reward issued. Tree binding death is a powerful genjutsu not tied to the Sharingan. In the original story, Yuhi Kurenai used it against Uchiha Itachi. Its effect causes the target to hallucinate being bound by a massive tree, while the user emerges from the tree to attack them. Interestingly, this illusion was designed to make enemies believe they'd encountered Hashirama Senju's would release, instilling fear in their hearts. After retracting his gaze, Kitazawa turned and walked toward the Hokage's office. As a teacher, he had Saturdays and Sundays off, but the Hokage did not. In the original timeline, when Naruto became Hokage, he was so busy he might as well have been a superhuman workhorse. After getting permission, Kitazawa entered the Hokage's office. Ah, Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted him kindly with a smile. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. Even though they'd only met a few times, thanks to his connection with Uzumaki Naruto, Hiruzen had probably investigated 18 generations of his ancestry. All in the name of being pure and loyal. I went to see Kurama Yakumo today. Kitazawa got straight to the point, I've already spoken to her parents about letting her return to the ninja school. How do you know Kurama Yakumo? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Kurenai and I were classmates. Kitazawa explained, she asked me for help. Ah, I forgot about that. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then asked curiously, did you come just to tell me that? To him, such a small matter didn't warrant a personal report, especially since he was constantly swamped with work. I have an idea related to Yakumo Kurama's bloodline limit. Kitazawa then repeated his conversation with Kurama Yakumo. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think much of it. Given Yakumo's health, it wasn't certain she could ever use her potential. But when Kitazawa mentioned the concept of a psychological medical ninja, Hiruzen's expression changed, and he sat up straight. Medical ninjas typically treated the body using yang release. But now, Kitazawa was suggesting that yin release could be used to treat the mind. Even for someone hailed as the professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. More importantly, he realized that this might be revolutionary. He immediately thought of Tsunade's hemophobia. Tsunade's value to Konoha was unquestionable. If she could be cured, it would be an enormous blessing. But then, Hiruzen's thoughts turned toward the Uchiha clan. A clan suffering from collective psychological instability. Kitazawa had said that psychological medical ninjas should treat trauma by absorbing negative emotions. Ito, after all, was a yin release construct that thrived on negative energy. And when it came to negative or extreme emotions, the Uchiha were second to none. Chapter 23, Kurama Yakumo. Your idea is indeed excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a few seconds before saying, although the path is difficult, the prospects are vast. A psychological medical ninja was an unprecedented path, never explored by anyone. The biggest challenge was the lack of any existing psychological ninjutsu. Kurama Yakumo would have to develop her own techniques from scratch. To build an entirely new system from the ground up was no task for ordinary shinobi. But if successful, even if it didn't resolve the Uchiha clan's issues, simply curing Tsunade's hemophobia would make it worthwhile. Go ahead and do it. If you encounter any difficulties, I'll find a way to support you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a solemn tone. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa responded promptly. With Hiruzen's support, even though he hadn't received a promotion, his status had quietly improved. His personal safety was also better secured. He no longer had to worry about being ambushed and dragged away by rude operatives on the street. Psychological medical ninjas involve deep knowledge of Yin release. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment and said, I'll have Haru escort you to the archive room. From now on, you'll have free access to Yin release materials. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. This was the definition of a pleasant surprise. Don't mention this to anyone. The fewer who know, the better. Sarutobi Hiruzen added. His main concern was Shimura Danzo and Root. If they learned of Yakumo's special potential, they would undoubtedly try to interfere. Considering Kitazawa's current relationship with Naruto, the village might end up witnessing a repeat of, you anger me, I retaliate, boom. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. Haru, a member of the Hokage's Umbu, wore a frog mask. The Umbu, short for Assassination Tactics Special Forces, were elite ninjas directly under the Hokage, responsible for all kinds of high-risk missions. Led by Haru, Kitazawa entered the archive room. After scanning the contents, he silently confirmed, this place was genuine. Numerous genjutsu techniques were recorded here. From now on, any illusions he obtained through the system could be traced back to these archives, minimizing suspicion and trouble. The only downside was that the archive contained only standard genjutsu. There were no forbidden or unique techniques, like the genjutsu, infinite darkness created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. But upon reflection, it was expected. That jutsu could eliminate all light and completely suppress the Uchiha. Ordinary people had no right to learn it. Kitazawa stayed in the archive room for 2 full days. Because of the system and his lack of natural talent for genjutsu, he didn't focus on learning techniques. Instead, he spent his time reading Yin release theory and planning how to train Kurama Yakumo. A new week arrived. Kitazawa returned to the ninja school. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika's voice called out. Kitazawa stopped and looked over. Kitazawa-senpai, Irika approached and said, Kurama Murakumo, head of the Kurama clan, is waiting for you in your office. He came early. Kitazawa smiled. I understand. Thanks for letting me know. You. Irika hesitated. Even if the Kurama clan had declined, it was still a recognized noble clan. And Kurama Murakumo was a jonin, someone the average teacher would consider a big shot. Irika was curious why someone like that would personally request Kitazawa. That's a secret. Kitazawa smiled, turning into a riddle master. Irika's mind immediately flooded with speculation. Kitazawa bid him farewell and walked to his office. Teacher Kitazawa. Kurama Yakumo stood and greeted him warmly the moment she saw him. Good morning, Yakumo, Kitazawa replied with a smile. Kitazawa, Yakumo is in your hands. If you run into any problems, come to me. Kurama Murakumo said seriously, the Kurama clan still holds some sway in Konoha. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. After Kurama Murakumo left, Yakumo relaxed visibly. She looked around curiously, her expression full of lively energy. Soon, her attention shifted back to Kitazawa. Yakumo tiptoed forward and peeked over his desk. I'm drafting your training plan, Kitazawa said, noticing her serious little face. Physical training. Yakumo looked at the plan in surprise. She had thought, based on Saturday's conversation, that she would focus solely on spiritual growth, abandoning physical conditioning. The body is your foundation. Kitazawa explained, no matter how strong your spirit is, it still needs the body's support. Only someone like the Sage of Six Paths could abandon the physical body. But in the ninja world, bloodlines determined limits, and Yakumo's spiritual resilience wasn't yet strong enough. Yeah. Yakumo nodded. She wasn't opposed to physical training. In fact, back at Satomigaoka Villa, she trained often, so much so that her body couldn't keep up and broke down. Kitazawa's training plan, however, was more balanced, light but steady, focusing on gradual improvement. Just then, there was a knock at the door. I'll get it. Yakumo quickly stepped over and opened the door. Outside stood a petite girl with white eyes. You, who are you? Hinata blinked at the unfamiliar face. I'm Yakumo Kurama. Yakumo introduced herself. I'm the transfer student in Class A, first year. Hinata tilted her head slightly, looking puzzled. What's going on? A transfer student, just a week after school started. Hinata. Kitazawa walked over, slipping a folded note into her hand. I'm going to show you Kumo around the school. Before Hinata could respond, they had already left the office. She stood there dazed, then opened the small note. There were 2 lines written inside. The first, you can have breakfast here in peace. Hinata's heart warmed instantly. Kitazawa had taken Yakumo away to spare her awkwardness, and to help her keep her secret of eating comfortably. But Hinata still felt something was missing. Without Kitazawa, eating breakfast alone made her feel strangely empty. Then her eyes landed on the second sentence, you can skip class after breakfast and return in the afternoon. Hinata's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Skipping class. Alone. No, Mr. Kitazawa, I can't do that. She stood rooted to the spot, her face filled with conflict. The bell rang. Kitazawa and Yakumo entered the classroom. He glanced at Hinata's empty seat and nodded in satisfaction. Letting her skip class was a way to train her courage. Though it was a roundabout method, he had already thought of better ways to help her grow braver. This is Kurama Yakumo. Kitazawa introduced, your new classmate. Kurama clan. The one's good at genjutsu. Ino looked at her curiously. As long as she doesn't fight me for Sasuke-kun, Sakura muttered warily. Kurama Yakumo was quite pretty, after all. Shikamaru scratched his chin thoughtfully. He remembered his father, Nara Shikaku, had once said Kurama Yakumo was in poor health. Was her return related to Kitazawa again? But thinking was such a drag, so Shikamaru gave up quickly. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 24, Uchiha's Wild Laughter. Hinata walked along the street in a daze. Before, when she skipped classes, Kitazawa was always there, so she didn't need to think about anything, she simply followed him. But now, she was alone. After walking for a while, Hinata had an idea and made her way back to the grove. This time, fear was no longer in her heart. She took a deep breath and began her tree climbing training. Perhaps due to her change in mindset, everything felt unusually smooth today. By noon, she had climbed to the top of the tree for the first time. Hinata clenched her fists and waved her hands, and a smile bloomed on her little face. She glanced at the sun, realized the time, and quickly jumped down from the tree, dashing toward the ninja school. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata trotted into the office. So punctual. Kitazawa put down his lunchbox one by one and joked, seems like my rice opening ninjutsu has reached perfection. Hinata Hyuga blushed, unsure how to explain. She really didn't rush over just to eat. Come and eat. Kitazawa looked at her embarrassed expression and couldn't help but laugh. Hinata grew even more flustered, but her body acted on its own, and she obediently sat across from him. Where did you go this morning? Kitazawa handed her a pair of chopsticks and asked. I completed the tree climbing training. Hinata, reminded by him, quickly raised her head and looked at him as she answered. Well done. You're the first one to complete tree climbing training, even Sasuke can't compare to you. Kitazawa met her eyes, felt her emotions, and praised her sincerely. Hinata Hyuga couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, her little feet swaying in the air. It wasn't the first time she'd been praised, but it was the first time she was praised by someone who truly recognized her. In her heart, Kitazawa's status was now second only to Hyuga Hayashi. Improving chakra control will greatly help you master the gentle fist. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, of course, climbing a tree alone isn't enough. I'll work hard. Hinata's eyes lit up instantly. If she could master the gentle fist sooner, her father would surely be pleased. Kitazawa understood what Hinata was thinking. She was just like Uchiha Sasuke, both longed for recognition from their fathers. But they both faced the same problem. As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Uchiha Sasuke had Uchiha Itachi to be compared with, while Hinata Hyuga had Hyuga Neji. And Hyuga Neji was undoubtedly a rare genius. In the original story, he comprehended the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the heavenly rotation, techniques passed only within the Hyuga clan, through self-study alone. Have you awakened your Byakugan? Kitazawa asked after taking a bite of fried shrimp. For the Uchiha clan, opening their eyes requires a certain degree of talent and emotional stimulation. But for the Hyuga clan, awakening the Byakugan is relatively simple, it only requires training. In theory, every Hyuga ninja could awaken it. The problem is, after awakening, there's no path for further advancement, unlike the Uchiha, whose eyes evolve through stages, 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo, then Mangekyo. This is why Neji was ultimately far inferior to Uchiha Sasuke in the mid to late stages. Though, truthfully, he never reached the late stages. No. Hinata shook her head and replied. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. In the original story, Hinata Hyuga used to be a Kugen for the first time during the Chunin exams. Although the exact awakening time wasn't mentioned, it certainly wasn't early. Kitazawa scooped up a spoonful of rice and chewed slowly. He didn't know much about the Byakugan or the Gentle Fist, so naturally, he couldn't help Hinata much. But fortunately, he had hope. As long as he completed Hinata's task, he could obtain the Byakugan himself. There will be a monthly exam in April. Kitazawa thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to take first place?" "Me?" Hinata was slightly startled, confusion written on her face. "I can help you with special training." Kitazawa thought of a new way to train courage, giving a speech in front of the whole school. A speech requires courage, especially in front of a large crowd. After the monthly exam, there would be a session where outstanding students gave speeches. "Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa." Although Hinata didn't fully understand, she didn't want to reject Kitazawa, so she agreed. "No problem." Kitazawa smiled but didn't mention the speech just yet. Time moved to the afternoon. Today's practical class was still about throwing ninja tools, but this time, it wasn't kunai, it was shuriken. Each ninja tool has its own characteristics, so repeated practice is necessary. But for genius children from ninja clans, it wasn't very difficult. At the quiet training ground of the ninja school. Originally, only Sasuke received special training, but now Hinata, Ino, Naruto Uzumaki, and Yakumo Kurama have been added. "Naruto and Yakumo, go run laps." Kitazawa ordered. "Ino and Sasuke, practice tree climbing." "Yes, Teacher Kitazawa." Naruto responded enthusiastically and turned to run. Yakumo looked at his energetic figure with envy, then quietly followed Kitazawa's instructions and began jogging. "Teacher Kitazawa," Ino asked curiously, "is Hinata not practicing tree climbing?" "She has already completed it," Kitazawa replied with a smile. "Amazing." Ino couldn't help but exclaim. She had also practiced tree climbing before and knew how difficult it was. Uchiha Sasuke's body tensed slightly, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. He was actually a step behind Hinata Hyuga. As someone always labeled a genius, he felt a surge of frustration and immediately turned and began climbing. "Sasuke-kun, wait for me." Ino followed close behind. "Hinata, head to that tree." Kitazawa explained, "We're still doing tree climbing, but now, you'll have to dodge ninja tools while climbing." He took out 2 wooden kunai as he spoke. "I understand." Hinata nodded firmly. Tree climbing while being attacked was undoubtedly far more difficult. But although she had a timid personality, she was also stubbornly strong, she wouldn't retreat from a challenge. Chakra surged to Hinata's feet as she began to climb. "Hinata, watch out." Kitazawa threw a kunai. Considering that she had just started this level of training, he gave her a heads up. Once she was fully used to it, he'd stop warning her. Hinata quickly dodged upon hearing him. Half an hour later, Uchiha Sasuke finally reached the top of the tree. He let out a breath, a smile forming on his face. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly jumped down. He stood in an open area, eager to perform hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chakra burst forth, forming a fireball. Sasuke was stunned. Before, his fireball had only been slightly larger than a fist. Now, it was more than 2.5 times the size of a basketball. If it struck an enemy, it would likely cause serious damage. More importantly, his fireball was now about 1/4 the size of the fire style, great fireball technique Uchiha Itachi had once shown. If this was the result of just 1 week of training, would 1 month be enough to gain his father's recognition? Imagining Uchiha Fugaku saying, "You are worthy of being my son," Sasuke pressed a hand to his forehead, trembling. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and laughed maniacally. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. He looked up at the sky. It was, indeed, a sunny day. Just then, 4 lines of text appeared in front of him. "Your lifelong enemy, Uchiha Sasuke, is feeling smug and has issued a provocation. Current task, after Uchiha Sasuke's fire style, great fireball technique surpasses Uchiha Itachi's, use the same jutsu to surpass him. Task reward, fire style, great fire annihilation. Do you accept?" "Oh come on. Why is my system so petty?" But Kitazawa liked it. Besides, even for the reward, he had to go through with it. Fire style, great fire annihilation was a B-rank technique in terms of difficulty to learn. In the original story, its power was legendary. During the 4th Great Ninja War, more than 20 water-style ninjas, most of them Jonin, had to combine forces with water-style, water formation wall just to block Uchiha Madara's great fire annihilation. In short, difficulty in learning didn't define a technique's power. The potential of this fire-style ninjutsu was immense. I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 25, When Arrogance Gets Put in Its Place. Kitazawa came back to his senses and noticed that Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata had stopped training. There was no helping it, Sasuke was laughing too loudly. Their attention had been drawn to him, and their faces were full of confusion. If it weren't the wrong time, they would have definitely asked, "Sasuke, why are you laughing?" "Don't worry about him." Kitazawa coughed lightly and said, "Continue training." Sasuke finally snapped out of his fantasy. He silently put away his smile and stood still. Because of his sudden progress, he lost control of himself, and his usual cold personality collapsed. "Teacher Kitazawa." Sasuke suppressed the embarrassment in his heart, walked forward, and said, "I want to proceed to the next stage of training." The enhanced fire style, great fireball technique not only boosted his confidence but also deepened his trust in Kitazawa. "You'll train with Hinata," Kitazawa repeated the training method. "I don't need a warning this time," Sasuke spoke confidently. After that, he channeled the chakra to his feet and climbed up the tree. Clearly, he was in full Uchiha arrogance mode. Kitazawa raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this basically saying, "Come on, hit me"? As a teacher, he had to meet Sasuke's expectations. Kitazawa casually pulled out a wooden kunai and threw it at the right moment. Sasuke heard the sound of wind breaking, smirked, and shifted his body to the left. But in the next second, he let out a ugh. The wooden kunai struck his left arm. His wind-sensing reaction wasn't sharp enough yet, and he failed to judge the kunai's speed. Again. Sasuke climbed up again, cheeks flushed, and said stiffly. Kitazawa didn't mean to laugh, but since he hadn't undergone professional restraint training, he burst out laughing. He had to admit, it was quite entertaining to watch Uchiha's arrogance get humbled. Time passed slowly, and the practical class neared its end. Despite falling and getting bruised, Sasuke persisted. And his progress was noticeably faster than Hinata's. Getting hit clearly worked. The practical class was the last session of the day. After saying goodbye to Hinata and the others, Kitazawa headed to the meeting room on the second floor. Mizuki had informed him last Thursday that there would be a meeting today to discuss the upcoming April monthly exam. "Kitazawa-senpai." Irika spotted him and waved. Kitazawa walked over, greeted him, and sat down beside him. Mizuki, not far away, suddenly looked cold. He and Irika had been good friends since childhood, though he had always treated it as something casual. Now, Kitazawa had come and taken away his friend. How hateful. 10 minutes later, the meeting room was full. There were many teachers present, but aside from Mizuki and Irika, none had names mentioned in the original series. At last, a middle-aged man walked in. He was the vice principal of the ninja school, named Sarutobi Hisao, and a jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was officially the principal, but being Hokage, he had little time, so the actual management was handled by the vice principal. "I will now announce the rules for this month's exam." Sarutobi Hisao spoke after sitting down. Kitazawa listened for a while and found the format similar to last year's. Each grade's teachers would submit their questions, and the best would be selected. 2 sets of test papers would then be compiled, 1 official and 1 backup. The monthly exam will be held on April 30th. Sarutobi Hisao said calmly, "Please submit your questions by the 20th. "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Lastly, a reminder, the teacher with the most selected questions will be favored for the Best Teacher of the Year award. Sarutobi Hisao stood up and said, "Meeting adjourned." "Kitazawa-senpai." Irika caught up with Kitazawa and asked sincerely, "I wanted to ask, do you have any tips for writing exam questions?" It was his first time setting questions as a teacher, and he didn't know where to start. He asked Kitazawa because the man had been the top contributor to the exams for 3 consecutive years. "Irika, I can help you." Mizuki suddenly stepped in with a smile. "Kitazawa's busy, let's not bother him." Irika was slightly stunned and was just about to agree when he was interrupted. "Mizuki, you're a second-year teacher, and Irika's from the first year. It's more appropriate that I guide him," Kitazawa said with a smile. "Thank you, Kitazawa-senpai." Irika thanked him immediately. Mizuki's smile stiffened upon hearing this. "Come to my office." Kitazawa glanced at him and turned to leave. "Mizuki, thank you for offering as well." After saying this, Irika hurried after Kitazawa. "Bastard." Mizuki clenched his fists, his face twisted with anger. But besides boiling in rage, there was nothing he could do. Kitazawa returned to the office, chatted with Irika for half an hour, and then went home. It was Tuesday. Early in the morning, Kitazawa headed to the school's reference room. He found the test papers from previous years and selected a copy. "Teacher Kitazawa." Hinata arrived right on time, as always. "Your task today is to finish all these test papers." Kitazawa handed her 2 papers. Okay. Hinata nodded obediently. The monthly exams at the ninja school were divided into theory and practical sections. Under normal circumstances, Hinata could easily place in the top 5, but getting first place was harder, especially with so many geniuses in the class. Improving practical skills quickly wasn't easy, but theory could be raised. The monthly exam ranked students comprehensively. As long as she scored first in theory and placed top 3 in practical, she could take first place overall. Kitazawa's method was simple: practice through repetition. First, let Hinata Hyuga go through previous year's test papers. Then, he'd create targeted practices and make predictions to reinforce key areas. As for whether this would interfere with his own goal of getting first place in the monthly exam, Kitazawa could only borrow a saying from his previous life: the referee and the judges are all my people, what do you have to fight me with? After breakfast, Hinata began working on the papers. She was technically skipping class again, but was it really skipping class if she was doing practice tests? Hinata worked on problems while Kitazawa wrote new ones. All the questions he created were related to Konoha's history and the Will of Fire, the very subjects he taught. Because that was his strength, and his ploy. Sarutobi Hisawa would have no choice but to pick them. Of course, Kitazawa didn't create questions at random. He came prepared, every question was crafted to satisfy Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the afternoon, practical class. After much effort, Yamanaka Ino completed tree climbing training and joined Hinata and Sasuke in the next stage. But what surprised Kitazawa most was Uzumaki Naruto. His running had improved significantly. Teacher Kitazawa, how did I do? Naruto asked with a grin. Very good. You've shocked your teacher. Kitazawa patted his shoulder and said, the physical training the day after tomorrow depends on how you perform. I promise I'll finish the task. Naruto gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. Wait a second. What kind of pose is that? Not good. You know my guy? Kitazawa asked hurriedly, feeling a little uneasy. Ah. How did you know? Naruto widened his eyes in shock at his foresight. A 45-minute practical class wasn't enough for him. Since he had nothing to do after school, he took to running laps. And that's when he met Might Guy. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. If Uzumaki Naruto was influenced by Might Guy, would Sarutobi Hiruzen hold him responsible? I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 26, Naruto's Counterattack. As long as you're happy, Kitazawa said helplessly. Since Naruto and Might Guy already knew each other, he had no reason to interfere. Besides, Naruto hadn't done anything wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't blame him for this. As for Namikaze Minato, he could only wish him good luck. Hopefully, he'll still recognize his son when they meet again. I'm really happy, Naruto said with a bright smile. Uncle Guy is really good to me. He's taught me a lot of useful things. You can ask him more about taijutsu, Kitazawa sighed softly. This child was so pitiful, he had so few normal friends. Yeah. Naruto nodded, then asked, Teacher Kitazawa, can I start tree climbing training now? Perhaps it was the strange pull between Indra and Ashura, but Naruto had a peculiar obsession with Uchiha Sasuke. In short, he didn't want to fall behind him. Wait until you get first place in physical training before climbing trees. Kitazawa thought for a moment and asked, you don't want to lose first place because of a moment of laziness, right? I understand. Naruto was immediately energized. He wanted to win first place in physical training and shock everyone. I'm going to run now. Naruto started dashing around the training field again. Kitazawa's eyes shifted to Yakumo nearby. She was drenched in sweat, but still persevering through her jogging. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Maybe it was because ninja children matured faster. Their willpower was remarkably strong. At 6, in his previous life, he was still playing in the dirt. Kitazawa retracted his gaze, turned, and walked over to the trees to help Sasuke and the others train. He now felt slightly overwhelmed. His hope now rested on Naruto's task. With the shadow clone technique, things would get a lot easier. 2 days passed in a flash, and Thursday's practical class arrived. At the ninja school playground, students from Class A of the first year arrived one after another. Another physical training class. So troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, hands behind his head with a bored expression. Last time, I lost to Sasuke. This time, I'll get it back, I'll reclaim everything that belongs to me. Kiba said, clenching his fists. Those are my lines. Naruto shouted, first place is mine. How could you possibly beat Sasuke-kun? Sakura said with a smile. Right, Ino. Yes, Ino replied absent-mindedly. She had been focused on training recently and hadn't competed with Sakura for Sasuke. Sakura noticed her indifferent tone. Sasuke, on the other hand, nodded slightly. He thought the same thing. To be honest, everyone present, except for Kitazawa, was destined to lose to him. This time is different. Teacher Kitazawa taught me the secret of running. Uzumaki Naruto declared proudly. Little Sasuke, you're going down. Just because Mr. Kitazawa is excellent doesn't mean you are, Sasuke said calmly. He knew Naruto had received special running training from Kitazawa, but a week wasn't nearly enough to bridge the gap. After all, last time, Naruto ranked 8 places below him. Just wait and see. Naruto said defiantly, I'll beat you until you kneel. Hey. I got 2nd place last time. Kiba couldn't help but remind him. Don't ignore me. Mr. Kitazawa's here. Ino suddenly called out energetically. Line up. Run 50 laps first. Kitazawa stood on the track and got straight to the point. He soon felt a familiar gaze. No need to guess, of course, it was Uchiha Sasuke. Ready. Start. Kitazawa raised his voice. Everyone started running in order. Unlike last time, Naruto didn't sprint immediately. Sasuke also glanced at him. Even though he didn't believe Naruto could surpass him, the fact that Kitazawa trained him made Sasuke take things a bit more seriously. Kitazawa breathed steadily as he ran in the lead. It didn't look fast, but no one could catch up. He didn't know what Sasuke was thinking, but if he did, he would have told him, once the number-crunching monster learns the method, he's unstoppable. Just like before, after 50 laps, most students couldn't keep going. 10 more laps later, only Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, Abirame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata remained. What's going on? Sakura sat on the ground, confused. Why is Naruto still running? Last time, Naruto had already collapsed by this point. As expected of Mr. Kitazawa, Ino exhaled. Are running techniques really that useful? Choji asked, surprised. Running form is part of it, but the real key is Naruto's own strength, Narashikamura said, seeing through it all. Last time, he sprinted too randomly and exhausted himself early. Time passed. They reached the 70th lap. Sasuke was panting, and his body felt heavier. He looked at Kitazawa still running effortlessly in front of him and gritted his teeth. But no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't catch up. Forget it. Kitazawa is a teacher. He has more than a decade of experience over him, losing to him is normal. He just had to secure 1st place. Wait. Suddenly, Sasuke heard breathing behind him. Last time, by lap 70, no one was left but him. He turned his head, and saw Uzumaki Naruto. Something was off. Very off. How had he lasted this long? Even Kiba and Shino had dropped out, yet the guy who ranked 9th last time was still running. And he looked way more relaxed than impossible. This can't be real. What went wrong? At that moment, Naruto noticed Sasuke was distracted. Now's my chance. He suddenly burst forward and overtook Sasuke. Sasuke's breathing was completely off. His steps were shaky and his reflexes dulled. He watched Naruto pull further and further ahead. He was already at his limit, he couldn't catch up anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm first. Naruto pumped his fists in excitement. This is youth. Kitazawa couldn't help but press his forehead. No good. Another youthful maniac. Current task, help Uzumaki Naruto get 2nd place in physical training. Task reward, shadow clone technique. Task completed. Reward issued. Kitazawa froze for a second. His expression remained calm, but his mind lit up. Nice work, Naruto. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 27, Numerical Monster. Uchiha Sasuke sat on the ground, his expression dark like a sulking cat. In less than 2 weeks, he had lost 1st place in physical training. He had only one goal for entering the academy, to follow in Uchiha Itachi's footsteps, dominate the ninja school within a year, and graduate early. But now, before it even began, it already felt like the end. Sasuke, are you okay? A hand reached out in front of him, and then Uzumaki Naruto's sincere face came into view. What do you mean? Sasuke frowned and said, you just got lucky this time. You'll never beat me again. Sasuke-kun is right. Sakura's voice rang out. She quickly stepped forward and extended her hand, afraid Sasuke might take Naruto's instead. I won't lose again either. Naruto said confidently, Mr. Kitazawa taught me a running secret. Running secret. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. Without a word, he stood and walked straight toward Kitazawa. Sakura was left frozen on the spot. She clenched her fists awkwardly, biting her lip with frustration. Naruto scratched his head. He didn't understand why Sakura seemed so angry. But he quickly forgot about it and went to find Kiba and the others. "I got first place," Naruto said cheerfully. "Who asked you?" Kiba glared and snapped. "Congrats, Naruto." Shikamaru smiled, offering his blessing. "You're better than me." Choji handed over a bag of potato chips. "Want one?" "Thanks." Naruto felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't alone anymore, he had friends now. "Teacher Kitazawa." Sasuke took a deep breath and asked, "What's this running secret Naruto mentioned? Why didn't you ask him earlier?" Kitazawa replied knowingly. "I didn't want to ask him." Sasuke grunted. "There's no secret. I just taught him the correct way to run," Kitazawa said with a smile. "You've already mastered that." "I don't believe it." Sasuke rejected instinctively. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Naruto." Kitazawa wasn't surprised by his reaction. Sasuke fell silent. If their running methods were the same, did that mean Naruto's physical ability was simply better? Impossible. It was hard to accept. He gritted his teeth and turned toward Naruto. With a cold face, he said, "Come with me. I have something to ask." "What is it?" Naruto followed, confused. "What's the secret running method Mr. Kitazawa taught you?" Sasuke asked directly. "You want to learn it?" Naruto lit up with excitement. "You talk too much." Sasuke turned his head and urged, "Just say it already." "Hee, no problem." Naruto wasn't angry at all and shared the technique happily. To him, it was a huge honor that the top student had come to him for advice. And more importantly, Sasuke had never treated him differently for being the so-called monster. "That's it." Sasuke's eyes widened after hearing it. "Yeah." Naruto tilted his head. "Isn't that enough?" Sasuke realized Kitazawa wasn't lying. Which only made him more uncomfortable. Why was Naruto's physical ability superior? He was a proud Uchiha. Sasuke brooded for a while before swallowing his pride and approaching Kitazawa again. "The answer is simple," Kitazawa raised his brow. "Your Uchiha clan is known for the Sharingan and fire release." "But..." Sasuke hesitated. "Naruto's talent isn't inferior to yours, it's just different," Kitazawa said with a calm smile. And it wasn't a lie. In the original story, it was made very clear. Naruto inherited the physical constitution of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke inherited his spiritual power. One was Yin release. The other is Yang release. What kind of talent does he have? Sasuke scoffed. So far, Naruto was only better at physical training. Everything else was average. Kitazawa chuckled. That's the terror of numerical values. When faced with a numerical monster, no amount of technique could win. You'll understand in time, Kitazawa patted his shoulder. Sasuke subconsciously glanced at Naruto and frowned. He didn't fully believe Kitazawa's words, but deep down, he had a strange feeling it might be true. After a short break, the class resumed. After Kitazawa explained ninja tool-throwing techniques, he allowed them to practice on their own, then brought Hinata and the others to the training field. "Teacher Kitazawa." Naruto asked expectantly, "Can I start tree climbing training now?" "Yes." Kitazawa nodded. He'd promised Naruto that if he got first place in physical training, he could begin. "Awesome." Naruto jumped up, delighted. "It's just tree climbing. Don't act like it's a big deal." Sasuke scoffed. "I'll catch up to you soon." Naruto replied with confidence. Sasuke was about to respond when he saw three Kitazawas. "What kind of jutsu is this?" Naruto asked in awe. "The shadow clone technique," all three Kitazawas answered in unison. "I want to learn it." Naruto's eyes lit up. The first thing he thought was, if he learned it, he could play with himself at home. "I'll teach you after you finish tree climbing training," Kitazawa said, drawing a grand vision. "Yeah." Naruto nodded firmly. "Begin training." Kitazawa assigned each of his clones. One shadow clone taught Naruto, another Yakumo, and his original body trained Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino. Naruto charged into tree climbing with fiery energy, but the results were poor. Kitazawa frowned in thought. Did Naruto have talent? Of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't become the future savior. But right now, he ranked last in the ninja school and couldn't even perform basic transformation techniques, failing the graduation exam. Part of it was due to his poor attitude. But another part was the nine tails sealed within him. Kitazawa rubbed his forehead. With his current strength and status, he didn't dare mess with the nine tails. The only path was compensating through sheer effort. Though Naruto's progress was slow, he was improving. Sasuke was full of question marks. Naruto had trained for half a class and barely climbed 1/5 of the tree. Meanwhile, he'd climbed halfway on his first try. How could he lose to this Naruto? Class ended before long. Naruto reluctantly left the school and returned home. Congratulations on first place in physical training, Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Naruto with a smile. Thank you. Naruto grinned and asked, Grandpa Third, how did you know? I'm the Hokage, Hiruzen said proudly. Nothing escapes my eyes. So cool. Naruto gasped, then eagerly asked, Grandpa Third, I want to hear a story about the fourth Hokage. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 28, Uchiha Madara's Secret History. Friday. Kitazawa's office. Hinata glanced at Yakumo and felt relieved because there was now another member in the skipping classes team. She once thought she was already daring to skip half a day of class at the ninja school, but Kurama Yakumo was even bolder, skipping the entire day and only showing up for practical lessons. Hinata, did you encounter any difficulties? Kitazawa looked up, noticed her distracted state, and asked. And no. Hinata blushed and shook her head quickly. She had zoned out for a moment and didn't expect Kitazawa to catch it. Hinata grew more embarrassed, lowering her head shyly. She instinctively tensed her legs and unconsciously scratched her snow-white toes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Kitazawa smiled, having already noticed. Most female ninjas wore open-toed sandals or boots, so her actions didn't escape his attention. Okay. Hinata quietly exhaled in relief. Kitazawa's gaze then shifted to Kurama Yakumo nearby. Hinata was diligently doing exercises, hoping to earn first place in the theoretical exam at the end of the month. Yakumo, on the other hand, was learning in-release theory to build a solid foundation for her path as a psychological medical ninja. Kitazawa withdrew his gaze and resumed preparing questions for the upcoming monthly exam. By afternoon, he had successfully written 30. Thanks, another me. He handed the test to his shadow clone, instructing it to deliver it to Vice Principal Sarutobi Hisao. Then, he made his way to the playground. Teacher Kitazawa, what are we learning today? Naruto walked up eagerly. Clone technique, Kitazawa replied. Wow. Naruto quickly asked, is it the same jutsu you used yesterday? Huh, are you stupid? Sasuke interjected coldly, that was the shadow clone technique, not the clone technique. Sakura immediately caught something strange. Why was Sasuke, usually so cold, suddenly talking to Naruto? That wasn't right, she didn't even get that kind of attention. Sakura looked at the yellow-haired boy with subtle resentment. The clone technique is one of the 3 basic jutsu. It creates clones to confuse the enemy, but they aren't real like shadow clones. Kitazawa briefly explained the difference. Oh, I get it now. Naruto scratched his head. These 3 jutsu will be on the graduation exam. Everyone must master them. Kitazawa walked to the front and said, watch closely. I'll demonstrate. Bang. 2 clones of Kitazawa appeared in a puff of smoke. Do you remember the hand signs I just used? He dispersed the clones and asked. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Start practicing. Kitazawa nodded. If anyone has problems, I'll help. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke formed seals and instantly produced 2 perfect clones. Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered on cue, becoming his personal cheerleader. I can do it too. Naruto wasn't going to be outdone. He formed hand signs quickly. Poof. 2 clones appeared. But one lay face down like a flatfish, and the other stood slumped like a puppet with no strings. Everyone stared for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter, filling the air with joy. Sasuke curled his lip. What a joke. He should just drop out. He had actually thought Naruto was a worthy rival yesterday. Kitazawa smiled. This scene was a perfect reenactment of the original. Come to think of it, Naruto's 3-body technique was only decent in the transformation technique. No, more accurately, it was ridiculous. His original sexy jutsu could even stun Kaguya Otsutsuki. Alright, keep practicing. Kitazawa clapped. He glanced around. Other than Sasuke, who succeeded on the first try, Hinata, Shino, and Shikamaru had also gotten it. Ino, Sakura, and Kiba were slightly slower but picked it up within the class. Only Naruto showed little improvement. Class ends here. As the bell rang, Kitazawa announced, see you next week. Goodbye, teacher. The students replied, then bolted out like wild horses. It was finally the weekend, their free time. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto walked over gloomily. Do I have no talent in ninjutsu? No, Kitazawa shook his head. You just haven't found the ninjutsu that suits you yet. Then what kind would suit me? Naruto perked up. Here's what we'll do, Kitazawa thought for a moment. Meet me at the school training ground tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'll teach you a new jutsu. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto beamed. No need. It's just something easy to do. Kitazawa didn't mind forming a good bond with Naruto. In the original story, Iruka, a mere Chunin, eventually became the principal. As long as he didn't covet the Nine Tails, the closer he was to Naruto, the safer he'd be in Konoha. The next day. After breakfast, Kitazawa arrived at the training ground as promised. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto had been waiting eagerly and ran up. The jutsu I'm teaching is the transformation technique. Watch closely. Kitazawa didn't waste time and immediately formed hand signs. His body changed instantly. Amazing. Naruto saw Kitazawa's transformed version of himself and felt like he was looking in a mirror. Your turn. Kitazawa released the jutsu. Yes. Naruto followed the steps quickly. But what came next was horrifying. He had Kitazawa's head, but his body remained the same. Keep going. Kitazawa's lips twitched. 3 hours later, Naruto finally collapsed, panting. Here. Kitazawa handed him a water bottle. Take a break. Thanks, teacher. Naruto sat down and drank. Kitazawa sat casually across from him. Teacher Kitazawa, what's the real use of this transformation technique? Naruto scratched his head. Clone technique seems more useful. Not necessarily. Kitazawa suddenly thought of something. Transformation technique can save your life in critical moments. Save your life. Naruto blinked. Do you remember Uchiha Madara? Kitazawa said seriously, according to unofficial records, he once transformed into a beautiful woman to deceive Hashirama and escape death. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened. Is that true? I can't confirm if it's real. Kitazawa smiled. But if used well, this technique can absolutely do that. Really? Naruto fell into deep thought. Just then, 4 lines of glowing text appeared before Kitazawa. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Current mission, learn Uzumaki Naruto's unique ninjutsu, Sexy Jutsu. Task reward, 1 out of 10 of Hatake Kakashi's chakra reserve. Accept. Kitazawa was dumbfounded. 1/10 of Kakashi's chakra. That's somewhat amazing. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 29, Sexy Jutsu. Although people often say Hatake Kakashi is physically weak, in truth, as an elite among the Jonin, he undoubtedly possesses an immense amount of chakra. Even just 1/10 of his chakra surpasses that of an average Chunin. What's more important is that having one means there can be a second. Similar reward missions will definitely appear again in the future. With limitless stacking, surpassing Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto's chakra reserve wouldn't be a dream. However, this task isn't easy. The seduction technique itself isn't difficult, the challenge lies in the fact that Uzumaki Naruto hasn't yet created a perfected version. He hasn't even mastered the transformation technique. After hearing this story, what do you think? Kitazawa looked at the thoughtful Naruto and asked. In the future, if I encounter an enemy, I'll take the lead by using the transformation technique to become a beautiful woman. Naruto responded with enthusiasm. As expected of you. Kitazawa praised him. In a sense, Uzumaki Naruto in the original series is a truly shameless character. Whether it's inventing the seduction technique, wearing a green bodysuit, or using the 1,000 years of death, he dares to do anything. Hee, it's all thanks to you, teacher. Naruto scratched his head and asked curiously, Teacher Kitazawa, are there any more unofficial stories about Uchiha Madara? We'll talk about unofficial history next time. Kitazawa cleared his throat and said, don't forget our goal for today. Right. I have to master the transformation technique today. Naruto stood up, reinvigorated. I'll keep training. Such youthful energy was truly enviable. Kitazawa looked at his lively figure and couldn't help but sigh, being a Jinchuriki wasn't all bad. Their recovery ability was formidable. As long as they didn't have a Hokage with a screw loose. Compared to Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina was much luckier. Saturday and Sunday flew by quickly. After relentless training, Naruto finally succeeded in performing the transformation technique. Though it took 2 days and was slower than Sasuke and the others, he had already surpassed the average student. After all, the average child spends 6 years mastering the 3 basic jutsu: clone, transformation, and substitution. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed excitedly, even mimicking Sasuke's usual smug expression. No wonder he was so ecstatic. Transformation was the first jutsu he had ever mastered. It doesn't feel quite right. Kitazawa shook his head as he looked at Naruto laughing so wildly. Teacher Kitazawa. After calming down, Naruto asked seriously, do you know who the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha is? Immediately, Kitazawa thought of Tsunade, the woman who'd never let a child go hungry. After all, to many, bigger is better. Moreover, Tsunade was not only beautiful but had also aged gracefully. Why do you ask? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. I want to use her as the target for my transformation. Naruto explained seriously, only the most beautiful kunoichi can confuse the enemy. Your thinking is on the right track, but only halfway. Kitazawa shook his head. Beauty alone isn't enough. It has to be shocking. Isn't beauty shocking enough? Naruto looked confused. You don't understand men. Kitazawa patted his shoulder and said, men aren't just drawn to beauty, they're drawn to beauty with a touch of spice. A beautiful woman in clothes may catch attention, but one without clothes does more than that. In the original story, Naruto's seduction technique clearly belonged to the latter. I still don't get it. Naruto thought about it and shook his head. Kitazawa frowned slightly. This troubled him. After all, he couldn't exactly take Naruto to special places. Even though such establishments were considered legal in the ninja world, just look at Jiraiya. In the original series, he often appeared in scenes surrounded by sake and women. Kitazawa refused to believe Jiraiya was some kind of virgin sage. Any normal man in that position would be enjoying himself like a fish in water. But Naruto was still a child. Kitazawa didn't want to be fired the next day for stepping into dangerous territory. If being fired was all that happened, he'd consider himself lucky. He might even face serious punishment. There's no rush for that. First, focus on thoroughly mastering the transformation technique. Kitazawa chose to believe that Naruto's future self would figure it out. After all, in the original story, he invented the seduction technique all on his own. A new week began. After breakfast, Kitazawa headed straight to the ninja school's meeting room. He arrived late, the room was already more than half full. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika's voice rang out. Kitazawa turned his head and spotted Irika and Mizuki. Kitazawa, Mizuki greeted him with a smile. How many of your questions do you think got selected this time? No idea. Kitazawa shook his head. It all depends on luck. Luck? It's all about strength. Irika added with admiration, for 3 years straight, Kitazawa-senpai, you've had the most questions selected, 10 in total. The ninja school's test paper was similar to a modern-day exam, including multiple choice, fill-in-the-blanks, and written questions. Out of 50 total, Kitazawa had contributed 1/5. Mizuki, you're also strong, Irika added. Last year, 9 of your questions were selected, you nearly beat Kitazawa-senpai. Mizuki clenched his fist subconsciously. What are you even talking about? I'm just glad to participate, Irika said with a nervous breath. If even one of my questions is chosen, I'll be happy. As far as I know, the Hokage selects the questions every year. Mizuki glanced at Kitazawa's calm face. Maybe the Hokage changed the criteria this year. The Hokage selects them. Irika looked worried. What if my question annoys the Hokage? Don't worry. Hokage-sama is broad-minded and won't blame you. Mizuki smiled as if he understood the Hokage well. At that moment, Vice Principal Sarutobi Hisao walked in. Everyone fell silent and turned to him. I'll now announce how many of your questions were selected. Hisao didn't waste time and read aloud, Kitazawa, 30 questions. What? The room burst into an uproar. It was simple, each teacher submitted 30 questions, and according to unofficial practice, no one ever had more than 15 selected. It was about fairness and team morale. Mr. Hisao. Is there some kind of mistake? Mizuki's smile froze. He couldn't believe it. Yeah. Irika's pupils contracted. Even though he admired Kitazawa, 30 was still excessive. This is Hokage-sama's decision. There is no mistake. Hisao said firmly. To be honest, even he was shocked at first. But questioning the Hokage wasn't an option. Even if it was a mistake, he could only roll with it. Kitazawa raised his eyebrows, surprise flashing across his face. Wow, a golden legend. This old man wasn't even pretending anymore, just using his privilege openly. But since the privilege was being used on him, that was fine. Hokage-sama is wise. Clearly, this was Hiruzen's way of rewarding Kitazawa for looking after Naruto lately. Mizuki, 5 questions. Yumino Irika, 1 question. Hisao continued. Because Kitazawa alone took 30 slots, the others had drastically fewer. After reading all the results, Sarutobi Hisao left. Kitazawa didn't linger either. His class was up first, so he headed straight for the classroom. Damn it. Mizuki couldn't hold back anymore. His face twisted in rage. He lost the year before last. And the year before that. And last year. And now this year again. If this keeps going, he'll completely lose face. Mizuki, don't be upset. Second place is still amazing. Irika tried to comfort him after seeing his expression. Mizuki couldn't take it. Wasn't that the same as saying, small is cute too? If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 30, Exam. After finishing his class, Kitazawa returned to his office. With him were Hinata Hyuga and Yakumo Kurama, both already accustomed to skipping classes. Yakumo. Kitazawa sat down and asked, "How's your book reading going?" "I've finished reading 3 books, Yakumo replied. Perhaps it was due to the powerful mental strength granted by her Kekkei Genkai, but she had possessed an excellent memory since childhood. Kitazawa nodded thoughtfully. At this pace, she would soon be ready to attempt the creation of psychological medical ninjutsu. Of course, though it was called medical ninjutsu, it didn't belong to yang release, but to in release. Kitazawa considered it for a moment and decided to consult with Kurenai. After all, he wasn't proficient in in release. But he had his own advantages, he wasn't bound by conventional ninja thinking. "I'm heading out for a bit." After finishing his tasks, Kitazawa got up and left the school. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Yuhi Kurenai's house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon, it opened. First appeared a pair of long white legs, followed by a slender waist and a top concealing ample curves. Kitazawa. "No class today?" Kurenai asked curiously. "I only had 1 class this morning. I'm free now, so I came to discuss Yakumo's situation with you." Kitazawa replied. "Is that so? Then come in." Kurenai stepped aside. "Yeah." Kitazawa nodded slightly. She closed the door and walked into the living room. She sat on the sofa, crossing her legs and relaxing completely. Kitazawa sat across from her and immediately caught a glimpse of her pale soles. "What's the matter?" Kurenai asked proactively. "Yakumo is picking up theory very quickly. She can start learning and creating ninjutsu now." Kitazawa asked, "Where do you think her ninjutsu should begin?" "Illusion," Kurenai answered without hesitation. "I thought so too." Kitazawa nodded, then shifted the topic. "But the current illusion techniques aren't suitable for her." Kurenai folded her arms and fell into thought. Kitazawa had previously mentioned that Kurama Yakumo could employ 2 types of genjutsu. The first was genjutsu, which directly attacked the mind, bypassing the 5 senses. The second was psychological medical ninjutsu that targeted negative emotions. "What's your take on creating new ninjutsu?" Kurenai rubbed her brow. She wasn't a ninja with the creative flair of Namikaze Minato. In fact, most of the genjutsu she used in the original story were inherited from her father, Yuhi Shinku. Now suddenly being asked to develop something original truly gave her a headache. As a psychological medical ninja, the first goal should be to gain the patient's trust, since psychological illness is often hard to express, Kitazawa said after thinking. "That's true." Kurenai nodded. "Then how do you gain trust?" "By creating a comfortable environment for the patient," Kitazawa answered calmly. "Use Yakumo's paintings." Kurama Yakumo's Kekkei Genkai could materialize her drawings into the real world. Because it was tangible, it would be hard for the patient to realize they were in an illusion. In the original, even Kurenai, a genjutsu expert, couldn't break free from her illusionary world. People tend to open their hearts more easily in a comfortable space. Kitazawa added, "And we can also use sound-based genjutsu to lower their defenses. Most illusions work through sight, the eyes. Sound-based illusions were extremely rare. And because they were rare, people wouldn't guard against them. If the patient still refuses to talk, there's only one option left, dream consultation." Kitazawa explained, once the patient falls asleep, Yakumo can enter their dream using her powerful mental energy. Nobody would care about events that happened in a dream. Yakumo could take on any form and sneak into the dream to observe. That's a very novel concept. Kurenai pondered a moment. Your 3 points represent 3 different research paths. The ideas were actually quite simple, but she hadn't thought of them. Her understanding of ninjutsu and genjutsu had always been that they were for battle. Whether it succeeds or not depends on you. Kitazawa smiled. "It'll be tough, but I'll give it a try." Kurenai smiled confidently. I do know a thing or two about genjutsu. You're being too modest. Other than the Uchiha, you're the best genjutsu user in Konoha. Kitazawa shook his head. You don't need to remind me. Kurenai curled her lips. Damn Uchiha, they ruined her genjutsu dream. In her youth, she'd aspired to surpass the Uchiha in genjutsu, only to find it impossible. Even Uchiha who'd never trained in illusions could dominate with their 3-tomo Sharingan. And they weren't even learning, they were skipping straight to the top. As an apology, I'll treat you to lunch. Kitazawa offered. We're already at my house, no need to spend. I'll cook. Kurenai rolled her eyes. You're beautiful even when you roll your eyes. Kitazawa smiled. I'd call you the most beautiful in Konoha. Sweet talker. Kurenai was speechless. She stood up. Come, follow me upstairs. Kitazawa followed her. Barefoot, Kurenai stepped across the wooden floor with soft sounds. Each step made her plump hips sway seductively. We're here. Come in. She pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Kitazawa looked around, it was a study. The bookshelf holds all the genjutsu passed down in my family. Feel free to look. She sat at the desk, speaking casually. Is it okay for an outsider like me to take a look? Kitazawa blinked. Kurenai paused. She had only intended to discuss new genjutsu conveniently here and hadn't considered that. Well, since I've already agreed, it's fine. She said after a moment. Still, it felt slightly awkward. All right, let's start with a basic sound illusion and try creating a low-level genjutsu. She suppressed the odd feeling and refocused. Okay. Kitazawa readily agreed. After all, this was a rare opportunity to explore genjutsu firsthand. Even if he couldn't master it, the system might reward him with it later. The time moved to the afternoon practical class. Before we start, I have something to announce. Kitazawa stood before the first-year Class A students and said, the first full-grade exam of this month will be held on April 30th. The whole grade will be ranked. Naruto immediately caught the key point. Yes. Kitazawa nodded. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. First in class. First in the entire grade. He wanted both. Awesome. Naruto grinned. Here I come. I'm definitely going to take the number 1 spot in the grade. It's fine, Kiba said confidently, hands in his pockets. I'll win it for you and take first place myself. Hinata took a deep breath. After all this special training with Kitazawa, it was time to repay him by taking first place. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 31, Itachi's Fire Style. April 28th. There was only one day left before the first monthly exam for Class A of the first-year students. The clone technique is a mandatory part of the practical exam. Over the past 2 weeks, I've almost covered all the necessary knowledge points. Kitazawa stood on the training field of the Ninja Academy and said gently, today is your last class before the monthly exam. Make good use of it. Teacher Kitazawa, don't worry. We definitely won't let you down. Inuzuka Kiba shouted confidently. As the homeroom teacher of Class A, their exam results were closely tied to Kitazawa's future and career path. After a month of classes, the students sincerely acknowledged him and were willing to help him rise through the ranks. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The first place will definitely be ours. Naruto yelled energetically. Hey Naruto, you should at least master the clone technique first. Kiba shook his head and said. Who says I haven't mastered it? Naruto retorted defiantly. He and Kiba had similar personalities, and maybe because of that, they constantly bickered. But for kids, quarreling often brought them closer. Kitazawa glanced subconsciously at Naruto. After 2 weeks of practice, Naruto had fully mastered the transformation technique. But the clone technique was like Schrodinger's cat, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Has he really mastered it? Let's assume yes, for now. Kitazawa watched as Naruto quickly formed hand seals and performed the clone technique. Bang. 2 identical Narutos appeared in a puff of smoke. The good news, no deformities. The bad news, the clones looked severely malnourished. They were pale and skinny as if they hadn't eaten in days. Seeing this, Naruto showed an embarrassed expression, sweating like a cartoon character. Why did it fail again? He had succeeded twice just yesterday. Wait. Let me try again. Naruto shouted quickly. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then don't force it. What's the point of trying again? Kiba crossed his arms and snorted. Looks like you're not getting first place after all. This is the last time. Naruto insisted and formed the seals again. 2 clones appeared once more, noticeably better than the previous ones. I did it. Naruto grinned with satisfaction. Not bad. Naruto has made great progress, everyone should take him as an example. Kitazawa clapped and said, all right, get to practice now. Compared to the original version of Naruto, this one was already a super evolved version, completely different from before. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto ran up and asked, will the transformation technique be tested in the practical exam? No. Kitazawa shook his head. Transformation will be covered next year. Huh. Naruto blinked in confusion. Then why did you teach me transformation early? Didn't I say? I think transformation suits you more. Kitazawa chuckled. That's the reason. It's all thanks to your great teaching. Naruto said with a mix of pride and modesty. Put transformation aside for now. The most important thing is to master the clone technique. Kitazawa scanned the area and noticed Sasuke and Hinata heading toward their usual training spot. Yakumo, however, wasn't there. Kurenai had taken her to study sound-based genjutsu today. Yes. Naruto nodded and asked, Teacher Kitazawa, do you think I still have a chance? A chance for what? Kitazawa blinked. Huh. Is he going to ask me to climb a mountain or something? I mean the chance to get first place. Naruto scratched his head, showing rare uncertainty. In front of others, he was all bravado, but with Kitazawa, he became honest. The world hasn't been decided yet. You and I could both be number 1. Kitazawa replied after thinking. Of course, in his heart, he knew Naruto had little chance. It was grim. What does that mean? Naruto looked up with clear, innocent eyes. It means that until the results are out, anything is possible, Kitazawa explained. Awesome. Naruto's eyes lit up, and his confidence reignited. I'm going to practice the clone technique now. Kitazawa smiled. This kid was truly stubborn and persistent. No wonder he could master the talk no jutsu without anyone teaching him. Kitazawa watched for a bit, then walked toward the training ground. Before he got close, he heard Sasuke laughing wildly. His expression immediately turned odd. What now? As Kitazawa stepped closer, he caught the scent of something burning. His eyes landed on the scorched earth in front of Sasuke. Clearly, Sasuke had just used the fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Judging by the burn radius, it must have been a fireball at least 2 to 3 meters wide. Not bad. He understood why Sasuke was so pleased. The size of a fireball had reached the average level of the jutsu. But, it still fell short compared to the one performed by Uchiha Itachi in the original work. Kitazawa pondered. Itachi had likely held back his strength in front of his beloved little brother. That's why Sasuke now lived with his greatest illusion. He thought he had caught up to Itachi. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke stopped laughing, walked over, and said sincerely. He actually said thank you. Kitazawa was slightly stunned. No need to thank me. It's your own effort and sweat. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke suddenly looked awkward. Can I go home now? Sure. Kitazawa smiled. You've pretty much completed the advanced tree climbing training. You can stop here. Is it over? No, this is just the beginning. This level of fireball jutsu still couldn't compare to Itachi's. One thing was certain, Sasuke would return. Thanks, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke turned and ran off excitedly. He couldn't wait to receive his father's praise. You two can go home and rest early today as well. Kitazawa looked at Hinata and Ino. Teacher Kitazawa, I want to continue training. Ino thought for a moment and said. Unlike Hinata or Sasuke, she didn't need to prove anything to her parents. But she had experienced the benefits of the training and didn't want to stop. Me too. Hinata added firmly. I didn't say stop training. Kitazawa laughed. I meant that advanced tree climbing is over. We'll begin new training after the monthly exam. Ino smiled awkwardly. Hinata secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to stop Kitazawa's training. I'm back. Sasuke shouted as soon as he got home. Why are you so happy today? Mikoto stepped out after hearing his voice. I'm not telling you, Mom, Sasuke said proudly. Where's Dad? Oh dear, that makes Mom sad. Mikoto pretended to pout but peeked at him from the corner of her eye. Okay, I'll tell you. Sasuke relented. I mastered the fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu today. Really? You're amazing, my son. Mikoto smiled warmly. Of course. Sasuke almost broke into another grin. Luckily, he was used to his mom's praise, so the effect wasn't overwhelming. Dad's not home yet. He went to the Konoha police department. He should be back soon. Just then, a familiar voice came from the entrance. I'm home. Brother. Sasuke's face lit up. He ran over. You're home early today. Sasuke. Itachi suppressed the fatigue in his heart. I just finished a mission. Come with me. Sasuke grabbed his hand and dragged him along. What's going on? Itachi asked, puzzled. You'll see. Sasuke led him to the artificial lake in their courtyard. He made a hand sign and in the next second, boom, a massive fireball roared out, distorting the air around them. Itachi's eyes widened. This power was on par with his own first attempt. Sasuke, when did you get so strong? Itachi asked in surprise. Because I'm a genius. Sasuke declared proudly. Yes. Itachi suddenly grew serious. Sasuke, the future belongs to you. No, Sasuke smiled. The future belongs to us. Itachi smiled back and nodded. Just then, footsteps approached. A middle-aged man in a Jonin vest with a stern face entered. Dad. Sasuke ran up to greet him. Fugaku nodded. Dad, look. Sasuke immediately performed the great fireball technique. It's still a step behind your brother. Fugaku glanced once and turned to go inside. He was physically and mentally exhausted and in no mood for childish games. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village worsened by the day. Since Shirsue's death, he had struggled to quell the clan's rebellion. Itachi's smile faded while Sasuke was struck like lightning. After a month of hard work, that was all the praise he got. Sasuke, you're still young. When you reach my age, you'll surpass me. Itachi gently touched his head. Brother, show me the fireball technique again. This time, at full strength. Sasuke said softly. I want to see what you're truly capable of. Itachi hesitated. He had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, showing full power would be overkill. But Sasuke's determined face told him there was no turning back. He sighed, formed hand seals. And in the next instant, an enormous fireball, nearly 8 or 9 meters wide, burst out, illuminating the nearby buildings like a blazing sun. Sasuke was stunned. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvenstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 32, My Fire Style is Better Than Itachi's. After school, Kitazawa left the academy and headed to Yuhi Kurenai's home. After knocking on the door and getting permission, he pushed it open and stepped inside. In the living room, Yuhi Kurenai and Kurama Yakumo were sitting side by side. Neither wore shoes and 2 pairs of jade-like feet, one large, one small, rested on the floor. Teacher Kitazawa, Kurama Yakumo said softly. There was a captivating charm in her voice. Kitazawa unconsciously relaxed, as if all the fatigue accumulated through the day had melted away. How is it? Kurenai smiled and asked, feeling refreshed. Indeed. Kitazawa came to his senses and said with a hint of emotion, Yakumo's illusion talent is truly terrifying. She's from the Kurama clan, after all. They were once as renowned as the Uchiha. Kurenai paused, then asked, you came just in time. What do you think we should name this sound illusion? The reason Yakumo's voice felt special just now was because she had activated a sound-based genjutsu, an illusion they had spent 2 weeks developing. It was a D-rank technique. Its effect was simple, using sound to relax the target and remove fatigue. Name. Kitazawa touched his chin. He was notoriously bad at naming things. When playing games, he could spend over an hour just choosing a name. Let's call it the art of speech jutsu. What do you think? Kitazawa suggested, a spark of inspiration flashing in his mind. Art of speech jutsu. Not bad. It suits the effect. Kurenai nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, teachers. Kurama Yakumo stood up and bowed slightly. You're welcome. Kitazawa patted her head and said, if you become a psychological medical ninja, it'll benefit all of us. Yes, Kurenai agreed. We might need your help someday. She wasn't just comforting Yakumo. Among all ninja types, illusionists are the most vulnerable to psychological trauma. The reason is simple. Genjutsu is rooted in in release, a battle of mental power. A single misstep could cause lingering psychological wounds. Take Hatake Kakashi, for example. He was struck by Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi in the original story and fell into a coma for a whole month. Of course, the unluckiest was Uchiha Sasuke. Every time the hatred in his heart faded, Itachi would use illusions to stimulate him, replaying the massacre scene like a VCR. Yes. Kurama Yakumo said with resolve. I'll do my best. Kitazawa and I can only help with illusion training, Kurenai added after thinking for a moment, your real strength lies in your bloodline limit, you need to develop it well. I understand, Yakumo nodded. Teacher Kitazawa has shown me the way. I'll use my brush to unlock its true power. Your bloodline is powerful. Kitazawa thought of Ito from the original story and reminded her, don't fear it. Accept it. I will, Yakumo smiled. Besides, I still have you. There won't be a problem. There's plenty of time. Take it slow. Kurenai stood up and said, Kitazawa, stay for dinner. I'll go cook. All right. Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. In the past 2 weeks, he had eaten there many times. Their relationship had grown much closer. I'll help you. He followed Kurenai into the kitchen. Kurenai put on an apron, then tied up her long hair, exposing her fair neck. With her hair up and a spatula in hand, she radiated the aura of a gentle homemaker. After dinner, Kitazawa bid farewell and returned home. A new day, April 30th, marked the monthly exam for Grade 1, Class A. Kitazawa would be participating as well since he needed to complete his mission. Getting first place wouldn't be easy, but as the one who designed the test and oversaw the first grade, he already knew all the answers. He's not my guy, and a teacher's cheating doesn't count as cheating. That morning, Kitazawa arrived early in the classroom, the day's exam venue. He suddenly paused. He had spotted Uchiha Sasuke. Unlike yesterday's sunny aura, today Sasuke looked gloomy as if a storm cloud hovered over his head. Sasuke, what's wrong? Kitazawa approached and asked. I'm fine. Sasuke replied without raising his head. No, something's clearly bothering you. Kitazawa sat beside him. If you don't tell me, how can I help? It related to his mission. He couldn't allow Sasuke to give up. You won't get it, Sasuke thought for a moment before answering. He had seen Kitazawa's fire style, great fireball technique. It was strong, but not as overwhelming as Itachi's. Kitazawa frowned. Watch it, kid. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. Why not? He asked lazily. Have you seen me at my peak? No. No. Sasuke was stunned. Are you stronger than my brother? Since you're this down, then it means you must have seen your brother's fireball jutsu. Kitazawa sidestepped the question. How big was it? As tall as a 3-story building, around 9 meters. Sasuke gestured. Seeing Itachi's technique last night, he had been struck by how vast the gap was, even between brothers. 9 meters, huh? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Not bad. Sasuke sat up straight, a flicker of hope returning. I can teach you to blow a 10-meter fireball, Kitazawa said seriously. He wasn't exaggerating. The fire style, great fireball jutsu from the system came with full knowledge embedded. No one in the ninja world understood it better. As long as he had chakra, he could make fireballs of any size. Yes, my fireball is very big, deal with it. Really? Sasuke's eyes widened. Why would I lie? Kitazawa patted his shoulder. After the exam, I'll teach you. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke said gratefully. Focus on the test now. Kitazawa stood and moved to the podium. As time passed, Hinata, Ino, Naruto, and the others arrived one after another. There's only one rule for this exam, no cheating. Anyone caught will have their scores voided. Kitazawa said in a serious tone. At 9 o'clock sharp, the theoretical exam officially began. Kitazawa scanned the room. Sasuke and Shikamaru looked calm. Hinata was nervous like she faced a life-or-death battle. Naruto scratched his head, staring at the test paper like it would grow him a new brain. Other than Kitazawa's own class, the rest were fairly average. He withdrew his gaze, pulled out his own exam paper, and began to solve the questions. But before doing that, he created 2 shadow clones and had them patrol the room. I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 33, There's Value Even in the Lowest Rank. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the bell rang. Students, stop writing immediately and remain seated, Kitazawa stood up and instructed. The classroom briefly descended into chaos. Fortunately, Kitazawa had built enough authority over the past month. Even the students who hadn't finished were obedient and put down their pens. Everyone, gather at the school playground by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Anyone more than 15 minutes late will have their practical test score cancelled. Kitazawa collected the test papers, gave a final reminder, and left the classroom. Tomorrow was the practical exam, and he needed to finish grading the written tests by the afternoon. Since practical test results would be announced on the spot, combining them with theoretical scores would allow the final rankings to be revealed immediately, which is very efficient. After Kitazawa left, the classroom turned noisy again with groans and chatter. Naruto slumped in his seat and glanced out the window. The sky was clear blue. Only one thought filled his mind: I'm screwed. The monthly exam had been tougher than expected, and several questions left him completely stumped. Didn't do well. Shikamaru noticed his expression and asked casually. It's not that I didn't do well, I just didn't answer some questions well. Naruto defended, then turned to him hopefully. Did you find it hard? Yeah, pretty difficult. Shikamaru sighed lazily. I think I barely passed, maybe 60 points. Same here, Akimichi Choji added, joining the conversation. Naruto's spirits lifted slightly. If everyone thought it was hard, maybe he still had a shot in first place. Sasuke-kun, how was the exam? Sakura slung her school bag over her shoulder and walked over. SOSO, Sasuke replied casually, hands in his pockets. He had already locked down first place in the practical exam. As long as he placed in the top 3 for theory, he'd be fine. Sasuke-kun, you're too modest. Sakura's eyes sparkled, heart fluttering. She didn't believe it. With Sasuke's usual cool demeanor, only first place could possibly suit him. I've got something to do. No need to follow me. Sasuke brushed her off and walked out of the classroom. He was already in a sour mood because of the fireball jutsu. Without Kitazawa's encouragement, he wouldn't have even bothered with that polite response. Sakura raised her hand, but could only watch him walk away. Uchiha men are really heartless, Ino shook her head. Don't talk about Sasuke like that. Sakura immediately defended him. That's not cold, it's cool. You're hopeless, Sakura, Ino sighed dramatically. Wait a sec. Sakura suddenly realized something. Are you giving up on Sasuke? Ino blinked. Now that she thought about it, she didn't feel the same fangirl energy towards Sasuke anymore. Was it because she'd been focused on tree climbing training? Or had she developed antibodies after watching Kitazawa too often? Better to give up. Sakura laughed happily. Sasuke will be mine. Yes, sure. Ino rolled her eyes. Then she noticed Hinata, who was still seated. Hinata had already packed her stationery but hadn't left yet. Hinata, Ino walked over. Wanna head home together? Because of their shared training, Ino had come to see Hinata as a close friend. Hinata blinked, flustered. Aye, you go ahead. Seeing her reaction, Ino didn't insist and left with Sakura. Hinata quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Once the classroom was empty, she picked up her bag and went to Kitazawa's office. Knock knock. Come in. Kitazawa looked up from grading. Kitazawa. Teacher Kitazawa, Hinata smiled shyly upon entering. Not heading home? He set his pen down and asked. Hinata's heart skipped a beat, and a blush crept across her cheeks. She had come to have lunch like usual, but it seemed Kitazawa hadn't planned for it today. Now she felt awkward. Well, since you're here, let's eat together, Kitazawa smiled, instantly guessing her reason. He honestly hadn't expected her to show up today, especially since the afternoon was free and tomorrow was the practical exam. Okay. Hinata beamed, removed her shoes, and stepped inside. Seeing Kitazawa busy grading, she quietly sat on the sofa, her soft white feet moving slightly in rhythm with her mood. At noon, Kitazawa let out a breath and put down his pen. He looked at Hinata, who was still sitting quietly like a delicate porcelain doll. His gaze drifted to her smooth legs. If she wore white stockings. No, that's too much punishment. Kitazawa forced the thought away. Focus. I'm into the older models. Hinata, dinner is ready. He said jokingly. Startled, Hinata jumped up from the sofa and stood straight. When she saw his playful smile, she realized he was teasing her. Her face flushed red. Come on, let's go eat. Kitazawa gestured with a grin. Hinata, trying to suppress her embarrassment, walked over to him. He patted her head, then took her to Ichiraku ramen. After their meal, she returned to the Hyuga compound. Kitazawa, on the other hand, resumed his afternoon work of grading. By dusk, he had finished correcting all the test papers and ranked them. His eyes landed on Hyuga Hinata, first place. He nodded, pleased. Her recent special training had clearly paid off. The second name on the list surprised him a little, Haruno Sakura, not Uchiha Sasuke. But thinking about it, it made sense. In the original work, Sakura was top in theoretical studies. Her high marks were a major factor in her selection for Team 7. That, and her so-called bonds with Naruto and Sasuke. Kitazawa scanned further down the list and found Uzumaki Naruto. Good news, he wasn't last anymore. Bad news, 28th place. Still stuck near the bottom. How to put it? There's plenty of room for growth. Just then, 3 lines of text popped up in Kitazawa's view. Current task, Help your lifelong enemy Uzumaki Naruto reach the top 10 in next month's exam. Task reward, IN attribute. Do you accept? Kitazawa was surprised, but only slightly. He had received similar missions before. What caught his attention was the lowered expectation. It wasn't second place this time, just top 10. Does the system have that little faith in Naruto? He sighed. Good grief. But from another perspective, Naruto was the first student with a follow-up ranking mission. Well then. Kitazawa chose to accept. With the IN attribute, mastering Genjutsu would become much easier. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 34, Fire Release, Heavenly Prison. A new day. Kitazawa arrived early at the ninja school. The playground, usually quiet in the morning, was already bustling with energy as many students were warming up. Kitazawa. Mizuki approached from a distance. Mizuki, Kitazawa nodded slightly, then asked, Irika isn't here yet. I'm guessing he's sleeping in. Mizuki smiled and added, you don't know this, but he's had a habit of procrastinating since childhood. He's also timid, used to cry from fear. In truth, Mizuki hadn't informed Yumino Irika on purpose. You seem to be good friends with him. So, were you also brought to tears? Kitazawa asked slowly. As the saying goes, there's always one idiot in a group of 3. Me. No way. Mizuki's expression changed. His smile stiffened as he hastily denied it. I see. Kitazawa smiled, patted his shoulder, and gave him a meaningful look. What do you mean you see? Damn it. Mizuki instinctively wanted to defend himself, but Kitazawa had already walked off. He returned to Class A of the first grade. Damn you, Kitazawa. Mizuki gritted his teeth. One day, you'll regret this. He was furious. Kitazawa now had the Hokage's attention. Any dirty tricks wouldn't work. Taking a deep breath, Mizuki's gaze shifted to Hyuga Niji not far away. His original intent had been to flaunt his genius student to Kitazawa, but instead, he got ridiculed. Kitazawa stood still, stroking his chin. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, but he wasn't a gentleman. He could tolerate being remembered by a woman but not by a man. Still, it wasn't the right time. Mizuki hadn't committed a real offense yet. Teacher Kitazawa. Uzumaki Naruto's energetic voice rang out. Kitazawa looked at him, and a strange gleam flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, an idea came to him, to use Naruto to frame Mizuki. In the original story, Mizuki manipulated Naruto into stealing the Scroll of Seals. Kitazawa always found it odd. The Scroll of Seals contains many of Konoha's most powerful forbidden techniques, how could it be so easily stolen? Although he always viewed things with suspicion, something felt off. Maybe it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's micromanagement again. The wicked Mizuki has set his eyes on you, a budding talent. Please grant him a song of tears behind bars. Current mission, send Mizuki to prison. Reward, fire release, heavenly prison. Kitazawa's eyebrows lifted, and a smile crept onto his face. Mizuki, your rat-like existence ends today, with just one key click. Any prison will do. There's a facility in the land of grass called Hozuki Castle. It houses an elite warden named Mui. His signature technique is fire release, heavenly prison. It seals the target's chakra and prevents it from condensing. But the most terrifying part is, if the target moves too far away, it will ignite automatically. Though labeled a fire release jutsu, it's actually a blend of fire and sealing techniques. In the ninja world, sealing jutsu, especially when paired with Sage Mode, is practically the foundational code of everything. It's just too powerful. Teacher Kitazawa. Uchiha Sasuke walked up hesitantly after glancing at Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto beamed and greeted him. I won't lose to you again in today's physical exam, Sasuke said coldly as Naruto's cheerful grin somehow irritated him. If I beat you once, I can beat you again. Naruto said with confidence. See you at the top. See you at the top. Sasuke took a quiet step back. If he stuck around Naruto any longer, he was bound to be dragged down to his level. Oh. A beast-like cry echoed across the grounds. Irika came dashing at full speed, possibly the fastest sprint of his life. 17 years old, and already a teacher. Kitazawa glanced at the time, 8:55, just barely on time. Sorry, Kitazawa-senpai. Irika stopped, panting and drenched in sweat. No problem. You made it, Kitazawa replied, then added in a low voice, be wary of Mizuki. Huh. Irika was confused. What does that mean? Is someone trying to sabotage the exam? Is there a traitor among us? All right everyone, gather up. I'll now explain the rules of the practical test. Kitazawa clapped, drawing the student's attention. Under normal circumstances, a practical test would be actual combat. But after just 1 month of school, most students hadn't even mastered the basic 3 techniques. It'd be more like a chicken fight than a real battle. And for those from prestigious ninja clans, such a test would be an overwhelming advantage. To avoid breaking the spirits of civilian-born students, this first practical exam didn't involve combat matchups. This practical test has 4 components: clone technique, physical fitness, shuriken throwing, and kunai throwing. Kitazawa raised 4 fingers. I'll give a demonstration first. Though labeled a demo, it was sneakily added to his own score report. Kitazawa pulled out a kunai and a shuriken, spun them in his hands, and threw them. Clang! The 2 weapons collided midair, followed a curved trajectory, and landed precisely in 2 bullseyes. He clearly did it intentionally, just to assert dominance over Uchiha Sasuke. Amazing. Naruto cheered. It wasn't just flattery. That throw was pretty awesome. Hinata Hyuga clenched her small fists, eyes full of admiration. If only I could overpower everyone like Teacher Kitazawa, but maybe it's not impossible. If she could take first place, her father Hayashi Hyuga might finally see her in a new light. Uchiha Sasuke immediately sensed a familiar pressure. What's with this guy? A demonstration this flashy? He sighed inwardly. Too bad he hadn't learned advanced shuriken techniques yet, or he could have stolen the spotlight back. The first test is the clone technique. Kitazawa performed the jutsu, then said, "Come up one by one in order." He pulled out the student roster and pen, ready to take notes. It's my turn. Naruto walked proudly to the center of the field like a rooster ready to fight. Go, Naruto. Shikamaru and Choji cheered from the sidelines. Naruto glanced around. Most people didn't expect much from him. But Kitazawa's encouraging gaze gave him strength. If I mess up here, my student life is over. Clone technique. Naruto shouted as he formed the seals. Kitazawa's lips twitched. Who taught you to yell out the jutsu name during casting? Bang. 2 lifelike clones of Naruto appeared. Not bad, Kitazawa praised. You did really well this time. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Naruto said excitedly. Hokage's office. A crystal ball sat on the desk, showing Naruto's image. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard with a smile. Kitazawa really is something. I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 35, The Glory Still Belongs to the Uchiha. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hands, turned around, and returned to the queue. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. He thought of a fisherman from his previous life who proudly showed off his big catch everywhere. Picking up his pen, Kitazawa wrote 80 next to Naruto's name on the roster. Compared to himself, Naruto's performance was only slightly above average and had some obvious flaws. But even so, it was better than most students in the class. It wasn't until Uchiha Sasuke took the stage that the first full score appeared. Very good, Kitazawa nodded in approval. Sasuke seemed slightly distracted. He recalled that his clone technique wasn't this refined before. Then it hit him, it must be due to the tree climbing training Kitazawa had assigned. Improved chakra control didn't just help with the fire style, great fireball technique, but all ninjutsu. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa, Sasuke said sincerely. Next. Kitazawa glanced at the list and called out, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru, with his usual lazy demeanor, slowly stepped forward. He formed the seals, created 2 decent clones, and returned to the line just as unhurriedly. At your age, how can you hold back? Youth should be full of energy. Kitazawa could tell at a glance that Shikamaru was just doing the bare minimum. Yesterday's written exam was the same, he scored exactly 60. It wasn't that he lacked ability, he just found things troublesome. In the original story, Shikamaru didn't change until Sarutobi Asuma's death. Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa read aloud, eyes on the roster. Hinata took a deep breath and slowly walked to the center of the field. Under the attention of the crowd, she couldn't help but tense up. Instinctively, she looked away. But when her eyes landed on Kitazawa, memories of their special training surfaced, calming her nerves. Clone technique. Hinata formed the hand seals and produced 2 flawless clones. Not worse than Sasuke. Yamanaka Ino blinked in surprise. Sasuke's expression stiffened. Hinata's technique was indeed perfect, enough to rival him. And he knew the reason, it was thanks to Kitazawa. Like him, Hinata had also undergone tree climbing training. Sasuke's gaze then shifted to Ino. Kurama Yakumo was absent due to poor health. Naruto, though participating in the training, was progressing slowly and hadn't completed it yet. That left only Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke waited quietly. Soon, it was Ino's turn. Just as he expected, Ino's clone technique was excellent, just slightly beneath his own. Thankfully, the next 3 test items didn't rely on chakra control. Sasuke exhaled in relief. He didn't even want to imagine how disappointed his father and older brother would be if he didn't come out on top. When did Ino get so strong? Choji nudged Shikamaru. What's going on? Because of Shikamaru's high IQ, Choji often treated him like an external brain. Haruno Sakura also turned to listen. As Ino's close friend, she had a good sense of her capabilities. Seeing her progress this much came as a surprise. It's Kitazawa's special training, Sasuke interjected. Special training? Sakura blinked. You mean during the free period in the practical classes? Oh, I remember now. Choji suddenly recalled. Mr. Kitazawa is incredible, Shikamaru said, raising his eyebrows. To him, it was rare for a civilian ninja to be this competent. Yeah, Choji nodded in agreement. Sasuke, Ino, Naruto, and Hinata, those who received Kitazawa's training, all showed significant improvement. I want to join too. Haruno Sakura clenched her fists. Then you'll have to work harder, Ino returned to the group with a smile. Though Sakura's theory grades were excellent, her practical performance was average. Unlike Sasuke, who came from a ninja clan and had prior training, Sakura was learning everything from scratch. It would take time. The clone jutsu test is over. Next up is kunai throwing, Kitazawa announced after grading. Compared to the varied performances in clone jutsu, kunai throwing was more straightforward. Sasuke once again stood out. He mimicked Kitazawa's throw, not a blind toss, but accurate and powerful. Terrifyingly good. Kitazawa felt genuinely relieved. If Sasuke had activated his Sharingan already, it might have cost him his top spot. After kunai came the shuriken test. Both are standard tools for ninjas, and performances didn't vary much. Again, Sasuke was the best. By 10 a.m., only the physical fitness test remained. The students, including Sasuke, moved toward the track. The rules for this test are simple, Kitazawa explained. Run 50 laps. The ranking is based on your finishing time. He then waved over to Irika, who stood nearby. Kitazawa-senpai, Irika walked up quickly. You'll be in charge of scoring the physical test, Kitazawa said, handing over the roster and pen. You're leaving. Irika was stunned. School rules say 2 teachers must be present for practical tests. I'm not leaving. I'm running with them, Kitazawa replied. Huh. Irika looked even more confused. Is the teacher warming up? If I run with them, it'll ease their nerves. They'll feel like it's just ordinary training. Kitazawa smiled. That way, they'll perform better. Oh, I get it now, Irika realized and said sincerely, you really are the best teacher at the academy. Watch and learn, Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder, stepped onto the track, and shouted, start. With that, Sasuke and the others began running under his lead. Physical training was a weekly routine. Everyone knew each other's pace, and the results were consistent. Haha. I'm first again. Naruto bounced in excitement. You really love being first, huh? Kitazawa shook his head. Sasuke sat down, exhausted. How does that guy have so much stamina? Luckily, Naruto only won the physical fitness test. Sasuke had topped the other 3 categories. 3 first-place results, no way Naruto could beat him. Sasuke did the math and felt completely at ease. The glory still belongs to the Uchiha. Current task, become first in the April monthly exam. Task reward, wind release, vacuum sphere. The host has completed the task. Reward issued. Kitazawa looked at the glowing lines that appeared before him and smiled. With the reward in hand, every effort had been worth it. Chapter 36, Hokage's Summon. After the physical fitness test, the students of Class A, Year 1, collapsed onto the ground to rest, completely disregarding their image. But all their eyes were fixed on Kitazawa and Irika, who were tallying the scores and ranking them on the spot. I wonder how many points I'll get, Sakura said, glancing at the calm Uchiha Sasuke. A silly smile crept onto her face. It'd be perfect if I ended up next to Sasuke-kun. Just do your best, Ino replied, flicking her golden hair with confidence. It's only a monthly exam, nothing special. Not bad, Choji chimed in while munching on his chips with a satisfying crunch. Passing is enough, Shikamaru added lazily. Since none of you care, then I'll gladly claim first place. Inuzuka Kiba declared with a confident grin. Sasuke-kun will definitely take first place, Sakura retorted. Nothing isn't set yet. You and I could both be number 1, Uzumaki Naruto said, remembering what Kitazawa had once told him. Who knows, maybe I'll be first. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him with surprise. "Why are you all staring at me?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "It's just unexpected hearing that from you," Shikamaru said with a smile. "That's what Kitazawa-sensei said." Naruto blinked innocently. No wonder, Yamanaka Ino nodded knowingly. Sasuke didn't join the conversation. In his mind, the first place was already his. Hinata didn't speak either. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't catch what anyone was saying. Her hands were clenched in front of her, praying silently. She didn't want to let Kitazawa down. "I'll now announce the results," Kitazawa said as he stepped forward with the roster in hand. Everyone stood up at once, eyes filled with anticipation. First place, Kitazawa smiled, Hyuga Hinata. A beat of stunned silence followed before the entire class broke into chatter. Due to her quiet personality, Hinata never drew much attention in class. No one had expected such an upset. How is that possible? Sasuke was stunned, the calm on his face vanishing into shock. The first place he thought was guaranteed had slipped through his fingers. His fists clenched involuntarily, and frustration surged through him. He could tolerate losing to Naruto in physical training, it wasn't an important subject. But losing to Hyuga Hinata in the overall exam. That felt like a nightmare. It wasn't me after all, Naruto groaned, both hands on his head. He had hoped for a miracle, but now, reality hit hard. At least Sasuke didn't get it either. What's going on? Sakura gasped, still in disbelief. I didn't see that coming, Ino murmured, visibly impressed. Had the undefeated Uchiha finally fallen? Even Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino were too surprised to comment, though their expressions said plenty. Hinata, overwhelmed by all the stares, felt her heart pounding like a drum. It reminded her of the first time she climbed a wall to skip class, exhilarating and terrifying. Hinata placed first in the theory exam and second in the practical. So her combined score ranked highest overall, Kitazawa explained. Second place, Uchiha Sasuke. In truth, Hinata's victory was thanks to both Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura had taken second place in the theory exam, and Naruto first in physical training, both dragging down Sasuke's average. Sasuke stood silently, his face grim. Northwest One remember second place, and the Uchiha don't accept it. Third place, Abirame Shino, Kitazawa continued. The class looked around in confusion. Who was that? Do we really have a classmate named Abirame Shino? If Hinata had little presence, Shino had none at all. Fourth, Yamanaka Ino. Fifth, Haruno Sakura. Sixth, Inuzuka Kiba. 10th, Akimichi Choji, Kitazawa read aloud slowly. Sixth place isn't bad, Kiba sighed. It wasn't that he lacked ability, but the competition this time was just too fierce. Why not me? Naruto looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Losing first place was one thing, but not even the top 10. He glanced at Choji. Weren't they supposed to be at the same level? How did he end up flying so high? Naruto, Kiba noticed his look and grinned, shifting the spotlight. What, gonna cry? Humph. Naruto puffed his cheeks, unconvinced. I'll surpass you next time. Keep dreaming, Kiba said as he patted his shoulder, clearly not taking it seriously. 17th place, Uzumaki Naruto. 20th, Nara Shikamaru. Kitazawa read out the remaining rankings quickly. 17th. Damn it. Naruto groaned. If I'd just gotten those questions right, I could have made the top 10. Don't be discouraged if you didn't do well, Kitazawa said, scanning the class. There'll be plenty of chances in the future. That's all for today, see you all next Monday. Goodbye, teacher, the students called out as they left. Kitazawa picked up the roster and left with Yamano Irika toward the meeting room. Their next task was to rank the entire grade and prepare for the upcoming commendation ceremony. By the time they arrived, many teachers were already present. Kitazawa, Irika. Mizuki's voice called out. Irika turned to respond, but then Kitazawa's earlier warning echoed in his mind. Mizuki, was there something wrong with him? Wait, he didn't wake me up this morning. Was it on purpose? How did your class do? Mizuki asked with a smile. Anyone score full marks? Did someone in your class get full marks? Irika asked back with genuine surprise. Got lucky, one did, Mizuki said modestly. Hyuga Niji, a genius of the Hyuga clan. Amazing, Irika said with admiration. No wonder he was last year's outstanding student representative. Outstanding student representatives were selected to give a speech at the commendation ceremony. Kitazawa frowned slightly. Though Hinata had worked hard, she hadn't achieved a perfect score due to her performance in the practical test, where she lost to Sasuke and Naruto. The final speech selection was still uncertain. But it wasn't a big issue, he had Sarutobi Hiruzen as a backer, and Hyuga Niji had already spoken last year. So no one in your class got full marks? Mizuki asked gleefully. Well, it's only the first monthly exam, after all. You're right, Kitazawa replied calmly. Mizuki's smile froze. That wasn't the reaction he wanted. He expected jealousy, not indifference. All homeroom teachers, please submit your report cards, Sarutobi Hisao entered and said directly. Also, the top student in each grade will automatically be shortlisted for student representative. Kitazawa remained seated as Irika stepped forward to hand over their report cards. Once collected, Sarutobi Hisao left swiftly. Kitazawa-senpai, Mizuki, Irika offered, I'll treat you both to a meal. Great. Mizuki said with a grin. Let's go to the most expensive barbecue place. No problem, Irika replied, even though it pained him a little. Just as the three were leaving the room, a shadow flashed in front of them. An Umbu ninja. Nearby teachers were startled. Kitazawa, the masked ninja said. The Hokage wishes to see you. Understood, Kitazawa nodded, then turned to Irika. Looks like I won't be eating today. I'll treat you next time. With that, he followed the Umbu and left the school. A summon from the Hokage. Irika stood frozen, stunned. For a regular Chunin like him, the Hokage felt like a distant figure. This sudden summons made everything feel surreal. The other teachers around them looked on with envy and awe. In Konoha, being noticed by the Hokage was the first step toward promotion, wealth, and a bright future. Mizuki couldn't control his expression. He had taught the only full-score student, so why wasn't he summoned? This is unfair. I hate it. His face twisted with resentment. Irika glanced at him and felt a chill run down his spine. A moment of alertness surged in his heart. I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 37, Reward. As Kitazawa walked, he pondered the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned him. At the very least, he was certain the third Hokage wouldn't use the Monkey King to punish him with the adamantine staff, as he hadn't done anything wrong, after all. He speculated it had something to do with the results of the monthly exam. Perhaps there would even be a reward. Go in, the Umbu ninja said, stopping in front of the Hokage's office. Kitazawa gave a small nod and pushed open the door. You're here, Kitazawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted as he looked up. Hokage-sama, Kitazawa quickly saluted. I've reviewed your class report. It's excellent, Sarutobi praised. Your class had the most students scoring over 80 points in the entire school. Both the theory and practical exams had a full score of 100, with the final ranking based on their combined score, still totaling 100. In Hiruzen's eyes, students scoring above 80 were already the future hope of Konoha. It's all thanks to your guidance, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said sincerely. No need to be modest. I've seen all your efforts, Sarutobi chuckled. Assigning Class 1A to you was the right decision. I'll continue doing my best to teach them well and raise outstanding successors who inherit the will of fire, Kitazawa replied firmly. Excellent. Hiruzen nodded in approval, then asked, I've always believed in rewarding merit. So, what do you want as a reward? Money? Or ninjutsu? I'd like wind-style ninjutsu, Kitazawa answered after a brief thought. Money was important, but he wasn't short on it at the moment. What mattered more was resolving the origin issue of the ninjutsu he'd just acquired from the system. Go with Haru and choose a B-rank wind release technique, Sarutobi decided after a moment. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa was a little surprised. For non-clan shinobi, gaining access to B-rank jutsu was exceptionally difficult. Receiving one just for good results in a monthly exam was extremely generous, and for Kitazawa, it was a timely gift. He had just received Wind Style, Vacuum Sphere, a B-rank jutsu, from the system. You've earned it, Hiruzen smiled, then asked, what do you think about Naruto? Naruto. Kitazawa organized his thoughts and said, he's cheerful, optimistic, and values friendship and loyalty deeply. A good child. Naruto's parents did Konoha a great service, Hiruzen said, his eyes softening. I hope you can guide him more, especially in his studies. He didn't directly mention Naruto being the fourth Hokage's son. That was top-secret information. With Kitazawa's current strength and position, he wasn't yet qualified to know. Understood, Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. He already had a system task related to Naruto, and now, with Hiruzen's request, it was a win-win. A double benefit. I'll leave it to you, then, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wave. Haru is waiting outside. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll take my leave, Kitazawa said, bowing slightly before turning to exit. As Hiruzen watched him leave, a dazed look crossed his face. Memories began to stir. He thought of Namikaze Minato. Though he rose to fame during the Third Great Ninja War, he was already a well-known, top-ranking student at the academy. In both theory and practical skills, he stood unrivaled, just like Kitazawa's student Hinata. And like Kitazawa, Minato had also been a civilian shinobi. Because of his remarkable talent, Minato was placed under Jiraiya. He lived up to expectations, saving the village and leading Konoha to victory in the Third Great Ninja War. Sarutobi sighed. That vibrant, all-embracing spirit still lingered in his memory. I hope Naruto can become the next Minato, he murmured. Kitazawa arrived at the ninjutsu archive room with Haru. These scrolls here contain B-rank wind release ninjutsu, Haru pointed to a nearby shelf. You may choose one. But don't open scrolls on any other shelves. Understood. Kitazawa nodded and approached the shelf. He scanned the titles and locked onto Wind Style, Vacuum Sphere. But instead of immediately picking it up, he paused, feigning hesitation for a few minutes before selecting the scroll. Take it home, memorize it, and I'll collect it from you in a week, Haru reminded him. Got it, Kitazawa said, storing the scroll and heading back to the academy. For the students, the monthly exam was over. But as a teacher, his responsibilities continued. That afternoon, the faculty gathered for a meeting. As Kitazawa entered the meeting room, all eyes turned toward him. After all, he'd just been summoned by the Hokage. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika called out, waving. They both taught Class 1A, and Irika was proud of the honor their class had earned. Only Mizuki, standing beside him, wore a twisted mix of emotions as if switching faces like an Oscar actor. Congratulations, Kitazawa, Mizuki said, finally putting on a forced smile. Thanks, Kitazawa replied as he took his seat. What was it like meeting the Hokage? Irika asked enviously. Nothing special, Kitazawa said with a shrug. It's not my first time meeting him. Invisible pretense hits the hardest. Irika was momentarily speechless. Mizuki clenched his fists under the table. If it weren't for his control, he might have punched him out of sheer frustration. After all, in the original work, Mizuki was the type who would kill his comrades just to complete a mission. What did the Hokage say? Irika asked curiously. He praised Class 1A's achievements, Kitazawa replied. And gave me a B-rank wind release technique. B-rank. Irika sucked in a breath. The Hokage is so generous. If you work hard, you can earn a reward too, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. I'll work even harder. Irika replied with renewed determination. Mizuki watched them, gritting his teeth. He taught the only full-score student, why hadn't he gotten anything? Generous? No, this Hokage is clearly biased. Not long after, Sarutobi Hisao entered the room. The first thing he did was distribute the ranking sheets for the entire grade. Kitazawa scanned the list. As expected, the top 10 were all from Class 1A. That was no surprise. When classes were formed, the best students had all been placed in Class A. Now, I will announce the outstanding student representative for this month's exam, Hisao said after a pause. Hyuga Hinata. Mizuki's smile froze on his face. At the mention of Hyuga, his heart surged with joy, but the second word, Hinata, dropped him into an icy abyss. Why not Hyuga Niji? Mizuki couldn't help but blurt out, standing up. This was decided by the Hokage himself, Sarutobi Hisao replied calmly. But. Mizuki clenched his fists, visibly shaken. Kitazawa had received more praise than him. That was one loss. Being summoned by the Hokage was the second loss. Now, even the outstanding student representative had been snatched away. 3 strikes in 1 month, what was even the point of it all? Chapter 38, Konoha's Number 1. Hyuga Clan Residence. After school, Hyuga Hinata ran straight home without stopping. She clutched the report card tightly in her hand, exhaled deeply, and only then slowly stepped into the courtyard. The Hyuga clan was strict about rules and decorum. If she were to rush in recklessly, she would surely be scolded. Father. Hinata arrived outside the study where Hyuga Hayashi was located. Come in. A deep, majestic voice responded. Hinata opened the door, removed her shoes, and stepped inside the room. What is it? Hayashi asked, sitting cross-legged on the tatami, a book in hand. The monthly exam is over, and the results have been announced, Hinata replied, kneeling before him with her white stalls turned outward in proper form. What rank did you achieve? Hayashi asked calmly. He was already aware of the details regarding Class 1A, to which Hinata belonged. It was, in many ways, a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The elites of the next generation from major ninja clans were all in that class. Notably, Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of the famed genius Uchiha Itachi, was among them. Hayashi sighed inwardly. The Hyuga clan also had a prodigy, Hyuga Niji, but he belonged to the branch family. As for Hinata, Hayashi had long stopped placing hope in her, especially after the birth of Hyuga Hanabi. According to clan tradition, only one member from each generation would become the heir. The others would receive the caged bird seal and be relegated to the branch family. In theory, either Hinata or Hanabi would one day bear that curse. The so-called caged bird was a method used to protect the secrets of the Byakugan, but it was also a means for the main family to control the branch. Please take a look, father. Hinata extended the report card toward him, her eyes filled with hope. HM. First place. Hayashi muttered after a glance. His expression changed at once. First place. A flicker of disbelief crossed his face. He rarely lost his composure, but this result had truly caught him off guard. He had never even considered the possibility of Hinata taking the top rank. Noticing his reaction, Hinata's heart leaped with joy. Clearly, she had managed to surprise him. Hinata, Hayashi said after reading through the report, you did well. You did not bring shame to the Hyuga clan. Thank you, father. Hinata beamed. It was the first time she had ever received praise from him. How did you get first place? Hayashi asked curiously. It's all thanks to Mr. Kitazawa, Hinata replied truthfully. Kitazawa. Hayashi grew contemplative. He'd already heard of Kitazawa from Hyuga Takuma, the guard he had assigned to quietly protect Hinata. One incident particularly stood out, when Kitazawa had stepped in to discipline a student who was bullying Hinata. It seems he's a capable teacher, Hayashi nodded. Yes, Hinata said with bright eyes, Mr. Kitazawa is amazing. How good could a mere Chunin be? Hayashi thought to himself. At best, his teaching is decent. Mr. Kitazawa taught me how to walk on trees using chakra. He said it helps with chakra control. Hinata began talking more freely. Hayashi was stunned. Is this really my daughter? In the past, getting 5 words out of her was a feat, but now, she was full of energy and enthusiasm. The root of this change was clearly Kitazawa. Hayashi fell silent. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Hanabi had already been born, and the painful history between him and his brother Hisashi might soon repeat itself. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Kitazawa left the academy, walking along the street, sighing to himself. It's good to have a backer. Whether it was being chosen for the 30 exam questions or Hinata being named outstanding student representative, everything had been arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Privilege felt good, no doubt, but Kitazawa was well aware that it all stemmed from his identity as a teacher and his connection to Naruto. When it came to true power in the village, he still had no say. He couldn't make a difference when it mattered. Strength is what matters most, Kitazawa muttered, reviewing his mission objectives. Once Hinata completed her speech and defeated Tyrannosuke, the mission would be complete. Given Hinata's superior strength, as long as she gained enough confidence, victory was inevitable. As for sending Mizuki to prison, he had set that task aside for now. There wasn't a good opportunity yet. Besides, any clash with Mizuki would likely escalate into a fight. Kitazawa had many jutsu at his disposal, but with his current chakra reserves, he could barely use 2 before being completely drained. He needed to strengthen himself further, and the key lay in completing the mission to learn Naruto's sexy jutsu. That would earn him a chakra capacity upgrade equal to 1/10 of a full card. Creating the jutsu wouldn't be hard, but it would ruin his image as an upright teacher, and possibly offend Hiruzen. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is there anyone who could take the blame for me? After some thought, his eyes lit up. Yes, there was someone perfect. Hatake Kakashi. The more Kitazawa considered it, the more suitable Kakashi seemed. First, he had the skill to create such a technique. Second, he was a fan of Make-out Paradise, and shameless enough to use jutsu like 1,000 Years of Death. Third, he had the reputation and background, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't hold it against him. With that, Kitazawa changed direction and soon arrived at Kakashi's home. I wonder if he's in. He knocked on the door. After a moment, it opened to reveal Kakashi, silver hair, mask, and all. Kakashi, I need a favor, Kitazawa said in a low voice. And, don't tell anyone about this. You planning to defect? Kakashi deadpanned. Absolutely not. That's slander. Kitazawa retorted. There's only one son in my heart, and that's Hokage. Then what is it? Kakashi asked, his dead fish eyes watching curiously. Do you know Uzumaki Naruto? Kitazawa got straight to the point. What do you mean? Kakashi's gaze sharpened instantly. He didn't just know Naruto, he'd been silently protecting him since before his birth. I'm a teacher at the academy now, Kitazawa explained. Naruto's one of my students. So. Lately, Naruto has been working on a new ninjutsu based on the transformation technique, Kitazawa said with a sigh. But I'm just a regular Chunin. I don't have the skill to guide him in that. He's developing jutsu already. At 6. Kakashi was surprised. Then again, he was the son of Minato Namikaze. The Rasengan, a pinnacle of chakra-shaped transformation, had been developed by Minato himself. Kakashi nodded inwardly. He truly is the fourth son. You're the copy ninja. Konoha's #1 expert in ninjutsu. This is something only you can do, Kitazawa said sincerely. Will you help? Don't call me the #1 expert, Kakashi said, sighing. I'm free tomorrow. Bring Naruto to see me. Though he had buried his emotions long ago, he couldn't turn down the son of his late sensei. I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 39, Kitazawa, you've really set me up this time. Kitazawa returned home. He sat down on the sofa and took out the ninjutsu scroll awarded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the wind style, vacuum sphere, a B-rank jutsu in terms of learning difficulty. How should he put it? Although it was the same wind-style ninjutsu, the content recorded on this scroll wasn't as detailed as the version of vacuum sphere he had received from the system. In short, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about it. The sun set. A new day began. Kitazawa opened his eyes and stretched lazily. It was Saturday. While he didn't need to report to the ninja school, his tasks hadn't lessened. Besides helping Uzumaki Naruto find a transformation jutsu mentor, he also needed to discuss Yukumo's next-gen jutsu training with Yui Kurenai. Just then, a knock came from the door. Kitazawa blinked, got up, changed clothes, and walked to the entrance. As he opened the door, a splash of bright red filled his vision. Kurenai stood before him in a red off-shoulder dress with a wide neckline. Her snow-white skin gently rose and fell with her breathing. Kitazawa's eyes involuntarily glanced down. Not small at all, he thought. What are you staring at? Not going to invite me in? Kurenai asked with a playful smile. How could I not? Kitazawa took the bag from her hand and grinned. I must be very lucky today, such a beautiful lady graces my doorstep. You still talk so smoothly, Kurenai said, stepping past him toward the shoe cabinet and bending down to remove her shoes. Beneath the hem of her dress, her shapely calf wrapped in black stockings came into view, smooth, without a hint of excess fat. I'm just speaking the truth, Kitazawa replied, glancing at the bag. But, why wine? Why not wine? Kurenai's black-stockinged feet landed softly on the floor with a muted thud. You drink in the morning. Kitazawa followed behind and said, too much alcohol isn't good for your health. This isn't for the morning, it's for the evening. Kurenai walked over to the sofa. She reached behind, smoothed her dress from her round hips down, then slowly sat down. The evening. Kitazawa chuckled. So you're planning to have 2 meals here today? It's called reciprocity, Kurenai said, crossing her legs and smiling. Do you remember how many meals you've had at my place? So what are we having, Ichiraku ramen or home cooking? You're cooking, Kurenai said, tapping her chin. I haven't tasted your cooking much. Don't expect too much, Kitazawa said, raising his hands. It's average, at best. I'm not a picky eater. Kurenai took out 2 scrolls. Shall we start reviewing genjutsu now? Give me half an hour, Kitazawa said as he stood. I need to head out for a bit. Sure, Kurenai replied easily, taking out a pen. I'll study the scrolls in the meantime. All right. Kitazawa changed shoes and left the house. On the way, he grabbed 2 slices of bread for breakfast. He hadn't visited Naruto's home before, but the address was listed in the student records. Soon, he arrived at a slightly worn 2-story building. Kitazawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. Teacher Kitazawa. The door opened to reveal Naruto in green training tights, blinking in surprise. Heading out. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow at the outfit. I've been jogging with Uncle Guy and Rock Lee lately, Naruto replied earnestly. Rock Lee, huh? Kitazawa arched an eyebrow. Looks like his earlier reminder had worked, Might Guy had accepted Rock Lee as a disciple and begun training him. Well, your morning run is cancelled today, Kitazawa said. I'm taking you to meet a ninja skilled in transformation. Is he strong? Naruto asked, eyes sparkling. It's not about strong or not, he's one of a kind, Kitazawa smiled. He's mastered over 1,000 ninjutsu and can help tailor a transformation technique just for you. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks. Ever since Kitazawa told him the wild tales of Uchiha Madara, his mind had been overflowing with creative ideas for transformation jutsu. Have I ever lied to you? No, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Then let's go. Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder and turned. Wait for me. Naruto shut the door and quickly caught up. If you've got ideas for the technique, just speak up. Don't hold back, Kitazawa reminded. Okay, Mr. Kitazawa. Naruto suddenly hesitated, then asked, will he hate me? Though he'd been enjoying school life recently, outside of it, people still treated him coldly. No. Kitazawa paused, then added, his name is Hitaki Kakashi. He's a good friend of Might Guy. Hearing that, Naruto relaxed. In his eyes, anyone who could be friends with Might Guy must be a good person. After training with Guy for a while, Naruto developed a strange sense of kinship with him. Because of his eccentric behavior, Guy wasn't well liked. Just like him. There was a knock on the door. Hitaki Kakashi stood and looked toward it. He had a pretty good idea who it was, but oddly, he felt a rare nervousness. He hadn't seen Uzumaki Naruto since Minato Namikaze passed away. Kakashi exhaled and opened the door. His eyes immediately landed on Naruto, especially that unmistakable golden hair. Kakashi, Kitazawa introduced, this is Uzumaki Naruto. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto greeted excitedly. He was naturally outgoing and never shy around strangers. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi froze for a moment. That familiar title stirred something in his heart. He was dazed for a few seconds before regaining composure. Yeah. He nodded calmly. I'll leave you two to it, Kitazawa said. I've got some errands to run. Once Kitazawa left, Kakashi turned and walked into the living room. I heard from Kitazawa that you want to develop a new transformation jutsu. Yes. Naruto nodded eagerly. Kakashi-sensei, can you help me? That's easy, Kakashi said confidently. What's your idea? I want to use the transformation technique to turn into a beautiful woman and confuse the enemy. Naruto said, eyes shining with excitement. Kakashi froze. A large question mark might as well have popped above his head. Is this idea even sane? Who taught you this? Jiraiya. Or, the Hokage-sama? Kakashi-sensei, Naruto suddenly leaned closer, recalling Kitazawa's words, do you know what a beautiful and sexy woman looks like? Kakashi hesitated. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. 1,000 thoughts raced through his head. In the end, they all condensed into a single sentence. Kitazawa, you've really set me up this time. Chapter 40, Bathing Together with Kurenai. Kitazawa wasn't sure whether Kakashi was suffering, but he himself was quite happy. In his line of sight, Kurenai leaned forward, her snow-white arms propped on the coffee table, causing her red dress to stretch outward with the motion. Because the distance between them was so close, he could catch a faint fragrance. He wasn't sure if it was her natural scent or the aroma of her shampoo. At that moment, Kurenai suddenly looked up. Kitazawa instinctively met her ruby-red eyes. You weren't like this before. Kurenai straightened her posture and squinted slightly as she spoke. Kitazawa had never been this bold. Though always gentle with others, he'd kept a polite distance. Now, he dared to stare openly. People always change, Kitazawa replied with a smile. Kurenai looked at him, somewhat startled. She suddenly realized the biggest change in Kitazawa. He had become confident. She didn't know the reason why, but a confident and handsome man was certainly pleasing to the eye. That was also why she hadn't been angry at being peeped at. I think I like you more now. Kurenai smiled, then shifted back to business and asked, what do you think of Yakumo's second illusion? The essence of art of speech jutsu is to ease the target's mind and eliminate mental fatigue. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, I think we can push the second illusion further, to the point where it makes the target unconsciously reveal their true thoughts. He was referencing the concept of a truth serum from his previous life. This genjutsu could essentially function as a truth technique. The difficulty level would clearly be higher, at least C rank, maybe even B rank, Kurenai said thoughtfully. It's definitely more complex, Kitazawa agreed with a smile, but we have plenty of time, we can refine it slowly. True. Kurenai nodded. Are we still basing it on sound-type genjutsu? To reduce difficulty, I think we should start with visuals. Kitazawa paused, then suggested, for example, we can build from demonic illusion, false surrounding jutsu. Great idea. Kurenai responded cheerfully. Demonic illusion, false surrounding jutsu is a vision-based technique that changes the scenery perceived by the target. It could, for example, make them mistake one location for another. In the original story, Ibuki's subordinate used this genjutsu to mislead the genin into entering the wrong classroom during the Chunin exams. We can make the patient perceive Yakumo as the person they trust the most. Kurenai said excitedly. Not bad, Kitazawa praised with a smile. You catch on quickly. I'm just building on your idea, Kurenai said, then looked at him and asked, since when did you become so clever? People always change, Kitazawa repeated the same phrase with a grin. Do you know how to use demonic illusion, false surroundings? Kurenai averted her gaze and asked. No. Kitazawa shook his head. Then I can still be of help. Kurenai chuckled, pulled out a ninjutsu scroll, and asked, "Want to learn it?" "No need to waste time," Kitazawa declined. "You learning it is enough." "All right." Knowing Kitazawa specialized in wind style, Kurenai didn't press the matter. Time passed slowly. The sunlight outside faded from bright to dim, leaving only red clouds glowing on the horizon. "Come, let's drink." Kurenai raised her wine glass excitedly. After a busy day of genjutsu research, the two sat at the dining table and enjoyed a simple dinner. "Cheers." Kitazawa smiled and clinked glasses with her, then drained his cup in one go. "Ah." Kurenai let out a long sigh of contentment. She swayed slightly as she sat down, her red dress fluttering with her movements, outlining her curvy figure. "Fill it up." She handed her empty glass to him. Kitazawa picked up the wine pot but quickly noticed that it was nearly empty. He gave it a light shake, no sound of liquid inside. "We're out." "That's enough for today." He put the pot down firmly. "What did you say?" Kurenai suddenly stood up, closing the distance between them until their faces were inches apart. The scent of wine and her perfume drifted toward him. Kitazawa rolled his eyes upward, and saw her soft, rosy lips. He reached out and gently pushed her shoulders back down onto the seat. "You've already finished all the wine you brought." Kitazawa raised his voice slightly. "Then go buy more." Kurenai snapped back without hesitation. "No." Kitazawa shook his head. "Too much drinking isn't good." "Huh." Kurenai glared at him, eyes narrowed. "Are you going to buy it or not?" "Nope," Kitazawa replied calmly. You scoundrel." "I'll remember this." Kurenai pouted, eyes narrowing further, and bit her finger in frustration. "All right, rest a bit. I'll wash the dishes, and then I'll take you home." Kitazawa chuckled. Kurenai snorted, stood up, and plopped down on the sofa. Her plump figure jiggled slightly as she moved. Kitazawa cleaned the table and carried the dishes to the kitchen. 10 minutes later, he returned, removing his apron as he walked back to the living room. "It's time to go home, Kurenai," Kitazawa called out as he approached the sofa. "No, not going." Kurenai waved her hand lazily and rolled over, her red skirt half tilted. "What?" Kitazawa chuckled. "You planning to sleep here?" "Why not?" Kurenai sat up and said, "I'm coming tomorrow anyway. Might as well stay, I don't want to be a bother." "You sure?" Kitazawa blinked in surprise. "Yes. I'll go take a shower now." "Where's your bathroom?" Kurenai wobbled to her feet. "Over there." Kitazawa pointed without saying much else. His house was spacious, easily able to accommodate 3 people. "Be careful." He stepped over and held her up. I'm fine." Kurenai elbowed him lightly and replied. "Did you bring a change of clothes?" Kitazawa let go once they reached the bathroom. "Of course." Kurenai leaned back against the doorframe. As a jonin, it was normal to carry personal supplies and clothing in case of emergencies. Most genin couldn't afford a storage scroll, but that wasn't a problem for her. "All right. If you need anything, just call me." Kitazawa nodded. Kurenai took a few steps into the bathroom, then suddenly turned to look at him. She remembered how seriously he'd refused to buy more wine earlier. "Wanna bathe together?" Kurenai asked teasingly, smiling with a provocative glint, as if daring him to accept. "Sure," Kitazawa replied instantly and took a step forward. Kurenai's smile froze. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed red. She quickly retreated and slammed the bathroom door shut. "I changed my mind. I want to bathe alone. You're not allowed to come in." Kurenai leaned her back against the door, her heart pounding and her cheeks burning. "I hope you're enjoying the novel. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit patreon.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 41, Hyuga Niji. Kitazawa looked at the closed bathroom door and couldn't help but smile. Though Kurenai had a bold personality, she clearly had her limits. "I won't come in." "Take your time," Kitazawa called out before returning to the living room. He sat on the sofa, his thoughts drifting toward the new training plans for his students. Uzumaki Naruto's transformation training had already been handed over to Kakashi. His current goal was to place in the top 10 of next month's exam, so his training plan was simple, like Hinata's, just relentless practice. Sasuke's target was to unleash a great fireball jutsu at least 10 meters in diameter. Since he had completed the tree climbing exercise, his next step was chakra nature transformation training. As for Hinata and Ino, Kitazawa didn't fully understand their respective clan techniques, so for now, he focused on helping them refine their chakra control. Yakumo, meanwhile, was still undergoing physical conditioning, developing her Kekkei Genkai, and learning new genjutsu techniques. In the bathroom, steam filled the air. Kurenai sat in the bathtub and let out a soft sigh. Soaking in hot water relaxed her body and cleared away the lingering tension from earlier. What's with that guy? Kurenai extended her snow-white arms, creating ripples in the bathwater. Her elegant silhouette could be vaguely seen beneath the surface. Her heart was full of questions. Kitazawa's recent behavior had exceeded her expectations. Like a gentle cat suddenly baring its fangs like a tiger. But that's a lot more interesting than before. Kurenai chuckled softly to herself. After finishing her bath, she got dressed and stepped out. Her footsteps echoed softly in the hallway. Kitazawa turned instinctively, spotting Yuhi Kurenai with her wet hair hanging down. She wore a loose yukata, similar to pajamas, which concealed her figure completely. Her long legs were hidden, only her bare feet were visible. Sadly, no black stockings today. Kitazawa stood and retrieved the hairdryer. Kurenai was about to take it herself, but suddenly thought of something and withdrew her hand. She had never admitted defeat, since Kitazawa had startled her earlier. Now it was her turn. I'm a guest, Kurenai said playfully, blinking at him. Then sit down. Kitazawa understood her implication and smiled. I'll help you dry your hair. Thanks. Kurenai sat down with her back facing him. She sat up straight, her body leaning slightly forward. Kitazawa glanced at her. Though her yukata was loose, her back still held soft, graceful curves, especially around the waist and hips, which were visibly attractive. He quickly shifted his eyes up toward her hair. Turning on the dryer, he began gently drying it with warm air. Kurenai's lips curved slightly, feeling proud of her little victory. She turned her head to peek, but what she saw was Kitazawa's serious expression. For some reason, her heartbeat slowed down. She quickly looked away. Lowering her head, her gaze drifted to her feet in silence. The last person who had helped dry her hair was Yuhi Shinku, her late father, many years ago. You'll sleep in the room on the left tonight, Kitazawa said as he gently brushed her hair and switched off the dryer. Okay. Kurenai stood, tucked her hair behind her ear, and looked at him. Anything else to say? Kitazawa asked, sensing something in her gaze. No, nothing. Kurenai turned and walked to the door of the guest room. Good night, see you tomorrow. As the door closed, Kitazawa retracted his gaze, took a shower, and went to bed. Nothing unusual happened through the night. The next morning arrived as he opened his eyes. After changing his clothes, Kitazawa stepped out of his room and immediately smelled a faint, appetizing aroma. Following the scent to the kitchen, he saw Yuhi Kurenai preparing breakfast. She wore a red dress with a white apron tied around her waist. Standing by the stove, her black stockings stretched lightly over her legs. I forgot to say yesterday, this dress looks great on you. Kitazawa complimented casually. Thank you. Kurenai glanced back at him with calm confidence. I should be the one thanking you for waking up early to cook, Kitazawa added, shaking his head. It's nothing, Kurenai replied easily. After all, you cooked yesterday. They finished breakfast and continued discussing Kurama Yakumo's next illusion technique. The day passed quickly. That evening, Kurenai didn't stay over. After dinner, she returned home. Kitazawa felt slightly disappointed, but it was fine. Their relationship was visibly progressing in a positive direction. The next day, a new week began, and the calendar flipped to May. At the entrance of the ninja school, in front of the bulletin board. Niji, you're ranked first again. Ten, her hair tied as a bun, spoke with an expression of, as expected. Yeah, Hyuga Niji replied calmly. He had been top of the class since enrollment and was already used to it. Come on, nothing to see here, Niji said, frowning slightly as more students began gathering. Huh. Wait. Tenten's eyes suddenly widened as she looked toward the first-year rankings. Look at who's first in the first-year class. Niji paused and followed her gaze. When he saw the name, Hyuga Hinata, his eyes narrowed. That famous Uchiha Sasuke is second. Ten exclaimed. Seems like the so-called genius is just that, Niji said coldly. With that, he turned and walked toward the classroom. Ten quickly followed. Upon entering, they spotted Rock Lee doing handstand push-ups in his green jumpsuit. Lee's been working really hard lately, Ten observed. Hard work means nothing against true talent, Niji replied flatly. Ten paused. Having been his classmate for 2 years, she knew Niji well. Though calm on the surface, he had a pessimistic streak underneath. You got perfect marks again. You'll definitely be chosen as the outstanding student representative, Ten said, trying to change the topic. So enviable. If you want it, I'll give it to you, Niji replied indifferently. I don't qualify. That spot's for geniuses like you, Ten said with a smile. A genius bound by fate isn't a true genius, Niji said, still cold-faced. Ten held her forehead. How do you even respond to that? Just then, Mizuki walked in. Niji, he said, wearing a fake apologetic look, the outstanding student representative this time won't be you, it's Hyuga Hinata. Why not Niji? Ten asked in disbelief. Though Hinata's grades weren't as good, this comes directly from the Hokage. I can't help it. Mizuki sighed, pretending to be helpless. Ten glanced nervously at Niji. Though he had said he didn't care, he clearly looked shaken. Mizuki, meanwhile, was secretly pleased. He had done this deliberately, hoping to provoke Hyuga Niji into stirring up trouble in Class A of the first grade. He was eager to see how Kitazawa would handle it. Chapter 42, Naruto's Sexy Jutsu. Good morning, Hinata. Kitazawa opened the door and saw a petite figure standing there. Good morning, Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata quickly stood up and greeted him politely. Sit down, let's talk. Kitazawa walked over and took a seat opposite her. He opened his spiritual storage scroll and began taking out the breakfast he had bought, one item after another. Congratulations on ranking first in your class this time, and also first in the entire grade. Kitazawa said with a smile, handing her a rice ball. It was all thanks to your help, Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata accepted the rice ball with both hands and replied earnestly, thank you. You're welcome, Kitazawa said, lightly pinching her cheek. Hinata froze for a moment. She instinctively lowered her head, a blush quickly spreading across her face. There's one more thing. Taking a bite of his rice ball, Kitazawa asked, have you heard of the outstanding student representative? No. I haven't, Hinata replied in a soft voice. This Friday, the school will be holding a commendation assembly. Kitazawa explained, one student will be selected to deliver a speech in front of the entire school. See, could it be? Hinata suddenly realized what he meant, and panic overwhelmed her speech. You guessed right, Kitazawa said with a gentle smile. The Hokage has decided, you'll be the outstanding student representative this time. Huh? Hinata's pupils shrank in shock. Her? Speak in front of the whole school. No, I can't do that. Hinata waved her hands frantically, shaking her head as if the idea terrified her. Hinata. Kitazawa gently took her hand. Why not? Hinata felt a warmth in her chest. She glanced at Kitazawa's hand and blanked out for a second. Oddly, the panic in her heart subsided slightly. I'm just afraid I won't do well. Her ears were bright red as she confessed. Then try your best to do well. Kitazawa smiled kindly. But if you never try, you'll never succeed. Hinata opened her mouth but hesitated. Deep inside, another voice whispered, go ahead, try it, don't let Mr. Kitazawa down. There are still 5 days left, so it's enough time to prepare. Kitazawa encouraged her with a smile. And if it really doesn't work out, we can assign someone else. Oh, okay. Hinata nodded slowly, finally agreeing. Start writing your speech in the next 2 days. Kitazawa noticed her pale neck turning slightly red. Okay, Hinata took a deep breath, but it didn't calm her nerves. Her mind was now completely blank. Eat first. Kitazawa placed a glass of milk in front of her. After class, come to the office to work on your speech. Hinata nodded again, clearly flustered. After breakfast, the two walked together to the classroom of Class A, first grade. Mr. Kitazawa. Naruto called out excitedly. Naruto, why so cheerful? Kitazawa asked as he approached. I did it. My new transformation technique is complete. Naruto announced proudly. That fast? Kitazawa raised his eyebrows, but it soon made sense. The transformation technique was E-rank ninjutsu, and the sexy jutsu was just a variant of it. Hatake Kakashi was an elite jonin, a genius among geniuses. An E-rank ninjutsu like this was a breeze for him. And it suited Naruto's style perfectly. I'll show you right now. Naruto was practically bouncing with excitement. Mr. Kitazawa, you're going to be shocked. Wait. Kitazawa quickly stopped him. If he uses the seduction technique in class, my entire teaching career might go up in smoke. You can demonstrate after class, Kitazawa thought for a moment. Meet me at the school training ground afterward. All right. Naruto looked a bit disappointed. He was really looking forward to showing off in front of everyone. Kitazawa exhaled in relief, his job was safe for now. The first class was on the Will of Fire. Before starting, Kitazawa quietly told Uchiha Sasuke to join him at the training ground after class. Most students weren't allowed to skip, but Sasuke, like Hinata, was advanced enough to keep up without attending every lesson. After class ended, the three of them gathered at the school's training ground. Can I show it now? Naruto asked eagerly. Show what? Sasuke asked curiously. My new transformation technique. Naruto said proudly. I created it myself. What? Sasuke was stunned. He couldn't connect ninjutsu creation with Naruto. He himself was considered a genius, but even he hadn't created his own jutsu yet. Naruto became even more excited seeing the shock on Sasuke's face. Sasuke, close your eyes, Kitazawa warned. Why should I close my eyes? Sasuke widened them instead. Watch carefully. Naruto formed the hand seals, and as his chakra flowed, his body transformed, a stunning blonde woman with blue eyes appeared before them. Kitazawa remained calm, he had prepared himself. But Sasuke wasn't ready for the shock. His body froze, and his nose began to bleed. Well. What do you think, Mr. Kitazawa? Naruto turned with a big grin. First, undo the transformation, Kitazawa said quickly, his expression twitching. Oh, right. Naruto instantly dispelled the technique and returned to normal. How could you create a jutsu like that? Sasuke yelled, pointing with a trembling finger, his face red with shame. He felt tainted. Why? Is something wrong? Naruto tilted his head innocently. Sasuke was speechless. He'd just been crushed by pure, innocent idiocy. This jutsu is powerful, but it should only be used in truly dangerous moments, Kitazawa coughed and said. While Naruto had been casting it, Kitazawa had already analyzed and learned it. After all, it was essentially the transformation technique with a few variations. Alright, head back to class now. Kitazawa waved him off. Bye, Mr. Kitazawa. Naruto said cheerfully, running back toward the classroom. At that moment, 3 glowing lines appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Current task, learn Naruto Uzumaki's unique ninjutsu, the sexy jutsu. Task reward, 1/10 increase to chakra capacity. Task complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa clenched his fists instinctively. He felt it, the surge of energy. This is power. After a moment of adjustment, he formed hand seals. Uchiha Sasuke was dumbfounded by what he saw next. A massive fireball, 10 meters high, materialized in front of him. The heat it radiated was suffocating, like facing the sun itself. Does this fire style, great fireball technique surpass your brother's? Kitazawa asked with a calm smile. Thanks to the chakra reward, he had jumped from beginner Chunin to advanced Chunin, almost catching up to Kurenai, who was half-step Jonin. Why yes. Sasuke swallowed hard, stunned. Good. Now I'll teach you how to change the nature of your fire chakra. Kitazawa's expression turned serious. Do you know what the nature of fire chakra is? Burning, Sasuke replied after a moment's thought. Not bad. Kitazawa picked up a leaf from the ground and handed it over. Your training is simple, make it burn. Sasuke held the leaf in his left hand and pressed his right palm against it. He took a deep breath, focusing on his chakra. The heat caused the leaf to dry up, but it still didn't ignite in flames. It was a good start, but far from true mastery. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 43, Blood Coagulation. Kitazawa looked at it for a while and nodded slightly. Uchiha Sasuke truly lived up to being one of the main male leads of the original work, he was indeed talented. He had already grasped the basic method of practicing chakra nature transformation, success was only a matter of time. Kitazawa formed a hand seal and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone remained to supervise Uchiha Sasuke, while the original body returned to his office. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata stopped writing and greeted him. Your speech, what are you planning to write? Kitazawa walked behind her and asked with a smile. I'm planning to share some of my study methods. Hinata turned her head and looked at him cautiously. Is that okay? Of course. Kitazawa patted her head and said gently, Hinata, you're now ranked first in the entire grade. You must have confidence in yourself. Hinata felt warmth bloom in her chest, and her motivation surged. You go ahead and write first. Once you're done, I'll help you refine it, Kitazawa said as he returned to his desk. Crossing his arms, he fell into deep thought. Uzumaki Naruto's goal was to enter the top 10 in the upcoming monthly exam. Theoretically, it was a long shot. The only viable option was rote memorization, to have him learn in advance the scope of topics likely to be covered. As for the practical portion, there was a good chance of breaking into the top 10. Naruto could easily take first in the physical fitness test, and with improvement in clone technique and ninja tool throwing, there would be no problem. Kitazawa pulled out a scroll and began preparing exercises. He had considered letting Naruto skip class to focus on training, but Naruto hadn't fully grasped the classroom material yet. Skipping classes now would only backfire. The only solution was for Naruto to do extra work after school. Time passed into the afternoon. "I'm done, Teacher Kitazawa." Hinata walked over, visibly nervous. Kitazawa took the speech and read through it. As she had said earlier, it was entirely focused on study methods. "It's missing something at the end." Kitazawa met her gaze with a smile. "It needs to include something more meaningful, something with higher value." Hinata looked puzzled. "Don't worry, I'll teach you." Kitazawa picked up a pen and began writing. "Under the leadership of Lord Hokage, we must carry on the will of fire." Hinata leaned forward, standing on tiptoe to see clearly. She tilted her head and read silently, her expression becoming thoughtful. "All right, just polish it up tomorrow." Kitazawa put down the pen and said, "Let's go to class." Okay. Hinata followed Kitazawa to the training field. She had already missed a day due to working on her speech, and only one class remained, practical training. Today's class will still focus on the clone technique. Students who failed the last monthly exam will receive intensive guidance, Kitazawa announced in front of Class A. Many students groaned in dismay. Those who have already mastered the clone technique can move freely, Kitazawa continued, forming hand seals and creating a shadow clone. Those who haven't, follow my shadow clone. Class A quickly split into two groups. "Ino, can I train with you?" Sakura clutched Ino's arm, asking earnestly. "You want to do special training?" "You'd better not be dragging me down," Ino replied sarcastically. Sakura's reason for training wasn't a secret. She had already mastered the clone technique, and more importantly, she wanted to see Uchiha Sasuke. "Let me warn you now." Ino's expression turned serious. "No matter your reason, if you want to train together, you need to be fully committed." Sakura was stunned. At that moment, she felt Ino had changed, more mature, more composed. "I understand. I'll train seriously." Sakura gritted her teeth. Even if it meant suffering, she'd do it, just to see Uchiha Sasuke. "I'll take you to see Teacher Kitazawa." Ino pulled her along to where Kitazawa was standing. "Teacher Kitazawa." Sakura asked with anticipation, "May I join the special training?" Kitazawa paused for a moment, then nodded. One more student wouldn't make a difference to him. After all, the reason he arranged these trainings was mostly to complete system tasks. Just then, four glowing lines appeared before his eyes. "As the class monitor, you should strive to fulfill your classmates' requests. Current task, help classmate Haruno Sakura complete tree climbing training. Task reward, Katsuki Gyuko, blood coagulation. Accept task." Wow, what a bonus. She really is worthy of being one of the heroines of the original work. The blood coagulation technique was a D-rank medical ninjutsu. As the name implies, it could stop bleeding from regular injuries. "Let's head to the training ground." Kitazawa nodded. "Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa." Sakura cheered and pumped her fist. The group made their way to the nearby training grounds. Along with Ino and Sakura, Hyuga Hinata also joined them. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't present, he still hadn't mastered the clone technique. Kurama Yakumo was currently studying genjutsu with Yuhi Kurenai. "Sasuke-kun." As soon as she spotted him, Sakura called out excitedly. But she received no reply. "Quiet." Kitazawa reminded her, "He's practicing chakra nature transformation. Don't distract him." Sorry." Sakura quickly covered her mouth. "Sakura, my shadow clone will guide your tree climbing training to help improve your chakra control." Kitazawa instructed. "Ino, Hinata, you're with me." He led them toward the school's artificial lake. Today's lesson is water walking training. Kitazawa leaped forward, channeling chakra to his feet and walking steadily across the lake's surface to the other side before returning. "Water walking is also chakra control training, but harder than tree climbing," he explained. "Because water is a liquid, it can't support weight well. If your chakra control isn't precise, you'll fall right in." Ino nodded, full of enthusiasm. Hinata, in contrast, looked worried. Although her chakra control was superior, her timid personality made her hesitate. "Don't be afraid." Kitazawa smiled. "If you fall, I'll catch you. Then I'll count on you, Teacher Kitazawa." Ino smiled and stepped onto the lake. "Go on." Kitazawa gently patted Hinata's head. "Okay." Hinata took a deep breath and cautiously stepped forward onto the water. Kitazawa stood nearby, watching closely. Whenever they wobbled, he was quick to move, catching them before they fell and escorting them back to the shore. The class ended swiftly. Kitazawa called out to Naruto. "This is for you." He handed him a scroll. "Finish these practice papers at home." "Huh?" Naruto stared, stunned. "You rank 17th in the last exam. Don't you want to be in the top 10 next time? Kitazawa asked. I do. Naruto stared at the test papers, gritted his teeth, and declared, I'll do it. If you reach the top 10 next time, I'll give you a special reward, Kitazawa smiled. Aside from treating you to ramen, I'll teach you a powerful ninjutsu. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. Carrying the name of the future Hokage, I swear, I'll make the top 10. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. That line again. Where have I heard it before? Chapter 44, Task, Find a team leader stronger than Kakashi. Because of Kitazawa's reward, Naruto began doing homework as soon as he got home. But soon, a look of agony spread across his face. When people are angry, they can do anything except solve math problems. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. He couldn't understand why ninjas needed to learn so much. Isn't defeating the enemy enough? Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly walked in. Grandpa third. Naruto looked up in surprise. Why are you here? I just got off work and thought I'd stop by to see you. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the test paper and asked, You're doing homework? Yeah. Naruto nodded. It's from Mr. Kitazawa. He hopes I can get into the top 10 in the next monthly exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Kitazawa really was attentive. He had only mentioned this to him 2 days ago, and now everything was already arranged. You've been with Kakashi for 2 days. What do you think of him? Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the topic. He's great. Naruto gave a thumbs up. He knows everything. If you like him, I can arrange for him to be your teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Huh. Naruto hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he said, I still like Kitazawa-sensei better. You misunderstood, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. I didn't mean as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, but as your team leader after you graduate. Kitazawa-sensei can't be my teacher after graduation. Naruto sensed something off. He can't. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He has his own responsibilities. He didn't mention the deeper reason. He didn't consider Kitazawa strong enough to lead a genin squad. I see. Naruto looked disappointed. If Kitazawa-sensei can't, then I'll take Kakashi-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen found his reluctant tone both amusing and a bit helpless. In Konoha, no one ever compared Kitazawa to Hatake Kakashi, the difference between them was too vast. One was a regular Chunin instructor. The other was a once-in-a-generation prodigy who became a Jonin at 12. What ninjutsu did Kakashi teach you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. I'll show you. Naruto beamed. You'll definitely be shocked. Really? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a brow. I'm the Hokage. I've seen plenty of jutsu, it's not easy to surprise me. But the next second, he froze, 2 streams of blood burst from his nose. Naruto puffed up proudly. I'm so powerful that even the Hokage got a nosebleed. What did you teach him, Kakashi? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared while covering his nose. Meanwhile, Kitazawa had no idea Kakashi had just taken the blame for him. He had returned home with Hinata. Also present was Hinata's bodyguard, Hyuga Takuma, though he remained hidden in the shadows. Kitazawa was able to interact casually with Hinata thanks to Hyuga Hayashi's silent approval. Hayashi had long tried to correct Hinata's personality himself, but his efforts had only backfired, eventually leading to the birth of Hanabi. Now that he saw real improvement in Hinata, he chose not to interfere with Kitazawa's influence. Hinata. Kitazawa opened the door and smiled. I want to hire you as a clerk for 3 hours to help me sell things. Huh. Hinata, who had been looking around curiously, blinked in confusion. How about it? Kitazawa picked up a price list from the counter. Are you interested? His purpose was simple, to help Hinata practice courage. Her biggest issue was her introverted nature. Regular interactions with people could help her open up. Hinata hesitated for a few seconds but eventually nodded. Here's the price list. Kitazawa handed it to her. I'll show you around and explain the products first. Just then, 4 glowing lines appeared in front of him. Kitazawa paused, stunned. Your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, has found a team leader. You can't fall behind. Current task, before graduation, find a team leader stronger than Hatake Kakashi in status and strength. Task reward, based on the team leader's identity. Accept. A flood of reward data rushed into Kitazawa's mind. If he became Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, he'd learn the 5-style, massive combo jutsu. With Tsunade, it was the Een seal, 100 ceilings mark. With Jiraiya, the super large Rasengan. With Shimura Danzo, the inner 4-symbol seal. Kitazawa rubbed his temples in disbelief. Seriously, system. Is this a task for a human? You do it then. According to Konoha's rules, a team leader is assigned after graduation, based on performance. But Kitazawa had already graduated years ago. Technically, he could try to slip into a team, but the system's specific requirements made that impossible. Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Danzo, each one was hell-level difficulty. After thinking for a while, Kitazawa felt Tsunade was his best bet, that is, if Kurama Yakumo could help cure her hemophobia. Sighing, Kitazawa snapped back to reality and continued introducing items to Hinata. Once she was familiar, he let her take over the counter. Hinata sat behind it nervously, eyes glued to the door. A few minutes later, a young ninja walked in. Welcome. Hinata quickly stood and greeted him. Kitazawa-senpai, when did you hire such a cute clerk? The young ninja asked in surprise. Izumo. Kitazawa smiled. This is my student, Hyuga Hinata. The visitor was Kamitsuki Izumo, Konoha's gate god, often seen at the Konoha entrance. In the original story, he was a Chunin exam invigilator and once fought Haiden and Kakuzu alongside Asuma. You're hiring students now? Izumo joked. Hinata, make sure you demand double wages from your teacher. Ah. I don't want money. Hinata blushed and shook her head quickly. Alright then, what are you here to buy? Kitazawa chuckled. I'll give you 10% off. It's rare to see you so generous. Izumo's eyes lit up. I won't be polite then, senpai. Hinata. Kitazawa instructed, note down what he takes and calculate the total. Okay. Though flustered, Hinata didn't make any mistakes. 3 hours later, Kitazawa closed the store for the day. Hinata let out a long breath of relief. As the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, working as a clerk was a fresh experience, and she got to meet lots of people. She had been overwhelmed at first, but now she felt much calmer. Thursday afternoon. Kitazawa watched Sakura climb smoothly to the top of a tree and couldn't help feeling impressed. She'd completed tree climbing training in just 4 days, her chakra control was astonishing. No wonder she would later inherit Tsunade's medical techniques and become one of the new Sannin. Current task, help classmate Haruno Sakura complete tree climbing training. Task reward, blood coagulation technique. Task completed. Reward issued. Kitazawa smiled. The blood coagulation technique felt like a freebie, what a great deal. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Sakura. He hadn't expected her to finish tree climbing before him. But, it was still annoying. He looked at the leaf in his hand. It had dried out, its moisture gone. That was all he had accomplished in 4 days. He had to push forward. To surpass Uchiha Itachi and master fire style, great fireball technique, he had to keep working. Kitazawa arranged advanced tree training for Sakura. Unfortunately, no new task was triggered. Finally, Friday arrived. There were no classes in the morning, just a commendation assembly. Kitazawa returned to the office, only to see a visibly nervous Hinata waiting for him. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 45, Hinata's Growth. Kitazawa's office. Hinata paced back and forth, clutching the manuscript of her speech. Her face had turned pale from nervousness. She only stopped when the door opened and she saw Kitazawa walk in. Nervous. Kitazawa approached, gently patted her head, and asked. Yeah, Hinata admitted, feeling a little embarrassed. Kitazawa had been giving her special training during this period, doing his utmost to help her improve. But now that the moment had come, she couldn't even keep a straight face. She felt as though she'd failed his expectations. It's normal to be nervous. Kitazawa smiled. Let's eat something first. He opened a spiritual storage scroll and took out a variety of food. A delicious aroma filled the air, and Hinata's stomach growled quietly. Her face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. Eat up. Kitazawa handed her a sushi roll. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata took a bite and found it inexplicably sweet. As the flavor settled on her tongue, she sneaked a glance at Kitazawa before quickly looking away again. She ate elegantly, clearly enjoying herself. Sitting on the sofa, she swung her little feet back and forth as she ate. Her earlier nervousness gradually faded. I'm full, Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata placed the empty glass down after finishing her milk and looked at him. I'll teach you a way to relieve stage fright. Kitazawa picked up a rice ball and said, when you go up on stage, just imagine everyone as rice balls. That way, you won't feel nervous. Huh? Hinata blinked in surprise. Will that really work? Come on, let's head to the playground. Kitazawa packed up the remaining food. Hearing that, Hinata's heart began to race again, and tension returned to her chest. As she followed Kitazawa, she silently repeated the trick he'd just shared. Rice balls, you're all rice balls. She kept muttering to herself. For some strange reason, she really did feel her nervousness lighten a little. At the playground, students from all 6 grades were lined up in neatly arranged square formations. Kitazawa led Hinata directly to the stage. Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hisao spotted him and greeted him. Kitazawa had become a prominent figure in the ninja school and was deeply trusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hisao, a member of the Sarutobi clan and the school's vice principal, took the initiative to express goodwill. Vice principal. Kitazawa greeted him respectfully. At exactly 8:30, the commendation ceremony officially began. The first item on the agenda was the speech by the outstanding student representative. Hinata, remember the method I told you? Kitazawa reminded her softly. Hinata didn't respond verbally but gave a determined nod. She walked forward slowly and came to a halt. Dozens of eyes immediately turned to her. She began to tremble slightly, and panic welled up in her chest. Rice balls, they're all rice balls. Hinata took a deep breath and began her speech. Second grade, Class A, Hyuga Niji listened to Hinata's speech, a look of surprise appearing on his face. She had actually found the courage to go on stage and was delivering her speech smoothly. In Niji's eyes, Hinata wasn't cut out to be a ninja. She was too timid, too indecisive. Her only merit, in his opinion, was her birth into the main family. Let me see how much you've changed. Niji suddenly recalled Mizuki's earlier suggestion. He hadn't cared about it before, but now he was genuinely curious. Mizuki's idea was simple, a friendly match between the two classes. 30 minutes later, Hinata's speech came to an end. Thunderous applause echoed from all around, and Hinata snapped out of her trance-like state. She had been so immersed in delivering the speech that she'd completely forgotten about the audience. Listening to the applause from all directions, a strange but pleasant feeling welled up in her heart. Was I really that good? She clenched the manuscript in her hands, waved it shyly, and then stepped down from the stage. Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata's face was flushed pink from excitement. Congratulations on finishing your speech, Kitazawa smiled. See. Everyone's applauding you. Yeah. Hinata nodded eagerly. She felt like she had just opened a door to a new world. If she were asked to give another speech, she felt she could do even better. Do you have the confidence to defeat Tyrannosuke now? Kitazawa asked, shifting the topic. I can. Hinata hesitated for a second but then answered with determination. You've grown, Hinata. Kitazawa gently touched her head. Let's go back to Class A. The two returned to the first grade A class formation. Hinata, you were amazing. Ino complimented with a smile. Next time, I want to give a speech too. Naruto exclaimed, full of anticipation. He loved being the center of attention. If people clapped for him, that meant recognition. You. Kiba scoffed. If it's about giving a speech on stage, I have a better shot than you. We'll see who does better in the next monthly exam. Naruto responded confidently. He wasn't placing faith in himself, he was placing it in Kitazawa. It'll be me. Sasuke suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to him with surprise. In their memory, Sasuke had always been aloof and rarely joined in their conversations. All right, that's enough for now. Quiet down. The principal is about to speak. Kitazawa clapped his hands. The second and most important part of the ceremony began, the commendation. Sarutobi Hisao began reading out the names of the top 30 students in each grade. Now, let's invite the principal to give a summary speech for this monthly exam. After finishing the list, Sarutobi Hisao smiled and gestured toward the side of the stage. A familiar figure appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in the Hokage's robe. Instantly, the students erupted into cheers. Hiruzen's public image was impeccable, and his reputation in the village was extremely high. Moreover, his appearance was a surprise. Normally, he wouldn't attend something like a monthly exam commendation ceremony. He usually only showed up at the entrance ceremony or graduation. Let me briefly share 6 points, Hiruzen began, clearly pleased with their reaction. To him, it confirmed that everything he did was worthwhile. Kitazawa forced a smile. He had a bad feeling about this. And sure enough, Hiruzen spoke for 2 full hours. If time hadn't been limited, he might have gone even longer. The ceremony finally ended, and everyone returned to class. Kitazawa was about to leave when Mizuki stopped him. Your class did really well this time. The students in my class would like to have an exchange with yours. Mizuki smiled. How about a friendly match between our classes? Not interested. Kitazawa rejected him outright. Why? Mizuki froze in place. Why? Kitazawa scoffed. A second year going up against a first year, what word besides shameless would you use for that? A 1-year age gap isn't something you can just ignore. Kitazawa wasn't stupid, he had no intention of asking for trouble. Wait. We can make it a healthy exchange between students. Mizuki chased after him. You can decide the time, place, and content of the match. He knew very well the advantage of a 1-year gap, so he was generous enough to hand over full control of the test to Kitazawa. Chapter 46, Task Reward, Gentle Fist. Kitazawa stopped. If it were an ordinary second-year class, he would have agreed without hesitation. After all, his class was full of talent, and each of the Konoha 12 could fight above their level. But second-year Class A was no ordinary class, it had Hyuga Niji. In the original work, early-stage Hyuga Niji was undoubtedly the strongest among the Konoha 12. Even Naruto had to rely on the Ninetales chakra to defeat him in the Chunin exams. But currently, Naruto couldn't access the Ninetales chakra. Sasuke hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet, and none of the others were a match for Niji. However, if he changed the type of sparring, there might still be a chance of winning. For example, a competition in chakra control. Still, the reason Kitazawa suddenly paused was due to an unexpected system task. An outside class has challenged your class. As the class monitor, you must accept the challenge. Current task, defeat second-year Class A in a friendly match. Task reward, Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. This reward was truly excellent. Byakugan paired with Gentle Fist was the foundation of the Hyuga clan's dominance in the ninja world for over 1,000 years. Although the Hyuga clan couldn't produce top-tier powerhouses like Uchiha Madara, their techniques were more than enough to handle most ninjas. Gentle Fist was a general term, but its most iconic forms were 8 trigrams 64 palms and Revolving Heaven. If Revolving Heaven was considered an S-rank technique in difficulty, then 8 trigrams 64 palms was likely an A rank. It was also worth noting that these two techniques belonged solely to the Hyuga clan's main family, they were not taught to the branch family. How about it, Kitazawa? Mizuki asked again, sensing an opportunity. He really wanted to beat Kitazawa, even if the win was unbalanced, it was still a win. All right. Kitazawa made up his mind and said, but I have one condition. What condition? Mizuki asked quickly. If Class A of the first year wins, you have to agree to one request of mine, Kitazawa said slowly. He was reminded of the task involving sending Mizuki to prison. Knowing Mizuki's personality, Kitazawa was confident that if given the right opportunity, Mizuki would make a move. This request would give him just that chance. Fine. Mizuki paused briefly, then asked, what if Class A loses? Isn't it normal for us to lose? Kitazawa asked rhetorically. Mizuki's lips twitched. You shameless guy. You set yourself up to win no matter what. I'll let you know once I've decided on the content of the friendly match. Kitazawa smiled and turned to return to the office. When your class is crushed, I'll see if you can still smile. Mizuki stared at Kitazawa's back, subconsciously clenching his fists. He didn't know what type of competition Kitazawa would propose, but it would certainly favor the first-year class. Still, Mizuki remained confident. No amount of scheming could overcome absolute strength. Second-year Class A had a full year's advantage. If they still lost, they might as well crash into the Hokage Rock in shame. Kitazawa returned to his office and found Uchiha Sasuke waiting for him. No need to ask why. My shadow clone will take you for training. Kitazawa formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Sasuke followed the clone and left. Kitazawa stared at his figure thoughtfully. If Sasuke awakened his Sharingan, could he defeat Hyuga Niji? Generally speaking, there was a chance, but it wasn't high. The One-Tomo Sharingan didn't have any major advantage over the Byakugan. Besides, getting Sasuke to awaken the Sharingan was tricky. In the original work, he first awakened it during the Uchiha massacre. Kitazawa couldn't think of a stimulus strong enough to trigger it right now. As for Uzumaki, Naruto and the Nine Tails, that was a can of worms he wouldn't dare open. It seems I'll need to take a different approach. Kitazawa picked up a brush, paused for thought, and wrote 2 lines on a scroll, chakra form and chakra control. The chakra form contest would be straightforward, whose ninjutsu was more powerful. Kitazawa thought of Sasuke's fire style, great fireball technique. If Sasuke participated, winning first place wouldn't be an issue. Chakra control needed no explanation, tree climbing and water walking. But Mizuki wouldn't likely agree if it were just those 2 competitions. So Kitazawa added 2 more categories. One was a physical fitness test, and the other was a real combat match. The physical test was a guaranteed win with Uzumaki Naruto participating. The real combat match was undoubtedly what Mizuki wanted the most. If the students fought one-on-one, first-year Class A would definitely lose. Talented students could challenge those above their level, but talent was rare. Most of Class A students were just ordinary kids. Without a year of training, they couldn't win. So Kitazawa devised a best-of-5 system. After all, there was only one Hokage Ninja. Quality over quantity. When should it happen? Kitazawa touched his chin, deep in thought. If he revealed the 4 categories to Mizuki now, the latter would surely organize targeted training. Kitazawa wasn't afraid. Under the same training, talent made the difference. And Kitazawa had 9 of the Konoha 12. Mizuki only had 3. The advantage was obvious. After calculating, Kitazawa decided to schedule it after the next monthly exam. A month was neither too long nor too short. Mizuki wouldn't have time to fully train his students, but Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino would be ready. After finishing the scroll, Kitazawa went to Mizuki's office and handed it over. Mizuki read through the contents and readily agreed. In his mind, the result was already decided. In the first 3 competitions, Hokage Ninja would take first place. In the last real combat round, he could also win one. If 2 other students won their matches, that would secure the victory. In short, he believed the odds were in his favor. Kitazawa didn't return to the office. Instead, he went straight to Kurenai's home. He wanted to help Kurama Yakumo become a psychological medical ninja as soon as possible, in order to make contact with Tsunade and move closer to completing the task. Kitazawa, perfect timing. Kurenai greeted him with a wave. You seem cheerful. Did the false surrounding genjutsu succeed? Kitazawa asked as he walked over. It's not the false surrounding genjutsu. It's Yakumo's bloodline limit. Kurenai said with a smile. Yakumo, show him. Okay. Kurama Yakumo brought out a painting. Under Kitazawa's gaze, the white cat in the painting suddenly came to life, jumping down and landing softly on the floor. Meow, the cat walked up and rubbed against his leg. Kitazawa crouched down and gently stroked its head. Doesn't it feel like a real cat? Kurenai explained, this is the illusion Yakumo awakened through her bloodline limit, it's called Genjutsu Shinsei. I have to thank Kitazawa-sensei for the inspiration, Yakumo said softly. He told me to use painting as a medium to express my bloodline ability. Kitazawa was a little surprised, but not too much. In the original work, Genjutsu Shinsei was mentioned. Simply put, it brought what she painted into reality. Suddenly, he recalled the bet with Mizuki. Kurama Yakumo's bloodline limit was undoubtedly on the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe, she could defeat Hokage Ninja. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvinstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 47, Water Style, Water Wave. Early Sunday morning. Kitazawa got up groggily and subconsciously walked toward the bathroom. After a few steps, he suddenly widened his eyes and fully woke up. Because he saw Kurenai. Only then did Kitazawa remember, they were continuing the study of Kurama Yakumo's new illusion this weekend, just like last week, Art of Truth Jutsu. Good morning, Kitazawa. Kurenai looked at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Kitazawa froze for a moment, then quickly realized something and buttoned up his pajamas. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Kurenai asked with a smile. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to suffer a loss. Kitazawa looked at her seriously and said, it's unfair that only you get to see. Kurenai was still wearing her red, low-cut dress, with a portion of her pale calves exposed. Maybe because she had just woken up, she wasn't wearing her usual black stockings. Then what do you want to see? Kurenai stretched out her slender jade fingers, brushing them across her moist red lips, and asked playfully. Kitazawa was stunned. He had never seen this side of Kurenai, sexy and teasing. Was it their deepening relationship that let her true personality emerge? I want to see your legs, Kitazawa replied honestly. You dare say that? Kurenai was taken aback, then stepped forward, raised her jade foot, and lightly stepped on him. The cold, soft touch vanished the moment it came. Kitazawa felt it was a shame. If she had worn black stockings, ahem. How can you blame me for this? Kitazawa defended, I was just answering your question. You sound so aggrieved. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him. I really am. Kitazawa blinked and said, I didn't even get to see anything. Kurenai Yuhi felt like she had underestimated him. After muttering, I'm going to cook, she turned and walked into the kitchen. Kurenai let out a breath. She had just wanted to tease Kitazawa a little, but didn't expect to lose the verbal exchange. When did this guy change so much? She thought of the glimpse she just had and smiled. I have to say, he has a great figure. A few minutes later, the two sat at the dining table. Thank you, Kitazawa said as he looked at the char siu ramen in front of him. It's not as good as a chiraku ramen, so just bear with it, Kurenai said casually. That's not necessarily true. Kitazawa smiled and asked, Have you heard of the term, beautiful food? Kurenai was slightly stunned, then quickly caught the meaning. She chuckled, where did you learn such nonsense? I'm a ninja school teacher, Kitazawa said calmly, knowing more than others is normal. It's not like I don't know the teachers there. Kurenai shook her head. In most people's eyes, only ninjas with no ambition became academy teachers. Which wasn't entirely wrong. Ninjas with dreams kept climbing forward, training hard, increasing their strength, and aiming to become Hokage. This was also why, even after graduating, ninja teams still needed leading instructors. Have you ever thought about becoming a ninja again and going on missions? Kurenai asked while slurping a mouthful of ramen. I think being a teacher is pretty good. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, if you ever need help during a mission, just call me. He wasn't being lazy, it was a strategic decision. As the system rewarded him, his strength would only keep growing. He couldn't keep hiding it forever, but revealing it all at once would be too shocking. It was better to reveal it gradually and reasonably. All right. Kurenai agreed immediately, if there's a suitable mission, I'll contact you. According to Konoha's rules, Genin couldn't take missions alone, but Chunin could form teams to do so. Just as the two finished breakfast, Kurama Yakumo arrived on time. But instead of joining the truth-telling jutsu study, she headed straight to the roof with her painting tools to practice her bloodline limit. It's 9 o'clock, I need to go. Kitazawa glanced at the wall clock and stood up quickly. Today was the day Hinata Hyuga and Tyrannosuke were going to fight. Kurenai simply nodded, not asking anything. Once again, it was the familiar forest clearing. Hinata stood there, waiting for Kitazawa's arrival. In the past, she would always feel scared walking through this grove, but not anymore. Footsteps approached. Hinata instinctively looked up, but upon seeing Tyrannosuke, her expression dimmed in disappointment. Why isn't it Teacher Kitazawa? Tyrannosuke looked around nervously. Upon realizing it was only Hinata, he relaxed. Without that scary teacher who bullied the weak, what did he have to fear? Hey! White-eyed freak, not giving up yet. Tyrannosuke taunted arrogantly. That familiar tone brought back old memories for Hinata. But the past was the past, now was now. Form the seal of opposition, Hinata said gently but firmly. You really think you can beat me? What a joke. Tyrannosuke sneered, if it wasn't for that bastard teacher last time, you. Shut up. Hinata's face hardened, you're not allowed to insult Mr. Kitazawa. So what if I insult him? Tyrannosuke was startled but quickly grew angry. That teacher's just a... Hinata suddenly stepped forward. Her two fingers shot out like arrows, striking his right wrist. Tyrannosuke instantly felt his chakra freeze. Before he could react, Hinata struck again, her hand opening and closing gracefully before slamming into him with a palm strike. Ah! The pain and force sent Tyrannosuke flying, crashing to the ground. Clutching his chest, he writhed in agony. Hinata blinked. She tilted her head and looked at her small white hand, confused. I didn't even use much force, why did he fall down? Well done, Hinata. Kitazawa's voice came from not far away. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata lit up and ran to him, a bright smile on her face. Kitazawa also smiled because the system had issued a reward. Current task, help your classmate Hinata Hyuga defeat Tyrannosuke. Task reward, water style, water wave. Task complete. Reward issued. Water style, water wave was somewhat like the fire style, great fireball technique, one spits water, the other spits fire. Kitazawa reached out and gently patted Hinata's head. Now, Hinata's only remaining task was to take the initiative to reveal her secret talent for eating. And the reward for that would be the Byakugan. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 5 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 48, Hayashi Hyuga's Surprise. Hinata. Kitazawa asked as he walked, do you want to go home or continue training? Hinata was just about to answer when she was interrupted by a thunderous chant. Youth. 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 The three voices blended into one. Though they sounded tired, their rhythm and coordination were impeccable. Hinata instinctively turned her head. 3 unusual figures in matching green tights came into view. Is that Naruto? Hinata squinted to make sure, then recognized one of them. It was indeed her classmate, Uzumaki Naruto. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto spotted them and excitedly waved. Good opportunity. Rock Lee suddenly surged forward, overtaking him. Not that easy. Watch my youth tornado. Naruto leaped into the air, spun midair, and effortlessly caught up with Rock Lee. So passionate. Might Guy cried out, eyes brimming with tears. Burn bright, youth. Due to Kitazawa's butterfly effect, Rock Lee became Might Guy's student earlier than in the original story. However, the one most affected wasn't Rock Lee, it was Uzumaki Naruto. Born of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto possessed a powerful physique and tremendous regenerative power, a natural vessel for physical combat. Might Guy had passed on everything he knew to Naruto, treating him like a disciple. This was also why Kitazawa had allowed Naruto to operate freely. Might Guy handled his physical training, Kitazawa only needed to focus on improving Naruto's theoretical knowledge. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If Naruto ever learned the Eight Gates technique, it would be terrifying. Who could stand against that? He couldn't help but mourn for Uchiha Sasuke's future. Hinata was dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend the bizarre bond between Might Guy and his two students, it was overwhelming. Hinata, you haven't answered my question yet. Kitazawa reminded her. I want to continue training. Hinata snapped out of it and answered without hesitation. She had grown used to Kitazawa's training. Even though she had just defeated Tyrannosuke, she wasn't ready to stop. Because she still had a goal, to earn Hyuga Hayashi's recognition. Let's call Sasuke to join us. Kitazawa considered it and decided. If they wanted to defeat second-year Class A, both Sasuke and Naruto were essential. And Sasuke would no doubt be willing to work overtime for training. They headed toward the Uchiha clan's residence. Since the Nine-Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha had been relocated to the edge of Konoha village. Kitazawa and Hinata's appearance immediately caught the attention of several Uchiha clan members. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata instinctively hid behind Kitazawa, clutching his hand. It's all right, Kitazawa reassured her. They're fellow Konoha ninjas, there won't be any conflict. Attacking fellow village ninjas inside Konoha was tantamount to treason. The Uchiha were not that reckless, and truthfully, neither he nor Hinata was worth starting a rebellion over. Who are you? A sudden voice asked, and a young ninja stepped toward them. Kitazawa studied him for a moment, then recognized the distinct tear troughs. It was Uchiha Itachi, the clan's filial genius. My name is Kitazawa. I'm a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa said calmly. I'm here to find Uchiha Sasuke. You're Kitazawa-sensei. Itachi smiled. I've heard Sasuke mention you often. He says you're an excellent teacher. You're his brother? Kitazawa feigned surprise. I've long heard of your genius, I've admired you for a while. It's just an empty title. Itachi shook his head. Apologies, I have other matters and can't accompany you to find Sasuke. He pointed the way. Thank you. Kitazawa and Hinata soon arrived at Sasuke's house. Uchiha Fugaku wasn't home, but Uchiha Makoto welcomed them warmly. After a brief exchange, Kitazawa explained his purpose and left with Sasuke. At the Ninja Academy training grounds. Sasuke, how's your chakra nature transformation training coming along? Kitazawa asked. Sasuke didn't answer. He picked up a leaf. Fire chakra surged from his body, the air rippled, and waves of heat radiated toward the leaf. Gradually, the leaf dried and lost its moisture, but it didn't ignite. You're progressing well. Kitazawa praised. Another day of practice, and you'll complete the preliminary phase. Preliminary. Sasuke looked surprised. Chakra nature transformation isn't as simple as you think. Kitazawa chuckled. No matter. Sasuke clenched his fists. As long as I can reach my goal, I'll do whatever it takes. Can he really do it? That thought flashed through Kitazawa's mind. He quickly shook it off, he wasn't some kind of villain. Keep practicing. Kitazawa left a shadow clone with Sasuke and headed to the artificial lake with Hinata. Without needing instruction, Hinata stepped onto the lake and began water-walking training. Time passed. Before they knew it, dusk arrived. Ha ha ha. Sasuke looked at the burning leaf in his hand and laughed with joy. Mid-laugh, he quickly formed hand seals. A blazing fireball appeared from thin air. Sasuke's lips curled into another grin. The fireball was now 5 meters tall, double its previous size of 2 or 3 meters. He was nearing Uchiha Itachi's level. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke ran to him. I want the next training method. Fire style isn't just about burning, it's also about high temperature. Kitazawa picked up a glass, filled it with lake water, and said, evaporate this cup of water. Sasuke extended his hand, focused the chakra into his palm, and directed it toward the cup. Moments later, his expression shifted. It wasn't as easy as expected. It's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Kitazawa patted his shoulder. Keep the glass. Thanks, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke took the cup and left the school. After sending Hinata home to the Hyuga compound, Kitazawa returned to his own place. Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi stood in the courtyard. I haven't checked your gentle fist progress in a while. Let's spar. He had recently received a report from Hyuga Takuma about her match against Tyrannosuke. Her clean, efficient victory had truly surprised him. Hinata froze in place. The sudden challenge left her confused. But she couldn't disobey her father's order. She stepped forward and assumed the gentle fist stance. Her gaze focused, and she struck first. Bang. Hayashi stood firm, effortlessly blocking her palm. His brow rose in slight surprise. Hinata stumbled back a step, took a deep breath, and charged again. But no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. Enough. That's enough. Hayashi withdrew and said, "I'm sorry, father." Seeing his serious expression, Hinata instinctively apologized. "Why are you apologizing?" Hayashi praised her instead. "You've progressed more than I expected." Huh. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. "Compared to our last spar, your reaction speed, chakra control, and gentle fist strength have all improved significantly." He paused before adding, "Most importantly, your chakra reserves have increased by nearly half." His tone was filled with astonishment. That's thanks to Mr. Kitazawa." Hinata said quickly. "Kitazawa is just a regular Chunin. He may have helped with your control." Hayashi shook his head, "But chakra capacity depends on the individual. That's not something he can give you." I don't know." Hinata replied, her expression filled with confusion. "If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library." For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0and.com/arvinstorm. Over 35 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 49, Improvement. The second week of May. After buying breakfast, Kitazawa arrived at the ninja school. As expected, Hinata was already waiting in his office. "Eat." Kitazawa placed the breakfast on the coffee table. "Teacher Kitazawa." Hinata took a sip of milk, and a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I had a sparring match with my father yesterday. You seem happy. Did you beat him?" Kitazawa asked teasingly. "And no." Hinata blushed at his teasing, replying in a soft voice, "How could I possibly beat him?" In her mind, Hayashi was a formidable figure, standing among the strongest in the ninja world. To reach even half his strength would be a dream come true. "Why not?" Kitazawa smiled. "I believe you'll definitely beat him one day." "Ah." Hinata opened her mouth slightly, unsure of what to say. "But if you didn't win, why are you so happy?" Kitazawa took a bite of the rice ball and redirected the conversation. "Father said I've made great progress." Hinata's eyes sparkled again as she spoke. "That proves you have talent." Kitazawa praised her sincerely. Hinata's main problem was a lack of confidence. Kitazawa's approach to this was simple, just praise her more. I don't have any talent." Hinata looked up at him. "It's only because of your training, Mr. Kitazawa." "My training works because you're talented," Kitazawa replied with a smile. Huh. Hinata looked confused. How did that come full circle again? Could it really be that she had talent? I'm far inferior to Brother Niji. Her tone dimmed as she spoke, her expression turning gloomy. Not necessarily. Kitazawa shook his head, comforting her. He's older than you. It's only natural he's stronger right now. Hinata had potential. In the original timeline, even Tonari Otsutsuki and other Otsutsuki spirits referred to her as the Princess of the White Eyes, recognizing the purity of her Byakugan. But. Hinata still hesitated. Practice makes perfect. Kitazawa looked her in the eyes. Keep training. One day, I believe you'll defeat Niji Hyuga. It was difficult in theory, but Kitazawa had a cheat. Once he obtained the Byakugan and mastered Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hinata might have a real chance. After all, the ninjutsu rewarded by the system always came at full proficiency. Hinata blinked in surprise. She had never even imagined defeating Niji. But seeing Kitazawa's serious face, she found herself nodding unconsciously. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata turned her gaze aside. There's something else I want to ask. Go ahead. Kitazawa finished the rice ball and reached for a piece of sushi. Father said my chakra has increased by half compared to before, Hinata said, her voice full of confusion. You and your father don't know why. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. No. Hinata shook her head. Even though she had been refining chakra consistently over the past month, the increase seemed far too significant. Looks like you haven't been paying attention in class. Kitazawa raised his hand and flicked her forehead. I haven't attended class lately. Hinata murmured, blushing. Ahem. Kitazawa cleared his throat and skipped over the topic. Do you know what chakra is made of? It's a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy, Hinata answered obediently. If your chakra increases, that means both your spiritual and physical energy have increased. Kitazawa said, now think. What have you been doing lately? I haven't done anything. Hinata suddenly froze. She remembered. With Kitazawa's support, she had stopped hiding her appetite. Over the past month, she had eaten well every day. When her body was full and nourished, of course, her physical energy increased. So that's it. Hinata murmured to herself, deeply shocked. She had always believed her large appetite was a source of shame, something improper for a Hyuga, something rude and unrefined. Being able to eat is a blessing. Kitazawa gently patted her head. Don't be embarrassed about it ever again. Hinata looked up at him. She felt dazed. Defeating Tyrannosuke, being praised by her father, and discovering that her chakra increase was linked to being able to eat. All those moments overlapped, and the emotions she had buried deep inside came rushing out. Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata opened her mouth, only to realize tears were falling. She quickly wiped them away, not daring to look up again. What a pitiful child. Kitazawa sighed inwardly. He didn't say anything, just silently watched over her. I'm sorry, Mr. Kitazawa. After a long pause, Hinata took a deep breath and spoke. You don't need to apologize for that. Kitazawa shook his head gently. Thank you. Hinata felt an unfamiliar sense of lightness. All the weight she had been carrying seemed to drain out with her tears, leaving behind a quiet joy. Let's go. Time for class. After finishing breakfast, Kitazawa stood up. Okay. Hinata obediently followed. The bell rang. Before we begin, I have something to announce. Kitazawa stood at the podium and smiled. In early June, our class will be having a friendly match against Class A of the 2nd grade. The classroom instantly erupted in noise. Class A of the 2nd grade. That's Niji's class, right? Choji's eyes widened. Then we're definitely going to lose. No way we can beat them. Don't be so defeatist. Inuzuka Kiba slammed the table. How can you say that before we've even fought? You don't know how strong Niji is. Ino frowned, looking unsure. He's even more famous than Sasuke, he's a real Hyuga prodigy. There's no student more talented than Sasuke. Sakura clenched her fists. Sasuke will beat him for sure. I'll defeat him, Sasuke spoke up suddenly. Sasuke. Sakura's eyes sparkled, it was the first time Sasuke had spoken to her. Hyuga Niji isn't just a rumor, Shikamaru said seriously. At the mention of Niji, Hinata stiffened. Her courage, which had been building up, seemed to shrink again. Hey! Naruto stood up and shouted with confidence, we've got Kitazawa-sensei. Upon hearing that, Hinata instinctively turned to look at Kitazawa. The smile on his face instantly reassured her. Chapter 50, Kitazawa's Byakugan. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile as he listened to their discussion. In their eyes, Hyuga Niji had become a terrifying demon. But thinking carefully, they couldn't really be blamed. After all, Niji was famous. I will now announce the rules of the friendly match. Kitazawa clapped his hands. Once they quieted down, he listed all 4 events. These 4 items sound really familiar. Ino asked in surprise, isn't this the special training Mr. Kitazawa gave us? Could it be that Mr. Kitazawa can predict the future? Sakura wondered aloud, stunned. In her memory, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata had started special training a month ago. At that time, there definitely hadn't been a friendly match scheduled with Class A of the 2nd year. It's not a future prediction. Shikamaru spoke after thinking for a moment, it's probably that these events were personally chosen by Mr. Kitazawa. Ha ha ha. Naruto put his hands on his hips and laughed, I'll definitely get first place in the physical fitness test. With his strong physique and Might Guy's special training, he brimmed with confidence. Arrogant guy. Kiba couldn't bear his smug expression and muttered. I think you're just jealous of me. Naruto replied proudly. Inuzuka Kiba gritted his teeth. In the physical fitness test, he really couldn't outrun Uzumaki Naruto. This guy's physical strength was more terrifying than the ninja dog he raised at home. He was practically Konoha's mad dog. Be careful of Hyuga Niji. Abirame Shino adjusted his sunglasses and reminded calmly. It's okay. Teacher Kitazawa will take care of it. Ino said with a confident smile. Not bad, Hyuga Hinata softly agreed. Nara Shikamaru shook his head. You're putting your hopes on a Chunin teacher. You clearly don't understand his limits. He knew it would be difficult. But since it was just a friendly match, it didn't matter even if they lost. In order to prepare for the friendly match next month, I've created a training plan tailored to your strengths. Kitazawa said calmly, we'll go over it when the practical class begins. For now, let's start the lesson. The first class today was The Will of Fire. Kitazawa was already a master at teaching it. Amidst laughter and joy, the lesson ended. Kitazawa left the classroom and returned to the office. Accompanying him were Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. Without any prompting, the two took the initiative to begin training. Soon, it was afternoon. The last class for first-year Class A was the practical class. Kitazawa revealed the training plan to everyone. He divided them into two groups based on their first monthly exam results. The first group, with average scores, wouldn't participate in the friendly match. They were to focus on classroom training. The second group had outstanding results, led by Hinata and Sasuke. Sasuke was still working on the chakra nature transformation. In addition to Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura, even Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji were included for chakra control training. Oh, and Abirame Shino too. The rest of the students were undergoing physical training under Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba's leadership. As for the final practical training, Kitazawa planned to start intensive special training in 2 weeks. The class ended. Shikamaru collapsed on the ground, completely drained. He never imagined Kitazawa would assign him tree climbing practice. It was a devastating blow to his slacker lifestyle. Kitazawa noticed Shikamaru lying there like a salted fish. He chuckled and said nothing. That was just Shikamaru's nature, unless pushed, he wouldn't work hard. Thanks for your hard work today. I've prepared some snacks for you. Kitazawa pulled out a spiritual storage scroll with a smile. Hinata instinctively touched her stomach. After Kitazawa's words, she suddenly felt hungry. Awesome. Akimichi Choji sprang to his feet, instantly revived. Only Mr. Kitazawa would think of something like this. Ino grinned. She wasn't greedy, but she wouldn't say no to snacks either. Sasuke-kun, I'll get yours. Sakura jumped up and ran to Kitazawa. Uchiha Sasuke looked a little helpless. He didn't even like snacks. Sasuke-kun, this one's for you. Sakura returned, proudly presenting the bag. Sasuke was about to refuse, until he noticed the three-colored dango inside. It was Uchiha Itachi's favorite. His favorite, too. He glanced at Sakura's own snack bag, it wasn't the same as his. Even this small detail, they had put in so much thought. For a moment, Sasuke truly admired Kitazawa. He took a bite of the dango. It was really sweet. Teacher Kitazawa. As the others were leaving, Hyuga Hinata ran over. This is for you. Kitazawa handed her 4 large bags of snacks. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata blushed, clutching the bags awkwardly. I've told you before, being able to eat is a blessing. Kitazawa patted her head and said gently, you're welcome. Hinata felt a warm sensation spread through her heart. I'll walk you home. Kitazawa took the snacks from her arms. These are too much for you to carry alone. Hinata's heart leaped. She quickly nodded. She subconsciously wanted to stay with Kitazawa just a little longer. At the Hyuga residence. Kitazawa saw a tall figure standing straight like a pine tree from a distance, radiating authority. Father. Hinata ran over and bowed respectfully. Chief Hayashi. Kitazawa thought silently, as expected, then greeted him politely. You're Kitazawa? Hayashi asked in a calm voice. Yes. Kitazawa nodded. Thank you for looking after Hinata during this time. With that, Hayashi turned and entered the courtyard. The courtesy was there, but the pride beneath it was unmistakable. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans were both proud, but the Hyugas were more subtle about it. See you tomorrow, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata clutched her snacks and waved, reluctant to part. Why did you bring back so many snacks? Hayashi looked at the 4 bulging bags and raised a brow. It was a reward from Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata paused, then said firmly, and I can eat it all. You can have snacks, but not too much. Hayashi frowned. 3 proper meals are most important. I can eat them all. Hinata gathered her courage. I have a big appetite. Hayashi blinked. His first thought was that she was lying, but then, he paused. As clan head, he knew that having a strong appetite could be a strength. The Akimichi clan of Konoha was living proof. How much can you eat? Hayashi asked seriously. If it's the bowls at home. I can eat 10, Hinata replied cautiously. Ha ha ha. After 2 seconds of silence, Hayashi burst out laughing. Hinata was stunned. It was the first time she had seen him laugh like that. Was it because she could eat? It seems Mr. Kitazawa was right. Current task, feed your deskmate Hinata Hyuga until she takes the initiative to reveal the secret. Task reward, be a Kugen. Host has completed the task. Reward issued. Kitazawa, walking down the road, suddenly widened his eyes. If you like it, please support it by dropping some power stones and adding it to your library. For the latest chapters, visit p@tray0n.com/arvenstorm. Over 40 advanced chapters are available. Chapter 51, Powerful Byakugan. Kitazawa was stunned for a few seconds and only snapped back to his senses after the system instilled the new information. As expected of the legendary dojutsu that originates from the Otsutsuki, the Byakugan brings a tremendous improvement to an ordinary ninja. If his strength had previously been close to that of a jonin before, now he could barely be considered one. With the gentle fist, he could truly be called a jonin. Kitazawa hurried to the training ground at the edge of Konoha village. Since it was already after working hours, the training ground was empty. He pulled out a mirror and looked into it. His eyes were still black. This time, the system finally did something smart. Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. When the Sharingan is activated, the Magatama appears. But when deactivated, it looks like a regular eye. Of course, only Uchiha clan members can turn off the Sharingan. One of the main reasons Hatake Kakashi is so weak is that he can't turn off his Sharingan. The Byakugan, however, is different from the Sharingan. Whether active or not, the Byakugan appears pure white. It stands out at first glance. Fortunately, Kitazawa had a system plug-in. His Byakugan only activated when he willed it to. When deactivated, it returned to his normal eyes. Kitazawa silently gave the command to activate it. The meridians around his eye sockets suddenly surged. The next second, he felt the world around him undergo a dramatic change. It was like going from blurry 360p to crisp 4K ultra-high definition, complete with a 360-degree panoramic view. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Amazing, Kitazawa observed everything around him and became even more impressed by the Byakugan. No wonder talented Hyuga clan members could become jonin so easily. He turned to look at a tree not far away. He focused, and the tree disappeared from his sight, replaced by the scene behind it. He then turned his gaze to his hand and raised it. He could clearly see the meridians, acupoints, bones, and chakra flow within. The Byakugan had three major functions: insight, X-ray vision, and telescopic vision. He had tested insight and X-ray vision, now only telescopic vision remained. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His vision stretched outward, capturing every scene along the way. Eventually, his sight stopped after reaching 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters. It was worth noting that the Byakugan's effective range is a radius of 1 kilometer, not just a straight line. And even that wasn't the limit. With training and practice, the range could be extended further. Kitazawa deactivated the Byakugan and let out a slow breath. From his testing, his Byakugan was already at the level of an average Hyuga jonin. However, the system had provided all the foundational knowledge about the Byakugan. With practice, he could still improve it further. But ascending to the Rinnegan was out of the question. Even so, the regular Byakugan was already immensely useful. Kitazawa could clearly feel his strength had significantly increased. He calmed himself and began heading home. On the way, he was tempted to activate the Byakugan several times, but resisted. He had no reasonable explanation for how he obtained it, and if discovered, it could lead to trouble. Moreover, powerful ninjas like jonin could sense when the Byakugan was observing them. The next day, when Kitazawa went to buy breakfast, he also picked up a pair of sunglasses. "Teacher Kitazawa." Hinata greeted him with a bright smile. "Did you tell your father about your appetite?" Kitazawa recalled her mission. There were two conditions: 1, she had to be full, and 2, she had to reveal the secret on her own. All he could do was ensure she ate well. As for the second requirement, it likely involved Hayashi Hyuga. "How did you know?" Hinata blinked in surprise. "I guessed." Kitazawa reached out, tapped her forehead, and smiled. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Hinata looked down shyly and said softly, "It was because of Teacher Kitazawa that I had the courage." Her voice was light and gentle. "I didn't do anything." Kitazawa shook his head and said, "Hinata, you were brave on your own." Hinata looked at him, momentarily stunned. "How's your water walking training coming along?" Kitazawa asked, shifting the topic. "I can walk to the other side of the lake without falling now," Hinata answered proudly. "Nice, that means you've completed the basic stage of water walking training." Kitazawa smiled. "What kind of training would you like to do next?" Hinata looked at him, stunned for a moment. "I'll follow whatever Teacher Kitazawa arranges." "Then tell me, what's your current wish?" Kitazawa rephrased his question. The reason he was probing so carefully was to trigger a new task. "Me." Hinata tilted her head, thought for a while, and said, "I want to awaken my Byakugan as soon as possible." As she spoke her wish, Kitazawa was stunned as 4 lines of text suddenly appeared before him. Then, the smile on his face deepened. He was beginning to understand how the system generated tasks. "Your classmate Hyuga Hinata is seeking your help." Current task, help Hinata Hyuga awaken her Byakugan. Task reward, 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. Do you accept? Kitazawa accepted without hesitation. The 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher strike was a soft fist technique that resembled a chakra-enhanced strike, capable of delivering a blow strong enough to shatter mountains. All right. Kitazawa smiled. In the practical class this afternoon, your training will change. What kind of training? Hinata asked curiously. That's a secret. Kitazawa raised a finger to her lips. Promise me, don't even tell your father. Yes. Hinata blushed and nodded. Afternoon, practical class. All the students of Class A began their special training according to yesterday's schedule. Teacher Kitazawa. Sakura raised her hand. Why did only Hinata get new training? She was talented in chakra control. Although she had started a bit late, she had already caught up and was now water walking alongside Hinata and Ino. From her perspective, all 3 of them were at the same level. We'll be competing with second-year Class A in 4 areas. Kitazawa explained, among them, I'm most optimistic about you and Ino for the chakra control category. Really? Sakura asked with surprise. Of course. Kitazawa nodded. That's why I'm also adjusting your water walking training. What adjustment? She asked, puzzled. When walking on water, Ino will use a wooden kunai to disrupt you. Kitazawa smiled. And you'll do the same to her. Teacher Kitazawa, are you a devil? Sakura widened her eyes. To make sure neither of you slacks off, I'll add one more rule. Kitazawa continued, whoever gets hit the most by the kunai, will have their homework doubled. You really are a devil. Sakura said, face blank. Sakura, sorry. Ino rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. You'll be doing the homework for both of us. Kitazawa chuckled softly. With just 3 sentences, he had turned women against each other. Chapter 52, Call Tsunade back. Right here. Kitazawa stopped. In front of him stood 2 cherry trees, one to the left and one to the right. He leaped up and stepped firmly onto the tree trunk. Spreading his arms wide, Kitazawa used chakra to pull in the air, and soon a handful of leaves gathered into his palms. He released his grip, and the chakra-infused leaves fluttered downward. Hinata, catch all the leaves. Kitazawa gave the command. Hinata acted immediately upon hearing him. She extended her hands, moving with lightning speed to catch the falling leaves. Stuffing the ones she caught into her arms, she darted after the remaining leaves. Though she was quick, she couldn't catch them all in time. I'm sorry, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata lowered her head, holding the leaves with embarrassment. She felt useless, unable to complete something as simple as catching leaves. It's already excellent for your first try. There's no need to apologize. Kitazawa smiled and asked, do you know what this leaf-catching training is for? I don't, Hinata answered honestly. It's meant to train both your eyesight and reaction time. Kitazawa spoke nonsense with confidence. They say this method came from the ancestor of your Hyuga clan. Huh. Hinata thought hard but couldn't recall such a thing. When your ancestor first tried this, he was much worse than you. He couldn't even catch 1/3 of the leaves. Kitazawa paused, then said, Hinata, you're very talented. Hinata nodded firmly. Even though she didn't know if the story about the ancestor was true, Kitazawa's words restored her confidence. Let's continue. Kitazawa waved his hand, and the leaves floated back into his palms. This method of leaf catching actually came from the system. It was designed to help awaken the Byakugan. Hinata's small figure moved swiftly as she concentrated, her hands grabbing at the leaves. Time passed slowly, and the class soon ended. That's it for today. Kitazawa jumped down from the tree. Hinata instantly relaxed at his words. Fatigue surged through her body, and she gasped for breath. Sweat trickled down her forehead, soaking her hair and fair skin. Sit down and rest for a bit. Kitazawa pulled out a water bottle from his space storage scroll and handed it to her. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata took the bottle, sipped the water, and felt refreshed. You should do more physical training when you can. Kitazawa reminded gently. Hinata nodded, then hesitated before asking, Teacher Kitazawa. She trailed off mid-sentence, feeling embarrassed. What is it? Kitazawa looked at her curiously. It's nothing. Hinata gripped the bottle with both hands, nervously poking at it with her fingers. School's over, time to head home. Let's go. After resting for a few minutes, Kitazawa stood up. Hinata quickly followed behind him. Teacher Kitazawa. The first-year Class A students had all left, except for Uzumaki Naruto. Here. Kitazawa handed him a scroll. This is your homework for tonight. Naruto accepted it with a pained expression. To remain in the top 10 of the class, he had stuck to his routine for a week. He couldn't quit halfway. Teacher Kitazawa, I want to do it too. Hinata, upon seeing the scroll, remembered how fulfilling it felt to work on exercises last month. Naruto stared at her in disbelief. Who would willingly ask for homework? Terrifying. You don't need to. Kitazawa shook his head. There's no reason to waste extra time when you're already ranked first. Hinata thought it over and obediently dropped the subject. Naruto. Kitazawa reminded, be sure to come early tomorrow, I'll go over your wrong answers with you. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa, Naruto replied weakly. Homework is the worst. A week flew by, and Saturday arrived quickly. Kitazawa had just gotten up when a knock sounded at his door. He went to open it. Sure enough, it was Kurenai Yuhi. So early. Kitazawa yawned. Did you eat breakfast yet? No. Yuhi Kurenai stepped inside. Naturally, she bent down and removed her shoes. As she looked up, she noticed Kitazawa staring at her feet. Why no black stockings today? Kitazawa asked without changing expression. Because I'm not wearing a matching dress. Kurenai placed her shoes on the cabinet and walked barefoot across the floor into the living room. What do you want for breakfast? Kitazawa asked, closing the door. Something simple. Kurenai sat on the sofa, ran her fingers through her black hair, and asked, do you have rice balls or sushi? I'll go get them. Kitazawa went to the kitchen. When he returned, Kurenai was lying on the sofa. Her head rested on the armrest, waist and abdomen curled, her pale legs elegantly aligned. You really don't treat yourself like a guest. Kitazawa smiled and shook his head. I was up all night. Kurenai glanced at him. Can't I relax a little? Why were you up all night? Kitazawa asked after a pause. See for yourself. Kurenai pulled a scroll from her waist and tossed it to him. Kitazawa caught the still warm scroll. Upon reading it, surprise lit up his face. You really completed the Art of Truth technique? He asked in disbelief. Inspiration struck yesterday. Kurenai lifted the corners of her mouth. Impressive, right? You're not just impressive, you're beautiful and brilliant. Kitazawa complimented. Not bad, Kurenai said smugly while taking a bite of sushi. Have you told Yukumo yet? Kitazawa asked as he rolled up the scroll. Not yet, Kurenai answered casually. She'll be coming later anyway. Kitazawa nodded slightly. With her talent, it probably won't take her a day to master this genjutsu. Don't jinx it. I have a headache. Kurenai waved dismissively. No more genjutsu studies today. Got it. Kitazawa laughed at her tired expression. These two new illusions, the art of speech and the art of truth technique, can be reported to the Hokage. Kurenai sat up. You'll go later. If there's any reward, accept it for me. What about you? Kitazawa blinked in surprise. I'm going to sleep. Kurenai suddenly raised her voice. Kitazawa brought the scroll to the Hokage's office. You two did a wonderful job. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the techniques with great interest. He hadn't expected Kitazawa and Kurenai to create two original genjutsu in such a short time. Most importantly, it made him consider the real potential of establishing a psychological medical ninja system. According to Konoha's rules, submitting original jutsu will earn you rewards, Hiruzen said after a moment. You and Kurenai may each choose 3 B rank or lower jutsu. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kitazawa was elated. He now had 3 more techniques to choose from. After Kitazawa left with an ANBU escort, Hiruzen sat in deep thought. He was debating whether to contact Tsunade. There were so few reliable ninja leaders left in Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo had committed suicide. Namikaze Minato had died. Orochimaru had defected. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both long absent. The Uchiha clan remained dangerously unstable. If Tsunade returned, it could ease some of the burden on his shoulders. Chapter 53, Sparring with Kurenai. Kitazawa followed the Umbu ninja, Haru, to the ninjutsu storage room. After a brief consideration, he selected 3 ninjutsu, Water Style, Water Wall, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation, which he had a mission for but hadn't obtained yet. For ordinary ninjas, there are 3 types of ninjutsu that are particularly difficult to acquire. The first is forbidden techniques, such as Impure World Reincarnation. The second is strategic ninjutsu, like the Flying Thunder God technique. The third is clan-specific secret or bloodline techniques, such as the Multiplication Technique or Gentle Fist. Although Phoenix Fire Technique and Great Fire Annihilation are signature techniques of the Uchiha clan, they don't fall into these 3 categories. After Kitazawa picked his 3 ninjutsu, he had basically replaced most of the system-rewarded techniques. However, this only applied to his current situation. There was still more to discover in the future. Kitazawa stored the 3 scrolls and returned home. Kitazawa-sensei. Kurama, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up to greet him. She was holding the Art of Truth technique scroll in her hand, clearly already studying it. You keep learning. Kitazawa glanced around but didn't see Kurenai. She was probably still asleep in the room. After thinking for a moment, Kitazawa walked to the open space behind the house and pretended to practice ninjutsu. Time passed slowly, and by noon, Kurenai finally woke up. She sat up, stretched, and immediately sensed intense fire-style chakra fluctuations. Who's practicing fire-style? Kitazawa. Kurenai walked to the window and looked out. As expected, it was Kitazawa. Under his precise control, large amounts of chakra transformed into small flaming projectiles, resembling clusters of impatience flowers. This was fire-style, Phoenix Fire technique. Kurenai recognized it instantly. Though many ninjas knew this jutsu, Kitazawa's execution was highly proficient. The flames danced nimbly in his hands, striking precisely where he aimed. In her memory, Kitazawa was just an ordinary Chunin. But now, he seemed far more formidable. Kurenai recalled what he'd once said, that she could call on him if there was ever a mission short of people. Touching her chin, curiosity lit up her eyes. She stepped out of the room, changed her shoes, and walked outside. Awake. How was your sleep? Kitazawa asked as he dispersed his chakra. I slept great. Kurenai smiled. I feel full of energy now. Hokage-sama gave 3 ninjutsu as a reward. Kitazawa reminded her, go to the Hokage building when you're free. As expected of the Hokage, so generous. Kurenai paused, then asked, the fire-style, Phoenix Fire technique you were just practicing, is that one of the rewards? Yes, Kitazawa nodded. You hadn't learned Phoenix Fire technique before? Kurenai's tone shifted slightly. No. Kitazawa guessed what she was thinking, but offered no explanation. This was exactly what he wanted. You mastered it in just one morning. Your fire-style talent is incredible. Kurenai sighed, it's a shame you're wasting your potential teaching at a ninja school. Ordinary ninjas had a sensei to lead them on missions, giving them plenty of chances to grow. But ninja school teachers lacked such opportunities. In Kurenai's view, Kitazawa's talent was being stifled. Want to spar? Kurenai asked, eyes sparkling. You sound like you're itching to beat me up. Kitazawa joked. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Kurenai grinned. Let's head to the nearby training ground. Kitazawa agreed. Sparring with Kurenai wasn't a bad idea, and it would let him showcase his strength appropriately. The two soon arrived at the nearest training field. Be careful. Kurenai warned, forming hand seals. But Kitazawa was faster. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward her. Kurenai was forced to abandon her demonic illusion, tree-binding death seal and use the body flicker technique. Chakra surged into her legs, and she burst forward, narrowly dodging the attack. As the fireball passed, the intense heat made sweat bead on her forehead. Kurenai was stunned. Kitazawa's great fireball technique exceeded the power of most B-rank jutsu. Not only was his seal speed impressive, but the force behind it was tremendous. While she was momentarily frozen, Kitazawa had already appeared before her. Konoha whirlwind. Kurenai raised her arms just in time to block the kick. Bang. The powerful blow numbed her arms. Using the momentum, she flipped back and widened the distance. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Kurenai landed, immediately forming seals with both hands. The next moment, her body vanished. Kitazawa froze as a giant tree sprouted from beneath him, binding him in vines. Kurenai appeared atop the tree, dagger in hand, ready to strike. But just before the blow landed, everything dissolved. Kurenai's face changed drastically. That was the moment the illusion was broken. Kitazawa, fully aware of her genjutsu prowess, had been on guard from the start. The instant he fell into her illusion, he dispelled it. A rush of wind behind her, she turned quickly, only to meet Kitazawa's fist. There was no time to dodge. But Kitazawa merely smiled, relaxed his fist, and rubbed her head. Kurenai froze for a second, then glared and raised her leg to kick him. Kitazawa dodged just in time. Her open-toe boots flashed past his face. Demonic illusion, mirage clone jutsu. Seeing her kick fail, Kurenai quickly formed new seals. 2 clones materialized in the smoke. The 3 Kurenai surrounded Kitazawa in rapid succession. With illusion and clone techniques combined, Kitazawa found it hard to differentiate. He could use the Byakugan, but that would definitely scare her. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Unable to distinguish the real one, Kitazawa resorted to spitting out flame bullets. The fireballs rained down like a storm. Her clones vanished instantly. Body flicker technique. Kurenai darted left and right, narrowly dodging the scorching attacks. She caught her breath, surprised to see Kitazawa still standing calmly. Judging from their exchange, his strength clearly exceeded most Chunins. With your level of skill, why stay a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Kurenai couldn't help asking. Didn't I tell you? Just personal preference. Kitazawa smiled. Still want to keep fighting? No. I've already seen what I needed to see. Kurenai paused, then added, if we keep going, I might lose. That'd be too embarrassing. Chapter 54, Hell Viewing Jutsu. You hit it very well. Kurenai walked forward, elbowed him, and said, if it weren't for today's sparring, I wouldn't have known you had such strength. I never meant to hide it from you, Kitazawa's gaze falling on her arm. You just never asked. Are you blaming me now? Kurenai rolled her eyes. Wouldn't dare. Kitazawa grabbed her wrist. Let me apply some medicine. Kurenai was momentarily stunned. Only then did she notice the faint bruises on her pale arm caused by blocking Kitazawa's Konoha whirlwind. It's just a small injury. It'll heal on its own. Kurenai instinctively tried to pull her hand back but realized she couldn't. I caused it, so I'll take responsibility. Kitazawa gently pulled her into the living room. Kurama Yukumo stood up, ready to greet them, but quickly covered her mouth at the sight, her curious eyes burning with gossip. Kitazawa released Kurenai and headed upstairs to get the medicine box. I got this during a sparring match with Kitazawa, Kurenai said casually to Yukumo. I thought. Yukumo coughed lightly and asked, Teacher Kurenai, is it serious? Should I call a medical ninja? It's really nothing. Kurenai raised her arm, revealing the bruise. Kitazawa came down with the medicine box. As a ninja, he always kept one on hand. Visiting the Konoha hospital was costly. Teachers, I've finished learning the art of truth technique. Kurama Yukumo said quickly. I'll go paint on the rooftop now. Then she disappeared upstairs. Monsters like her are seriously discouraging. Kitazawa sighed in envy. He relied on the system. Kurama Yukumo. Pure talent. Yeah. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Even she, known for her genjutsu skills, felt the gap between them. Only the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could rival that talent. Your talent's not bad either, Kurenai added. Let's drop the subject. Give me your hand. Kitazawa sat beside her and opened the medicine box. Kurenai unwrapped the white bandage, then moved and placed her arm in front of him. Kitazawa glanced and froze for a moment. They were very close. Kurenai knelt on the sofa, leaning forward, the black mesh lining at her collar slightly visible. He frowned, then poured disinfectant onto the bruise. Ah. That's cold. Kurenai hissed. Cold's better than pain. Kitazawa caught a faint whiff of her fragrance as he applied the medicine. Thanks. Kurenai waved her hand. She was feeling better. Though ninja defense was low, their physique far surpassed ordinary people. What do you think of Yukumo's new illusion? Kurenai now sat cross-legged, facing him. The art of speech jutsu builds trust, the art of truth one diagnoses mental trauma through the trust. Kitazawa thought for a moment. The next one should begin the actual treatment. You mean the dream therapy you mentioned before? That would be the last resort, Kitazawa clarified. We need a new genjutsu that can detect negative emotions, combine it with Yukumo's bloodline limit. Sounds like a headache. Kurenai crossed her arms. It is. Kitazawa nodded. If we had help, it would be easier. There are too few genjutsu specialists in Konoha. Unless we go to the Uchiha clan. Forget it. They're a pain to deal with. Then we'll have to rely on Hokage-sama. Kitazawa shrugged. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's level, there's little he doesn't know. People like Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Danzo were the same. We'll only ask if there's no other way. Kurenai rubbed her temples. Agreed. Kitazawa sat cross-legged like her. The two sat face-to-face on the sofa, gazing into each other's eyes. Kurenai propped her chin in one hand, lost in thought. A warm midday breeze drifted through the window. Her gaze fell on Kitazawa, and she suddenly felt dazed. He had changed, stronger, sharper, and more attractive. Her heart skipped. She quickly looked away. What is it? Kitazawa noticed. Nothing. Kurenai tucked her hair behind her ear. Got any ideas? I actually do, Kitazawa said, a spark in his eyes. You know the demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Of course. It materializes a person's deepest fears. What if we tweak it to make the patient's negative emotions reveal themselves? Genius. Kurenai's eyes lit up. We can remodel the entire hell-viewing jutsu around that. Creating something from scratch was hard. But modifying an existing illusion? Much easier. Then let's begin the research tomorrow. Kurenai clapped her leg, her fair skin jiggling slightly. A casino in the land of fire. Stop it, Lady Tsunade. Shizen pleaded earnestly, you're going to lose all our meal money today. I'll win it back soon. Tsunade glared at the slot machine in front of her and shouted, spit out the money already. The patterns on the slot machine spun rapidly, eventually stopping on 2 sevens and a toad. Damn it. Tsunade clenched her fists in frustration. Damn toad. 3 sevens meant hitting the jackpot, but 2 sevens. Nothing at all. It's over. I'm going to starve again. Shizen said with a miserable expression. Don't worry, I won't starve. Tsunade raised her eyebrows with a confident smile. Because the money has arrived. Who would possibly be willing to lend us money? Shizen asked, full of doubt. Is my credit that bad? Tsunade glared at her. Shizen tugged at the corner of her mouth. Don't you already know the answer? Come out, Tsunade called out loudly. In the next second, an Umbu ninja appeared silently in front of her. Without a word, he respectfully handed her a letter with both hands. Tsunade opened it and began to read. The contents were straightforward, an explanation of Kurama Yakumo's situation and a request regarding the formation of a psychological medical ninja system. Psychological medical ninja. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, surprised. Her first reaction was disbelief, but she knew Sarutobi Hiruzen had no reason to lie. Tsunade fell into deep thought. Although the letter claimed he hoped she would return to the village to lead the establishment of a new system, the true intention behind the words was all too clear. There was no doubt, he wanted to treat her hemophobia. Trying to trick me back. As if it were that simple, Tsunade snorted coldly, prepared to dismiss the idea altogether. But just then, her eyes fell on the final line. Konoha Village will fully support her in building a psychological medical ninja system, including unlimited funding. Chapter 55, Help Ino Yamanaka. A new week. A practical lesson for first-year Class A, Kitazawa stood on a cherry tree branch, flicking his fingers continuously. With each movement, chakra-infused leaves shot out like kunai. Because the leaves were infused with chakra, their speed was tremendous. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a 3-meter distance. Just as one was about to fly past, a delicate little hand snatched it from the air. The hand belonged to Hinata. After a week of training, she had become quite skilled. Hinata moved deftly in the narrow space, collecting the leaves one by one. She only stopped when the leaves stopped appearing. Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata panted slightly and asked, is the training over? Rest for 5 minutes. Kitazawa praised, you've lasted half an hour. You're improving steadily. Hinata's rosy face brightened with a gentle smile at his words. Teacher Kitazawa. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's voice rang out. What's wrong, Sasuke? Kitazawa jumped down from the tree. I did it. Sasuke exclaimed, holding up an empty glass in triumph. Congratulations. Kitazawa took the glass. Your hard work is paying off. Sasuke trained not only during class but in every spare moment. His efforts rivaled those of Naruto and Rock Lee. With talent and diligence, it was no surprise, he had completed the second stage of chakra nature transformation. Try using fire style, great fireball technique, Kitazawa said. If nothing goes wrong, you should reach your brother's level. Really? Sasuke clenched his fists in anticipation. Your chakra transformation is sufficient. Just focus your chakra and unleash it at maximum output. Kitazawa nodded. While Uchiha Itachi was stronger overall, he wouldn't have invested this much time into perfecting the great fireball technique. He simply had too many jutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke took a deep breath, formed seals swiftly, and released all his chakra. In an instant, a massive fireball, nearly 8 or 9 meters in diameter, erupted forward. Ha ha ha. Sasuke laughed in excitement. I finally surpassed my brother. Kitazawa only shook his head. He didn't ruin Sasuke's moment. At least he was happy now. Kitazawa thought about the upcoming friendly match with second-year Class A. In terms of ninjutsu power, Sasuke was now a guaranteed win. Forget second years, even sixth-year students rarely used anything beyond the 3 basic techniques. As for Hyuga Niji, though his gentle fist was practical, it couldn't match the flashy impact of a massive fireball. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Sasuke composed himself and said gratefully. Though he once looked down on Kitazawa as just an average Chunin teacher, his opinion changed completely. Class is ending soon. Since you're done, head home early. Kitazawa saw through Sasuke's thoughts and said it directly. Sasuke turned and ran without another word. Exactly what he wanted. He couldn't wait to show Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi. Kitazawa watched him go. He wasn't worried Sasuke would slack off after reaching this milestone. After all, he was a proud Uchiha, first place was an obsession. He wouldn't let Naruto or anyone else surpass him. Teacher Kitazawa, let's continue training. Hinata stood up, inspired by Sasuke's progress. All right. Kitazawa patted her head and leaped back onto the tree. The sun began to set, painting the horizon with a golden glow. Meanwhile, Sasuke jogged home. He didn't even return greetings from Uchiha clan members on the way. Dad. He shouted the moment he stepped into the courtyard. What's with the impatience? Uchiha Fugaku came out, frowning. Sorry, Sasuke scratched his head, then beamed. But look at this. He quickly formed seals and unleashed a massive fireball. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned. A trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. Such a powerful fireball technique, at just 6 years old. As expected of my son, Fugaku nodded, satisfied. At this moment, Sasuke reminded him of Itachi, brimming with potential to become Hokage. Sasuke held back his joy, but the smile on his face was unstoppable. Back at school, the end of class bell rang. Kitazawa said goodbye to Hinata and the others and headed home. At that moment, 3 lines of text appeared before him. Current task, after Uchiha Sasuke's fire style, great fireball technique surpasses Itachi, use your own fire style to surpass him. Task reward, fire style, great fire annihilation. Task completed. Reward issued. Kitazawa blinked. Did he miss a step? He hadn't even surpassed Sasuke with the fireball technique. How was the task completed? But regardless, it was a jackpot. As he absorbed the reward's information, it was as if he had spent decades mastering fire style, great fire annihilation. Sitting on the sofa, Kitazawa contemplated how to trigger Sasuke's next mission. After some thought, he decided to observe 2 more days of practical training. Since a friendly match with second-year Class A was approaching, he planned to hold an in-class combat competition. From the results, he would choose 5 students for final training. Kitazawa thought of Hinata again. He wondered when she would finally awaken her Byakugan. The next day, Tuesday. After breakfast, Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy. To his surprise, besides Hinata, Yamanaka Ino was waiting in his office. Teacher Kitazawa. Help me. Ino rushed forward and grabbed his hand like she'd found her last hope. What's wrong? Kitazawa asked, confused. I don't want to do homework anymore. Ino groaned dramatically. Kitazawa blinked, then recalled the rule he had set earlier. During waterwalking training, whoever got hit by the most kunai had to do double homework. Haruno Sakura, the heroine of the original story, had better chakra control. As a result, Ino's homework had doubled every day. Kitazawa was about to lift the punishment when 3 lines of text suddenly appeared. Current task, help Yamanaka Ino defeat Haruno Sakura in waterwalking training. Task reward, master-level chakra control. Accept. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. This reward was incredibly tempting. Chakra control was essential for every ninjutsu, nothing could be more useful. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 56, Tsunade returns to village. I can cancel the rule, and you won't have to do the homework anymore. Kitazawa looked into Yamanaka Ino's blue eyes and asked, but are you really willing to let it go? No. Ino froze for a second, then nodded firmly. I must make Sakura taste the pain I've felt. As expected of a good friend. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Of course, he'd done it on purpose, to ignite Yamanaka Ino's competitive spirit. Though they were close friends, they were also rivals, lifelong opponents, in a way. In terms of chakra control, Sakura does have a slight edge over you. Kitazawa said calmly, but when it comes to foundational skills, she's far behind. Yeah. Ino nodded in agreement. Diligence can overcome a lack of talent. Kitazawa explained, you just need to allocate more time to chakra control training. Then what should I do? Ino asked eagerly. Skip class, Kitazawa replied with a grin. Ino was stunned. A moment later, she recalled Hinata Hyuga's training schedule and realized what he meant. Kitazawa's point was simple. She could skip lessons she had already mastered and spend that time on waterwalking practice. I'll arrange it for you right now. Kitazawa pulled out a weekly schedule and added casually, don't worry about Irika. I'll talk to him. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Ino happily brushed aside her drooping golden bangs. Alright, you can skip the classes I've crossed out for this week. Kitazawa handed over the schedule. Ino glanced at it and found that more than half her classes were cancelled. With so much time for training, she was confident she could surpass Haruno Sakura. Teacher Kitazawa, Ino looked at him with anticipation. Can you train with me? Sure. Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. You can train alongside Hinata. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Ino turned toward Hinata and extended her hand with a bright smile. Please guide me. Okay. Hinata was caught off guard by her enthusiasm but still shook her hand shyly. Let's go. Kitazawa led them to the academy's artificial lake. Hinata could train anywhere as long as there were trees nearby. But Ino's water-walking training needed to be done at the lake. Ino. Kitazawa waved his hand casually, sending 2 leaves flying. I'll use the leaves to interfere. Ino's expression turned serious. Judging by their speed and strength, Kitazawa's leaves were far stronger than Sakura's wooden kunai. If they hit her, it would definitely hurt. But to make Sakura do double homework, she was ready to endure it. Ino gathered chakra into the soles of her feet and stepped onto the water. Hinata, get ready. Kitazawa reminded, then stretched out both hands. Chakra surged, pulling leaves from nearby trees to either side. With a flick of his mind, the leaves flew like projectiles. Hinata and Ino were instantly flustered. After half an hour, both of them collapsed on the ground, exhausted from the intense training. Hinata, you're amazing. Ino gasped, genuinely impressed. Ah. Hinata looked at her in confusion, startled by the sudden praise. You lasted so long during that training. I'm nowhere near your level. Ino waved her hand and explained. Hinata stared in surprise, momentarily unsure how to respond. Years of strict upbringing under Hayashi Hyuga had left her lacking confidence. But after meeting Kitazawa, she had gradually began to change. And now, with Ino's praise, she realized she might not be as weak as she'd always believed. Thank you, Hinata said seriously. You're kind of weird. Ino chuckled and asked, why thank me so earnestly? Hinata subconsciously glanced at Kitazawa. What do you want to eat for lunch? My treat. Kitazawa caught her gaze and smiled. Barbecue. Ino jumped up, rubbing her belly. I've burned so many calories, I need to refuel. I'm okay with anything. Hinata quietly let out a sigh of relief. After a short rest, they resumed training. At noon, Kitazawa took them to a barbecue restaurant. Since Hinata had already told Hayashi Hyuga she could eat freely, she no longer held back. You. Ino stared in disbelief. Watching all the grilled meat disappear into Hinata's stomach completely shattered her worldview. I've always had a good appetite. Hinata replied, a bit embarrassed and uneasy. She feared that Ino might distance herself because of it. That's so, enviable. Ino exclaimed with a sigh. Huh. Hinata tilted her head in confusion. Being able to eat a lot without gaining weight, that's every girl's dream. Ino explained passionately. Is that so? Hinata blinked, still not fully understanding. But Kitazawa was right, being able to eat well was a blessing. Her perspective shifted at that moment. After school, Kitazawa headed to the teacher's meeting room. Another meeting about the monthly exam. Just like the last one, it was mainly about setting the questions. Kitazawa didn't care much about the May test. The only thing that mattered was Uzumaki Naruto's performance, and whether he could make the top 10 in class. Kitazawa, Mizuki approached after the meeting. Don't forget about the friendly match between our classes. Of course not. Kitazawa nodded calmly. Good. Mizuki smiled, I was afraid you'd back out. I was afraid you'd deny it when you lose, Kitazawa replied coolly. You. Mizuki clenched his fists. I won't deny anything. No, our class won't lose. We'll see when the time comes. Kitazawa glanced at him and turned away. Mizuki had been consumed by resentment, overly invested in a meaningless friendly match. But that was fine, he had nothing to lose. He was sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen would either attend or observe their class match in secret. If Naruto performed well, there might even be a reward. Wednesday. Hokage's office. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Who dares? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, startled, and froze. She was back. Only she would dare to kick open his door like that. Even Danzo would merely slam it, never kick it. Old man, Tsunade said bluntly, where are Kurama Yakumo and Kitazawa? I want to see them. Chapter 57, Aburame Shino. The playground of the ninja school. The students of Class A of the first grade were gearing up for their next special training. Ino glanced at Sakura, who was sticking close to Uchiha Sasuke. Although she had been training with Kitazawa, the time had been too short for the effects to become apparent. In yesterday's practical class, she had lost to Sakura during the treading water training. However, Ino saw hope. She had been struck by the wooden kunai fewer times than before. With a few more days of training under Kitazawa, she believed she would be able to turn the tables. Meanwhile, Sakura, obsessed with Uchiha Sasuke, hadn't noticed Ino's gradual improvement. At that moment, Kitazawa arrived. Without needing to be told, the students quickly lined up neatly. Today's practical class won't be training, Kitazawa said, meeting their eyes with a smile. Because Class A of the first grade will have its first real practical combat. Practical combat. Inuzuka Kiba immediately raised his hand. Is it a one-on-one battle? Yes, Kitazawa confirmed, and the entire class erupted in excitement. In the ninja world, where strength is everything, theory matters far less than actual power. Having been in school for almost 2 months, they finally had the chance to prove themselves. Naturally, they were thrilled. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, clearly lacking enthusiasm. No snacks as rewards. Akimichi Choji added regretfully. I wonder if I'll be matched with Sakura. Ino folded her arms, unsure if she could win against Sakura. She was born into the Yamanaka clan and had a stronger ninja foundation. So, there was a good chance of victory. Ah. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed with regret. I still haven't found my dog. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, all his secret techniques required a dog partner. But he didn't have one, or rather, hadn't found a dog that matched his chakra and spirit. In the original story, his partner was Akamaru, who hadn't even been born yet. He still had to wait another 2 years. I'm definitely winning this time, Naruto said confidently. He had been training with Might Guy and, in addition to daily running, had learned the Konoha Tornado and Konoha Great Tornado. For someone who had been in school less than 2 months, mastering 2 taijutsu moves gave him a huge advantage. Sasuke snorted lightly, unimpressed by Naruto's boast. He had trained with Kitazawa for over a month, making significant progress in chakra control and nature transformation. His 9-meter-tall fire style, great fireball technique could definitely leave everyone speechless. In real combat, he was confident he could win it all. After all, the Uchiha were known for being unbeatable in one-on-one fights. Students whose names I call will come forward to compete. Kitazawa clapped his hands. He had 2 criteria for his pairings, similar strength and ascending order of ability. As the class teacher, he had a good understanding of each student's power. And frankly, most of them were underwhelming. To put it bluntly, aside from a few exceptions, most only knew basic clone technique and how to throw shuriken. The battle scenes would be simple and not particularly entertaining. Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Kitazawa said with a smile. He especially enjoyed watching fights between girls, especially the beautiful ones. Ino, I didn't expect us to become rivals, Sakura said, surprised. Sakura, I'll go easy on you. Ino grinned, fists clenched. You've lost to me for a whole week. Sakura snapped back, sensing the challenge in Ino's tone. Real combat is different. Yamanaka Ino replied coolly as she walked to the center of the playground. The two made the seal of confrontation. Sakura launched the first strike, throwing a punch. Ino dodged effortlessly, then twisted her waist mid-retreat and countered with a spinning kick. Sakura took the hit and stumbled to the ground. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow but wasn't surprised. Sakura's attack had been random, while Ino used the Konoha fluid technique. The Konoha fluid technique was a basic taijutsu commonly circulated in Konoha. Though not powerful, it provided a solid foundation in physical combat. That said, not everyone could learn it, despite its accessibility. More advanced techniques, like the 8 gates or Uchiha fluid technique, were even harder to acquire. I win, Sakura. Ino extended her hand with a smile. You just wait till the next treading water training. Sakura grabbed her hand and stood up, growling. She had lost face in combat, so she planned to redeem herself in chakra control training. We'll see. Ino glanced at Kitazawa proudly. Nara Shikamaru vs Akimichi Choji, Kitazawa called next. A match between equals. Shikamaru muttered as he walked lazily to the center. Be careful, Shikamaru, Choji said, charging forward. But before he reached him, Shikamaru collapsed onto the ground. Choji froze in confusion. Did he just fall over to avoid fighting? I lost, Choji, Shikamaru muttered from the ground. But I didn't even touch you. Doesn't this just prove how accurate your punches are? Shikamaru replied lazily. All right, both of you off the field. Kitazawa twitched slightly. Next match, Kiba Inuzuka vs Shino Aburame. Kiba, don't lose. Naruto said, giving him a thumbs up. That's my line. Kiba grinned confidently. I'll personally deliver your defeat. Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses, hands in his pockets, staring at Kiba with a blank expression. Four-leg technique. Kiba dropped to all fours like a beast. The crowd gasped in awe. It was their first time seeing a secret technique of the Inuzuka clan. The four legs technique gathered chakra into the limbs to enhance grip and attack strength. I'm coming. Kiba shouted, charging like a mad dog. He moved so fast, he left after images in his wake. Everyone was shocked. Kiba, known for bragging, actually had this much skill. As expected of my rival. Naruto stared in admiration. No threat at all, Sasuke commented flatly. But the next second, his eyes narrowed. The crowd buzzed with surprise. From Shino's body, countless parasitic insects swarmed out. They wrapped around Kiba's limbs with precision, binding him tight and stopping all movement. So strong. Naruto exclaimed. So gross. Sakura shivered at the sight of so many bugs. I hope I don't face Shino next, Ino muttered. She hated bugs too. Sasuke said nothing. He sensed a threat. The winner is Aburame Shino, Kitazawa announced. The Aburame clan's secret techniques relied on insects to attack, defend, scout, and even heal, making them incredibly versatile. And Shino Aburame was already earning a reputation as an undefeated man. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 58, Naruto vs. Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uzumaki Naruto, Kitazawa said in a deep voice. The students of the first-year Class A immediately shifted their attention. Although they were shocked by the strength of Aburame Shino, his usual presence wasn't strong, far less than that of Uchiha Sasuke. Moreover, the reputation of the Aburame clan was nowhere near that of the Uchiha clan. Hey, Sasuke. Naruto said excitedly, finally, I can have a real fight with you. In the entire first year of Class A, the one he wanted to fight most was Uchiha Sasuke. In addition to Sasuke's strength, there was also a hint of an inexplicable bond. I hope you can hold on a little longer, Uchiha Sasuke said coolly. Wow. Sasuke-kun. Many girls, led by Haruno Sakura, immediately turned into cheerleaders. Who do you think will win? Shikamaru yawned and asked. No suspense. It must be Sasuke who wins, Ino said casually. The only thing Naruto can beat Sasuke in is physical fitness, Choji added after swallowing a mouthful of potato chips. Though he was closer to Naruto, he wasn't optimistic about his usual performance. Compared to the cold Sasuke, I hope Naruto wins, Kiba said with his arms crossed. Sasuke. After Naruto made the seal of opposition, he shouted, Konoha Whirlwind. He jumped up, kicking out with a sweeping leg wrapped in a whirlwind. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Does Naruto actually know such a taijutsu move? But his reaction was swift, he stood firm and lifted his leg to counter. Born in the Uchiha clan, he had practiced the Uchiha fluid technique since childhood. Bang. The 2 feet collided. Sasuke frowned slightly, his body forced a step backward. Naruto was stronger than him. He wasn't surprised. After all, Naruto had always bested him in physical fitness tests. This is youth. Naruto shouted with excitement, Konoha's great whirlwind. He spun his right leg, summoning a strong gust of wind. Sasuke looked serious and raised his arms. While blocking Naruto's leg, he lunged forward and kneed him in the abdomen. There was a loud impact. Naruto gritted his teeth and punched Sasuke's knee. He stepped back, spun, and delivered a roundhouse kick. Sasuke blocked again with his arms. The force numbed his arms, and he was pushed back again. Ha ha ha. Come again. Naruto laughed and chased after him. Bang. 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 They kept exchanging blows, and the training ground echoed with bursts of noise. How is this possible? Sakura was stunned. Is this still Naruto? Inuzuka Kiba swallowed nervously. No, brother, I hoped you'd win, but if you actually do, it'll feel weird. Naruto has become so much stronger. For some reason, Ino immediately thought of Kitazawa. Could Naruto have had some special physical training in secret? Sasuke is actually at a disadvantage. Akimichi Choji stopped munching and focused. Very familiar physical skills. A green monster with shining teeth appeared in Nara Shikamaru's mind. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Indeed, it was a wise decision for Naruto to focus on taijutsu early on. With the Nine Tails interfering, learning ninjutsu was troublesome. Taijutsu, on the other hand, used less chakra, so the impact was minimal. That's it. Sasuke grew increasingly irritated as they fought. His lack of strength led to him being suppressed by Naruto in taijutsu. But Uchiha clan ninjas were never known for physical combat. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke pulled back and quickly formed hand seals. What? Just as Naruto was about to pursue, he felt the air rapidly heat up. A massive fireball blasted toward him. Sweating, Naruto immediately turned and ran. The crowd looked like they'd seen a ghost. They hadn't even learned the 3 basic techniques, yet Uchiha Sasuke could already use fire-style ninjutsu. And its power was terrifying, like a blazing sun. Water-style, water wave. Kitazawa stepped in front of Naruto. He opened his mouth and released a torrent of water. The water swallowed the fireball, cooling the air instantly. Seeing this, Sasuke was stunned. He hadn't expected his great fireball to be extinguished so easily. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Kitazawa declared. You're worthy of being my lifelong rival. Naruto grinned, flashed his shining teeth, gave a thumbs up, and said, Sasuke, I look forward to our next youth showdown. You've made great progress, Uchiha Sasuke said after a moment's silence. But you're still far from catching up to me. In truth, he felt threatened. Other than his fire style, great fireball, he couldn't guarantee victory over Naruto. He needed to master more fire-style ninjutsu. Hee, that's thanks to Teacher Kitazawa and Teacher Guy. Naruto only heard the praise and laughed happily. Sasuke silently agreed. His fire style's current power was all thanks to Kitazawa. The dramatic change in Naruto must also be Kitazawa's doing. As for Might Guy, Sasuke didn't know him, so he dismissed his role. Kitazawa was about to speak when 3 lines of text appeared before him. Current task, help Uchiha Sasuke learn a second fire-style ninjutsu. Reward, one-handed seal technique. Accept. Kitazawa accepted without hesitation. One-handed seals were extremely useful in battle, especially when used unexpectedly. Current task, help Uzumaki Naruto defeat Uchiha Sasuke once. Reward, 1/10 chakra limit increase. Accept. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. 2 tasks at once. He thought for a moment. Tasks triggered by the system were likely connected to the strong will of individuals. And the 2 people most likely to trigger such tasks were Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. But regardless, this was a good opportunity. He had previously earned 1/10 of a chakra card. Adding another 10th would bring him up to the level of a regular jonin in chakra reserves. Still, this task wouldn't be easy. Given the current situation, Naruto defeating Sasuke wouldn't be simple. Take a 10-minute break and prepare for the second round, Kitazawa clapped his hands and said. The students of Class A immediately sat down to rest. But even during the break, they couldn't stop discussing the battle. Especially Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, who had become the center of attention. Chapter 59, Meeting Tsunade. Hyuga Hinata vs Yamanaka Ino, Kitazawa spoke after the break. In the first round, Hinata faced a student who had no role in the original work. With her strength, she naturally won easily. Hinata, Ino said with a smile, just stop when you're done. She believed she was no match for Hinata, so she remained calm and felt no pressure. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were collectively known as the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly Trio. These 3 clans shared a close bond, and their secret techniques showed the greatest power only when used in unison. Among them, the Yamanaka clan specialized in control and support and were not known for combat. Ino, being young and not yet proficient in her clan's secret techniques, had little chance of defeating Hinata, who had already learned the gentle fist. After a brief exchange, Ino was defeated. The winner is Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa thought for a moment, then said, the next match is Akimichi Choji vs Uzumaki Naruto. Although Naruto had lost to Sasuke in the first round, he had already proven his strength. No one objected to him participating in the second round. Here I come, Naruto. Akimichi Choji smiled innocently and charged forward, looking surprisingly agile. He quickly closed the distance and threw a punch. Come on. Naruto shouted. Konoha Whirlwind. He kicked out, colliding directly with Choji's fist. A visible air wave burst out from the impact. Both of them staggered, surprised by each other's strength. Within the Ino Shikacho trio, the Akimichi clan served as frontline attackers capable of taking hits and dishing them out. Their clan's secret technique, the multi-size technique, enlarged parts of the body, or the entire body, for massive attacks. Unfortunately, Akimichi Choji had yet to learn it. Naruto, on the other hand, had mastered the Konoha Whirlwind and Great Whirlwind techniques. With similar strength, this gave him a clear edge in taijutsu. After a short but intense clash, Akimichi Choji voluntarily admitted defeat. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa glanced at Choji, pondering a question, could this trigger a system task? He was quite interested in the multi-size technique. Using super multi-size during critical moments would be incredible. The super multi-size technique was rare and could even affect giant beings like tailed beasts. Is Naruto's taijutsu the strongest in our class? Inuzuka Kiba suddenly realized a shocking truth. Indeed, Ino said in surprise. Although Sasuke beat him, it wasn't through taijutsu. Naruto's changed a lot, Abirame Shino commented. He remembered how Naruto had once been an outcast, loud, and boastful. Now, in less than 2 months, he had transformed. When I awaken the Sharingan, his taijutsu won't match mine anymore. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly interjected. Nara Shikamaru and the others fell silent. As children of ninja clans, they knew the Sharingan's power well. Its most direct threat was mimicry. Your taijutsu could be copied and turned against you. Hyuga Hinata vs Uchiha Sasuke, Kitazawa announced after a brief thought. Hinata, go for it. Ino cheered. Defeat him. Inuzuka Kiba and others shouted encouragingly. They supported Hinata because she was the underdog and, despite being introverted, was well liked. Thank you. Hinata nodded with determination. I'll do my best. She glanced at Kitazawa, then stepped into the training ground. Uchiha Sasuke noticed her glance and felt a twinge of tension. He remembered that Hinata often trained with Kitazawa. After seeing Naruto's progress, he knew better than to underestimate her. Aware of her taijutsu specialty, Sasuke opened with 2 shurikens. The whistling sound of the wind echoed. Hinata recalled Kitazawa's leaf training. These shurikens were barely faster than those flying leaves. She kept her expression calm, evading the projectiles while closing the distance rapidly. Though she hadn't awakened the Byakugan yet, she had mastered the basics of the gentle fist. If she could get in close and strike pressure points, she had a real chance. So fast. Sasuke was startled and decided not to engage in taijutsu. He formed hand seals and created 2 clones. Hinata froze. Without the Byakugan, she couldn't identify the real one. She gritted her teeth and struck the nearest Sasuke. Poof. It vanished, a clone. At that moment, she sensed a burning heat. Sasuke had circled to her right and was preparing a fireball. He exhaled it, large and blazing. Hinata had no choice but to dodge. Kitazawa frowned, stepped in front of her, and used water-style, water wave to douse the fire. I'm sorry, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata bowed her head in guilt. No need to apologize. You're already strong. If you had your Byakugan, you might have won, Kitazawa said with a smile, gently patting her head. Hinata hadn't lost due to weakness. She was a close-range fighter, while Sasuke kept his distance. Hinata looked at his smile, feeling that all her training had gone to waste. All right, step down, Kitazawa reassured her, this was just sparring. Don't dwell on it, win next time. Yeah. Hinata nodded, feeling more at ease. But Sasuke fell silent. He had only won because of fire style, great fireball. His shuriken tactics had failed completely. He felt pressure once again. Hinata and Naruto were now only 1 fireball technique away from him. Sasuke sighed inwardly. If only he could awaken his Sharingan, none of this would worry him. It's about time. Today's combat sparring ends here. Kitazawa clapped and said, now, I announce the 5 students selected to face the second-year Class A in actual combat, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Abirame Shino, and Akimichi Choji. Great! Naruto shouted with excitement. Sasuke stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking of Hyuga Neji. As the strongest, he felt he should challenge the strongest. But he lacked confidence against Neji, especially after seeing Naruto and Hinata's strength. Hinata nervously pursed her lips. Being selected meant she might face Neji. She didn't know how to interact with him anymore. They had once been close. But after he received the caged bird seal, they had become strangers. The bell rang, ending the last class of the day, and students began to leave. Kitazawa had only taken 2 steps when a figure appeared before him. Kitazawa. An Umbu named Haru said, please come with me. The Hokage wants to see you. Okay, Kitazawa nodded. As he followed Haru, he wondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to meet him. Did the Hokage watch today's sparring and want to reward him for Naruto's performance? Kitazawa was still pondering when he entered the Hokage's office, and saw a surprising figure. She wore a light green coat. Her golden hair was radiant. Her figure was curvaceous, like a ripe peach glowing with maturity. It was Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 Sannin. Though Kitazawa had never met her before, he recognized her immediately by her striking features. After all, men's instincts couldn't be auto-turned off. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 60, I'm leaving Tsunade in your care. Are you Kitazawa? Tsunade looked at Kitazawa and said with a smile, you look promising. I am Kitazawa. He responded calmly, I've heard of your name for a long time, Tsunade-sama. Oh. How do you know I'm Tsunade? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Female ninjas with blonde hair are rare. Kitazawa originally wanted to say that her features were extremely recognizable, but thinking it might come across as ambiguous, he rephrased it slightly. I see. Tsunade nodded slightly, then asked again, did you come up with the idea of psychiatric ninja? Indeed, I did. Kitazawa paused before adding, though it was mainly Yakumo who inspired me. Psychiatric ninja, it's a very good idea. Tsunade glanced at him, sincerely praising him. If it had been Sarutobi Hiruzen who proposed psychiatric ninjutsu, she would have assumed it was aimed at her. But since Kitazawa didn't know about her hemophobia, it was likely just a coincidence. Haven't Yakumo and the others arrived yet? Tsunade asked impatiently. Look at you, impatient as ever, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Even after all these years, you haven't changed. You talk too much, old man, Tsunade replied bluntly, not showing the slightest respect in her tone. Shizun, help me pour some tea. Tsunade then spoke. Okay. Shizun, who stood behind Tsunade, gently set the pet pig down and reached for the teapot. Thank you. Kitazawa accepted the cup of tea from her. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, Kurenai entered with Kurama Yakumo. Yakumo, come here. Tsunade waved gently, revealing her snow-white wrist. Yakumo glanced at Kurenai for confirmation. Getting a nod, she slowly walked forward. Tsunade placed her hand on Yakumo's forehead. A soft green chakra lit up. Her expression immediately shifted to surprise. Although she had already been told about Yakumo's bloodline limit by Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. Now, having examined her in person, Tsunade found the bloodline limit truly extraordinary. It was the first time she had seen yin release so strong that it affected the body itself. Tsunade-sama, is there anything you can do? Kurenai asked anxiously. She had been with Yakumo for so long that she saw her as a true student. And Tsunade was recognized as the best medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. If anyone could help, it would be her. It's troublesome, Tsunade withdrew her hand and said thoughtfully, but I can try to regulate her body first. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Kurenai said with gratitude. With Tsunade's help, things would surely improve. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a satisfied smile, so you've agreed to help Konoha establish a psychiatric medical ninja system. I just happen to be free, Tsunade snorted. Maybe I'll leave again in a few days. I understand. Hiruzen laughed. Although she hadn't stayed in Konoha for years, in her heart, the village still meant everything. If she truly didn't care, no medical system would have convinced her to return. Whether it's treating Yakumo or developing new ninjutsu, it all requires funding. Tsunade stretched out her hand with a sly smile. Hand over the money, old man. You'll need to give me some time to consider how much to allocate, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. How about you come and see me tomorrow? Fine. Seeing he wasn't lying, Tsunade agreed. Then arrange a place for Shizun and me to stay. There were still many residences left in the Senju clan compound, but she didn't want to return there, it would only stir up painful memories. No problem. Hiruzen understood and didn't pry further. Either way, her return would be a massive benefit for the village. Her name and strength alone were enough to boost Konoha's morale and stability. Yakumo, come with me to the Konoha hospital, Tsunade said after a moment. Yakumo's condition was complex. She would need proper medical equipment for detailed assessment. Plus, as a doctor, rare cases intrigued her. I'll come too, Kurenai said hurriedly. Kitazawa, you stay. Before he could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, I have something to discuss with you. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa replied respectfully. Once Tsunade, Shizun, Kurenai, and Yakumo left, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kitazawa remained in the office. Kitazawa, do you know what Tsunade's nickname is? Hiruzen asked, still looking toward the closed door. The legendary Sannin of Konoha. Kitazawa answered after a brief pause. Not that. Hiruzen sighed. It's the legendary sucker. I've heard a little about it. Kitazawa frowned in confusion, unsure where this was going. Tsunade loses every single time she gambles. If I give her money, it'll be gone before you know it, Hiruzen said seriously. But I already made a promise. I can't just take it back. That's why I plan to give the money to you, for safekeeping. Huh. Kitazawa was dumbfounded. Old man, this isn't how you hand off responsibilities. How am I supposed to survive Tsunade's temper? Konoha Village is forming a psychiatric medical ninja development team. Tsunade is the leader, and you three are the core members, Hiruzen explained. Tsunade will be busy, so you'll manage the funds. But Kitazawa hesitated. No buts. I believe in your abilities, Hiruzen smiled. Kitazawa's lips twitched. Don't worry. Even if Tsunade gets angry, she won't hit you, Hiruzen said reassuringly. Then I'll do my best. Kitazawa sighed in surrender. Excellent. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. When you go back, write a budget proposal and submit it to me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa nodded, feeling a headache coming on. But thinking deeper, it wasn't a bad thing. This was a chance to gain a footing among Konoha's higher-ups. As a teacher, forming a connection with the village's leadership added security. Especially when dealing with someone like Tsunade, who had zero tolerance for corruption. Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave. Kitazawa exited the office and returned home. After grabbing a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, he sat down and began drafting the funding plan. As a former corporate worker, writing proposals was second nature. Basically, he just had to list everything that needed money. The next day, Kitazawa arrived at the Hokage's office. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet come back and started work, he left the budget plan neatly on his desk. Chapter 61, Kitazawa's Current Strength. Good morning, Teacher Kitazawa. Ino greeted him with a bright smile. Beside her was Hinata. She remained shy and quiet, hiding behind Ino. Her greeting was so soft that Kitazawa nearly missed it. I made a bento. Ino took out a lunchbox and offered it proudly. Teacher Kitazawa, please try it. Thank you. Kitazawa accepted it with a soft sigh. I didn't expect you to already know how to make a bento at your age. Of course. Ino placed her hands on her hips. I'm amazing. Kitazawa glanced at her instinctively. Unlike her appearance in the original story, Yamanaka Ino wasn't wearing clothes that exposed her slim waist and abdomen. His deepest memory of her from his past life was exactly that, her bare midriff. Hinata stared at the bento with envy. She had been immersed in gentle fist training since childhood and never had the chance to learn how to make lunch. It tastes great. Kitazawa took a bite of the rice ball and praised sincerely. A line suddenly flashed through his mind, it's time for dinner again. Kitazawa brought food to Hinata every day, but ironically, he hadn't spent a single penny. All the money came from Hinata herself. And now with Yamanaka Ino bringing breakfast too, Kitazawa realized something strange, he was unintentionally living off others. Teacher Kitazawa, do you think I can beat Sakura in tomorrow's water walking training? Ino asked, eyes filled with expectation. Yes. Kitazawa nodded after a short pause. Although Sakura had slightly better chakra control, the gap wasn't wide. Considering their brief time in school, Ino had the upper hand in overall strength. After a few days of training, it was completely possible for her to surpass Sakura. Great. Ino's confidence soared. Kitazawa smiled and continued eating. Soon, he and Ino had finished. Only Hinata was still eating quietly. Taking advantage of the time, he opened his character panel. Name, Kitazawa. Age. Attributes, wind, fire, water. Kekkai Genkai, Byakugan. Ninjutsu, 3 basic jutsu, clone, transformation, substitution, body flicker technique, wind style, gale palm, wind style, great breakthrough, shuriken jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, Konoha whirlwind, Konoha great whirlwind, Konoha strong whirlwind, genjutsu, tree binding death, blood coagulation technique, shadow clone, sexy jutsu, wind style, vacuum sphere, water style, water wall, fire style, great fire annihilation. Evaluation, you have the strength of a jonin at 6 years old. You're the next sage of 6 paths, your reputation will echo across the ninja world. Compared to the last time he checked, the panel had undergone an overwhelming transformation. Especially the sheer number of ninjutsu, it far exceeded what ordinary ninjas could achieve. Only those born into great ninja clans or exceptional civilians like Namikaze Minato could master so many techniques. One stat that wasn't displayed was chakra. As always, the system stubbornly treated him as a 6-year-old child. Kitazawa exhaled slowly. Even though the system acted dumb, it was undeniably powerful. In under 2 months, his strength had skyrocketed to jonin level. If the truth got out, he'd be hailed as a super genius, even more freakish than Uchiha Itachi. And there was still time. By the time Naruto and Sasuke graduated, he might genuinely become the next sage of 6 paths. I'm done, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata set down her chopsticks gently. All right. Kitazawa stood up. Let's go train. The 3 of them arrived at the artificial lake, only to be greeted by an uninvited guest. Kitazawa-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward. I want to study more fire release techniques. Yesterday's internal match had ignited his sense of urgency, prompting him to come early. He'd considered asking Fugaku or Itachi, but they'd been too busy to find time for him. All right. Kitazawa didn't hesitate. After all, he had just triggered a mission related to Sasuke yesterday. He was also interested in one-handed hand seals. Hinata, Ino, wait for me a moment. Kitazawa turned to Sasuke. I'll teach you fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. It's a C-rank jutsu. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke looked surprised. He hadn't expected Kitazawa to teach him a technique so closely tied to the Uchiha clan. I'll demonstrate first. Kitazawa formed hand seals with both hands and fired a series of flame balls from his mouth. I'll try. Sasuke copied the seals. A second later, multiple fireballs shot forward. He stood stunned. He'd succeeded on his first try. It must have been due to his improved chakra control and understanding of elemental change. Not bad. Kitazawa nodded. But you're far from mastering it. Sasuke had barely performed the technique. He lacked control over trajectory, fireball size, and precision. The real power of the Phoenix Fire technique was its unpredictable movement, making it hard to evade. More importantly, Sasuke's mission hadn't been completed. It means he hasn't mastered it yet. Do you understand? Kitazawa explained the critical points. Yes. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke nodded earnestly, humbling himself again. His earlier pride had vanished. He was still far from truly mastering the jutsu. In his heart, he imagined how proud Fugaku and Itachi would be once he succeeded. Keep practicing. Ask me if you run into problems. Kitazawa instructed. Understood. Then Sasuke suddenly asked, Teacher Kitazawa, will I be facing Hyuga Neji in the friendly match with second-year Class A? That depends on your performance, Kitazawa replied vaguely. He was actually planning to let Kurama Yukumo face Neji. But if Sasuke could surpass Neji, that would be ideal. It would be tough though, as Neji had already awakened his Byakugan. Alright, you two start your training too. Kitazawa turned and resumed training Hinata and Ino. By afternoon, Kitazawa left them to continue on their own and headed to Class 1A for a practical lesson. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto ran up excitedly. Are we still doing physical training today? It's kinda boring. Got something new? Yes. Kitazawa smiled. The 5 students selected yesterday will begin practical training. Practical training. Naruto's eyes lit up. Another one-on-one battle. Awesome. Since Hinata and Sasuke weren't present, Kitazawa had Naruto, Shino, and Choji participate in the combat session. But before class ended, Kitazawa felt a sharp gaze. He instinctively looked up, and saw Tsunade approaching from a distance. Chapter 62, Tsunade, give me money. Tsunade's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. After all, her beauty and figure were simply too eye-catching. As a result, Shizune, who followed behind her, was completely ignored. Huh. Sakura stared at Tsunade for a moment, then widened her eyes and asked, don't you think she looks familiar? She resembles that legendary ninja. Aburaim Shino adjusted his sunglasses and replied calmly. She's one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Tsunade-sama. Shikamaru wore a surprised expression as he confirmed her identity. It's really Tsunade-sama. Haruno Sakura instantly became excited, practically ready to charge forward. Despite her reputation for drinking and gambling, Tsunade was undeniably a great ninja, one of the rare female powerhouses in the shinobi world. In Konoha, if Sarutobi Hiruzen was the boy's role model, Tsunade was the idol of countless girls. When Ino gets back, she's definitely going to regret missing this. Shikamaru chuckled. After all, Yamanaka Ino admired no female ninja more than Tsunade. Is she strong? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, confused. Tsunade-sama is the best medical ninja in the entire ninja world. Sakura transformed into a fangirl, gushing, she's also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and a student of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Student of the third-generation old man. Naruto's interest was finally piqued, but then he frowned. Too bad she's just a medical ninja. In his view, medical ninjas were meant to be protected, not powerful fighters. So why is she here, in our class? Kiba asked, puzzled. Didn't Tsunade-sama leave Konoha a long time ago? Maybe she came to see Mr. Kitazawa. Shikamaru guessed as he noticed Tsunade walking toward Kitazawa. Mr. Kitazawa is that important? Sakura asked, shocked. She knew Kitazawa was a good teacher, but he was still just a Chunin. His connection to someone like Tsunade was hard to imagine. The rest of the class also looked bewildered. Tsunade-sama. Kitazawa looked at her calmly. Her face was expressionless, but her walk was graceful and full of natural confidence. Even though her thighs were covered, Her hourglass figure, narrow waist and full hips, stood out distinctly. When does class end? Tsunade glanced at the buzzing students. In 15 minutes, Kitazawa replied, then added, I can let them train on their own if you want to talk now. No need. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly. You're busy. I'll wait. All right. Kitazawa nodded and turned back to the class. Teacher Kitazawa, why is Tsunade-sama here to see you? Sakura asked curiously. Kids shouldn't ask about grown-up matters. Kitazawa knocked her lightly on the head. Keep training. With Ino gone, who do I train with? Sakura pouted, rubbing her head. Shikamaru. Kitazawa pointed. You're filling in for Ino. Huh. Shikamaru blinked in disbelief. Or, Kitazawa said with a sly smile, you can spar with Naruto instead. Yes. Naruto cheered. I haven't fought Shikamaru yet. Forget it. I'll train with Sakura. Shikamaru immediately backed down. Naruto's boundless energy was terrifying. Sparring with him was like getting run over by a wild boar. Huh. Naruto sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, not far away, Tsunade and Shizen watched quietly. Has the teaching model changed so much? Tsunade folded her arms. Back in my day, teachers never taught like this. Same here. Shizen nodded. Even though she left the academy early, Kitazawa's style was completely unexpected. No wonder he came up with the idea of psychological medical ninjutsu, Tsunade murmured. Traditional ninjas are trapped in old thinking. They'd never link medical ninjutsu to psychological issues. Yeah. Shizen sighed. Once the psychological medical ninja system is in place, it'll help countless shinobi. When she first heard about it, the person that came to mind was Tsunade, and her hemophobia. But in front of Tsunade, she dared not bring that up. Humph. Tsunade clicked her tongue. The biggest problem now is money. Why did the old man give the funds to him? Shizen hesitated. Did she really not know? Did she forget their box of IOUs? Shizen sighed inwardly. They'd gone hungry more times than she could count and were constantly fleeing creditors. It was miserable. Having Kitazawa handle the finances was probably a blessing. She just hoped he could survive Tsunade's tyranny. 15 minutes passed in a flash. Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Sasuke returned from training by the artificial lake. What? When Ino saw Tsunade, she lit up with joy. Sasuke remained indifferent. He knew of Tsunade, but his heroes were still Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. Hinata, on the other hand, was curious about why Tsunade had come. All right, class dismissed. Go home, see you tomorrow. Kitazawa clapped his hands. The students reluctantly dispersed. Tsunade-sama, you're really popular. Kitazawa walked over with a smile. It's just old fame. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and stretched out her hand. Give me money. Shizen opened her mouth, wanting to help Kitazawa, but she didn't know how to intervene. What money? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Even if you're older, you still have to follow the rules. The old man said you're in charge of managing the funds for the psychological medical ninja project. Tsunade spoke without hesitation. I need money now, hand it over. For what purpose? Kitazawa thought to himself that the Hokage was irresponsible for not giving him a heads up. Still, that also meant the project was proceeding as planned under his funding proposal. Don't worry about that. Tsunade coughed and brushed it off. Have you read the funding plan I submitted, Tsunade-sama? Kitazawa asked slowly. I haven't. Tsunade declared with complete confidence. According to protocol, all expenditures must relate to the project. Kitazawa smiled. So unless you tell me what it's for, I can't approve it. You're really not going to give it? Tsunade stepped forward, rising onto her toes and glaring at him threateningly. A soft fragrance drifted over. At this close distance, Kitazawa, being taller, could clearly see the deep, fair cleavage exposed by her collar. The dazzling view felt like headlights blinding him. The pressure was intense, but Kitazawa didn't flinch. He knew Tsunade's character from the original story. As long as he didn't cross the line, she wouldn't actually attack. No. Kitazawa replied, if I give it without reason, I won't be able to answer to the Hokage. You. Tsunade clenched her fists, her expression dark, looking ready to punch him. Shizen quietly gave a thumbs up. This was the first time she'd seen someone talk back to Tsunade. Damn old man. Tsunade suddenly cursed. Damn it. I knew he was up to something. Chapter 63, Rules and Rewards. It's not difficult for Tsunade-sama to get funds with your ability. Kitazawa looked at the irritated Tsunade and said with a smile. Is there a way to get funds? Tsunade took a deep breath but still clenched her teeth. She had returned because of the unlimited funds Sarutobi Hiruzen promised. But now, all these rules were making her very unhappy. Creating new ninjutsu. Kitazawa offered an example. As long as it's related to psychological medical ninja techniques, even low-level ninjutsu can be exchanged for 1 million ryo. Typically, only S-rank missions reward 1 million ryo. And those are extremely dangerous and time-consuming, even for someone like Tsunade. That's still pretty generous. Tsunade frowned slightly. But creating ninjutsu takes time. Is there a faster way? There is, but the funds you get will be less, Kitazawa answered honestly. Then what's the point? Tsunade curled her lips. I'll just go find the old man. If he doesn't give me money, I'm leaving. Tsunade-sama. Shizen was startled and quickly tried to stop her. She couldn't handle going back to that life of running from debt and skipping meals. I have a solution. Kitazawa blinked, then said. What solution? Tsunade looked up at him. Among the budget allocations, there's a category for Yukumo's treatment costs. Kitazawa said meaningfully, Tsunade-sama can draft a list of medical herbs and pick the most expensive ones. Oh. Tsunade froze for a moment, then immediately caught on. Why are you willing to help me cheat again? I had no choice before. But now, I'm on your side, Tsunade-sama. Kitazawa replied seriously. The best way to motivate someone is a combination of rules and rewards. Blindly following Sarutobi Hiruzen's restrictions would only push Tsunade away, and that wouldn't help the mission. Besides, when it came to choosing between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, the choice was obvious. Especially considering Yukumo. Very good. Tsunade smiled, stretched out her arm, wrapped it around Kitazawa's shoulders, and said, You're really something. Kitazawa was caught off guard and almost fell headfirst into her chest. Noticing his flustered look, Tsunade realized her gesture was a bit too much. She pulled her arm back and patted his shoulder instead. Come on, come home with me, Tsunade said cheerfully. As the best medical ninja in the world, she understood how wildly herb prices could fluctuate. She could definitely turn a profit while treating Kurama Yukumo. Shizen stared at Kitazawa in disbelief. Weren't you a tough guy just now? How did you switch sides so fast? Your bottom line is too flexible. Where are you staying now, Tsunade-sama? Kitazawa asked while following behind. You'll know soon, Tsunade said casually, already thinking about which herbs to write down. Kitazawa didn't ask again. After walking for a while, he noticed the area was becoming more familiar, until they stopped in front of Kurenai Yui's house. Shizen and I live next door. Tsunade pointed to the house on the left. It's mainly for the convenience of our project. Kitazawa nodded and stepped forward to knock on the door. Kitazawa. And Tsunade-sama. When Kurenai opened the door, she was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped aside. Come in. Tsunade went in first, bending down to take off her shoes. Shizen followed behind. Kitazawa entered last, closed the door, and walked into the living room. As soon as he entered, his eyes widened slightly. Because in one glance, from big to small, he saw 4 pairs of pale legs and bare feet. Tsunade wore long pants, revealing only her feet with red-painted nails. Kurenai Yui, Shizen, and Kurama Yukumo all had their snow-white calves and bare feet exposed. Give me a pen and paper. Tsunade sat on the sofa and asked. I'll get it. Kitazawa turned and went upstairs. You seem to get along pretty well. Tsunade raised an eyebrow playfully. Kitazawa and I were classmates. Kurenai's heart skipped a beat, but she answered calmly. She did have a favorable impression of Kitazawa, but it hadn't gone beyond that. Tsunade-sama. Kitazawa returned and handed her the pen and paper. Tsunade crossed her legs and set the paper on her full thighs. She bent forward, and her ample chest shifted noticeably. Kurenai glanced down instinctively, feeling a strange sense of inadequacy. How's your self-created ninjutsu progressing? Tsunade asked while writing. We've created 2, the art of speech jutsu and the truth-telling jutsu. Kurenai Yui explained their effects. Good techniques. Tsunade thought for a moment. Very targeted. Kitazawa came up with them. Kurenai didn't take the credit. You sure know how to surprise people. Tsunade glanced at Kitazawa. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Kitazawa smiled and shared the 3rd ninjutsu idea they were working on. The concept is solid, but it has issues. Tsunade tapped her chin. Mental illness isn't caused by negative emotions alone. Genetics, physical condition, and personality also play roles. Kitazawa suddenly thought, now this is what true professionalism sounds like. Transforming the genjutsu, hell viewing is a great idea, but it needs fine-tuning. Tsunade added with a smile, we'll go over it tomorrow. For now, let's buy the herbs Yukumo needs. All right. Kurenai agreed. With Tsunade's involvement, she and Kitazawa could relax a little. Shizun sighed softly. Buy herbs? More like skimping off the top. Let's go, Kitazawa, Tsunade said with a satisfied smile, handing over the herb list. Okay. Kitazawa didn't mind swindling a little from Konoha. Given how important Tsunade was to the village, she wouldn't go overboard, just take a small advantage. After reviewing the list, Kitazawa confirmed his hunch. Tsunade could likely pocket around 500,000 ryo, not a huge sum. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over the herb list. He noticed a few things but chose to let it slide. If he didn't offer some incentive, Tsunade would vanish again, like Orochimaru. Kitazawa. The third Hokage put down the list. Go to the Umbu and collect the funds. Yes. Kitazawa went to the Umbu office and returned with a passbook containing 2 million ryo. Give it to me. Tsunade immediately reached for it. Sorry, Tsunade-sama. I'll be holding onto the money. Kitazawa said as he gently held her wrist. Tsunade glared fiercely at him. But Kitazawa only smiled, unfazed. You're so annoying. Tsunade pulled her hand back, shot him a glare, and barked, go buy the herbs. She realized she couldn't do anything about Kitazawa. He wasn't afraid of her at all. After purchasing the herbs, Tsunade took the leftover money. See you tomorrow. Tsunade grinned, slipped the passbook into her shirt, and strolled toward the casino. Kitazawa watched her go and silently thought, she really does have a big heart. Chapter 64, Ino's Victory. A new day, Friday. On the artificial lake of the ninja school, a tense atmosphere simmered between Ino and Sakura. Kitazawa could almost see sparks flying from their eye contact. Sakura. Ino placed her hands on her hips and declared confidently, your homework is going to be doubled tonight. What nonsense are you saying? Sakura clenched her fists, proudly retorting, you've never beaten me, not even once. I'll beat you today. Ino stepped onto the water and called out, come on. Sakura instantly drew a wooden kunai while her small face tensed as she grew serious. Ino walked cautiously across the lake, her eyes alert. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind came from her left. Without looking, she bent down, smoothly dodging Sakura's wooden kunai. She had undergone special training with Kitazawa's guidance, and it was finally paying off. That was just luck. Sakura's face shifted slightly. She drew another wooden kunai. As Ino stood and took 2 steps, she suddenly hurled her kunai at a sharp angle, aiming at Sakura's back. What? Sakura saw Ino dodge again and felt a sinking feeling. Before, during training, Ino would often forget to maintain her footing on the water while dodging, leading to a fall. I don't believe this. With a frustrated shout, Sakura spread her arms and threw 2 kunai. Ino spun midair, avoiding both kunai and landed with grace. She brushed the hair behind her ear and smiled, bright and dazzling. Damn it. Sakura felt mocked. She kept throwing kunai without speaking. But today, Ino was in peak condition, none of the kunai landed a hit. Great. Ino reached the end, jumped ashore, raised her arms, and shouted excitedly. It was a decisive victory for Miss Ino. Sakura froze in place, gripping her kunai, weighed down by frustration. Now it's your turn, Sakura. Ino approached and said, if I hit you even once, your homework's doubled tonight. Not a chance. Sakura gritted her teeth. But things rarely go as planned, the more anxious you are, the more mistakes you make. After the water walking exercise, Sakura was hit 3 times. I won. Ino jumped in place, overjoyed as though she'd just conquered the world. Sakura fell silent. She felt like someone had stuffed a lemon into her mouth, sour and bitter. Kitazawa looked at the radiant Ino and smiled unconsciously. At the same time, words appeared before his eyes. Current mission, help Yamanaka Ino defeat Haruno Sakura in the water walking training. Task reward, Master Level Chakra Control. Mission complete. Reward issued. A surge of information flooded Kitazawa, leaving him momentarily dazed. The Master Level Chakra Control far exceeded his expectations. He even felt confident he could form a Rasengan. More importantly, Kitazawa believed this ability would help him achieve his goal. He planned to approach Tsunade, showcase his talent as a medical ninja, and try to become her student. Though older, becoming a medical ninja is difficult, and late bloomers aren't rare. But faking talent in medical ninjutsu wasn't easy. First, he needed the Yang attribute. Second, he had to learn various medical techniques through the system to fake rapid progress. Third was master-level chakra control. Kitazawa's gaze turned to Sakura. After all, his only medical jutsu, blood coagulation, came from her. Sakura. Ino smiled and extended a hand. Admit defeat. No way. Sakura grabbed her hand and huffed, that was your first win. Don't get too cocky. I've been getting special training from Mr. Kitazawa. Ino declared proudly. No wonder. Sakura suddenly understood, then shouted, Mr. Kitazawa. I want special training too. Current mission, help Haruno Sakura complete water walking special training. Task reward, healing jutsu. Do you accept? Kitazawa paused, surprised. Nice one, Ino. Ask and you shall receive. The healing jutsu, a C-rank jutsu that accelerates wound healing, was like a weaker version of the mystical palm technique. No problem. Kitazawa smiled. You can train with Ino. One more student didn't matter. What mattered was that he saw a path to mastering more medical jutsu. As long as Ino and Sakura kept up their frenemy routine. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Sakura looked at Ino, snorted, and said, this competition isn't over. Just wait. All right. Ino agreed instantly. She had done it on purpose, winning once thanks to Kitazawa was fine. But winning every time wouldn't be fair to Sakura. They were best friends, after all. They should share Kitazawa's guidance equally. You two, come with me to the training field. Kitazawa walked toward the nearby training ground. Flames burst into the air, it was Uchiha Sasuke, practicing the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. From the power, it was clear he had mastered it. After all, both Phoenix Fire and Great Fireball were C-rank fire techniques. Sasuke-kun. Sakura immediately brightened. Startled, Sasuke lost control, black smoke puffing from his mouth as he coughed violently. I didn't mean to. Sakura apologized awkwardly. Let's go, time to train. Ino patted her shoulder. Let's see if you can last 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Sakura scowled. I'll last longer than you. Class ended before they knew it. After school, Sasuke returned home. To his surprise, his brother Uchiha Itachi was there. I've got 2 days off, Itachi said. Tomorrow's Saturday, so I'll be here to help you train with fire style. Watch this, brother. Sasuke eagerly showed off the Phoenix Fire technique. Not bad. You've learned your second fire jutsu already. Itachi was impressed. Did father teach you? Kitazawa-sensei did. Sasuke smiled proudly. Sensei Kitazawa. Itachi froze briefly, then frowned. That's a bit inappropriate. Huh. Sasuke looked confused. Technically, ninja school teachers are only supposed to teach the 3 basic jutsu, clone, transformation, and substitution. Anything beyond that, like ninjutsu, should be taught by the family or your assigned jonin. Itachi ruffled his head and said, learning fire style from Kitazawa technically breaks the rules. Then what should I do? Sasuke asked quickly. Chapter 65, Ninjutsu Gift. After leaving the ninja school, Kitazawa made his way toward Kurenai's house. On the way, he pondered his current missions. He had quite a few unfinished ones. Some were particularly challenging, becoming Tsunade's apprentice and getting Mizuki imprisoned, for example. The most immediate one was helping Naruto rank in the top 10 in next week's monthly exam. Helping Hinata awaken her Byakugan and guiding Sasuke to learn his second fire jutsu was just a matter of time. Stop right there. A familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Kitazawa looked ahead. Tsunade was approaching, wearing high-heeled sandals, a clearly annoyed expression on her face. Trailing behind, Shizen held her pet pig, Tauntaun, while frantically signaling to Kitazawa. Do you have any money on you? Tsunade extended her hand, palm up. No. Kitazawa eyed her pale hand, instantly guessing that she'd just come from a casino, and had probably lost everything. Give me whatever you've got. I swear I'll win it back. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Tsunade-sama, don't forget what we're here for. Kitazawa shook his head. You're such a buzzkill. Tsunade groaned in frustration but couldn't do anything about it. The sooner you help create a new jutsu, the sooner you'll get proper funding, Kitazawa added with a grin. What I give you is pocket change, it's not enough to gamble with. You've got a point. Tsunade's tone softened. She flicked her hair and turned around. Let's go back. She took the lead toward Yuhi Kurenai's home. Nice job. Shizen walked up beside Kitazawa and whispered, that was well handled. I can hear you, you know. Tsunade turned back and glared. I didn't say anything. Shizen replied, straightening her long white legs. Me neither, Kitazawa added with an innocent smile. Tsunade suddenly realized Kitazawa was a bit like Shizen, always stopping her at crucial moments, keeping her out of trouble. But where did he get the nerve? She understood Shizen, they had grown up together. But Kitazawa. Most ninjas got nervous just standing near her, but not him. Suppressing her curiosity, Tsunade stepped into the living room. Kurenai and Yakumo were already waiting. Yakumo, did you take the medicine? Tsunade sat on the sofa, legs crossed casually, swinging her fair feet in the air. I just drank it. Thank you for your concern, Tsunade-sama. Yakumo responded gratefully. She had long accepted that her body was frail, but Tsunade's arrival had rekindled her hope. Good. Tsunade nodded. Then let's get to business. The group worked on developing new ninjutsu late into the night. We'll continue tomorrow. Tsunade eventually checked the time and left with Shizun. Kurenai, are you hungry? Kitazawa noticed a takoyaki stall not far away. They had just escorted Yakumo home. Takoyaki alone is boring. Kurenai licked the corner of her lips and asked, want to grab a drink? Better not. If you get drunk, it'll be a problem. Kitazawa declined. Besides, I have to meet Tsunade tomorrow. I don't want to waste time. What's that supposed to mean? Kurenai bumped his arm playfully. I won't get drunk. That's debatable, Kitazawa recalled the last time she did. Explain yourself. Kurenai grabbed his hand and locked eyes with him. Even though she was shorter, her ruby-like gaze carried a commanding presence. She reminded him of Tsunade, but where Tsunade exuded maturity, Kurenai had a queenly air. What are you staring at? Kurenai caught his gaze and raised an eyebrow. Just admiring a beautiful woman. Kitazawa openly scanned her from top to bottom. From this distance, he could clearly see her white neck and the curve of the mesh beneath her clothes. Stop with your nonsense. Kurenai blushed. Sorry. Kitazawa blinked innocently. You're not even sorry. Humph, I want takoyaki now. Kurenai stomped on his foot. Next time, take your shoes off first, Kitazawa said with a straight face. Are you a pervert? Kurenai looked at him with mock contempt. I'm just afraid of pain. Kitazawa coughed and turned toward the stall. I'll go get the takoyaki. Kurenai looked down. She wore high-heeled sandals, revealing her delicate toes, fair, rosy, slender, and flawless. So unfair, she muttered with a smirk. Soon, Kitazawa returned with 2 boxes of takoyaki. Takoyaki, grilled octopus dumplings, was a popular snack. Thanks. Kurenai took one with a skewer. She was about to eat it when she paused. What? Want me to feed you? She raised her eyebrows, meeting Kitazawa's gaze. If you insist, I won't refuse, Kitazawa replied earnestly. Kurenai reached out, then pulled back midway. Nope, not giving it to you. She popped it into her mouth with a mischievous smile. What a wicked woman. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh. They chatted casually as they walked and soon reached her house. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa stopped at her doorstep. Thanks for the takoyaki. Next time it's my treat. Kurenai opened the door and stood at the entrance. Suddenly, she turned and asked, now that I've taken off my shoes, want me to step on you? Kitazawa replied seriously, I'm not that kind of person. Miss your chance, and there won't be a next time. Kurenai winked and closed the door. Kitazawa's mouth twitched as he turned to leave. 2 days flew by. With Tsunade's help, the development of the new ninjutsu was now on track. Kitazawa estimated that the 3rd psychological medical ninjutsu would be completed within half a month. A new week began. The weekend would bring the 2nd monthly exam. Kitazawa planned to give Naruto extra training and more practice to ensure mission success. Teacher Kitazawa. At the ninja school gate, Sasuke called out to him. What's up, Sasuke? Kitazawa turned around. This is a thank you gift for teaching me ninjutsu. Sasuke held out a scroll. This is a first. Kitazawa smiled and opened it. His eyes widened. It was a ninjutsu scroll containing 4 fire jutsu, fire style, dragon fire jutsu, great dragon fire jutsu, phoenix crimson claw jutsu, and great fire annihilation. For the first time, Kitazawa truly felt the pride of the Uchiha clan. He had taught Sasuke 2 fire jutsu and received 4 in return. The Uchiha didn't lack ninjutsu, especially with Sharingan. Even Kakashi claimed to know over 1,000 jutsu. Who told you to give me this? Kitazawa asked. Sasuke was too young to think of etiquette, it had to be someone else's idea. My brother, Sasuke replied. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 66, Senju Bloodline. A thank you gift from Uchiha Itachi. Kitazawa felt something subtle stir within him. He had always kept his distance from Itachi, after all, anyone who could kill their own parents was truly terrifying. Unless, one day, Kitazawa himself became Hokage, it was best to maintain caution. Itachi was frightening, but he had been brainwashed by the will of fire and turned into a blade for Konoha. In his mind, maybe even Uchiha Sasuke didn't compare to the importance of the village. Sasuke, thank your brother for me. Kitazawa put away the ninjutsu scroll and said calmly. There was no reason to refuse it. Besides, it wasn't a free gift. He had truly helped Uchiha Sasuke improve his strength, he'd earned this. Okay, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to training. Kitazawa smiled and patted his shoulder. With this scroll, he had just whitewashed, or legally obtained, 4 fire-style jutsu. A massive gain. He took Sasuke to the ninja school's training ground, left a shadow clone there, and quietly departed. Sasuke had nearly mastered the fire-style, Phoenix Fire technique. There was no need to supervise him directly. After breakfast, Kitazawa summoned Hinata and Ino for training. This time, Sakura joined as well. Meanwhile, he returned to the classroom to prepare for the day's first lesson, the Will of Fire. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto dashed to the podium, his eyes full of anticipation. Check my homework. I want to see how many points I got. His homework was actually a mock test paper Kitazawa had given him. Hinata had received the same treatment before, it was practically half cheating. If it weren't for the system task, he wouldn't go through this much trouble. He picked up the paper and began reviewing it. Naruto had been doing mock tests for nearly a month now. Though still behind Sasuke and the others, memorizing by repetition paired with Kitazawa's methods had produced results. Not bad, 84 points. Kitazawa closed the paper and gave his evaluation. Yes. I finally got over 80. Naruto clenched his fists in joy. Don't get too excited. Practice scores aren't the real thing. Kitazawa's tone turned serious. And if you want to make it into the top 10, you'll need at least 90. Naruto scratched his head but couldn't hide his smile. For someone like him, 84 was a personal best. Starting today, you'll have extra practice. Kitazawa smiled. Naruto's excitement froze. How? Though brave in battle, he feared only one thing, homework. This past month of effort was driven solely by the reward Kitazawa promised and the top 10 challenge. Remember what I said? If you reach the top 10, I'll teach you a new jutsu. Kitazawa knew he needed to bait him properly. Of course I remember. Naruto replied instantly. The jutsu is the shadow clone technique, B rank, Kitazawa emphasized. Naruto trembled, eyes watering. But I'm changing the reward method. Kitazawa cut him off before the passionate speech could begin. Naruto, who was about to yell something inspiring, was stunned. I'll teach you the shadow clone technique today and give you additional training based on how well you perform. Kitazawa chuckled. If you slack off, more test papers. If you do well, just a few more questions. Naruto was stunned. He didn't know whether to feel happy or miserable. Learning the shadow clone technique was exciting, but did it have to come with test questions? Well. What do you think of this training method? Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Teacher Kitazawa. I'll work hard. Naruto clenched his teeth. The allure of the shadow clone technique still outweighed the dread of test questions. After school, don't leave. Head to the school training ground. Kitazawa returned the test paper. Class is about to begin. Go back to your seat. Okay. Naruto took his paper and returned to his desk. Time passed quickly. By dusk. That's the end of today's practical class. Kitazawa clapped his hands. Goodbye, Teacher Kitazawa. The students of Class 1A began to leave. Soon, only Naruto remained. All right, Naruto. Kitazawa formed hand seals. I'm going to teach you the shadow clone technique now. In the original series, Naruto mastered the advanced version, multi-shadow clone jutsu, in a short time. But that was after graduation. He already had a foundation back then. Now, Naruto was far from that level. Add half a test paper tonight, Kitazawa said 2 hours later. Naruto, who had just begun grasping the technique, looked like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. But Kitazawa had taught him a B-rank jutsu, without the follow-up work, it would be meaningless. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto accepted the test paper obediently. Kitazawa was about to speak again when his expression changed. Current task, help Uchiha Sasuke learn his second fire-style ninjutsu. Reward, 1 hand seal. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa nodded with satisfaction. As expected, Sasuke was truly gifted, completing the task in no time. Your eternal rivals, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, are both learning new jutsu. You can't allow yourself to fall behind. New task, learn a B-rank ninjutsu within half a month. Reward, 10% Senju bloodline. Holy! Kitazawa blurted out when he saw the reward. Everyone knew a ninja's true ceiling was determined by their bloodline. With the blood of the Senju or Uchiha, a ninja's potential would skyrocket. The Uchiha's strength lay in their eyes, while the Senju's lay in their body. Senju Hashirama's body was so powerful that his cells remained active even after death. Of course, Hashirama was an anomaly. Kitazawa guessed that the Senju blood provided by the system wouldn't be at that level. Even so, it was enough to excite him. Because having 10% now meant he could eventually collect more. Someday, he might even surpass Hashirama himself. He just didn't know how much impact that 10% would have yet. As for the mission, Sasuke had come at the perfect time with 4 fire-style jutsu. Kitazawa just needed to pick one to learn. Half a month. He touched his chin thoughtfully. With his current mastery level chakra control and fire attribute, it shouldn't be too hard. Come on, Naruto. Sensei's treating you to Ichiraku ramen. Kitazawa grinned. Huh? Did something good just happen, Sensei? Naruto blinked, confused by the sudden mood shift. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 67, A Chance to Become Tsunade's Student. A week passed in a flash. Over the past 5 days, the students of 1st grade Class A had been preparing for the monthly exam on Sunday, as well as the friendly match with 2nd grade Class A scheduled for next week. After a month of intensive training, Sasuke and Hinata had essentially met Kitazawa's expectations. The chances of defeating 2nd grade Class A were high, but the outcome would ultimately depend on the situation during the match. Saturday. Behind Kurenai's house. Kitazawa stood in the open space and formed a one-handed seal. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A large amount of chakra surged into his throat as he leaned back slightly and exhaled a blazing fire dragon. Uchiha Sasuke had given him 4 fire-style ninjutsu. Aside from fire style, Dragon Fire Technique, which was a C-rank jutsu, the other 3 were all B-rank techniques. Among them, fire style, Great Fire Annihilation had already been granted to him as a system reward and had been mastered long ago. Between Phoenix Crimson Claw and Great Dragon Fire, he had chosen the latter. After 4 days of study, he had now grasped the Great Dragon Fire jutsu. His mastery was still preliminary, he could only release a single fire dragon. Once perfected, he would be able to unleash 3, greatly enhancing its power. At that moment, a round of applause echoed from behind. Kitazawa was slightly startled. He withdrew his chakra and turned around, only to see Tsunade clapping with a smile, and Shizun looking pleasantly surprised. With your level of strength, why would you become a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Tsunade stopped clapping and said, being able to form one-handed seals alone, very few shinobi can do that. I like working with children, Kitazawa responded with a smile, already familiar with this line of questioning. Do you have a good relationship with the Uchiha clan? Tsunade nodded slightly and asked. She had immediately recognized the jutsu he used, fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. While the Great Fireball Technique was widespread, B-rank fire style ninjutsu was rarely seen outside the Uchiha clan. For a Chunin like Kitazawa to use it was certainly intriguing. It was a gift from Sasuke. I taught him ninjutsu. Kitazawa explained truthfully. He had no intention of hiding it, on the contrary, he wanted Tsunade's acknowledgement. With her as a witness, using one-handed seals or advanced fire-style techniques in the future wouldn't cause trouble. Mikoto's second son. Tsunade sighed. I can't believe Mikoto's younger son is already old enough to attend the academy. The last time she had seen Uchiha Mikoto was at the funerals of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Your training is on hold for now. Tsunade got to the point. Come with me to see the old man. Did you complete the 3rd jutsu? Kitazawa's eyes lit up. Yes, it's finally finished, Tsunade replied and started walking away. What's the name of the new technique? Kitazawa asked as he walked alongside Shizun. Magic Heart Technique, a C-rank genjutsu. Tsunade said casually, its effect is to trigger the patient's psychological illness. Previously, Kitazawa and Kurenai had envisioned a jutsu that could locate a patient's negative emotions. But after Tsunade's modifications, it had evolved into a genjutsu capable of reproducing a patient's mental illness directly. In short, no matter the condition, the patient couldn't escape. Of course, it wasn't the most comfortable technique for the one being treated. But for the sake of healing, some sacrifices were inevitable. Bang. Tsunade raised her leg and kicked open the Hokage's office door. How many times must I tell you to knock when I'm working? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly hit his crystal ball and looked serious. Disrespectful old man. Tsunade sneered, clearly unimpressed. Jiraiya's peeping habits were clearly inherited from him. I was just patrolling the village. Hiruzen cleared his throat and asked, why are you here? Here. Tsunade tossed him a ninjutsu scroll. Hiruzen opened it and examined its contents. Moments later, he nodded with satisfaction. A technique designed to treat mental illness. He put the scroll aside and said, Kitazawa, go to the Umbu and collect 1 million ryo. 1 million per person. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. 1 million per ninjutsu. Hiruzen corrected her. Tsunade might want to take advantage, but he wouldn't let her get too greedy. You're so stingy. Tsunade frowned, clearly displeased. The village's funds aren't for casual use, Hiruzen replied with a stern expression. Enough. I don't want to hear another word. Tsunade impatiently grabbed Kitazawa's hand and pulled him out. Tsunade-sama, how are we splitting the money? Kitazawa asked, glancing at her soft, fair hand. I'll take 400,000. You and Kurenai will get 300,000 each. Tsunade decided after a moment's thought. Though she wanted more, she still had her principles. All right. Kitazawa had no objections. Tsunade had contributed the most, and 400,000 wasn't excessive. If anything, he was the one benefiting, his role was the smallest. But as the saying goes, if there's profit on the table and you walk away, the only loser is you. Kitazawa, want to go gambling? Tsunade asked, eyes gleaming as she took the money. I'm not interested. Kitazawa shook his head. In his past life, he was an upstanding young man, he kept clear of gambling and drugs. Then lend me 100,000. Tsunade extended her hand hopefully. Nope. Kitazawa smiled. Unless you take me as your student. It's not that easy to become my student. Tsunade was briefly stunned, then parted her red lips. You're not qualified, yet. She was one of the legendary Sannin. Her apprentice had to be a medical genius. At 21, Kitazawa was still a Chunin, not promising enough. In the original series, her only students were Shizune and Haruno Sakura. Maybe one day, you'll change your mind. Kitazawa wasn't surprised by the rejection. He'd only been testing the waters and hadn't expected a yes. He actually had another idea Tsunade might find more acceptable, a mutual exchange of knowledge. Tsunade could teach him medical ninjutsu, and he could one day teach her with style, or something similar. After all, the system only required a nominal teacher-student bond. But his current strength wasn't enough to teach her. Still, with the system, anything was possible. System, let me see your limits. Then I'll be waiting. Tsunade didn't take it seriously. She quickly forgot the matter and headed for the casino. See you, Kitazawa. Shizune gave him a glance, unsure what he was thinking. Saturday came and went. Sunday arrived. Today was the monthly May exam, the written portion. Tomorrow's exam will cover practicals, just like April's, clone technique, physical fitness, and ninja tool throwing. Naruto, are you ready? Kitazawa entered the classroom with the test papers. First place is mine. Naruto grinned brightly. Just watch me unleash my youth, Teacher Kitazawa. Here comes the braggart again. You didn't even make the top 10 last time, and now you're aiming for first. Kiba snorted. You were only 6th. Naruto put his hands on his hips. This time, I'll surpass you. Really? Kiba raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. If you do, I'll treat you to a Chiraka ramen. Deal. Naruto agreed instantly. Chapter 68, Naruto enters top 10. The exam begins. The duration is 2 hours. Kitazawa spoke after hearing the bell. The students in Class A of the first grade picked up their pens and plunged into the exam. Kitazawa thought for a moment and created a shadow clone. He left the clone to invigilate while he headed to the training ground of the ninja school. Since there was no system task related to this month's exam, he wasn't motivated to do the questions with the students. He practiced fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. 2 hours later, he returned to the classroom of Class A. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, there will be a practical test on the school playground. Don't be late. Kitazawa collected the test papers and returned to his office. Once seated, he began grading the test papers. He already had a rough idea of how the practical test would go. Once the theory results were in, he could estimate Uzumaki Naruto's overall ranking. It was tied to his mission, so he had to be vigilant. After all, the mission required Naruto to rank in the top 10 in this monthly exam. If he didn't, the task would be voided. Time quickly reached noon. Is Hinata not here today? Kitazawa put down his pen and stretched. The next second, there was a knock on the door. As expected, Hinata's here. Kitazawa smiled and said, "Come in." Teacher Kitazawa. The door opened, and Hinata stepped inside. What are you holding? Kitazawa noticed the scroll in her hand and asked with curiosity. It's a storage scroll. Hinata opened it, and instantly the room was filled with the aroma of meat, and barbecue dishes appeared on the desk. Did you buy it? Kitazawa was momentarily stunned, truly a rich young lady. I asked Takuma to get it. Hinata lowered her head and said softly, I thought teacher Kitazawa would be busy marking test papers today and wouldn't have time for lunch. Hinata, you're really thoughtful. Kitazawa reached out and patted her head. During last month's exam, she had also come by with lunch after the theory test. That time, he had no plans and simply took her to Ichiraku Ramen. It seemed that remembering that experience, Hinata had taken the initiative this time. I didn't do much. Hinata said shyly, I'm always troubling Mr. Kitazawa. All right, enough with the politeness. Let's eat. Kitazawa handed her a pair of chopsticks and said. Okay. Hinata smiled softly. Now that she no longer had to hide her love for food, mealtime had become her favorite part of the day. Mr. Kitazawa, can I keep training in the afternoon? After eating, Hinata hesitated for a few seconds and asked. Tomorrow is the practical exam. Aren't you going to rest? Kitazawa asked in return. It's all right. Hinata shook her head gently. I'll get enough rest tonight. Hinata. Kitazawa looked into her eyes and said, try to activate your Byakugan. Huh? Hinata's face filled with confusion. Why so surprised? Kitazawa smiled. What do you think the ultimate goal of your leaf training is? Hinata froze for a moment and understood. Back then, Kitazawa had said leaf training was to train one's eyesight and reflexes. As a Hyuga, improving vision meant activating the Byakugan. Thinking of this, Hinata's heart felt warm, and her anticipation grew. She wondered what kind of expression her father, Hayashi, would make when she activated her Byakugan. Byakugan, activate. Hinata gathered chakra in her eye sockets, just as her father had taught her. But the result didn't meet her expectations, her eyes didn't activate. She stood there, stunned, her face filled with disappointment. Don't move. Kitazawa reached out, covered her eyes gently, and said, try again. Although confused, Hinata did as he said. Kitazawa activated his Byakugan. The flow of chakra in Hinata's eyes became clearly visible to him. Train for another week and you'll be able to activate it. Kitazawa deactivated his Byakugan and said. Really? Hinata's expression shifted from worry to joy. Why would I lie to you? Kitazawa patted her head. Come on, let's head to the training ground. As for grading the rest of the papers, he left that to his shadow clone. By dusk, Hinata finished her training, and Kitazawa walked her back before returning to his office. The clone had finished marking all the papers. Kitazawa picked up the results and began reviewing them. Last month, Hinata had ranked first in theory. But this time, she hadn't practiced as many problems and placed third. Uchiha Sasuke was first, Haruno Sakura second, and Uzumaki Naruto sixth. Kitazawa let out a sigh of relief. Given Naruto's current skill level, he would certainly do well in the practical exam, and his combined score would secure him a top 10 spot. The next day arrived. Kitazawa-senpai. Unlike last time, Irika arrived early. It's almost time. Organize them for the practical exam. Kitazawa nodded. Understood. Irika quickly lined up the students of Class A, same format as the last test, 4 components, physical fitness, clone technique, kunai throwing, and shuriken throwing. Kitazawa opened the roster. The exam starts now. First up, the clone technique. Due to the system's mission, his focus was on Uzumaki Naruto. After a month of practice and learning the shadow clone technique, Naruto's clone jutsu had become excellent. He had even surpassed the level he had at the time of graduation in the original series. Though his kunai and shuriken throwing hadn't improved dramatically, they were still solid. In the physical test, Naruto ranked first again. That made sense, considering his daily training with Might Guy, which was brutally intense. Teacher Kitazawa, what's my rank? Naruto eagerly asked as soon as the practical test ended. Sasuke, Sakura, Choji, and others also looked toward Kitazawa. But none were more anxious than Inuzuka Kiba. He was terrified he might lose to Naruto. Sasuke had placed second last time, and he'd been brooding ever since. He was a Uchiha, he had to be first. Naruto, you're sixth, Kitazawa said with a smile. Yes. Naruto jumped with joy. What? What about me? Kiba exclaimed. You're seventh, Kitazawa replied. Huh. Kiba instantly felt like he'd been sucker punched. He had actually lost to Naruto. Haha. I won. Naruto gave him a big thumbs up and said proudly, this is the power of youth. Who got first? Sasuke asked, unable to hold back. You did. Kitazawa smiled. Congratulations, Sasuke. Sasuke froze for a second, then couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. He had finally reclaimed the first place that belonged to him. Chapter 69, The Plight of the Uchiha Clan. 3 lines of text suddenly appeared in front of Kitazawa's eyes. Current task, help your lifelong enemy, Uzumaki Naruto, rank in the top 10 of the class in the next monthly exam. Task reward, Ein attribute. The host has completed the task. The reward is now issued. Kitazawa nodded slightly. If nothing else, at least the system's rewards were always delivered promptly. Ein attribute became Kitazawa's 4th chakra nature. Before this, he already possessed wind, fire, and water. Now, all he needed were earth, lightning, and yang to complete the 7 chakra attributes, in other words, attain all elemental natures. In the original work, very few ninjas ever possessed all 5 basic elements, let alone yin and yang. Theoretically, once one has mastered all 7 attributes, it would be possible to comprehend yin, yang release and even create truth-seeking balls. Of course, this required a perfect understanding of both the form and nature transformation of each element. With Kitazawa's current aptitude, it was practically impossible, so the burden fell entirely on the system. The May monthly exam is now over. After checking the rankings, Kitazawa said, "Everyone, go home and rest early." Kiba. Naruto reminded with a bright grin, "Don't forget our bet." Humph. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Inuzuka Kiba waved him off with a proud look. It's just a Chiraku ramen. Order as much as you like. Awesome. Naruto shouted excitedly, "Then I won't hold back. Don't get cocky, kid. I'm definitely beating you next time." Kiba threw an arm around Naruto's shoulder with a grin. That's hard to say. Naruto was slightly stunned by Kiba's friendly gesture, but quickly laughed along. Watching them, Kitazawa suddenly thought of a word, bad friends. Ahem, no insult intended. On the contrary, he felt relieved that Naruto had a friend like Kiba. This child had endured too much in his early years. It was just a pity, the system didn't issue a new task. But thinking it over, even if it had, he might not have been able to complete it. A follow-up task would likely involve getting Naruto into the top 5, top 3, or even first place. That would be as difficult as Kakuzu assassinating Senju Hashirama. Sasuke-kun, want to walk home together? Sakura quickly blocked Sasuke's path. No, we're not going the same way. Sasuke glanced at her and quickened his pace. Ugh. Am I really that annoying? Sakura clenched her fists in frustration. Sasuke hates everyone equally. Ino shook her head. Though she was a fangirl herself, she wasn't as love-struck as Sakura, she could take it or leave it. Because of that, she could see Sasuke's personality more clearly. Though she didn't fully understand him. Sasuke wasn't speeding up because he hated Sakura, he simply wanted to get home faster. He'd secured first place in the exam this time. That meant, Dad, praise. Brother, praise. Kitazawa. A familiar voice rang out. Mizuki appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. Did Niji get full marks again? Kitazawa asked directly. Mizuki was speechless. He felt completely deflated, his attempt to show off had been ruined before it began. Congratulations, Kitazawa said calmly. I actually came to ask, when is our class's friendly match scheduled? Mizuki quickly changed the subject. Next Friday, how does that sound? Kitazawa thought for a moment and replied. No problem. Mizuki said confidently, doesn't matter what day it is. I think we should invite a referee for this match. Kitazawa looked at him and added, how about inviting the Hokage? You're joking, right? Mizuki laughed, why would the Hokage care about a friendly match between 2 classes? Normally, he wouldn't. Kitazawa smiled faintly, but if I ask, there's a good chance he'll come. In fact, even if he didn't ask, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably observe from the shadows. You. Mizuki looked skeptical. Even though Kitazawa had been summoned by the Hokage before, in Mizuki's eyes, he was still just a lowly Chunin instructor, not someone worthy of the Hokage's personal attention. Just wait and see. Kitazawa turned to leave without further explanation. Humph. Mizuki looked at his back, frowning. I want to see how capable you really are. As for inviting the Hokage. Absolutely impossible. In his mind, a simple friendly match between first and second year students wasn't worth the Hokage's time, let alone acting as a referee. Uchiha Sasuke jogged home. Go take a bath first. Before he could say anything, Uchiha Mikoto interrupted, your father and brother aren't back yet. Is that so? Sasuke's excitement deflated a bit. Did you get first place in the monthly exam? Mikoto asked as she headed to the bathroom. Huh? How did you know? Sasuke asked, surprised. You're my son. How could I not know? She smiled as she prepared the hot water. By the time you're done bathing, they'll probably be home. But don't rush. Got it. Sasuke closed the door and stepped into the tub. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku walked in. Dad. Sasuke immediately handed him the report card. First place. Fugaku glanced at it and nodded. Well done. I also learned fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke lifted his chin, waiting for more praise. You haven't brought shame to the Uchiha. Fugaku met his son's eager gaze, smiled faintly, and said, You are worthy of being my son. Thank you, Dad. Sasuke tried to hold back his joy, but inside, he wanted to laugh out loud. Just then, the door opened. Brother. Sasuke quickly shoved the report card into Itachi's hands. Congratulations on getting first place. Itachi said warmly, You'll definitely earn more first places than I ever did. He had entered the academy at 6 and graduated at 7. With 3 terms and 4 monthly exams per year, Sasuke could definitely surpass him in total rankings, if he stayed long enough. Sasuke hadn't thought about that, but now the corner of his lips curled, and he felt like the happiest boy in the ninja world. Itachi, come to my room. I need to talk to you. Fugaku walked toward his room. Sasuke, wait for me. Itachi patted his brother's head and turned away, his smile vanishing. Any signs in Konoha? Especially Root? Fugaku asked directly. He had allowed Itachi into the Umbu to monitor village activities as a spy for the Uchiha clan. Everything's normal, Itachi replied calmly. And the reason for Tsunade's return to the village? Have you found out? Fugaku asked after a pause. It's because of Kitazawa. Itachi explained, he proposed the psychological medical ninja system to the Hokage. Who's Kitazawa? Fugaku asked with a confused look. He's a teacher at the academy, Sasuke's teacher. Itachi sighed inwardly. His father didn't even know who Sasuke's teacher was. Still, it was shocking, a Chunin proposing a new medical ninjutsu system. Explain in more detail, Fugaku said, puzzled. Yes. Itachi relayed the situation. Is that so? Fugaku frowned slightly. I wonder how long Tsunade intends to stay. I think Lady Tsunade's presence is a good thing. Itachi hesitated, then added, at the very least, it might calm the Uchiha clan for now. Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin, granddaughter of the first Hokage, and student of the third. Her strength and reputation were unmatched in the village. Since Uchiha Shirsue's death, rebel views within the clan have grown. But Tsunade's return made them uneasy. If rebellion broke out, their chances of success were much slimmer with her in the village. Itachi, don't forget your position. Fugaku said seriously, you are a ninja of the Uchiha clan. I know, Itachi replied after a brief silence. Chapter 70, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Task. Ichiraku Ramen. Kiba, I'm full. Thanks for treating me today. Naruto patted his stomach with a satisfied expression. Next time, it's your turn to treat. Get your wallet ready. Kiba elbowed him playfully as he spoke. Don't worry, I've got plenty of money, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Kiba was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Naruto not to retort, somehow, it made him feel a little awkward. See you tomorrow, Naruto, Kiba grinned and waved. The two parted ways in front of Ichiraku Ramen. After Kiba disappeared from view, Naruto retracted his gaze and walked toward home with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, he opened the door, stepped into the room, and quickly located the green jumpsuit. He changed out of his clothes and put on the green tights, preparing to head out in search of Might Guy. Just then, a voice startled him. Heading out right after school, Naruto. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, dressed in green tights, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But as Hokage, he maintained his composure. Grandpa third. Naruto's face lit up with joy. Have you eaten yet? Hiruzen glanced around and didn't see Naruto's usual instant noodles. Yeah, Kiba treated me to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto's grin widened. Oh. Why did he treat you? Hiruzen asked, sitting down. I ranked 6th in the class this month, 1 spot above Kiba. Naruto took out his report card and said excitedly, Look, Grandpa third. Congratulations. Your hard work is paying off. Hiruzen studied the report card. Though surprised, he found it reasonable. He knew exactly what Naruto had done over the past month. Yeah. Naruto nodded enthusiastically and added, Teacher Kitazawa helped me a lot. Then you should definitely thank Kitazawa. Hiruzen smiled. Without Kitazawa's semi-cheating homework assistance, Naruto wouldn't have placed 6th. I understand. Naruto beamed. He also taught me the shadow clone technique. Kitazawa certainly has keen eyes. Hiruzen sighed. He hadn't expected Naruto to be so compatible with the shadow clone technique, but Kitazawa had seen it immediately. It was just a pity, his strength was still somewhat lacking. Otherwise, Kitazawa could have been Naruto's Jonin squad leader. I heard your class is going to have a friendly match with second-year Class A. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. Next week. Naruto nodded. The second years are the elite students. Do you have confidence? Hiruzen asked, watching him. Yes. Naruto clenched his fists. I'm fighting against elites. A 1-year gap isn't easy to overcome. Hiruzen shook his head. But we've got teacher Kitazawa. Naruto said confidently, we're definitely going to win. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quiet for a moment. It seemed Naruto trusted Kitazawa deeply. Thinking back, it was understandable. He himself had never met such a dedicated teacher during his school years. Not only did Kitazawa help with academics, but he also taught ninjutsu. The outcome doesn't matter. What matters is having no regrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen said after some thought, just do your best. Even with Kitazawa's guidance, defeating students with a year more experience wasn't an easy task. I will. Naruto nodded. Want to hear more about the fourth Hokage today? Hiruzen offered. Maybe next time. Naruto looked conflicted. I promised Gai-sensei I'd train with him today. Then go. A promise is a promise. Hiruzen patted his head. I'll tell you next time. Bye, Grandpa Third. Naruto dashed out without another word. This kid, he didn't even close the door. He's not like Minato at all. Hiruzen closed the door, stood still for a moment, then left. Not long after, he arrived at Kitazawa's house. Just as he was about to knock, a surge of strong chakra caught his attention. Hiruzen let out a soft and walked around to the back. There, he saw Kitazawa practicing ninjutsu. He recognized it immediately, fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa noticed him and quickly walked over. How long have you been practicing the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu? Hiruzen asked curiously. A week and a half, Kitazawa answered honestly. You've learned the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu in a week and a half. Your fire style talent is quite good. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked genuinely surprised. Until now, he had thought of Kitazawa as just an average Chunin. But judging by this fire jutsu, he was anything but average, at least an elite Chunin. Hokage-sama, you flatter me, Kitazawa replied humbly. No need to be modest. I am the Hokage, after all, I have some judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and added, in 2 days, I'll be holding a special Jonin selection. I'll recommend you. Special Jonin were shinobi recognized for their exceptional skills in specialized fields like education, espionage, surveillance, interrogation, or assassination. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa said gratefully. He didn't mind becoming a special Jonin. It would allow him to take on more advanced missions and increase his salary and benefits as a teacher. It's nothing. I'm only signing you up. Hiruzen smiled. Whether you pass depends on your ability. In Konoha, promotions from Genin to Chunin, Special Jonin, and Jonin required official assessments. But the Hokage could hold private evaluations for individuals, a rare privilege. This was clearly for Naruto's sake. Your strength has caught the attention of Principal Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has opened the Special Jonin assessment for you. Current task, pass the Special Jonin assessment. Task reward, Mastery Level Chakra Form Transformation. Do you accept? Kitazawa stared at the text in front of him, momentarily stunned. An unexpected bonus. Mastery Level Chakra Form Transformation. That's basically the foundation for learning the Rasengan. Of course, it applied to many other jutsu as well, most ninjutsu involved chakra form manipulation. I'll give it my best. Kitazawa nodded. Your class is facing second-year Class A next week. What are your chances? Hiruzen asked. 50-50. Kitazawa thought for a moment before answering modestly. You're quite confident. Hiruzen raised his brows with a smile. Are you free next Friday? Kitazawa recalled his earlier boast to Mizuki. I'd like to invite Hokage-sama to be the referee. Sure. Hiruzen agreed without hesitation. I want to see how you defeat Class A of the second year. Chapter 71, Kurenai's Invitation. The next day, Monday. It was already June, and the temperature in Konoha village had risen significantly. At the entrance of the ninja school, a large number of students were gathered in front of the bulletin board, looking at the rankings for the May monthly exam. Kitazawa walked over and took a glance. Just like last time, the top 10 students in Class A of the first grade also held the top 10 spots across the entire grade. Kitazawa. Mizuki suddenly appeared and stopped him. What a pity. No one in your class got full marks. He failed to show off last time, and he was trying again now. Kitazawa smiled and said, the Hokage has agreed to my request. He'll be the referee for the friendly match this Friday. Mizuki was stunned. He wanted to say Kitazawa was lying, but no one would dare lie about the Hokage. Which meant it was true. An uncomfortable feeling welled up. Mizuki suddenly felt like a clown trying to show off. So what if he had more full-mark students? Kitazawa had already become a rising star in front of the Hokage, with a future full of promise. Mizuki had a premonition that in a few years, Kitazawa might become his superior. I'm heading to the classroom now. See you. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh inwardly as he watched Mizuki's face pale. As expected, happiness built on someone else's frustration is the most satisfying kind. Of course, Kitazawa was usually kind to others. It's just that Mizuki insisted on confronting him, and now he looked like nothing more than an annoying obstacle. After the first class, Kitazawa brought a few students to the school's training ground. With him were Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke asked eagerly, what fire-style ninjutsu are we learning today? Yesterday, he had basked in his father's and Itachi's rare praise, feeling thrilled all night. Now, he craved more. You've already learned 2 C-rank fire-style jutsu. If you want to level up, it's time to try a B-rank fire-style, but that takes time to master. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, since the friendly match is coming soon, I'll teach you a technique that can quickly boost your strength. What is it? Sasuke asked without hesitation. He didn't mind whether it was a fire jutsu or not, anything to grow stronger. Shuriken jutsu. Kitazawa smiled. I want to learn that. Sasuke's eyes lit up immediately. Everyone knew Uchiha Sasuke's 3 signature strengths, Sharingan, fire style, and deadly precision with ninja tools. Shuriken jutsu, after all, originated from the Uchiha clan. The key to this technique is manipulating the shuriken using a nearly invisible rubber wire, Kitazawa explained as he pulled out 2 shuriken. He threw them casually, and they embedded themselves in a distant tree. Then, with a simple tug on the rubber cords, he retrieved them, and they spun back through the air and landed at his feet. Start with stationary targets. Once you're comfortable, move on to moving targets. Kitazawa handed Sasuke 2 shuriken. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke took them and immediately began training. You 3 start as well. Kitazawa turned to Hinata and the others. Hinata was focusing on leaf control, while Ino and Sakura continued water-walking training. Kitazawa wasn't idle either. He summoned a shadow clone to go off and practice fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu in a remote area. Time passed, and soon it was dusk. As Kitazawa tossed leaves, 3 lines of text suddenly appeared before him. Current task, help your classmate Haruno Sakura complete the water-walking training. Task reward, Healing Jutsu. Task completed. Reward issued. Kitazawa instinctively looked at Sakura. She stood confidently, hands on her hips, face full of pride. Across from her, Ino looked frustrated and unwilling to concede. Clearly, tonight's victory belonged to Sakura. Kitazawa received knowledge and experience related to the healing jutsu, a slightly weakened version of the mystical palm technique, just as he expected. He rubbed his chin. Judging by their progress, Sakura and Ino no longer needed basic water-walking practice. So what should he teach them next? That's all for today's training. Kitazawa didn't have a good answer yet, so he decided to keep things as they were for now. Goodbye, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke, Hinata, and the others left one after another. After leaving the school, Kitazawa headed to Kurenai's house. Tonight, they were going to discuss Yukumo's 4th Jinjutsu. When the door opened, Kurenai stood before him in a red dress. Since she was at home, she had changed into her previous low-cut red outfit. To be honest, Kitazawa liked this version of her more. It highlighted her elegant curves, especially that striking shade of white. Seeing a beauty like you after a long day makes all the fatigue disappear. Kitazawa smiled. Humph, are you trying to tease me? Kurenai crossed her arms with a playful glare. Her movements made the fabric stretch slightly, enhancing her figure. Of course not, Kitazawa replied seriously. I'm being completely honest. Fine, come in. Kurenai gave him a half-smile, turned, and walked into the living room, her hips swaying gracefully. Tsunade-sama isn't here yet. Kitazawa glanced around the empty living room. She's probably at the casino. Kurenai smiled helplessly. After spending some time with Tsunade, she had figured out her usual habits. You'll get used to it. Kitazawa sat on the sofa beside her. With a subtle glance, he saw her delicate, pale feet. "You're such a pervert." Kurenai noticed and gently stepped on him. She wasn't wearing shoes, so her soft sole pressed directly against the top of his foot. "No need to thank me," Kurenai said teasingly. She had always had a soft spot for Kitazawa, so she didn't mind flirting. "You should wear black stockings next time," Kitazawa said seriously. Kurenai was momentarily speechless at his shameless suggestion. This man, usually so composed around others, was getting bolder with her lately. She suddenly had a thought. "What is it?" Kitazawa noticed her dazed look and waved his hand in front of her. "Nothing." Kurenai snapped out of it and asked, "Are you free tomorrow?" "I have the special Jonin assessment tomorrow." Kitazawa paused, "but it shouldn't take too long." "Wait, the special Jonin assessment?" Kurenai's face showed clear surprise. "The Hokage said I've met the standard and can be promoted to special Jonin," Kitazawa said with a calm smile. Kurenai was a bit dazed. She had always considered herself a genjutsu genius and viewed Kitazawa as average. But now she realized he had surpassed her in rank selection. Something changed in her mind. She no longer saw Kitazawa as inferior. "I'll go with you tomorrow," Kurenai said after a moment. "Once it's over, let's go shopping and have lunch." Kitazawa blinked in surprise. That sounded a lot like a date. Considering Kurenai's personality, it might really be one. "All right." Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. Chapter 72, Kitazawa's True Strength. A new day began. Kitazawa slowly woke from his sleep. He sat up and let out a long yawn. Last night, he had spent hours discussing a new type of ninjutsu with Tsunade and Kurenai, but despite all their brainstorming, they hadn't reached any solid conclusion. The issue was clear. After creating 3 jutsu that could perform basic psychological diagnosis, they had now reached the stage of developing techniques that could actually treat mental illnesses. Such jutsu, however, weren't something even Tsunade could conceptualize in just 2 or 3 hours. If it were up to Kitazawa alone, he would have chosen to focus on helping Yukumo further develop her Kekkai Genkai. But from Konoha's standpoint, the psychological medical ninja system wasn't meant for just one person. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade were aiming to create general-use psychological healing techniques. Like the previously developed art of speech, truth-telling jutsu, and genjutsu, magical heart technique. In other words, this 4th jutsu they were trying to create ideally needed to replicate the effect of Yukumo's Kekkai Genkai. That was obviously extremely difficult. Fortunately, they still had plenty of time and could proceed on both fronts. On one hand, improving Yukumo's power, and on the other, developing a similar jutsu that could be widely applied. Just then, a knock came at the door. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and quickly changed his clothes. "Good morning, Kitazawa." Kurenai stood at the door in the same red dress she'd worn the night before, her delicate face full of warmth and cheer. "You're here early. Have you eaten?" Kitazawa stepped aside to let her in, asking casually. "Not yet." Kurenai stepped inside and began removing her shoes at the entryway. Kitazawa's eyes happened to fall on her feet. Only then did he notice that, unlike last night, she wasn't barefoot today, she had put on black stockings. Bathed in the morning sunlight, the sleek black fabric clung to her fair skin, outlining the smooth, elegant curve of her legs. "What are you staring at?" Kurenai walked past him slowly. "Why the black stockings today?" Kitazawa asked knowingly, smiling. "What I wear is my choice." Kurenai gave a soft hum and replied, "I'm hungry. I want your ramen. I'll cook it right away." Kitazawa walked a few steps before turning back and adding, "By the way, those black stockings really suit you. You look stunning." Kurenai was momentarily surprised, then laughed. Women dress up for the ones they like. She had worn the black stockings precisely for Kitazawa. Now that he had noticed and praised her, it felt like a moment of mutual understanding. This guy's preferences clearly aren't as proper as he acts. Kurenai shook her head lightly with amusement. But she was no shy teenage girl, she didn't mind such things at all. "Come eat." A few minutes later, Kitazawa brought out 2 bowls of ramen. "When does your special Jonin assessment begin?" Kurenai lowered her head slightly and took a sip of broth. Her soft red lips glistened with a hint of oil. 8 in the morning, at the Umbu training grounds, Kitazawa replied. As expected, it really is a personal test arranged by the Hokage. That kind of privilege is granted to only a rare few, Kurenai said with a note of admiration in her voice when she heard the word Umbu. Normally, special Jonin assessments weren't held at the Umbu training ground. The only explanation was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had authorized it himself. "I'm just lucky to have the position of a teacher, and more importantly, it's because the Hokage cares deeply about Naruto," Kitazawa explained truthfully. Kurenai, who had lived through the Nine Tails attack, was one of the few who knew the truth about Naruto's identity. "That's not a fair way to put it," she said, shaking her head. The Hokage has always been fair. If you didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have supported you either. It's just a pity that Genjutsu isn't part of the special Jonin assessment criteria. Otherwise, you would have already qualified. Kitazawa paused for a moment and added with a smile, but there's no need to rush. With your strength, you'll definitely become a Jonin sooner or later. I'll take that as a blessing, Kurenai laughed. Alright, let's stop flattering each other. Once we finish the ramen, we'll head to the Umbu base. That wasn't flattery. I meant every word, Kitazawa said earnestly. Then tell me, will you become a Jonin first, or will I? Kurenai asked with a playful blink. Does it matter who gets there first? Kitazawa quickly sidestepped the deadly question. Kurenai gave him a look. That answer clearly didn't satisfy her, but she didn't press further. In truth, she already had a guess in her heart. Based on what Kitazawa had shown so far, his strength was at least on par with hers, and most importantly, he had never once gone all out. But soon, she'd witness his true capability. The special Jonin assessment was simple. First, it evaluated specialized skills, such as education, research, espionage, tracking, strength, or interrogation. Kitazawa had been an outstanding teacher for 3 consecutive years, and his excellence in education was widely recognized. Second, it tested combat capability. A special Jonin's strength lay between that of a Chunin and a full Jonin. Only elite-level Chunin could qualify. The first part of the assessment involved reviewing one's track record. The second part was a direct match against a current special Jonin. After breakfast, Kitazawa and Kurenai arrived at the Umbu headquarters. On the training field, 2 masked Umbu members were already waiting. One of them was someone Kitazawa knew, Umbu Ninja Haru. Kitazawa, Haru began bluntly. This is your examiner, Heiate Gecko. All you need to do is spar with him. Kitaza, cough, cough. Heiate started to speak, but was overtaken by a violent cough, clutching his chest. Kurenai frowned slightly. Is this really an Umbu ninja? He looked like he might collapse at any moment. Kitazawa, however, remained calm. He remembered Heiate Gecko from the original series. He had played a decent role as a proctor during the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, his fate wasn't ideal. After all, when Shippuden said goodbye to a Gecko, it was him they meant. Besides that, he had a beautiful girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugao. Kitazawa recalled his strengths. There was no doubt he was a legitimate special Jonin, far superior to average Chunin. He was skilled in Konoha-style swordsmanship, and his signature technique, Crescent Moon Dance, was an impressive A-rank secret sword art. Even Jonin had difficulty mastering A-rank techniques. He also mastered a rare and difficult transparent escape jutsu, which allowed him to turn invisible. That ability alone made him ideal for reconnaissance and was one of the key reasons for his special Jonin title. Please. Kitazawa didn't waste time. He walked directly to the center of the field. Heiate noticed Kitazawa's confidence and raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. He had never heard of this man before. Generally, strong Chunin in Konoha had some reputation. Kurenai, for example, was famous for her genjutsu. But who was Kitazawa? Where had he come from? And the Hokage had even organized a private test for him. Unbelievable. Heiate narrowed his eyes. With a flicker of movement, he used a body flicker technique and charged straight toward Kitazawa. Chapter 73, Kurenai's First Kiss. The air split as Heiate Gecko suddenly drew his blade, a cold arc of steel slashing toward Kitazawa. Kurenai's pupils shrank involuntarily. The moment Heiate made his move, she realized his strength was far from ordinary. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Kitazawa formed hand seals and unleashed a rapid stream of compressed, small wind blasts from his mouth. Like a chakra-powered machine gun, he rained down a storm of projectiles. Heiate Gecko's heart jolted. Such speed, these vacuum bullets are no joke. He swung his ninja blade, slashing down several of the incoming wind orbs while sidestepping swiftly to avoid the rest. But before he could regain his footing, Kitazawa appeared right in front of him. Konoha Great Whirlwind. With a swift spin, he launched a powerful roundhouse kick. He's skilled in taijutsu, too. Heiate was momentarily caught off guard, but reacted quickly. He still had his blade. With a flick of his wrist, he angled his sword upward to slice through Kitazawa's right leg. But in the next instant, Gecko's eyes widened in shock. His sword passed straight through the leg, no resistance, no blood. Stunned, he froze. Suddenly, tree branches erupted from behind him, wrapping around his limbs and pinning him tightly to a tree. Genjutsu. When did it start? Gecko was appalled. That's demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Kurenai stared, dumbfounded. Kitazawa actually learned my genjutsu. As a bystander, she saw clearly, the reason Gecko fell into the illusion was that Kitazawa had used one-handed seals. Most shinobi instinctively expected two-handed seals. Kitazawa emerged from above the branches, holding a kunai that he drove toward Geku. Damn it. Gekko struggled violently, but he was still too slow. The kunai slashed across his face, drawing a streak of blood. Genjutsu release. Driven by the pain, Gekko broke free of the illusion. As the genjutsu dissolved, the massive tree vanished. He stared at Kitazawa in silence. Had this been a real fight, that kunai would have pierced his heart. One last move. Unwilling to admit defeat, Hayate went all in. Konoha-style sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. With a blur, Hayate's figure split into two shadow clones. All three rushed at Kitazawa from the left, right, and above with synchronized speed and deadly blades. Steel glinted in all directions, murderous intent filled the air. There was no escape. Watch out. Kurenai couldn't help but cry out. Putting herself in Kitazawa's place, she knew she couldn't counter this without genjutsu. If her illusion was broken, she would lose to this technique. That's why she began to worry. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kitazawa reacted quickly, summoning two clones of his own. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. All three Kitazawas formed seals and spat out blazing fireballs. The desperate situation reversed in an instant. Three roaring fireballs surrounded the real Kitazawa like burning suns, pushing Hayate Gekko and his clones into full retreat, drenched in sweat and disoriented by the heat. None of them could get close. Forced back, they had no choice but to flee. You win, Kitazawa-senpai. Hayate gazed at Kitazawa, who stood calmly without giving chase. He bowed his head in complete acceptance. A Chunin who mastered wind style, fire style, taijutsu, and genjutsu, no one could object to his promotion. Yuhi Kurenai felt both dazed and shaken. So this is Kitazawa's full strength. Though they had never sparred directly, she suddenly realized there was already a gap between them. Thank you. Kitazawa smiled faintly. If he had access to the Byakugan, he could have ended the match even faster. Still, he was satisfied. Hayate Gekko, after all, was a named and capable character in the original story. Through this battle, Kitazawa had confirmed his own strength. Congratulations, Kitazawa, Haru said calmly. I'll report the results to the Hokage. You'll receive the official notice tomorrow. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. Kitazawa-senpai, cough. I hope we get to work together in the future, Hayate said between coughs. The message was clear, with Kitazawa's current strength, he wouldn't remain a schoolteacher for long. MHM. Kitazawa agreed. Hayate and Haru said their goodbyes and left. Current task, pass the special assessment of Principal Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward, Mastery of Chakra Shape Transformation. Task complete, reward granted. A surge of information rushed into Kitazawa's mind. He instinctively clenched his hand. Previously, when he said he might be able to form a Rasengan by hand, it was just a theory. Now, he was certain he could definitely form one. The Rasengan was an A-rank technique, regarded as the pinnacle of chakra shape manipulation. It didn't rely on elemental nature, only on raw chakra control. But if elemental nature was added to it, its power increased dramatically. In short, it was an incredibly useful technique. In the original story, Naruto used the Rasengan all the way to the final battle. What are you spacing out for? Kitazawa walked up to Kurenai and gently tapped her forehead. You. Kurenai snapped out of her daze but didn't know what to say. Watching today's battle had completely changed how she saw Kitazawa. You sure hit it well. She sighed. I just don't like unnecessary violence, Kitazawa said with a cough. Besides, compared to true powerhouses, my strength is nothing. That's the kind of line that deserves a beating. Kurenai pouted, reached out, and pinched his waist. If your strength is nothing, what does that make me? My bad. Kitazawa immediately apologized. He could tell she didn't use any real force. What are you planning now? Going back to school? Kurenai asked, withdrawing her hand. Back to school. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. I took the day off for you. Did you forget what you said yesterday? That was just a casual remark. You didn't need to take it seriously. Kurenai looked surprised. Our first date deserves to be taken seriously, Kitazawa replied in a serious tone. Who said anything about a date, she asked, flustered. Wasn't it? Kitazawa put on a disappointed expression. Looking at his face, something stirred in her heart. Kurenai wasn't one to hesitate, she made a decision in that instant. You can treat it as a date, she said, her cheeks turning slightly pink. What do you mean, treat it as one? Kitazawa asked, staring at her beautiful face. Kurenai caught the look in his eyes, and her heart started to race. She bit her lip, suddenly rose on her toes, and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Now do you get it? She asked with a sidelong glance. Nope, Kitazawa blinked and replied. Hey. Kurenai's expression turned indignant. You better not, MMPH. Her eyes widened. Caught off guard, Kitazawa had pulled her into an embrace and kissed her. A soft, warm sensation sealed her lips. The flush on her face deepened rapidly, her skin glowing with a rosy hue. After a few seconds, her mind blank, Kurenai instinctively pushed Kitazawa away. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 74, First Date. You bastard. Kurenai's face turned bright red as she yelled angrily. Sorry, you're just too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. Kitazawa licked the corner of his mouth, still feeling the lingering warmth and softness. Kurenai was so furious she was speechless. She stomped on his foot without hesitation. If you're still mad, feel free to stomp a few more times, Kitazawa said seriously. Kurenai was about to go for a second stomp when something suddenly crossed her mind, and she stopped. What? Can't bear to do it. Kitazawa chuckled. I just don't want to give in to your twisted preferences, Kurenai replied with a disgusted look. I think you've misunderstood what kind of person I am, Kitazawa said, his smile twitching. What kind of normal person would even want to be stepped on? Exactly, so you're not normal, Kurenai countered. She thought back to that kiss and felt her face heating up again. She hadn't expected Kitazawa to be so bold. Despite her direct personality, this was still a first for her. Does that logic even make sense? Kitazawa said with a helpless smile. Forget it. Whatever you say goes. The girlfriend is always right. I never said I'd be your girlfriend. Kurenai huffed with a pout. You kissed me. Now you're not taking responsibility. Kitazawa gave her a mock look of betrayal. You kissed me. Kurenai shot back, exasperated. Well then, to even the score, why don't you kiss me back? Kitazawa grinned, looking at her. Kurenai finally understood the true meaning of shamelessness. She clenched her fist and punched him. Keep dreaming, she said, turning and walking faster. Wait for me. Kitazawa caught up and took her hand. Be serious, will you? Kurenai glared at him, but didn't pull her hand away. I took the day off just for you. Where do you want to go? Kitazawa stopped teasing and asked earnestly. I've lived in Konoha all my life. I've been everywhere. Kurenai looked around, then her eyes lit up. How about we go see a movie? Movie. Kitazawa blinked. Now that's a nostalgic word. It makes sense if you haven't heard of it, Kurenai explained. It's a recent trend in the shinobi world. Think of it as a super large TV screen. Then let's go. Kitazawa smiled and didn't ask more. He'd seen plenty of movies in his past life, but watching one in the shinobi world would be a first. Inside the theater, Kitazawa glanced at the posters on the wall. Most of them were adventure-themed, with ninja protagonists. Has Kazuhana Koyuki not become an actress yet? He didn't spot her name and thought to himself. Koyuki Kazuhana was the main heroine in a Naruto movie, a famous actress across the ninja world. She was a princess from the Land of Snow, saved by Kakashi as a child, and later became an actress in the Land of Fire. Eventually, with Naruto's help, she returned to reclaim her position as the ruler of Snow Country. I'll get the sodas. You grab the tickets. Kitazawa handed Kurenai a wad of cash. I've got money, Kurenai said, trying to return it. It's just pocket money. Don't make it a big deal. Kitazawa waved her off and went to buy 2 bottles of soda. They had earned quite a bit recently from working with Tsunade on new medical jutsu. Kurenai chuckled lightly and bought 2 tickets for the next screening. Here, Kitazawa handed her a soda as they both walked into the theater hall. Not many people here, Kitazawa observed. Only 6 others were present. It's still morning. Most people are at work. Kurenai unscrewed the cap and took a sip. True. Kitazawa sat beside her. Since the place was mostly empty, they easily got a good spot. What flavor's yours? Kitazawa asked, holding up his drink. Apple. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Why? Mine's lemon. Here, let's switch. Now you get to try both. Kitazawa handed her his soda. Buy one, taste 2. Childish. Kurenai's eye twitched. As she brought the bottle to her lips, she paused. Is this an indirect kiss? She took a small sip, then glanced at Kitazawa. Was that deliberate? Tastes nice, Kitazawa said, meeting her gaze. Soft. You trying to die? Kurenai's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment and rage. Just then, the movie began, muffling her voice. I meant the soda, Kitazawa leaned over and whispered. Kurenai felt his warm breath against her skin and panicked slightly, pretending to be calm. Watch the movie, she said. Kitazawa tilted his head and kissed her cheek, then looked straight at the screen as if nothing had happened. Kurenai opened her mouth but said nothing in the end. She stared at the screen, feeling her mouth go dry. The two remained silent until the movie ended. It was kind of average, Kitazawa said, unenthusiastic. Chunin-level battles are more exciting. Ninja World films had poor special effects. Even with fight scenes, it was often subpar compared to real ninja fights. After all, real shinobi didn't waste time making movies. You're a special jonin now, Kurenai reminded him. By the time the movie ended, it was around 11. The June sun blazed in the sky as they walked through the streets, warm wind stirring fallen leaves. What do you want for lunch? Kitazawa asked, holding her hand. Grilled fish, Kurenai said after a moment. Let's catch it ourselves. Where are we fishing? Kitazawa asked with interest. In his past life, he was a fishing enthusiast. At her suggestion, his fingers itched with excitement. There's a river in the forest of death, Kurenai said, dragging him to buy fishing gear. Watch and learn from a pro, Kitazawa said, holding the rod with confidence. I haven't fished much, Kurenai replied with a sweet smile. Don't lose to me. Don't worry. Kitazawa cast his line with flair. But soon, he noticed something was off. Kurenai had already caught one fish, he hadn't even gotten a bite. How's it going? Kurenai looked over smugly. I'm just warming up. Beginner's luck protection, Kitazawa insisted. Oh, really? Kurenai giggled. Hooked another one. Kitazawa had a bad feeling. And he was right. An hour later, Kurenai had caught 5 fish. Kitazawa. Just one. He wore a long face. This is a disaster for a seasoned fisherman. Don't be grumpy. Let's eat grilled fish. Kurenai suddenly tilted her head and pressed her soft lips to his. Kitazawa froze. I'll prep the fish. Kurenai tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and walked toward the river. A great fisherman doesn't just reel in fish, he reels in hearts. Kitazawa snapped out of his daze and went over to help. Chapter 75, The Harvest of the Senju Bloodline. Tuesday. After breakfast, Mizuki called out to Irika to head to the Ninja Academy together. I wonder if Kitazawa-senpai will come to work today, Irika sighed. I substituted for his class yesterday and got nothing but complaints. Though the students of Class 1A didn't say it outright, Irika could clearly sense their disappointment that Kitazawa wasn't the one teaching. It all came down to one fact, his teaching skill simply didn't measure up to Kitazawa's. He didn't show up yesterday. Mizuki looked surprised. The class match between the two classes was coming up this Friday, and Kitazawa was still acting so casually. Had he already decided he couldn't beat Class 2A and given up? Yeah, Irika nodded slightly. He took a day off. Looks like our class is winning this Friday, then, Mizuki smiled. Someone who truly wanted to win wouldn't take a break at such a critical time. You never know, Irika murmured, recalling yesterday's practical lesson. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, even Haruno Sakura, they had all shocked him. Are first-year students always this strong now? But he knew the truth, only Class 1A was like this. Because they had a teacher named Kitazawa. How long have you even known Kitazawa? Mizuki frowned. Don't you trust your good friend? I do trust you, Irika replied awkwardly. But Mizuki could hear the lack of conviction in his tone. Damn that Kitazawa, he clenched his teeth bitterly. The two reached the teacher's office building. Mizuki, Irika. A middle-aged man walked over and handed them a document. This is a notice just issued by the principal. Mizuki took the notice and glanced at it. Instantly, he froze like he'd been struck by lightning. What? Irika's face was filled with disbelief. Kitazawa-senpai actually became a special jonin. The notice was brief, it simply stated that Kitazawa had passed the special jonin examination. The reason it had to be formally announced was that it impacted his role and treatment at the academy. In the shinobi world, everything ultimately came down to strength. It would be inappropriate for a special jonin to continue as a regular academy teacher. In terms of the previous world standards, Kitazawa would now be considered a senior instructor, or even a professor. So he took a day off yesterday to participate in the special jonin exam, the middle-aged man added before walking off to deliver more notices elsewhere. I remember that since the founding of the academy, less than 10 have been promoted to special jonin through teaching expertise alone. Irika muttered, slowly coming back to his senses. It's shocking. Those who were great teachers often lacked combat ability, and those with power rarely taught. Even if they did, they weren't always good at it. These factors combined made special jonin or jonin teachers a rarity at the academy, most were just chunin. Mizuki instinctively clenched the paper in his hand, his expression twisted. Why the hell does Kitazawa get to become a special jonin? He must have pulled strings. In Mizuki's mind, Kitazawa's strength wasn't anything special, he had always assumed he was weaker than himself. So this promotion? It had to be favoritism from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The more Mizuki thought about it, the more convinced he became. Bitterness and frustration swelled within him. Irika noticed Mizuki's expression and instinctively took a step back. That small step hit Mizuki like a second blow. I'm going back to the office, Mizuki growled through clenched teeth. Before Irika could reply, he turned and left. Soon after, loud angry shouts echoed from inside. Kitazawa walked down the street, lost in thought about new jutsu ideas. After finishing grilled fish with Kurenai yesterday, he returned to the village and ran into Tsunade, who had just come out of the casino broke. With no money left, Tsunade decided to create new jutsu to earn some, dragging Kitazawa and the others into a brainstorming session. After an entire afternoon and evening of discussion, they settled on 2 development directions: symptom relief and root treatment. Symptom relief involved easing emotional pain, like emotional substitution techniques. Root treatment aimed to erase trauma itself, such as memory erasure techniques. Of course, treatment would depend on the patient's choice. The 4th jutsu they finalized was memory erasure. While similar jutsu existed in the shinobi world, they were mostly used for infiltration or interrogation. To make them suitable for therapy, they'd need to be heavily modified. Kitazawa was still deep in thought when he reached the academy. As soon as he entered the teacher's wing, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Congratulations, Kitazawa. Kitazawa-senpai, you're amazing. Please guide us more from now on. You're the first teacher in 5 years to be promoted to special jonin. Kitazawa responded politely, and only after 5 extra minutes did he finally reach his office. Seeing the announcement on his desk, he realized Sarutobi Hiruzen had publicly promoted his status. That old man sure knows how to make a move, Kitazawa thought. But he understood why. Hiruzen clearly wanted him to raise Naruto and the others into inheritors of the will of fire. The moment he strayed from that path, all the benefits would vanish. Kitazawa knew clearly, power was everything. Still, now that he had been promoted, he wouldn't reject it. After all, the salary and benefits were better. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata and Ino walked into the room. Where's Sakura? Kitazawa asked, pulling out the breakfast he brought. She already ate and went to the training ground with Sasuke, Ino answered. Not surprising. Kitazawa smiled. All right, let's eat. Sensei, why didn't you come yesterday? Ino took a bite of her rice ball. You have no idea how much we missed you. Hinata nodded slightly in agreement. But when Kitazawa looked at her, she quickly lowered her head shyly. After breakfast, the 3 headed to the training ground. Ino went to join Sakura for water walking training. Kitazawa created a shadow clone to train fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, while he helped Hinata with leaf concentration practice. Half an hour later, he suddenly froze. Current mission, learn a B-rank jutsu within half a month. Mission reward, 10% Senju clan bloodline. Mission complete. Reward issued. Senju bloodline detected. You have automatically acquired Yang release. Kitazawa instinctively clenched his fist. As expected, this world revolved around bloodlines. Even just 10% of Senju blood was enough to bring noticeable changes. First, he gained Yang release. Second, his chakra increased by roughly 1/5. Third, his physical strength, stamina, and healing had all improved slightly. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 76, Task, Learn Rasengan. As dusk settled in, Kitazawa dismissed Class 1A before heading to the training ground. Kitazawa-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura all paused their training and gathered around him. Sasuke, starting tomorrow, you can begin practicing the moving target shuriken technique, Kitazawa said, turning to him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke grasped the fundamentals of the technique swiftly. Unfortunately, he hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet, otherwise, he wouldn't even need an hour to master it. The Sharingan was like a cheat code, easily overwhelming ordinary ninja. After all, once Kakashi Hatake received the Sharingan, he learned over 1,000 jutsu. Meanwhile, most shinobi would consider themselves accomplished after mastering just a few dozen jutsu in their lifetime. Understood, Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke nodded. Kitazawa's gaze moved to Hinata. Among the 4, she was easily the most diligent. She had pushed her Byakugan training to the limit, just one final push, and she could awaken it. But due to her introverted nature, she hadn't realized how close she was. Kitazawa planned to have her participate in the friendly match against Class 2A to give her that spark. Of course, he wasn't going to pit her against Niji Hyuga. Despite the growth she had shown, Hinata still stood little chance against him. Kitazawa didn't want a sparring match to undo her progress and send her retreating into herself again. Still, Hinata would have to face Niji someday. He was her mental block, and she needed to confront that fear to overcome it. Sakura, Ino, Kitazawa continued, your water-walking training is nearly complete. After the match, we'll move on to new training. What kind of training? Ino asked curiously. Have you not started learning your clan's secret techniques yet? Kitazawa asked instead of answering directly. My dad said my fundamentals aren't strong enough yet and wants to wait, Ino replied. In that case, in a few days, you can start learning the Yamanaka clan techniques, Kitazawa smiled. After all, secret techniques were still jutsu, and their foundation relied on 3 core elements, chakra control, chakra form transformation, and chakra nature transformation. Ino already had decent chakra control, so trying to learn her clan's techniques was more than possible. She might not fully master them immediately, but getting started wouldn't be an issue. Really? Ino's eyes lit up, instantly understanding the hidden meaning in Kitazawa's words. She joined the training originally to surpass Sakura. She hadn't expected to gain something like this as a bonus. Kitazawa nodded with certainty. Yes. Then what about me? Sakura couldn't hold back her question. Unlike Ino, she wasn't born into a ninja clan and didn't have any inherited jutsu to fall back on. What kind of jutsu do you want to learn? Kitazawa asked. I want to learn medical ninjutsu. Sakura hesitated for a moment before speaking with excitement. Part of it was because Tsunade was her idol. The other reason? She wanted to be able to treat Sasuke's injuries, so she could, well, take advantage of the moment. Sakura. Ino's expression stiffened. She immediately signaled to her with her eyes. As the Yamanaka clan heiress, Ino had broader knowledge than Sakura. She knew just how difficult medical ninjutsu was. Kitazawa was an excellent teacher, sure, but he was just a regular Chunin. How could he possibly know medical ninjutsu? If he did, he wouldn't be teaching, he'd be working at Konoha Hospital. Ino spoke up to stop Sakura, worried she'd put Kitazawa in an awkward position. After all, it wasn't easy to find such a good teacher. I can teach you, Kitazawa said calmly. In truth, Sakura wanting to learn medical ninjutsu was exactly what he had anticipated, and it aligned perfectly with his upcoming plans. He had been looking for an excuse to demonstrate to Tsunade both his interest and talent in the medical field. That's amazing. Sakura exclaimed with joy. Ino's pupils trembled. What kind of madness is this? A regular Ninja Academy teacher can teach medical ninjutsu too. This defied logic. And the laws of the shinobi world. New task, help Haruno Sakura learn her first medical ninjutsu. Reward, delicate illness extraction jutsu. Accept. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow in surprise. The delicate illness extraction jutsu was a B-rank medical jutsu used to extract poison or damaged organs and even transplant them. Typically, only elite medical jonin could perform it. Alright, for the next 2 days, continue training as usual. Let's focus on winning the friendly match against Class 2A first. Kitazawa clapped his hands. See you all tomorrow. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. The 4 responded together. After leaving the academy, Kitazawa headed straight to Kurenai's home. Lady Tsunade hasn't arrived yet, Kurenai said, plopping down on the sofa. We can go ahead and discuss things first. Is Yakumo here? I have something I'd like to ask of her, Kitazawa asked, still standing and admiring Kurenai's beauty. She had changed back into her usual red-sleeved white outfit, revealing her fair legs. She's on the rooftop, Kurenai said, pointing. I'll go find her first. Kitazawa smiled and headed upstairs. As he reached the rooftop, he saw Yakumo sitting before a canvas, painting something. He walked up and saw that she was drawing a nearby tree. Kitazawa-sensei, Yakumo noticed him and greeted him first. Have you heard of Hyuga Niji? Kitazawa asked straight to the point. Yes, Yakumo nodded. He's a famous genius from the Hyuga clan. Our class has a friendly match with Class 2A on Friday, Kitazawa explained. Would you like to spar with him? Can I really? Yakumo paused, hesitant. You underestimate your own power, Kitazawa chuckled. Just your current illusion, genjutsu, real life, is enough to give most ninja a massive headache. Yakumo's Kekkei Genkai was terrifying, it couldn't be broken without outside help. Genjutsu had 2 ways to be broken. Self-release, if the victim realizes they're under genjutsu and disrupts their chakra flow. External release, if the victim can't break it themselves, a teammate has to intervene. This includes ordinary illusions where the user doesn't realize they've been caught, and high-level ones like the Sharingan. This was what made the Uchiha clan's Sharingan so powerful. Most people couldn't escape their illusions alone. Yakumo's Kekkei Genkai worked in the same way. As long as she didn't let Niji get close, she was practically undefeated. I'll give it a try, Yakumo agreed after a brief moment. She had never fought anyone before, but she couldn't refuse a request from Kitazawa, who had helped her so much. Half an hour later, Tsunade and Shizen arrived, and the group began discussing the new jutsu. Many memory-sealing techniques in Konoha could serve as references. Unfortunately, Kitazawa didn't know any of them. As the conversation died down, he wandered to a quiet spot behind the house. He pulled out a balloon he'd bought earlier. That's right, he was going to try to manually train the Rasengan. In the original series, the training steps were clear. Step 1, burst a water-filled balloon. Step 2, break a rubber ball 100 times tougher than a balloon. Step 3, abandon the props and condense and rotate the chakra in your hand freely. Each step was harder than the last. Kitazawa held the water balloon and began injecting chakra, causing the water inside to stir irregularly. A genius should learn jutsu on their own. New task, learn Rasengan without any assistance. Reward, Konoha's body flicker jutsu. Accept. Kitazawa let out a soft chuckle. Chapter 77, Embracing Kurenai. In the ninja world, there are many kinds of body flicker jutsu. The most basic form gathers chakra into the legs to boost speed. More advanced versions incorporate chakra nature transformations, for instance, Hanzo from Hidden Rain used water style, water flicker jutsu. At the highest level are spacetime techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God jutsu. But what exactly is the Konoha-style body flicker jutsu? Kitazawa thought about it for a long time before finally recalling. In the original series, it was used by Konoha Jonin Heiate Gecko. It allowed the user to disperse into leaves to evade enemy attacks. In Kitazawa's opinion, it was very similar to Itachi Uchiha's crow clone technique. Overall, it was a pretty solid jutsu. He came back to his senses and continued rotating the water inside the balloon. An hour later, pop, the balloon burst. Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. His chakra control and chakra shape transformation at a mastery level were, frankly, monstrous. In the original series, Naruto took about 10 days to learn the Rasengan. Kitazawa estimated that he would need only 2 days to truly master it. And unlike Naruto, he wouldn't need shadow clones to help form the sphere. Night fell. Tuesday passed, and only 2 days remained until Friday. For the upcoming friendly match, Kitazawa had done all he needed to. Now, it was up to Sasuke and the others to deliver. He didn't give them any new assignments. Aside from himself practicing Rasengan, their routine training continued. Friday arrived. The sky was perfectly clear, and the warm morning sunlight bathed Konoha. Kitazawa stood in front of a boulder behind his house and took a deep breath. Rasengan. As chakra surged, a spinning blue sphere formed in his right hand. Kitazawa smirked, then slammed it into the rock. The stone cracked apart, and fragments blasted in every direction. In a flash, the Rasengan bored through the boulder and created a deep crater in the ground. That was the power of the Rasengan. Most ninjas who took it head-on would be half dead at best. Now that he had mastered the Rasengan, Kitazawa had gained a solid trump card. The only issue was how to explain it. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe once Tsunade completed the 4th healing jutsu, he could ask Hiruzen Sarutobi for an A-rank jutsu in exchange. Previously, when he submitted the Genjutsu, Magic Heart technique, he only received money, no jutsu rewards. But with 2 techniques combined, perhaps it would be enough for a trade. Kitazawa also thought of today's friendly match. If he performed well in front of Hiruzen, it would boost his chances of receiving an A-rank jutsu. I can't afford to lose. His gaze flicked to the floating system text. Current task, master the Rasengan without any assistance. Task reward, Konoha-style body flicker technique. Task complete. Reward granted. A surge of information entered his mind. In an instant, Kitazawa's figure dissolved into a swirl of leaves and reappeared 5 meters away. This technique is actually pretty handy, he muttered with a nod. After cleaning up the area, he made his way to the academy. Kitazawa-senpai. At the academy gate, Kitazawa heard Irika's voice. He paused and turned around. Along with Irika was Mizuki, who wore a smile, though it looked somewhat forced. Kitazawa, Mizuki reminded coldly, don't forget today's friendly match. Of course not, Kitazawa replied calmly. And don't forget, if you lose, you owe me a favor. He still planned to use that favor to lure Mizuki into a trap. Don't worry. I always keep my word, Mizuki said with a snort. But you won't get the chance. Irika glanced nervously at the 2 men radiating hostility. One was his Class 1A, the other was Mizuki, his old friend and Class 2A's instructor. Thanks to Kitazawa's arrival, there had been some strain between him and Mizuki, and choosing a side now felt impossible. One more thing, Mizuki added, unable to hide his jealousy. I hope the Hokage really shows up. Kitazawa's sudden promotion to Special Jonin had left him bitter. He believed Hiruzen had made a mistake. Clearly, I'm the more talented one. You'll see him, Kitazawa said, turning to Wave. See you at 10. Enjoy your smugness while you can, Mizuki growled. Mizuki, why are you always targeting Kitazawa-senpai? Irika asked, baffled. Mizuki's mouth twitched. This idiot still doesn't get it. It's just a friendly match, Mizuki said, suppressing his emotions. I'm not targeting anyone. If Kitazawa were here, he'd help him add, he's not targeting anyone. He just equally resents everyone doing better than him. In the original series, Mizuki was always like that. Kitazawa pushed open the office door and saw Kurenai inside. Yakumo's already in the classroom, she said. Thanks, Kurenai. Kitazawa walked up to her and gently held her hands. It's nothing, she replied casually. I had time today, so I figured I'd watch the match too. Your hands are really soft, Kitazawa said with a grin. I'm trying to talk business here. Kurenai glared at him. Haven't we finished the business part? Kitazawa leaned back in the chair but didn't let go of her hands. Kurenai immediately saw through him. If it were someone else, they might hesitate, but not her. She stepped forward and sat right on his lap. A soft fragrance filled the air. Kitazawa felt the smooth, round softness of her thighs against his own. This kind of bold personality, he liked it. He wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Yakumo's opponent is the well-known Hyuga Niji. If she's in danger, stop the match immediately, Kurenai said, shifting uncomfortably. It was her first time being this close to someone. I understand, Kitazawa promised. I'll keep an eye on her. In truth, with Hiruzen watching, no student would be allowed to get hurt. All right, you'd better get to class. I'll wait in the office. Kurenai pried his fingers off and stood. See you at 10. Kitazawa reluctantly let go of her soft, warm body. 9:45 a.m. In Class 1A, the first period had just ended. The friendly match with Class 2A is about to begin. Are you ready? Kitazawa wore a bright smile. Yes. Led by Naruto and Kiba, the students responded with great enthusiasm. Then let's go. Kitazawa raised his hand and led the charge. Chapter 78, Sasuke shocks everyone. At 10 o'clock in the morning, students from both classes gathered on the playground of the Ninja Academy. Although it was called a friendly match, none of the kids cared about the phrase, friendship first, competition second. Everyone was eager to defeat the other side. For a moment, the air was thick with tension, almost combative. Except for Hinata. She spotted a familiar figure among the crowd from Class 2A and instantly grew nervous. Niji noticed her. He frowned slightly, his gaze filled with disappointment. I thought Hinata would have changed after placing first in her grade, but she's still the same timid girl. He had no interest in fighting her. Like Sasuke, Niji believed the strong should battle the strong. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans, two of Konoha's most powerful families, had always been locked in both overt and covert rivalry. And more often than not, the Uchiha emerged superior, leading many to recognize them as the number one clan tacitly. While Niji himself didn't care much about the title, the rest of the Hyuga clan certainly did. Losing to Uchiha Sasuke would no doubt draw heavy criticism. But Niji wasn't worried, he didn't think he would lose. Hinata, Kitazawa walked over, gently patted her head, and said, if you're nervous, use the method I taught you. Hinata blinked, then silently repeated rice ball in her mind. Her anxiety faded, and she felt noticeably calmer. At that moment, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted. 4 figures approached from not far away. Leading them was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Behind him were 2 ANBU, flanking a young shinobi in a Jonin vest, with spiky pineapple hair and visible scars on his forehead. Oh no. Why did my dad come to watch? Shikamaru, who had been lazing around, instantly sobered up. You're done for now. If you mess up, there's no way you'll pass your dad's test. Ino giggled. I'm more afraid of my mom. Shikamaru sighed. In the Nara household, his mother, Yoshino, ruled everything. She was strict about everything he and his dad said or did, a seriously troublesome woman. That's exactly why Shikamaru's lifelong dream was to marry a plain, quiet woman. Hang in there, Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji patted his shoulder with sympathy. My throat hurts already. Shikamaru groaned, his headache growing worse. The Hokage really came. Mizuki clenched his fist subconsciously, a fire burning in his chest. He quickly composed himself, forced a smile onto his face, and walked up with Kitazawa and the others. Hawk, Mizuki tried to speak first, intending to act as the representative of the two classes. But he froze mid-word, suddenly feeling like a complete clown. Kitazawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I brought an extra referee with me. You don't mind, do you? Of course not, Kitazawa replied with full composure and respect. It's an honor to have both Hokage-sama and Shikaku-sama present. The young shinobi beside Hiruzen was none other than Shikaku Nara, Shikamaru's father and the men reputed to have the highest IQ in the village. Actually, quite a few people had come to watch. Aside from Kurenai, 9 other academy instructors had also shown up. They didn't have class today and figured they'd come to see the fun. But none of them expected the third Hokage himself to arrive. After overhearing that brief exchange, they all silently noted, Kitazawa is not someone to be messed with. Mizuki watched Kitazawa laughing and chatting with the Hokage and nearly exploded inside. Damn it. That should be me. It's about time. You may begin, Hiruzen said after a few words of small talk. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've all got. Hokage-sama, we won't let you down. Mizuki promised loudly. Though dissatisfied with Hiruzen's clear favoritism toward Kitazawa, he knew better than to cross the top authority, especially in a world where strength ruled all. Shikaku, who do you think will win? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the edge of the field and asked with interest. Hard to say, Shikaku replied with a shake of his head. I thought you'd say Class 2A for sure. Hiruzen looked mildly surprised. I've heard Shikamaru talk about the special training of Class 1A, Shikaku explained. They might just surprise us. Then let's wait and see, Hiruzen chuckled. He had also seen glimpses of Class 1A's training while observing Naruto, though he didn't know the full picture. By normal academy standards, what Kitazawa taught was way beyond regulation. But Hiruzen appreciated ninjas like him, driven, talented, and from a good background. The first round is a chakra technique demonstration, Kitazawa announced. In simple terms, it's about power. The stronger the jutsu, the higher the score. Each class will send students in turn. Class 2A goes first. Kojima Hyde, Mizuki called calmly, throwing a look at Kitazawa. Kojima Hyde stepped forward and formed hand signs. Water style, water wave. He opened his mouth and spat out a small water sphere, roughly the size of a fist. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Mizuki came prepared. Though Kojima's control was basic, it was still water style, a proper elemental jutsu. But Kitazawa remained calm. Ignoring Mizuki's smug look, he called out, Chiho. A petite girl stepped forward and executed the clone jutsu, though with some difficulty. Compared to Kojima's display, it was average at best. Mizuki snorted and continued reading names, clearly aiming to dominate early. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. To him, most of these jutsu were still too juvenile to evaluate properly. Hyuga Niji. Mizuki called out louder than before. Niji stepped up, took a stance, and performed a refined set of gentle fist moves. A true genius of the Hyuga clan, Hiruzen's eyes lit up with admiration. He could faintly see the outline of the 8 trigrams 64 palms forming. That was surprising, considering this technique was typically exclusive to the Hyuga main family line. Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa smiled. Seeing Niji's display, he knew Class 1A still had this match in the bag. Though the gentle fist looked elegant and formidable, it lacked the kind of visual impact that could truly impress an audience. It looked good, but it wasn't flashy enough. It's finally my turn. Naruto shouted excitedly, somersaulting onto the field. Kitazawa and Sarutobi Hiruzen both twitched their mouths at the same time. Uzumaki Naruto was wearing those hideous green tights. Truly, fascinating, Nara Shikaku commented with his usual intellectual tone. He simply couldn't associate the Naruto standing before him with the refined, composed image of Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea how to respond either. All he could do was silently pray that Naruto wouldn't use the jutsu, the sexy jutsu. If he did, Hiruzen swore he'd personally deal with both Kitazawa and Hatake Kakashi for corrupting the child. Thankfully, his prayers were answered. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Niji demonstrated only taijutsu. Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief. He had never felt so on edge in his life. After all, many ninjas in the village knew he was Naruto's guardian. If Naruto had used the sexy jutsu, people would have assumed he taught it to him. That would have been a complete disaster for his image as the Hokage. 10-10, Mizuki called out loudly. Kitazawa understood why. The top-ranked student in Class 2A was Hyuga Niji, and second place was 10-10. Kitazawa had 2 lasting impressions of her. First, she was a wealthy young lady. Second, she had the luck of a lottery god. Her luck was so absurd that she could casually stumble across the 6 paths ninja tools while out walking. As for the rich girl label, that came from her fighting style. She used summoning scrolls to unleash a barrage of ninja tools during combat. And in the original story, when Naruto got married, 10-10 gifted him a diamond kunai. Tenten now stood at the center of the field and unfurled a scroll. In the next moment, she used a ninja tool barrage technique. Weapons flew through the air in a stunning display, drawing gasps from the entire crowd. In terms of visual impact, it easily outshone Hyuga Niji's demonstration. Nara Shikamaru, Kitazawa called after Tenten stepped down. What a drag. Shikamaru sighed and lazily walked to the center. He glanced at his father, Nara Shikaku, then performed a clone technique, this one more refined than usual. If that kid put in any effort, he'd have mastered the shadow imitation technique by now. Shikaku sighed with helpless affection. Kids being playful is normal. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, thinking of his own son, Asuma. That boy had been even more rebellious, he'd run off to the land of fire to become a guardian ninja. As time passed, most students from both classes had taken their turns. Hinata and Rock Lee demonstrated taijutsu. Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji all used the clone technique. I get the feeling that the chakra control competition will go to Class 1A. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed thoughtfully. As a ninjutsu professor himself, his eyes were exceptionally keen. Even from basic clone techniques, he could judge a student's chakra control. Both Sakura and Ino had excellent chakra control. Given their age, they were prodigies, geniuses among geniuses. And it wasn't just them. In general, the chakra control level of Class 1A was unusually high. But for chakra form control, Shikaku said, I'd think Class 2A will win that round. At present, the students of Class 1A still lag behind in actual ninjutsu execution. Some hadn't even mastered the clone technique yet. I wouldn't be so sure, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Look, the top student of Class 1A has stepped forward. Uchiha Sasuke. That's the younger brother of the ANBU prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, right? Nara Shikaku's interest was piqued. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed. Fugaku raised two exceptional sons. Sasuke stepped into the center of the playground, his face calm and composed. Without haste, he formed a string of hand seals, mobilizing all the chakra in his body. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive inferno surged into the sky, a blazing fireball nearly 8 meters tall. The crowd was stunned into silence. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, he felt as if he had just reached the peak of his life. Chapter 79, Niji's Defeat. The terrifying flames burned for several seconds before gradually dissipating. So big. Sakura snapped out of her daze and quickly shouted, You're amazing, Sasuke-kun. Following her lead, the students of Class 1A erupted into cheers. They all understood that such a powerful fire style, great fireball technique was enough to secure the win. The difference in strength was so vast that there was no suspense. Class 2A also realized this and fell into silence. He is a formidable opponent, Niji said with a slightly grim expression. He had already acknowledged Uchiha Sasuke as a worthy rival, and now he felt the pressure. Against such a large-scale great fireball technique, he had no option but to evade. What a burning youth. Rock Lee clenched his fists with excitement. Tenten stepped a little closer to Niji without saying anything. She had no idea when Rock Lee became so obsessed with talking about youth every day, almost like he'd been brainwashed. How is this possible? Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only seen a fireball of that magnitude used by an elite jonin. Damn it. Another damn genius. Mizuki was consumed with envy and frustration. Another peerless genius, Nara Shikaku muttered in astonishment. He's only 6 years old, yet he's already surpassed many genin. The Ino, Shika, Cho alliance was formed precisely because each clan alone wasn't strong enough. But the Uchiha clan was a different story, producing one genius after another. It was enough to make others envious. His chakra reserves, his control, and his mastery of chakra form manipulation are all exceptional. Sarutobi Hiruzen commented. His future won't fall short of Uchiha Itachi's. Nara Shikaku thought silently. He remembered Hiruzen's past praise for Itachi, saying he could think like a Hokage at just 7 years old. Could the Uchiha clan actually produce another Hokage? But he quickly dismissed the thought. He knew all too well the mixed attitude Konoha's leadership had toward the Uchiha clan. While Hiruzen extended goodwill, Shimura Danzo constantly sought to suppress them. It was a precarious balance to keep Konoha stable without allowing the Uchiha clan to grow too powerful. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke basked in the praise like a hero. Sasuke, that was incredible. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Although he usually disliked Sasuke's aloof personality, that giant fireball had earned his respect. Sasuke nodded slightly, doing his best to maintain a cool, detached image. The only regret he had was that neither his father nor brother was present to witness his moment of glory. Sasuke, you truly are my eternal rival. Naruto ran up and threw an arm around his shoulder. Naruto, let go of him. Sakura yelled anxiously. She hadn't even gotten a chance to touch Sasuke. How could Naruto steal the moment like that? That damned Naruto. Sasuke tried to pull away, but couldn't. He wasn't physically stronger than Naruto, so he had no choice but to endure it. His awkward expression didn't go unnoticed by the rest of Class 1A. For a moment, the air was filled with laughter and joy. Seeing Sasuke flustered was just too satisfying. What a heartwarming atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deeply content watching the cheerful scene. This was what he hoped for. The future of Konoha was bright and thriving. Quiet. Kitazawa noticed Hiruzen walking over and quickly calmed the students. You all did very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, meeting their eager gazes. But Class 1A performed better overall. Yeah. Naruto and the others cheered in unison. This was just the first round. Mizuki took a deep breath and said, as long as we win the next events, Class 2A can still take the overall victory. His words helped his students regain some confidence. Very good. Everyone's full of energy, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Take a 10-minute break, and we'll begin the second event. During the short break, 2 Umbu ninjas helped prepare the next venue. The second event was a competition in chakra control. So Kitazawa had asked Hiruzen to send over 2 Umbu, one proficient in earth release, the other in water release. There was no need to transplant trees for balance practice. Instead, the earth release ninja molded long earth pillars similar to tree trunks for the test. As for water walking, it was simpler. The earth release user created a shallow pit, and the water release ninja filled it with water. Once the setup was complete, Kitazawa felt an odd sense of nostalgia, like he was watching a physical challenge segment from a TV show in his previous life. The rules of the second competition are very simple, Kitazawa announced after the break. The first person to reach the finish line using chakra on both feet will be declared the winner. Everyone, line up at the starting point in order. Irika immediately organized the students of Class 1A. Soon, all the students from both classes were standing at the starting line. In front of them was a large pool. Beyond it stood a pillar resembling a tree trunk. The students had to cross the water, climb the pillar, and leap down to reach the finish line. This time, Niji will definitely take first place. Ten cheered confidently. Yeah. Niji nodded calmly because he completely agreed. Whether it was the Byakugan or the Gentle Fist, the Hyuga clan emphasized precise chakra control. After all, without superior chakra manipulation, it was impossible to disable enemies through acupoint strikes. It's up to you, Niji. Mizuki patted his shoulder firmly. Losing 1 round wasn't too bad, but losing 2 in front of the Hokage. That would be humiliating. Sakura, let's see who makes it to the finish line first, Ino said while doing warm-ups. Okay, Sakura smiled, whoever loses will have to do double homework tonight. Naruto, who was just about to chime in, instantly froze at the mention of homework and backed out of the challenge. Thanks to Kitazawa's special training, he now had a serious fear of homework. Naruto. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up, let's have a youth showdown. No problem. Naruto flashed his bright smile. Betting everything on the name of youth. Ready. Kitazawa interrupted their banter. 3, 2, 1. Start. A group of students stepped onto the water. Uzumaki, Naruto and Rock Lee exchanged glances and took off together. But after just a few steps, they heard a splash. Rock Lee had fallen into the water. Lee. Naruto was stunned. I can only go this far. Rock Lee shouted dramatically, Naruto, carry the torch of my youth and keep going. Lee. Naruto cried, shaking and tearing up. Go forth. Rock Lee raised his thumb high. Youth. Naruto wiped his tears and continued moving forward. But his chakra control wasn't very refined. Not long after, he also splashed into the water. Still, that he even got that far was thanks to Kitazawa's training. Without it, he would have been just as hopeless as Rock Lee. I'm starting to regret it, Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. What's there to regret? Nara Shikaku asked, barely holding back laughter. Fortunately, his elite training helped him stay composed in front of the Hokage. I should have stopped Naruto when he went to train with Guy. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead. But now it's too late, he's already been influenced. Still, this version of Naruto isn't bad for Konoha. Shikaku considered and nodded. True, but I can't shake the feeling that Minato and Kushina are blaming me from the afterlife, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wry smile. Kitazawa, standing not far away, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Are they here to laugh at me or what? Guy's style is just like that. Kurenai chuckled. Too bad Kakashi isn't here. Kitazawa suddenly had a thought, if Naruto ended up Kakashi's student like in the original timeline. He can only say, good luck to Kakashi. A student like Naruto, molded in Guy's image. His head might just explode. The biggest relief is that Guy didn't come, Kitazawa said with a smile. Agreed. Kurenai pictured Guy, Rock Lee, and Naruto clinging to each other and crying, and shivered. Niji's in the lead. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Within a minute, most students had already been eliminated. Only a handful remained. Water walking and tree climbing were supposed to be post-graduation training, after all. Advancing it by years meant their current performances were naturally lacking. As expected of the Hyuga clan's genius, Kurenai said, then paused, surprised. But your 4 students are closing the gap fast. She meant Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Sasuke. Due to Niji's overwhelming reputation, their pursuit was unexpected and impressive. What the hell? Am I under genjutsu? Mizuki thought he was seeing things. For students comparable to Hyuga Niji in Class 1A. Impossible. Still, he believed Hyuga Niji would win in the end. A few minutes later, 5 contestants reached the second stage, climbing the cylinder. Hyuga Niji looked around and frowned. He didn't expect 4 others to have caught up, especially Hinata. Gritting his teeth, Niji abruptly accelerated. This burst of speed widened the gap. Hinata and Sasuke couldn't keep up and began to fall behind. Only Sakura and Ino remained hot on his trail. Midway up, Ino began to slow down. But at the same time, Niji himself was running out of energy. His pace unconsciously dropped. At that exact moment, Sakura surged forward and leapt to the top, claiming first place. What? Niji was stunned. But he had no strength left to stop her and could only watch as she dashed toward the finish line. It was like being struck by lightning. He had reasons for losing the first round. His gentle fist lacked the visual impact of a massive fireball. It made sense to lose there. But in a competition of chakra control, he was truly defeated. Chapter 80, Naruto's highlight moment. I won. Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Well, you did get a head start. But still, congratulations, Sakura. Ino smiled. She had always been someone who could accept losing, and since the winner was her best friend, she offered her blessings sincerely. Sasuke-kun. Sakura floated toward Uchiha Sasuke like a butterfly. Ino shook her head slightly. As expected, no matter how much Sakura changed, some things remained the same. When it came to handsome guys, she was still a hopeless fangirl who couldn't stop smiling. Just barely okay, Sasuke replied, looking at Sakura as if she were seeking praise. For a moment, he saw a reflection of his younger self in her and spoke casually. Ah. Sakura's eyes widened. Did Sasuke-kun just praise her? Stars sparkled in her eyes. She nearly pounced on him like Naruto. Sasuke sensed something was off and quickly backed away. Well done, Sakura. Naruto and the others came over, and Class 1A entered another wave of joy. For them, overcoming the 1-year age gap and winning twice in a row against Class 2A felt like a dream. Yet they all knew who the biggest reason behind their success was. One by one, they looked toward Kitazawa. How could this happen? Mizuki staggered back a few steps, unable to accept the reality. How could the unbeatable Niji lose again? For a moment, resentment bubbled inside him. You look so powerful all the time, and now you just crumble when it matters most. Has Ino's chakra control reached this level? Narashikaka murmured in surprise. She can definitely start learning the Yamanaka clan's secret art, the mind-body switch technique. Speaking of secret techniques reminded him of his own son, Shikamaru. Smart and talented, yet wasting potential out of sheer laziness. Inoichi will have a successor. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded approvingly. But while Ino impressed him, his attention leaned more toward Sakura. She was the daughter of a civilian ninja. To have such refined chakra control at a young age, it meant her future was promising. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen especially favored talented civilian ninjas. Because they were loyal. Whereas clan-born ninjas sometimes prioritized their families over Konoha itself. Especially the Uchiha clan. She's a hard worker, Narashikaka sighed. Unlike Shikamaru, who only goes to school because his mom forces him. I have an idea, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kitazawa. Why not invite him to personally tutor Shikamaru? Narashikaka smiled faintly. His first instinct was to say no, after all, Kitazawa had already taught Shikamaru in class. But then he understood what the Hokage meant, special training. Under Kitazawa's guidance, students like Ino had grown by leaps and bounds. And Shikamaru hadn't even participated in that training. Maybe if Kitazawa took him on as a tutor, things could change. I'll find time to speak with Kitazawa. Shikaka thought it over. It was worth a try. He respected Shikamaru's freedom, but what parent doesn't want their child to succeed? Maybe Kitazawa could help make that happen. The second round goes to Class 1A. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared the results as a referee. Compared to the energetic celebration in Class 1A, Class 2A had grown quiet. With an extra year of training, they were confident going in, hoping for a clean sweep. But now, after losing 2 rounds in a row, they were left stunned. Actual combat is the true test of a ninja. Mizuki took a deep breath. They've only beaten us in side events. He was trying to rally Class 2A and comfort himself. Niji, hearing this, felt slightly better. He had always believed in the strength over weakness doctrine. Losing twice was a blow, but he wasn't going to wallow. As long as he could win in real combat and defeat Uchiha Sasuke, he wouldn't count it as a full loss. The third competition is a physical endurance test. After the break, Kitazawa spoke. The last one standing wins. Usually, physical training is done with a fixed number of laps. But then it becomes a race of speed as well as stamina. Kitazawa didn't want Naruto to lose just because he couldn't outrun Hyuga Niji. So he changed the rules. Mizuki, however, overestimated Niji and didn't adjust the format, leading to his earlier losses. But the match wasn't over yet. Class 1A couldn't afford to relax. Just run as you normally would during training. No pressure, Kitazawa told his students. Don't worry, Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto said confidently. I'll take first again. Don't get cocky. Your opponent is Hyuga Niji. Inuzuka Kiba nudged him. For now, everyone was united against the other class, so he wasn't picking a fight with Naruto. Why is everyone only worried about Niji? Naruto scratched his head. I think Rock Lee is impressive too. He had trained with Rock Lee and knew his determination well. When it came to effort and spirit, Rock Lee matched him. Who's Rock Lee? Kiba asked in confusion. That guy. Naruto raised his hand and pointed. Kiba spotted the iconic green tights and immediately understood. Naruto. Rock Lee noticed him and stood up instantly. His sudden movement grabbed the attention of everyone in Class 2A. In a stiff atmosphere, someone so vivid naturally stood out. Lee. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. For youth. For youth. Rock Lee replied earnestly, I won't lose to you again in this endurance test. These two are hopeless, Ten muttered, clearly embarrassed. Niji wanted to complain, but let it go. They were just two battle maniacs. Rock Lee challenged him frequently, and always lost. Naruto trained with Lee, so he probably wasn't much better. Niji's eyes, from the beginning, had been set on Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he was Class 1A's top student. Get ready. Kitazawa shouted loudly. Everyone quickly took their positions at the starting line. With Kitazawa's command, they shot forward. Niji led the group, closely followed by Sasuke, Naruto, and Rock Lee. Kitazawa, Mizuki suddenly approached and asked, why is there a student in your class who hasn't participated in the friendly match? He was referring to Kurama Yakumo, who had been silently observing from the sidelines. She's not in good health, so she didn't participate. Kitazawa explained. Illusion-type chakra has no fixed form. And for the chakra control and physical endurance tests, Kurama Yakumo's physical condition was indeed not suitable. Is that so? Mizuki glanced at Yakumo briefly, then looked away. He had already reviewed the top 10 students of first-year Class A, and Kurama Yakumo wasn't among them. If that was the case, she posed no threat. Time passed slowly. After 50 laps, more than half of the students from both classes had dropped out, leaving fewer than 10 still running. Niji continued to maintain the lead. This time, it's secure. Mizuki sighed in relief. It's not over yet. Don't be so sure, Kurenai suddenly said. Mizuki frowned in confusion. What's with her? She wasn't even Class 1A's teacher. Why was she speaking as if defending Kitazawa? Kurenai is right, Kitazawa said with a smile. Of course, he had to back his girlfriend. Yuhi. Kurenai beamed back at him. Mizuki froze for a moment, and then it hit him. Kitazawa, you bastard. You even won over Kurenai. Even though Mizuki already had a girlfriend, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Kurenai was known as one of Konoha's top beauties, and her genjutsu skills were among the best. Why would she choose Kitazawa? Niji will win. Mizuki growled through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence, he might have acted on his rising frustration. Kitazawa had stolen every bit of his spotlight, it was infuriating. Kurenai's brows furrowed. She instinctively sensed Mizuki's resentment. But after thinking it through, she smirked slightly. Being envied was proof of one's ability, and Kitazawa deserved it. She had chosen the right man. By the time the laps reached 80, only 5 students remained on the track, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Inosuke Kiba, and Rock Lee. What the hell went wrong? Mizuki's vision darkened. Wasn't this a repeat of the previous rounds? There were 2 students from Class 2A and 3 from Class 1A still standing. Unbelievable. Mizuki had envisioned Class 2A dominating the friendly match, claiming all top 10 positions. The year-long gap should have guaranteed that. Instead, not only did Class 1A keep up, they outperformed in both quality and numbers. This was a direct blow to Mizuki's pride as a teacher. It was as if the result itself declared Kitazawa the superior instructor. Mizuki's heart filled with regret. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have never proposed this friendly match. I am done, keep going, guys. Kiba stumbled off the track and slumped down. Neji wiped the sweat from his brow, his face serious. Naruto and Rock Lee were putting intense pressure on him. Lee. Naruto panted and shouted, "This is the fire of youth. Youth burns like this." Lee's stamina was running low, but his voice was filled with spirit. Uchiha Sasuke, however, was getting annoyed. Where were these monsters coming from? After one more lap, he finally hit his limit and dropped out. Neji was breathing heavily, on the verge of collapse. Burn your youth. Let's go. Naruto suddenly sped up. What a youthful moment. Rock Lee came to a stop, tears and snot streaming from his face. He had no strength left. Neji was alarmed. What was wrong with Naruto? Why did he still have so much energy? Neji gritted his teeth and tried to chase him down. But Naruto turned, gave him a thumbs up, and then picked up even more speed. Neji could hardly catch his breath. He knew he had nothing left, and could only admit defeat. When he finally stopped running, the entire field fell into stunned silence. Chapter 81, Hinata opens her Byakugan. After the physical fitness test, everyone slumped to the ground to rest, except for Naruto, who, brimming with excitement from winning first place, walked proudly around them. Kitazawa felt like he was about to shout, "We are the champions." What a familiar feeling, Narashikaka murmured as he watched the energetic boy dash about. He couldn't help but be reminded of the Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto indeed carried a hint of Minato's aura. Of course, the aura of youth was far stronger. But now that things had reached this point, there was nothing he could do to change it. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kitazawa. What kind of reward should he give him? According to Konoha's rules, only those who exceeded expectations or made great contributions were eligible for special recognition. Technically, Kitazawa was just fulfilling his teaching duties. But Naruto's identity changed everything. Even if he rewarded Kitazawa, no one would object. After all, the importance of a stable Jinchuriki to the village was self-evident. Lost again. Mizuki muttered in despair. Kurenai glanced at him, and a flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. If it had been her, losing 3 matches in a row might have drawn the same reaction. But Kitazawa didn't take advantage of the situation. Instead, he was carefully considering the lineup for the upcoming actual combat match. There was no doubt that Class 2A would send Hyuga Neji, Ten, and Rock Lee. Neji would be countered by Kurama Yukumo. Rock Lee could be handled by Uzumaki Naruto. From the physical fitness test earlier, it was clear that Rock Lee was currently a bit weaker than Naruto. As for Ten, she posed a bit of a problem. Her overwhelming arsenal of ninja tools created a kind of dimensional suppression. Uchiha Sasuke and the others were still young, and if they weren't careful, they could easily be overwhelmed by the barrage. Kitazawa's first candidate to deal with her was Sasuke. Even though he hadn't awakened the Sharingan, he had solid fire-style ninjutsu and impressive shuriken techniques, he could take her on. But then, another name came to mind, Hyuga Hinata. If she activated her Byakugan, Tenten's ninja tools would become ineffective. After all, the Byakugan provided a nearly 360-degree field of vision. The only concern was, what if she didn't activate it? Kitazawa pondered and decided, he would push her. Congratulations to Class 1A on another victory. Next, take a half-hour break before we begin the final event, actual combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen performed his role as referee conscientiously. There's still actual combat. Mizuki suddenly perked up. In the end, a ninja is judged by strength. Compared to physical or chakra tests, the rest was just fluff. This was the real battlefield. Grasping onto this final hope, Mizuki became serious again. He returned to the Class 2A students and began arranging tactics. As a Chunin, his strategic vision exceeded that of his students. He had already roughly guessed who the 5 fighters from Class 1A would be, so he quickly offered some temporary guidance. Not going to talk to your students? Kurenai asked, noticing Kitazawa standing calmly without moving. I've already said everything I needed to. Kitazawa smiled. The rest is up to them. Your students are performing really well, Kurenai said with curiosity. I honestly don't know how you taught them. If you've got time, I can teach you too, Kitazawa teased with a wink. You still want to be my teacher? Kurenai rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. Kitazawa simply smiled, saying no more. But he wasn't joking. In the original timeline, even though Kurenai was a jonin, her strength wasn't top tier. If he had the opportunity, he truly did want to teach her a few powerful techniques to boost her strength. However, for now, his own ninjutsu knowledge was limited. He could only wait for the system to provide more options. Half an hour later, everyone who had rested gathered in a circle around the training ground. The final competition event, actual combat, was about to begin. Only 5 students from each class would participate. These were undoubtedly the best of the best. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the center of the field as the referee, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. All of Konoha's young talents had gathered here. Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, these rising stars could determine the future of the village. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this class had the highest number of prodigies since the days of Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Sarutobi Asuma. I'll now announce the rules. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady. First, no reckless attacks. Stop once the victory is clear. Second, absolute fairness. As the referee, I will remain impartial and precise. Mizuki, Kitazawa turned toward him and said, please choose your first fighter. Back when setting up the match, Kitazawa had tactically suggested that Class 2A go first, like a horse racing strategy. Mizuki, overly confident in his student's strength, had agreed without hesitation. But now, after losing 3 events in a row, his entire outlook had shifted. Even facing the actual combat round, where he had been most confident, he now hesitated. 10-10, Mizuki called out solemnly. Class 2A's morale had plummeted. They desperately needed a win. Since Hyuga Neji, the strongest, was reserved for last, he chose the second strongest, 10-10. Go for it, 10-10. Rock Lee and others cheered. Neji didn't speak but gave a silent nod of approval. Don't worry, I've got this. 10-10 patted the massive scroll hanging at her waist with confidence. Hyuga Hinata, Kitazawa said calmly. Uchiha. Hinata's expression faltered the moment she heard her name. She hadn't expected to be sent in first. Her eyes met Kitazawa's. She slowly exhaled, then nodded firmly. Teacher Kitazawa has done so much for me. I won't let him down. Hinata walked onto the field with a determined look. Hello, I'm 10-10, Neji's friend. 10-10 extended her hand with a bright smile. I've heard Neji mention you a few times. I didn't expect you'd be my opponent today. Hinata subconsciously glanced at Neji. But he stood there without any emotion, neither joy nor disappointment, completely unresponsive. Hello. Hinata withdrew her gaze and shook hands with her. Be careful, Hinata. 10-10 unfurled the scroll and said seriously, for the sake of Class 2A, I won't hold back. Hinata didn't reply. She simply raised her arms and entered the gentle fist stance. Just as 10-10 activated her summoning technique, Hinata dashed forward in a single step. But she was a moment too late. Right as she was about to strike, she heard a rush of wind, and saw a dense flurry of shuriken shooting toward her. 10-10 truly wasn't holding back, just as she had said. Hinata's eyes widened. In that instant, Kitazawa's special training, catching falling leaves, kicked in. Her petite body swiftly twisted and dodged, weaving through the rain of blades. Not only that, but she held kunai in both hands, deflecting the incoming shuriken one after another as she moved. Amazing. 10-10 couldn't help but murmur in admiration. She had relied heavily on ninja tools, and while no one blamed her, after all, tools were a key part of a ninja's arsenal, she hadn't expected Hinata to handle them so well. That level of evasion and countering was beyond what she anticipated. Twin Rising Dragons. Without hesitation, 10-10 drew 2 standard scrolls and hurled them high. The scrolls spun in the air like twin dragons, opening wide as a barrage of ninja tools poured out like a storm. If the earlier wave of shuriken had been precise and linear, this new wave was utterly indiscriminate. Hinata suddenly found herself overwhelmed. She narrowly dodged a kunai, but a shuriken grazed her wrist, drawing blood. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She was trying her best to evade, but there were just too many weapons. Should she give up? In that moment, Kitazawa's warm smile and trusting gaze flashed in her mind. No. I mustn't fall here. A sudden surge of chakra burst from within Hinata's body. In the next second, the veins around her eyes bulged. Hinata's perception of the world changed instantly. What was once a chaotic storm of flying blades now appeared distinct and manageable. Byakugan. 10-10 gasped when she saw the unmistakable features of the activated Byakugan. Those sharp eyes stared her down like scalpels, dissecting her presence. Even Hyuga Niji, usually composed, showed a flash of shock. She awakened the Byakugan at this moment. In terms of timing, she was nearly on par with him. When did she change so much? It's rare for someone to awaken the Byakugan at such a young age, Narashikaku remarked, genuinely surprised. It looks like the Hyuga clan now has two geniuses, just like the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, smiling with interest. As Hokage, he had long paid attention to the Hyuga heir. Just like with Niji, Hiruzen had once believed Hinata wasn't cut out to be a shinobi. But in truth, a clan leader like her might be just what Konoha needed. Still, this transformation clearly stemmed from Kitazawa's guidance. He was the only explanation. And Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself even more impressed. It had only been a month since Kitazawa started teaching, yet he had already sparked massive changes in both Naruto and Hinata. He was clearly gifted. With the Byakugan active, Hinata's strength soared. She advanced through the storm of ninja tools, swiftly closing the gap with Tenten. Without hesitation, she raised her two fingers and struck at Tenten's chakra point. Tenten's wrist went numb instantly, her chakra flow disrupted. Hinata seized the opportunity and landed a palm strike, sending her opponent flying. I give up, Tenten sighed, admitting defeat. With her chakra point sealed, she could no longer summon ninja tools. And Hinata could approach at any moment. Every ninja knew what would happen once a Hyuga got in close range. Did I open my eyes? Hinata finally realized what had happened. A strange, indescribable emotion welled up in her chest, an unfamiliar but undeniable sense of pride. Chapter 82, Naruto defeats Rock Lee. Kitazawa gazed at the now awakened Hinata and nodded slightly, a wave of relief washing over him. All the time, effort, and patience he had invested had finally borne fruit. In the original timeline, Hinata never awakened her Byakugan at such a young age, certainly not at 6. Now, under his guidance, she had awakened it early, and that alone gave him a strong sense of accomplishment. At the same moment, the system issued his reward. Current task, help Hinata Hyuga awaken her Byakugan. Task reward, 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. The host has completed the task. Reward granted. The 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher was a variant of the Gentle Fist style, a technique that worked in perfect synergy with the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The former emphasized powerful, explosive bursts of force, while the latter focused on precise, flowing, consecutive strikes. And after defeating Class 2A, he would unlock the 8 trigrams 64 palms as well. At that point, his overall strength would rival that of an average elite jonin. I did it, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata came running over, her face flushed with excitement. Having awakened her Byakugan and secured victory, she couldn't contain her joy. Congratulations, Hinata, Kitazawa said with a smile. Hinata, that was an amazing win. Ino praised generously. The Byakugan really lives up to its name. Kiba gave her a thumbs up. I've been wanting to ask for a while, Naruto said while scratching his head. Why are Hinata's eyes all white? He had no understanding of bloodline limits and had never heard of the Byakugan. Bloodline limit, Abirame Shino began to explain, adjusting his sunglasses, only to be interrupted. Let me handle it. Kiba stepped forward proudly and explained the concept to Naruto. Wow, that's awesome. Naruto exclaimed. In terms of bloodline limits, the most powerful is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Sakura chimed in confidently, hands on her hips. Sasuke, have you awakened yours yet? Naruto asked curiously. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched. He didn't even want to respond. If he had activated his Sharingan, would he really still be this low-key? Still, he couldn't help but envy Hinata. Her strength had clearly skyrocketed after unlocking the Byakugan. He wasn't sure he could still defeat her as easily as before. The idea of fighting her crossed his mind. But first, he had another opponent, Niji Hyuga. Why? Mizuki stood stunned. Just when it seemed like Tenten was about to secure victory, Hinata turned the tables by awakening the Byakugan. The sudden reversal hit him like a punch to the gut. Sorry. Tenten returned to the group of second-year students, dejected. It's normal to lose to the Byakugan. Niji said calmly. Mizuki wanted to scold Tenten, but upon hearing Niji's words, he restrained himself. This wasn't the right time to say anything that would damage morale. Yeah, Rock Lee said in support. Hinata really is strong, you don't have to feel down. Niji glanced at him subconsciously. Was Hinata really that strong now? Thinking it through, yes, she was. Opening the Byakugan at age 6 was an extremely rare feat in Hyuga clan history. She truly qualified as a genius. For the first time, Niji had the urge to fight her. Now, she was worthy of being his opponent. Lee. After a long pause, Mizuki turned to him. You're up next. Rock Lee had once been the weakest in Class 2A, but ever since he met Might Guy, his taijutsu had improved rapidly. By now, he was among the top students in the second year. Mizuki-sensei. I swear on my youth, I won't let you down. Rock Lee declared, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Kitazawa. Naruto called out the moment he saw Rock Lee stepping forward. Go, Kitazawa nodded. Be careful. He had already intended for Naruto to face Rock Lee, so he went along with it now. All right. Naruto jumped up and dashed toward the field. Seeing that Naruto was his opponent, Rock Lee's spirit ignited. His blood surged with energy. Lee. Naruto shouted in excitement. Naruto. Rock Lee responded in kind. I didn't think we'd end up as rivals, Naruto said, full of emotion. Guy-sensei will definitely be proud of us. Rock Lee clenched his fists. We're about to battle in taijutsu before the eyes of the Hokage himself. In the next second, the two of them hugged each other tightly and burst into tears. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. A question mark practically hovered above his head. What kind of bizarre situation was this? How had things ended up like this? Full of youthful energy, Shikaka muttered, his eyelids twitching. You don't have to phrase it like a compliment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot back dryly. Hokage-sama, I just had a feeling, Shikaka coughed, struggling to keep a straight expression. The match begins. Kitazawa, unable to hold back any longer, gave the signal to start. Watch out, Naruto. Rock Lee launched a kick without hesitation. Konoha whirlwind. Naruto countered with a spinning roundhouse of his own. Two bursts of green wind clashed violently, creating a dull thud as they collided. Youth is about fierce battles. Rock Lee took a step back, then surged forward again, shouting, Konoha Great Whirlwind. Konoha Rock Uprising. Naruto wasn't one to fall behind. He countered with the new taijutsu move he had just learned. Their strikes met midair, Lee's upper kick clashing with Naruto's flying elbow. Bang. A powerful shockwave rippled outward. Although Rock Lee's face remained calm, he felt the impact clearly, he was at a disadvantage. Naruto's body was sturdy, boosted by the Nine-Tails chakra and his Uzumaki lineage. Lee, as a pure taijutsu ninja without any special physique, couldn't compete in sheer toughness. Still, he didn't flinch. The two exchanged a rapid flurry of punches and kicks, launching into a full-blown taijutsu duel. Guy trained him well. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval as he watched Naruto steadily gain the upper hand. Naruto's talent is incredible, Nara Shikaku added with a smile. It's a shame that taijutsu specialists have clear limitations, Hiruzen said after a moment of thought. Against ninjutsu users, taijutsu practitioners are often at a disadvantage, especially in drawn-out battles. Only those who mastered the 8 gates or possessed bloodline limits like the Byakugan could survive long-term as taijutsu specialists. Hiruzen still hoped Naruto would walk the path of a well-rounded ninja, like Namake's Minato. Come on, Naruto. After several minutes of fighting, Rock Lee leapt back and shouted, give it your all. Naruto's expression showed brief hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest was piqued. Could it be that Naruto had learned the 8 gates? But that was impossible, the technique was too difficult for someone his age. Naruto, youth is about going all out. Rock Lee's voice was serious. I want to lose knowing I gave everything. Mizuki's scalp tingled with unease. What is wrong with these kids? Are they intentionally throwing the match? He bitterly regretted ever proposing this friendly match with Kitazawa. Okay. Naruto formed hand seals without hesitation. Shadow clone technique. 2 identical Naruto clones appeared from the smoke. They immediately created clones of their own. In the blink of an eye, 7 Naruto stood ready on the field. Lee, I'm coming. All 7 charged forward, launching Konoha whirlwinds in unison. As expected, Rock Lee was quickly overwhelmed by the barrage of spinning kicks from all directions. This brat recreated the effect of the multiple shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen was visibly surprised. He began to wonder, should I teach Naruto the real thing? He was clearly well suited for it. 6 shadow clones, at age 6. Nara Shikaku murmured, stunned. Just how much chakra does he have? He wasn't the only one in shock. Mizuki looked like a ghost, drained of all color. Even he couldn't make 6 shadow clones, and yet, a mere first-year student could do it effortlessly. There's no beating that, not at this level. Is that the shadow clone technique? Shikamaru blinked in amazement. Wait. Naruto already mastered a B-rank ninjutsu. Inuzuka Kiba felt a painful sense of the gap between himself and Naruto. Sasuke fell silent. Just moments ago, he had been wondering if he could still defeat the Byakugan-wielding Hinata. Now he had an even bigger concern, can I even handle 7 Narutos? This was outrageous. How could Class A of the first year be packed with so many monsters? The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the result, a satisfied smile on his face. Naruto's mastery of the shadow clone technique showed that he was not bound to taijutsu alone. With his potential, he could master both ninjutsu and taijutsu. And most importantly, Hiruzen knew Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Once he mastered that power, he couldn't even imagine how strong Naruto could become. Lee, you okay? Naruto dispersed his clones and extended a hand to Rock Lee. You're really strong, but I swear I'll catch up to you. Rock Lee wasn't discouraged, his spirit was burning even brighter. I'll be waiting. Naruto flashed a thumbs up. Niji. Mizuki turned to Hyuga Niji. You're next. With 5 total matches and 2 losses already behind them, Class A of the second year couldn't afford another defeat. If you lose, it's over. I understand, Niji replied confidently. I won't lose. With that, he walked to the center of the field. Sasuke saw this and instinctively looked at Kitazawa, clearly eager to fight. But what Kitazawa said next stunned everyone. Kurama Yakumo, he called out calmly. Not me. Sasuke froze, speechless. Niji looked at the quiet, strange girl standing across from him, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 83, Kitazawa's Gain. Kitazawa-sensei, what's going on? Sasuke couldn't help but ask. He trusted Kitazawa deeply, which made it even more puzzling that he had been denied the long-awaited opportunity to fight. Not only Sasuke, Naruto, Ino, and others shared the same confusion. The reason was simple, Kurama Yakumo had almost no presence in Class A of the first year. She often skipped classes and only occasionally showed up for practical sessions. Since Tsunade returned to the village, she had even dropped out altogether. To the students of Class A, Yakumo was simply a frail and sickly girl. Yet now, the quiet, fragile porcelain doll, in their eyes was about to stand against the formidable Hyuga Niji, an outcome that seemed unbelievable. You'll understand why I let Yakumo fight once the match begins, Kitazawa said calmly. But Sasuke was still reluctant. He had longed to fight Niji and test himself against the legendary Byakugan. Sasuke, be patient. Kitazawa placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. If Yakumo loses, I'll let you fight Niji. Sasuke froze for a moment, then nodded. He was now curious about what Kurama Yakumo could actually do. The Kurama clan. Narashikaku turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, aren't they the illusionists who were once as renowned as the Uchiha? Yes, Hiruzen replied, eyes gleaming. I didn't expect Kitazawa to put her against Hyuga Niji, but his decision makes sense. I'd also like to see how far her bloodline limit has developed. Narashikaku grew thoughtful. With his intellect, he quickly arrived at a possibility. Kurama Yakumo had awakened her bloodline limit. And this was no ordinary Kekkei Genkai, it was said to rival the Sharingan. If true, the Kurama clan could rise again. It might even be wise to befriend her early. Please, Niji said, forming the seal of confrontation. Although surprised his opponent wasn't Sasuke, it didn't matter, he intended to win either way. Kurama Yakumo nodded, visibly nervous. Niji's reputation was intimidating, and she lacked confidence. But if Kitazawa believed she could win, she had to try. The match begins. As soon as Kitazawa announced it, Niji activated his Byakugan. In an instant, he could see the flow of chakra within Kurama Yakumo. What? His pupils contracted. A massive amount of inattributed chakra surged within her small frame, far beyond what he expected. Careful. Yakumo tore open one of the paintings she had prepared in advance. A blazing fire erupted from it, transforming the area into a sea of flames. The air temperature rose sharply, and sweat formed on Niji's brow. What kind of fire-style jutsu is this? Sasuke stared in disbelief. The range and intensity surpassed anything he had learned, including Great Fireball and Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Yakumo is this strong? Naruto finally understood why Kitazawa had chosen her. Something's off, Shikaka muttered, frowning. She used that ninjutsu without hand seals. Yamanaka Ino, Abirame Shino, and others were shocked. Hinata watched Niji dodging through the flames in disbelief. A genius like him, completely on the defensive. Damn it. Niji dodged the inferno and then accelerated toward her. But halfway there, Yakumo opened another scroll. Boom. Dark clouds suddenly gathered, and lightning bolts struck down from the sky. Niji was forced to stop and evade the bolts. Yakumo didn't let up, she unrolled a third painting. Strong gusts burst out, morphing into transparent kunai that flew through the air. She can use fire, lightning, and wind. What kind of monster is she? Class A students were stunned. Even Sasuke wondered, is she really our age? This is her bloodline limit. Shikamaru declared. She's from the Kurama clan, rumored to have a Kekkai Genkai as powerful as the Sharingan. Sasuke stood upright. As powerful as the Sharingan? Impossible. But her performance was clearly extraordinary. No wonder they were as famous as the Uchiha, Shikaku said, astonished. As a jonin, he saw more than the students, and what he saw was terrifying. This is illusion made real, Hiruzen said slowly. Even he hadn't expected such an overwhelming display from Yakumo. Her Kekkai Genkai possessed a terrifying, almost limitless potential. A bloodline that turns illusions into reality. Shikaku muttered, momentarily speechless. Illusions are supposed to be fake, yet she made them real. Without prior knowledge, no one could beat her. And Niji was no exception. He was completely on the defensive. Kitazawa mused to himself, Yakumo wasn't just gifted, she was a conceptual powerhouse. As long as she had her scrolls, she could rewrite the battlefield itself. This is cheating, Kurenai muttered with a long sigh. Though she knew Yakumo's illusions were absurd, seeing them firsthand was still crushing. As a regular genjutsu user, she felt reality itself was cruel. Whether it was the Uchiha or Kurama clan, their bloodline limits far outshone her own. Meanwhile, Mizuki was in shambles. He hadn't won a single match this whole friendly event. Even Niji, his trump card, was beaten by a strange little girl. What kind of nightmare is this? Mizuki let out a twisted smile, half bitter, half defeated. The winner is Kurama Yakumo, Hiruzen announced. I declare the first-year Class A the victors of this friendly match. We won. Class A erupted into joyous cheers. Niji stood in place, panting heavily. After hearing the announcement, he felt a sense of unreality. He lost, to Yakumo. Who was the real genius? Niji subconsciously reached up and touched the caged bird seal on his forehead. Is this truly my fate? Mizuki collapsed to the ground. He had lost so thoroughly, he felt no resentment, only confusion. Why are there so many monsters in Class A? Suddenly, Mizuki realized something. He had been completely played by the cunning Kitazawa. From start to finish, he had been manipulated. And yet, he had agreed to the match of his own free will. Still, Mizuki wouldn't blame himself. He dumped all his hatred onto Kitazawa. If I get the chance, I'll kill him. Current task, defeat Class A of the second year in the friendly match. Task reward, gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Task complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa's lips curled into a small smile. He had finally received the reward he'd been waiting for. With 8 trigrams, breaking Mountain Crusher and now 8 trigrams 64 palms, he was just one step away from catching up to Hyuga Hayashi. Especially since the system's ninjutsu came at maximum proficiency. Even someone like Hayashi, who trained his whole life, might not understand the gentle fist better than he did. Now this is the real cheat. Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and said, I'll take my leave now. Once you've wrapped things up, come to my office. The nearby teachers all looked on with envy. It was clearly a sign, Hiruzen intended to reward Kitazawa. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately acknowledged the order. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku had departed, the students of Class A in the first year felt their pressure lifted and began celebrating with even more enthusiasm. Mizuki. Kitazawa approached him and said, You lost. That means you now have to agree to a request of mine. What request? Mizuki asked with an emotionless face, suppressing the murderous intent rising in his heart. It's simple. Kitazawa smiled. Be my bodyguard next weekend. You'll accompany me on a mission. Mizuki's head suddenly snapped up. A mission. Just the two of them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I accept. Mizuki smiled slightly. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. After all, this was exactly what he had planned. In the original timeline, Mizuki even killed his teammates just to complete a mission. Turning away, Kitazawa noticed Niji walking up to Hinata and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Miss Hinata, I want to challenge you, Niji said calmly. Brother Niji, Hinata stumbled over her words, overwhelmed by the sudden challenge. Kitazawa was just about to intervene when 4 lines of text appeared before him. As class monitor, you are responsible for responding to challenges from students of other classes. Current task, help your deskmate, Hyuga Hinata, defeat Hyuga Niji. Task reward, 8 trigrams rotation. Accept. Niji. Kitazawa stepped forward and said, Hinata just awakened her Byakugan. You've trained for a year longer than she has. Let's postpone this match to next semester. I'll follow Mr. Kitazawa's decision. Hinata, who had been flustered, immediately felt reassured. All right, that sounds fair. Niji nodded and turned to leave. Don't worry. I'll help you with special training. Kitazawa said with a smile, seeing Hinata's nervous face. Then he waved goodbye to Kurenai and made his way toward the Hokage's office. After all, the Hokage shouldn't be kept waiting. Hokage's office. After receiving permission, Kitazawa stepped inside. Kitazawa. Hiruzen looked up and said with clear praise, "Today's friendly match, you in Class A of the first year truly impressed me. Had only Naruto, Sasuke, and others shown great progress, it wouldn't necessarily reflect Kitazawa's teaching ability. After all, their talents were exceptional to begin with. But this friendly match demonstrated the overall growth of even the civilian students. Especially Haruno Sakura. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Hokage," Kitazawa replied humbly. "I don't dare to accept such high praise. Don't be so modest." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. "There isn't a single teacher in the Ninja Academy who's performed better than you. You deserve the recognition." Kitazawa bowed his head in gratitude. "Though the selection for Outstanding Teacher of the Year hasn't started yet, I can already tell, it'll be you," Hiruzen added with a smile. It was an obvious reward. But it wasn't all. Before Kitazawa could speak, Hiruzen continued, "Also, I want you to take charge of the Academic Affairs Office from now on." The Academic Affairs Office was the school's core administrative body. It oversaw teachers' responsibilities, academic planning, student exams, and more. If Kitazawa had previously been the dean for the first-year class, he was now effectively the dean of the entire academy. His authority would be second only to the principal and vice principal, a major promotion. Kitazawa was extremely satisfied. This new position offered real protection. As long as he didn't make mistakes, Hiruzen would ensure his safety in the village. "You're now a special jonin. You should be qualified to possess an A-rank ninjutsu," Hiruzen said, stroking his beard. "Go with Haru to the village's ninjutsu archive and pick one out." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Kitazawa responded sincerely. After all, an A-rank technique was a significant gift. Most jonin possessed only one or two A-rank ninjutsu, each one extremely valuable. "You may go." Hiruzen nodded lightly. This was an extraordinary set of rewards. First, Kitazawa had proven his worth in the friendly match. Second, Naruto Uzumaki, under Kitazawa's care, was now thriving. Just as Hiruzen was about to return to paperwork, the office door suddenly swung open. He looked up, and saw the single eye of Shimura Danzo staring at him. Hiruzen's pleasant mood vanished at once. "Hiruzen," Danzo said solemnly. "I heard that Kurama Yakumo has awakened her bloodline limit." "Your sources are quick," Hiruzen replied coldly. "The Kurama clan's bloodline limit rivals the Sharingan. I suggest you let Yakumo join Root. I will train her personally." Danzo stated bluntly. "No." Hiruzen rejected him without hesitation. "Hiruzen." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Her Kekkei Genkai is dangerous. She needs proper guidance." "She has a teacher," Hiruzen said firmly. "Kitazawa is taking good care of her." "Kitazawa and Kurenai are unqualified." Danzo insisted. "Her bloodline could be used to counter the Uchiha." "Enough." Hiruzen snapped. "The Uchiha are still the ninja of the hidden leaf. There's no need to counter them. Our teacher always said the Uchiha carry evil in their blood. We must be prepared." Danzo said darkly. "I insist, Kurama Yakumo must be handed over to me." "Absolutely not." Hiruzen said sternly. "There's no room for negotiation." "Hiruzen, you'll regret this." Danzo barked, eyes filled with cold fury. "Danzo, I am the Hokage," Hiruzen replied, meeting his glare without flinching. Bang. Shimura Danzo slammed the door as he stormed out. Chapter 84, Kurenai, Hands Off. Kitazawa, who was inside the ninjutsu archive room, had no idea that a dramatic exchange had just occurred back in the Hokage's office. Had he known, he would have truly regretted missing the iconic scene play out right before his eyes. Scanning the scroll-lined walls, Kitazawa saw countless familiar jutsu names. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been extremely generous. Aside from a few restricted techniques, nearly every chakra nature transformation was present, including wind, fire, earth, lightning, water, yin, and yang releases. Even the Rasengan was here. Kitazawa paused, falling into deep thought. He considered picking an A-rank technique he hadn't yet mastered. But after much deliberation, he ultimately chose the Rasengan. His reasoning was simple. With the system's help, there was no need to spend months mastering another jutsu. That time would be better spent learning medical ninjutsu, to grow closer to Tsunade and further strengthen his foundation. A-rank scrolls can't be taken out. Please memorize the technique contents here, ANBU member Haru reminded. If you forget anything, you're welcome to return. Understood. Kitazawa nodded in response. A-rank jutsu were, after all, foundational assets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Any leaks could lead to serious consequences. He unrolled the Rasengan scroll and quietly studied its contents. 15 minutes later, he closed the scroll. I've memorized it. I'll be taking my leave. After saluting Haru, Kitazawa left the Hokage building. Strolling through the village streets, he let out a long sigh. Thanks to the friendly match, his strength had surged once again. As long as he didn't run into powerhouses like Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, or even Hiruzen himself, he had sufficient strength for self-preservation. Kitazawa glanced over his remaining system tasks and formulated his next steps. First, begin studying medical ninjutsu. Second, continue special training for his students. Third, address the hidden threat Mizuki posed. Thinking it over, he decided not to return to the academy. Instead, he headed toward Kurenai's residence. It was Friday, and with the match taking up most of the day, the first-year Class A students had been granted the rest of the day off. You're back already? Kurenai asked curiously as she opened the door. What did the Hokage reward you with? He appointed me head of the school's academic affairs office. Kitazawa smiled slightly. He also granted me an A-rank ninjutsu. A-rank? Kurenai's eyes widened. I only know 2 A-rank genjutsu, and those were passed down from my clan. Kitazawa stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Not bad, right, he said, walking into the living room. Since Yakumo had participated in the match, she was also granted half a day off and wouldn't be home yet. Fine, you're amazing, Kurenai replied, rolling her eyes, clearly humoring him. Not convincing enough. Try again. Kitazawa playfully slapped her thigh. Her fair, smooth legs rippled slightly. Soft, yet toned from regular training. You looking for a fight? Kurenai gasped, startled, then counterattacked immediately, stomping on his foot. Unfortunately for her, Kitazawa barely felt it. 1 stomp each. We're even. She huffed, but a smile crept across her lips. Then stomp a few more times. Kitazawa's eyes lingered on her shapely legs. In your dreams. Kurenai folded her arms. The way she said it, teasing and playful, was irresistibly charming. Kitazawa laughed and sank into the sofa. So, what ninjutsu did you choose? Kurenai sat beside him. Wind release. Nope. He shook his head. I picked the Rasengan. You mean that Rasengan? The one the 4th Hokage created. Kurenai blinked in surprise. Exactly. Kitazawa explained, it's an unmarked, pure chakra technique. Very powerful. Once mastered, it greatly boosts combat ability. Kurenai fell silent. She wanted to say Rasengan was notoriously difficult, one of the hardest A-rank techniques, but when she remembered Kitazawa's recent growth, she decided against it. Right now, he was clearly stronger than she. Something she hadn't expected to happen. Where's Lady Tsunade? Kitazawa took her hand, it was warm and soft. She's at the gambling den, as usual, Kurenai glanced at the wall clock. She usually doesn't return until 6. I figured. Kitazawa drifted into thought, wondering how to begin learning medical ninjutsu. Just then, Kurenai suddenly slapped his wrist. What is it, Kurenai? What do you think you're doing, she snapped. Hands off. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. Kitazawa casually withdrew his hand from her thigh without flinching. Yeah, right, you think I'm buying that? She glared at him. Since we've got time, how about practicing Rasengan together? Kitazawa offered, an idea forming in his mind. The Rasengan, after all, required incredible chakra control. And Kurenai, as a genjutsu specialist, possessed exactly that. After all, among the basic disciplines, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, medical, and sealing, the latter 3 were widely regarded as the most difficult to master. Me. Kurenai was stunned for 2 seconds. No, I can't learn it. That jutsu was granted to you by the Hokage as a reward. It'd be a violation for me to learn it. God knows, the earth knows, you know, and I know. Kitazawa grinned. Are you really worried I'd turn you in? That's not the point, Kurenai said, clearly hesitant. Privately learning a restricted technique was a punishable offense in the Hidden Leaf Village. As someone who followed the rules, her hesitation was understandable. Just learn it, even if you never use it in public, Kitazawa said seriously. If your life's on the line, would you still care about protocol? He wasn't offering her Rasengan just for fun, it was to increase her combat versatility. Relying solely on genjutsu was too fragile. If the illusion was disrupted, her combat power would drop drastically. But with Rasengan, she'd have a reliable backup weapon. If we get caught, we'll ask Lady Tsunade for help. Kitazawa stood up and pulled her along. Kurenai reluctantly followed, still conflicted. They stepped into a quiet spot behind the house. Here. Kitazawa handed her a balloon filled with water. This is the first step in Rasengan training. Kurenai nodded, her expression focused. If she was going to do this, she'd give it her all. Try it. Kitazawa stood aside, watching her closely. Kurenai channeled chakra into the balloon. It began to ripple, the water inside forming faint spirals. I'd say you'll get it in 2 to 3 hours, Kitazawa estimated confidently. Having already mastered it, he could gauge her progress easily. Her chakra control was excellent, but the system's bonus had given him an overwhelming edge. Why are you so good at this? Kurenai finally asked, noticing the gap. I completed the first stage while walking back earlier, Kitazawa lied smoothly. That's impossible. Her eyes widened. From the academy to the Hokage's office to her house took maybe half an hour. Was his chakra control that superior? See for yourself. Kitazawa grabbed a water balloon, injected chakra, and it burst instantly. You're seriously a monster. Kurenai stared at him, speechless. Just leave me alone. Don't bother me while I'm training. She still hadn't come to terms with how far ahead he'd gotten. Come to me if you hit any roadblocks, Kitazawa said with a laugh. It was better not to show off more than necessary. That way, his system-enhanced progress wouldn't raise too many questions. Hyuga residence. Rice balls, everything is rice balls, Hinata cheerfully hummed her silly song as she skipped into the courtyard. Today had gone so well, she'd forgotten the rules and etiquette instilled in her since childhood. Hinata. A familiar stern voice rang out. Hinata froze in place. She immediately recognized it, her father, Hyuga Hayashi. Her heart trembled. Why yes. She opened her mouth to apologize, then stopped. What's wrong with you? Hayashi asked, frowning slightly. His daughter was behaving oddly. Father. Hinata took a deep breath. I've awakened my Byakugan. As she spoke, she activated it. The veins bulged around her eyes, the Hyuga clan's iconic dojutsu fully active. You've done well. Hayashi's expression shifted, his usual sternness replaced by rare praise. Awakening the Byakugan at 6 wasn't far off from his own record. The only one who had outpaced her was Niji, but Niji was an undeniable prodigy. Even Hayashi hadn't matched Niji's level at that age. Thank you, father. Hinata could feel it, his attitude toward her had changed. No more criticisms. No more disappointment. For the first time, she had earned his approval. And all of it was thanks to Kitazawa-sensei. Now that you've awakened your Byakugan, it's time to begin training in Gentle Fist and 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hayashi's voice carried warmth. These are techniques of the main family. Yes, father. Hinata was stunned to see him smile. In her memory, such expressions were rare. Was this the power of change? Hinata felt a surge of confidence. With Kitazawa's help, maybe, just maybe, she could become the heir her father always wanted. But the question gnawed at her. How could she ever repay Kitazawa-sensei for all he'd done? She fell silent, deep in thought. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 10 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 5 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 85, Bet with Tsunade. Just now, I was this close to winning back all the money I lost. Tsunade cursed, stomping down and crushing a rock underfoot. It's absolutely infuriating. Shizen, following behind, quietly rolled her eyes. Almost there. More like 1 billion ryo away. She had been with Tsunade for years and had never seen her win a single bet. But the legendary sucker still couldn't quit, Shizen could only sigh in resignation. Tsunade-sama, Shizen interrupted her rant, should we head back to the residence or go check in with Kitazawa and Kurenai? Make money first. Tsunade's face was dark. Shizen wasn't surprised. Right now, their only legitimate source of income is the team working on the psychological medical Nin system. The rest? A mountain of IOUs. Wait, isn't the door supposed to be locked today? She looked at the open front door with confusion. Tsunade didn't care. She stepped inside, kicked off her sandals, and walked barefoot toward the living room. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa looked up at her from the sofa. She approached with steady, confident steps. Even through the fabric of her outfit, Kitazawa could feel the force of her presence, so strong it made him want to lend a hand. Yakumo had a practical match today, he said before she asked. So I gave her the day off. If you have something important, we can discuss new jutsu tomorrow. Practical match. That friendly competition you mentioned. Tsunade sat down lazily. How did it go? Our class took the win. Kitazawa smiled. The Hokage even rewarded me with an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan. You picked the Rasengan. Tsunade shook her head. It's not too late to choose something else. Why? Kitazawa played dumb. Rasengan is Minato's creation, she explained. It's incredibly hard to learn, it represents the pinnacle of chakra-shaped transformation. Ordinary ninja can't manage it. Then let's bet on it. What do you say? Kitazawa smiled, baiting her. Oh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What's the wager? She hated betting, but couldn't resist it either. If I master Rasengan in 3 days, you teach me medical ninjutsu. Deal. Kitazawa laid out his goal. 3 days. Are you joking? Tsunade burst out laughing. You realize Rasengan was modeled after the tailed beast ball, right? So, will you bet or not, Tsunade-sama? Kitazawa's calm response made her pause. She looked him over again. So confident. After a moment, she nodded. She didn't believe for a second that a special jonin could learn Rasengan in 3 days. But let me be clear, she said. I'll teach you medical ninjutsu, but I'm not your master. Tsunade held her standards high, and Kitazawa hadn't earned the title in her eyes, at least not yet. Understood. Kitazawa didn't push. He had considered challenging her to accept him as a student, but now he knew, though she made the bet, she still held to her principles. Even so, he'd gotten what he wanted. Now, he only needed to casually display his talent during training. Shizun, watching the exchange, glanced between the two. Despite Rasengan's difficulty, for some reason, she had a feeling Tsunade was going to lose. Must be the law of karma. Where's Kurenai? Tsunade asked as she relaxed back into the sofa. With the shift in posture, even gravity seemed to emphasize her presence. She's practicing outside. Then don't bother her. Tsunade waved her hand. Let's save the jutsu discussion for tomorrow. She stood up and headed to the adjacent residence with Shizun in tow. At the doorway, she suddenly stopped. Almost forgot, what if you don't master Rasengan in 3 days? Then I'll pay you 1 million ryo, Kitazawa replied without hesitation. Perfect. Tsunade's eyes sparkled, her expression brightening. So generous. I'll graciously accept that 1 million ryo. Don't be so sure you'll win, Kitazawa chuckled. Tsunade snorted. Start preparing my money. What kind of logic is that? Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh. Konoha Village, Yamanaka Flower Shop. Shikamaru, Choji, see you next week. Ino waved goodbye and entered the flower shop. Back early today. Her father, Inoichi, looked up from the counter. Our friendly match with Class A of the second year ended early. Ino gave a sly smile. Guess which class won? Do I even need to guess with that smile? Inoichi chuckled. Exactly. Our class won, and it wasn't even close. Didn't the other class have Hyuga Niji? Inoichi asked. Did Sasuke beat him? That would be a surprise. Nope. Ino grinned wider. Guess again. Bet you can't. I give up. Inoichi shook his head. As far as he knew, only Sasuke could match Niji. It was Kurama Yakumo. Really? Inoichi raised his brows. Didn't expect a new genius to rise from the Kurama clan. Bloodline limit versus bloodline limit, it made sense. Yup. Ino nodded, her eyes gleaming. Oh, and I've got a surprise for you. What surprise? I want you to teach me the mind-body switch technique. That's the surprise. Inoichi was confused. Come on. Let's start now. Ino ran out back, her excitement overflowing. What's this kid planning? Inoichi muttered, shaking his head, but he followed and began the lesson. Soon, he was actually surprised. Ino's learning speed was far above average. Her chakra control and hand seal accuracy were nearly flawless. It's all thanks to Mr. Kitazawa's training, Ino said proudly. He's amazing. Wait, what? His daughter admired another man more than him. Yamanaka Inoichi felt a sudden pang of jealousy in his chest. A new day, Saturday. After washing up, Kitazawa headed to Kurenai's house. Tsunade, Shizun, and Yakumo were already there. Kitazawa, help me with breakfast, Kurenai called out from the kitchen. What's on the menu this morning? Kitazawa followed her inside and asked. Rice, grilled fish, miso soup, vegetable salad, and natto, she replied, picking up the white apron draped over the chair. I'll tie it for you. Kitazawa stepped behind her and gently wrapped the apron string around her slender waist, tying it into a neat knot. Thanks, Kurenai said casually. Even in an apron, you look stunning, Kitazawa commented, his gaze briefly sweeping over her smooth back and shapely figure. Stop talking nonsense, Tsunade-sama and the others are waiting, Kurenai said, though a small smile tugged at her lips. The two worked together and finally prepared a breakfast that could barely be considered lavish. Just as they finished eating and were ready to start discussing new ninjutsu, a knock came at the door. "I'll get it." Kitazawa stood up and went to the entrance. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Nara Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku. "Master Shikaku," Kitazawa greeted him, slightly stunned. "No need for formalities, I'm only a few years older than you." "Just call me senior," Shikaku said in a relaxed tone. "All right," Kitazawa agreed, though inwardly confused. Shikaku was the head of the Nara clan, commander of the Konoha Jounin squad, and a Hokage advisor. His status and strength far surpassed Kitazawa's. Why was he suddenly visiting to get closer? "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Shikaku chuckled. "Shikaku-senpai, please come in," Kitazawa said, stepping aside. "Why would I be surprised, Lady Tsunade?" Shikaku's smile faltered when he saw her. "It's been a while," Tsunade nodded calmly. Shikaku glanced at Kitazawa, clearly puzzled. "What's going on? Is this a secret mistress?" Since the psychological medical ninja system wasn't yet public, even Shikaku hadn't been informed, and seeing Tsunade here shocked him. Kitazawa offered a vague explanation. "It's an arrangement by the Hokage. I can't say more. You can ask him directly." Shikaku wisely dropped the subject. "Let's move on. I actually came to ask if you could be Shikamaru's tutor." Kitazawa blinked. "Tutor?" At that moment, 4 lines of text appeared before him. "The classmate's parent seeks assistance. As a class monitor, it is your duty to help. Current task, help Nara Shikamaru lay the foundation for learning the clan's secret technique. Task reward, shadow imitation technique. Accept." An unexpected surprise. Kitazawa hadn't expected to earn the Nara clan's secret in-release technique. He wondered, if this worked, could he gain the Akimichi clan's techniques too? Still, the difficulty of this task wasn't the technique itself, but Shikamaru's laid-back personality. "Even the Hokage was impressed by your teaching," Shikaku explained. "That's why I hope you can help cure Shikamaru's laziness." "I'll give it a try." Kitazawa accepted the task. It was similar to Ino's training, something well within his abilities. "Thanks." Shikaku handed over a passbook. "This is your monthly salary." Kitazawa glanced inside, 500,000 ryo. As expected from the wealthy Nara clan. An A-rank mission pays the same, often with risk to life. "Tsunade-sama, I'll take my leave now." Shikaku didn't linger, knowing it was better not to pry into matters involving one of the Sannin. "You become the most sought-after teacher in Konoha," Kurenai said with a smile. "It's all just a hollow reputation," Kitazawa replied modestly. "Let's get back to studying ninjutsu." "You're still in the mood for that?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Don't forget, you only have 3 days." 3 days. Kurenai blinked in confusion. Kitazawa quickly explained the bet he made with Tsunade. "You." Kurenai looked worried. Though he was progressing fast, 3 days felt too short. He was practically giving Tsunade 1,000,000 ryo for free. "It's fine." Kitazawa stayed calm. If he wanted to establish himself as a genius, he had to follow through. Thanks to the system's support, this wasn't just an act. "You're really confident," Tsunade noted, mildly impressed. After all, it made her victory more likely. Shizune, however, was skeptical. Could he really master Rasengan in time? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Monday came. Still one step away, Kurenai sighed, holding the rubber ball. She had completed the first stage of Rasengan training but couldn't yet burst the ball. "Don't worry, you'll get there," Kitazawa assured her. "What about you?" Kurenai asked, "Only 1 day left, did you finish learning the Rasengan?" Kitazawa didn't answer immediately. He simply held out his hand. Before her wide eyes, a spinning chakra sphere quickly formed in his palm. Kurenai was stunned. Learned Rasengan in just 2 days. She stood in a daze, unable to process it. Chapter 86, Secret Jutsu of Ino, Shika, Cho. "How is it?" Kitazawa looked at Kurenai's dazed expression, then dispersed the Rasengan and reached out to pinch her soft cheek. "When did you learn it?" Kurenai snapped out of her stupor and couldn't help asking. "Yesterday," Kitazawa answered after a moment's thought. He wasn't lying, it had indeed taken him only 2 days to master the Rasengan. "I really can't stand being surpassed so easily." Kurenai glared at him after a short silence, her voice carrying a mix of frustration and admiration. Kitazawa's gaze fell on her soft lips. Bathed in the gentle morning light, they looked especially pink and inviting. Leaning in, Kitazawa slowly moved closer. Kurenai looked at his approaching face, handsome and focused. She didn't pull away, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. Kitazawa kissed her and wrapped his arms around her waist. But the moment his hands touched her voluptuous curves, she abruptly pushed him away. You're getting too bold. Kurenai's face flushed a deep red. It's about time. I should head to the academy. Kitazawa cleared his throat and composed himself. I'll keep training the Rasengan. Kurenai stepped on his foot lightly and said, no need to walk me out. Kitazawa glanced at her fair, tender feet and silently swore to get payback one day. He turned around, changed his shoes at the entrance, and left her house. Konoha Ninja Academy. Kitazawa opened the office door and found Hinata already waiting, seated obediently on the sofa. Her posture was upright, legs together, hands placed on her knees, standard Hyuga discipline. Due to her small frame, her snow-white feet didn't reach the floor, dangling slightly in the air. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata noticed him and quickly hopped off the sofa, running up to greet him. Good morning, Hinata. Kitazawa gently patted her head. You seem happy today. Did something good happen? Father was in a great mood yesterday. He praised me and even began teaching me the gentle fist and 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata spoke with a shy but proud smile. Kitazawa had a sudden thought. Could he teach Hinata the gentle fist and 8 trigrams technique himself? Technically yes, but realistically, not without risks. Unless he became strong and renowned enough, passing on the Hyuga clan's secrets could get him targeted by the Hyuga clan. Stealing clan jutsu was a serious offense in Konoha. Still, it was an excuse he might use later if needed. Congratulations, Hinata. Kitazawa smiled warmly. You're officially a first-rate genius now. I am not. Hinata shook her head. It's only because of your guidance, Kitazawa-sensei. If you didn't have talent, my guidance wouldn't matter. Kitazawa flicked her forehead gently. Hinata, you've got to be more confident. Hinata looked at his smile and felt deeply moved. Aside from Kitazawa, no one else had ever encouraged her like this. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans were known for their strict, harsh training methods. In truth, raising a child requires both discipline and nurturing. What do you think about Niji's challenge? Kitazawa sat down, opened a storage scroll, and took out the breakfast he'd bought earlier. I can't beat Brother Niji. Hinata looked down and answered softly. You just awakened your Byakugan. Naturally, you're not at his level yet. Kitazawa reassured her, you don't have to feel discouraged because of that. He handed her a rice ball. Hinata accepted it and asked, but, can I really catch up to him one day? Under normal circumstances, it'd be difficult, Kitazawa replied honestly. But you have one advantage he doesn't, you've got me as your teacher. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Hinata looked at him again, and her heart filled with newfound confidence. She hadn't even questioned how an outsider could teach her clan's secret techniques. Kitazawa-sensei, I'm here. A cheerful voice rang out. Ah. You started breakfast without me. Ino walked in holding 2 bento boxes. She quickly sat next to Hinata and opened one. Because she knew Hinata had a big appetite, she was never worried about having leftovers. I thought you were eating at home today. Kitazawa glanced at her lunch. It was small, delicate, and clearly handmade, by a girl. I was going to eat at home, but I wanted to share my good news with you first. Ino beamed. I learned the mind-body switch technique. You did. Kitazawa looked at her with genuine surprise. Well. I think I learned it. Ino blinked and smiled awkwardly, caught by his stare. Kitazawa could already guess what had happened. Barely managing to perform a jutsu, learning it properly, and mastering it were 3 very different things. Roughly speaking, entry-level, intermediate, and mastery. For someone your age to pick up the mind-body switch technique, you're already a genius among geniuses. Kitazawa praised with a smile. But I'm really not that talented, Ino, who'd been bold earlier, now blushed slightly. After all, her progress was thanks to Kitazawa's guidance. Keep working hard. Master the jutsu as soon as possible. Kitazawa gently patted her head. Of course. Ino smiled brightly. I'll be counting on you, Kitazawa-sensei. Current task, help Yamanaka Ino master the mind-body switch technique. Reward, mind-body switch technique. Accept. Kitazawa looked at the prompt and raised an eyebrow. Was the system pushing him to learn the secret techniques of the Ino Shikacho trio? Thinking it over, it made perfect sense. His system was called the Strongest Hokage Training System. If he were to become the strongest Hokage, learning all types of ninjutsu, including clan secrets, was only natural. And the secret techniques of these 3 clans were extremely practical. Shadow imitation controlled movement via shadows. Mind-body switch allowed mental entry into another person's body for control. After the first class, we'll begin your training. Kitazawa said with a smile. After finishing breakfast, the three of them headed to the first grade Class A classroom. The moment Kitazawa walked through the door, he saw Sakura standing in front of Sasuke, chattering non-stop. Though Sasuke wore his usual cold expression, Kitazawa could tell he was likely growing irritated. In contrast, Naruto looked extremely cheerful. He was energetically talking to Kiba, Choji, and the others about a 10-kilogram fish he had supposedly caught over the weekend. Kitazawa vaguely recalled that in the original timeline, Naruto often fished in the wild, and even shared some of it with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher Kitazawa. The next second, the classroom buzzed with excitement. All the students greeted him enthusiastically, admiration shining in their eyes. There's a saying, people can't be taught by words alone, but experiences can leave lasting lessons. After overcoming the gap of a full year and defeating the second grade Class A, Kitazawa's standing in their hearts had soared. You all did great in the friendly match last Friday, Kitazawa said as he walked to the podium, pulling out a summoning storage scroll with a smile. I prepared some snacks for everyone, 1 pack each. Teacher Kitazawa is the best. Thank you, teacher. The classroom erupted into cheers, and their respect for him deepened even more. Come up in order and get your share, Kitazawa called out with a warm smile. 10 minutes later, everyone had received their snacks. All right, save your snacks for later. Let's begin class. Kitazawa picked up a piece of chalk and turned to the board. Perhaps because of the snacks, or maybe because of their recent victory, the students were unusually focused today. All except Shikamaru. As always, he sat lazily in his seat, half asleep. Though his eyes were technically open, they were glazed over, his mind clearly elsewhere. Class dismissed. When the bell rang, Kitazawa paused and said, Shikamaru, come see me in my office. Huh. Shikamaru blinked and snapped out of his daze. You're doomed. Teacher Kitazawa caught you slacking. Kiba grinned, clearly enjoying the moment. Teacher Kitazawa isn't like that. Ino shook her head. He probably just wants to talk. Good luck. Choji patted Shikamaru on the shoulder. Ugh, such a drag. Shikamaru groaned and reluctantly headed for the office. The door was ajar, so he simply walked in. Teacher Kitazawa, Shikamaru said quickly, I already know everything in the textbook, so it's not really slacking. In that case, how about I teach you something new? Kitazawa, knowing Shikamaru misunderstood, decided to roll with it. You're too busy for that, teacher. You don't need to waste your time on me, Shikamaru instinctively deflected, sensing trouble. Your parents asked me to be your tutor. Kitazawa added, including your mother. That made Shikamaru freeze. He might not fear much, but his mother was another story entirely. Huh. Shikamaru was stunned. Huh, what? Kitazawa stood up. Let's go. We're heading to the training ground. Shikamaru opened his mouth but didn't speak. It felt like the lazy dog had finally been leashed, and his carefree days were over. At the academy's training ground, several students were already present. Besides Ino and Hinata, Sasuke and Sakura were also there. Yukimo was currently focused on her bloodline limit and developing new ninjutsu, so she rarely came to school anymore. As for Naruto, he needed to attend regular classes to maintain his academic standing. Sakura. Kitazawa took out a scroll and handed it to her. This contains some basic medical ninjutsu texts. Start by memorizing them. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Sakura beamed as she opened the scroll, only for her expression to freeze. A literal mountain of books unfurled before her. This much. Ino gasped. After glancing over the scroll, she realized they weren't even medical ninjutsu techniques, just foundational medical texts. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 87, First Gate of 8 Inner Gates. As a medical ninja, you need a vast knowledge, Kitazawa said with a smile. While medical ninjutsu was indeed efficient and useful, no matter how convenient it seemed, a user still had to understand the human body thoroughly to apply it effectively. On top of that, medical ninjutsu often involved poison and antidotes, meaning they also needed to be familiar with a wide range of medicinal knowledge from across the ninja world. Sakura suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Why did becoming a medical ninja require learning so much? Wasn't it supposed to be a convenient skill? You want to become a medical ninja? Sasuke looked at Kitazawa, then at Sakura, genuinely surprised. As someone born into a ninja clan, he was well aware of how difficult medical ninjutsu was. He couldn't help but wonder, how could Kitazawa even teach it? Was he a medical ninja? Yes. Sakura quickly shook off her hesitation and said excitedly, in the future, if you ever get hurt, Sasuke-kun, I'll treat you for free. Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily speechless. Your intentions are good, he thought, but the way you're so happy makes it feel like you're wishing I get hurt. Sakura, are you sure you want to learn this? Kitazawa asked with a chuckle. I'm sure. Sakura nodded firmly. Ino couldn't help holding her forehead. This was the first time she'd seen someone pursue medical ninjutsu for such a shallow reason. Women are terrifying, Shikamaru muttered under his breath. If it were him and he had to memorize that many books, he'd probably pass out. Alright then, give it your all. Kitazawa took out another summoning storage scroll. This time, he pulled out a desk and chair set, specially prepared for Sakura. Since he knew she was infatuated with Sasuke, he simply let her study right next to him. That way, it could serve as extra motivation. Ino, your training today is light, just continue practicing the mind-body switch technique. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. Although the system had issued a task, he still didn't know much about the technique himself, so he planned to observe Ino's progress first. Okay. Ino nodded. You've already learned the body transfer jutsu. Shikamaru was surprised to hear that. The Ino Shikacho clans had always worked closely together and were familiar with each other's secret techniques. From what he knew, the training requirements for their techniques were about the same. Neither he nor Akimichi Choji had met the conditions to begin training yet, so the fact that Ino had already started caught him off guard. It's all thanks to Mr. Kitazawa's special training, Ino smirked. You're starting yours now, too, so you'll definitely learn the shadow imitation technique soon. I don't want it. Shikamaru screamed internally. He had some idea of how grueling Ino's training had been. It was time-consuming and intense. During that phase, she had practically disappeared from regular classes. The thought of doing special training all day long made Shikamaru feel like his future had just turned gloomy. Sasuke, how's your shuriken manipulation technique coming along? Kitazawa asked. I've already mastered it, Sasuke responded confidently. He had planned to showcase it during the friendly match against Niji, but he hadn't gotten the chance. I know you were a bit upset about not getting to participate on Friday, Kitazawa said, so as a make-up, I'll teach you a B-rank fire jutsu today. He paused for effect. It's one of the jutsu you gave me, fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke's voice rose with excitement. Damn. He had been slightly resentful, but now Kitazawa was repaying frustration with generosity. It made him feel a little ashamed. When he got home, he was definitely going to ask his brother if there were more fire jutsu he could pass on. B rank. Shikamaru couldn't help but exclaim. Usually, only Chunin or Jonin were qualified to learn B rank jutsu. And Sasuke was starting at 6 years old. That was insane. You geniuses are killing me. With that kind of talent, why are you still working so hard? It's fine if you didn't participate on Friday, Kitazawa reminded. There will be a real combat test during next month's final exam. You want to get first place? That won't be easy. Sasuke couldn't help but tense up. In the past, he would have been certain of victory. But now. Hinata had awakened her Byakugan. Naruto had mastered the shadow clone technique. And Yakumo had inherited her illusion-based bloodline limit. These three alone made the competition significantly harder. Is Yakumo participating? Ino asked curiously. If she does, she's definitely going to win first place in the combat exam. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't find anything to say. She probably won't, Kitazawa answered after thinking for a moment. Her body still can't handle extended battles. To take first place in the practical exam, multiple rounds of fighting were necessary. And that, at least, made Sasuke feel a bit more relieved. But just because she isn't participating this semester doesn't mean she won't next semester. Kitazawa shifted the topic and added, she's currently undergoing treatment with Tsunade-sama. Sasuke's expression turned serious, and his heart tensed. Kitazawa noticed the change and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Just a few words had been enough to make this proud Uchiha nervous. I'll work harder, Sasuke said, taking a deep breath. The key to securing first place lay in mastering the fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. It would have been easier if he had awakened his Sharingan, but he had no clue how to trigger it. I'll ask my brother about it tonight. Sasuke made a mental note. After all, his brother was a genius. Surely he would know. Kitazawa was about to speak again when he suddenly froze. The first semester is about to end. As a genius among geniuses, you must shock them all. Current task, secure first place in the final exam with an overwhelming advantage. Task reward, the first gate of the 8 gates. Do you accept? Kitazawa's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of prank system is this? But thinking about it carefully, if he really were given all 8 gates now, he wouldn't even be able to use them properly. The 8 gates were a rare and extreme physical ability technique, demanding extraordinary physical strength. Without the necessary foundation, forcibly opening the gates could lead to severe injury or death. Kitazawa guessed that only after obtaining the complete Senju clan's physique would he even consider trying it. For now, unlocking just the first gate would be a solid start. He recalled the function of the first gate. It released the brain's natural limits and allowed the user to exert 100% of their physical capacity. That kind of output couldn't be underestimated. In combat, using even 100% of one's physical ability could turn the tide of battle. It was like staying in peak condition at all times. The only issue was the nature of the task itself. If it were the earlier monthly exams, winning would have been easy. But the final exam was structured as a practical tournament. In other words, he'd have to actively fight against students. He'd need to come up with a proper justification. Otherwise, people might accuse him of bullying the weak. If word got out, his reputation would take a hit. Thankfully, he was still a teacher. Sasuke, I'll demonstrate it once for you. Kitazawa glanced around. Everyone step back a bit, just in case you get scorched. Sasuke, Hinata, and the others quickly backed away. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Kitazawa formed the hand seals, and chakra surged through his body. In a sudden outburst, it exploded forth. The air warped with intense heat, and 3 massive flame dragons soared upward, twisting and roaring under Kitazawa's precise control. What huge dragons! Ino exclaimed. So strong, Sasuke murmured, visibly shaken. Even Shikamaru looked stunned. The level of mastery on display was terrifying. Just how powerful was teacher Kitazawa, really? In his mind, Kitazawa had always been just an ordinary ninja school teacher. Only Hinata took it in stride. To her, after everything they'd been through, Kitazawa-sensei had become someone who could do anything. Here you go. Kitazawa took out the ninjutsu scroll for the fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. My personal notes are on it too, go over them carefully. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke said with visible excitement. The power of the Great Dragon Fire Technique was clearly far superior to the Great Fireball Technique. This was true B-rank firepower. If he mastered this, the entire Uchiha clan would take notice of his strength. Kitazawa looked at him and suddenly recalled that this very jutsu was a prerequisite for the lightning style, Kirin. The Kirin was an S-rank lightning technique that Sasuke developed in the original timeline. It was regarded as the ultimate lightning style, but it required access to natural lightning. Sasuke had used the fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique to create cumulonimbus clouds for it. My shadow clone will assist you 3. Kitazawa created a clone and said, Shikamaru, Hinata, come with me. Hinata nodded quickly, her face filled with anticipation. Shikamaru, on the other hand, looked utterly defeated. Shikamaru, your training will be simple, just water walking. Kitazawa led them toward the artificial lake at the ninja school. They skipped tree climbing because Shikamaru already had decent chakra control. Kitazawa had deduced this from the way he performed ninjutsu like the clone technique. Though lazy by nature, Shikamaru's fundamentals were solid. In fact, every battle he fought in the original storyline had been nearly flawless. Understood, Teacher Kitazawa, Shikamaru said and slowly stepped into the artificial lake. Hinata, let's go over there. Kitazawa brought her to a shaded spot beneath a nearby tree. As for Shikamaru, he would deal with him later. Hinata, demonstrate the soft fist and 8 trigrams 64 palms you recently learned. Kitazawa stepped back and gave her space. Okay, Hinata replied, a little nervous, but still complied. Kitazawa quietly observed. He knew Hinata's shy personality made it hard for her to perform well under pressure. The best way to help her improve was consistent encouragement. Although the system had taught him a mastery-level version of the soft fist and 8 trigrams technique, he noticed plenty of flaws in Hinata's execution. But that was normal, she had only been practicing for 2 days. He could help her correct everything step by step. Whether she could surpass Hyuga Niji depended on her own determination. As far as Kitazawa was concerned, she already had everything else she needed. And ironically, Niji, being from the branch family, wasn't even supposed to learn the 8 trigrams 64 palms. If he had, it would have been through secret training, and progress through such means wasn't necessarily fast. Chapter 88, Tsunade, I Charge by Hour. The Artificial Lake of the Ninja School. Nara Shikamaru walked halfway across the training ground. Seeing that Kitazawa wasn't around, he sat down by the lake. He raised a hand and rubbed his temples. Was there any way to slack off today? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, the shadow clone technique. If he could master it, he could just send a clone to train in his place. But then, another thought struck him. Would his shadow clone really be any more motivated than he was? It's a total failure if the clone keeps my personality, Shikamaru muttered with a sigh. Most likely, his clone would just lie around and enjoy life right along with him. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something strange, the surface of the lake rippled unnaturally. He looked up instinctively. And the next second, water surged out and splashed him square in the face. Caught off guard, Shikamaru fell into the lake with a splash. Gurgle. He swallowed 2 mouthfuls of lake water before scrambling back up. Who's the idiot that, wait, Mr. Kitazawa? Shikamaru froze in disbelief, eyes wide. He was caught red-handed slacking off, how embarrassing. Your chakra control is actually quite good, so I decided to increase the difficulty, Kitazawa said calmly. The best way to deal with a lazy student like Shikamaru was to give him no chance to be idle. That water just now. Shikamaru's face darkened. Something wasn't right. Yes, Kitazawa confirmed. While you're practicing walking on water, I'll occasionally launch water attacks. I need to go back and change clothes first. Shikamaru protested, trying to salvage his dignity. No, Kitazawa replied flatly, cutting off the excuse before it could take hold. If you skip out, I'll let your parents know. Ah. Shikamaru panicked. You're a teacher, how can you threaten your student like this? Calling a student's parents is a teacher's right, Kitazawa answered with a grin. That made so much sense, Shikamaru couldn't even argue. He sighed, completely speechless. That said, soaked clothes are a problem. Kitazawa changed the subject. Shikamaru's eyes brightened. Was he finally going to let him go change? If he were told to go home now, he could definitely stall the whole afternoon. I'll help you dry off using fire style, Kitazawa added with a straight face. What do you think? Thank you. After a long pause, Shikamaru gave his reply. Was that really necessary? Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. All right, let's begin. Don't worry, I won't burn you. With full chakra control and system-given mastery in fire style, it was nothing for him to regulate the heat precisely. Teacher Kitazawa, I'm still a child, please be gentle, Shikamaru joked nervously. You'll know once you try it, Kitazawa replied as he signaled the training to begin. Shikamaru stepped onto the surface of the water again to resume his training. Kitazawa formed hand seals, then released a small fireball from his palms. Startled by the sudden heat, Shikamaru instinctively dashed to the side. Stop. Kitazawa called out immediately. Shikamaru halted. After a few seconds, his eyes lit up with surprise. The fireball hovered at just the right distance, he could feel its warmth, but it didn't burn. His clothes were drying perfectly. But 10 minutes later, the surprise gave way to shock. He understood how difficult it was to maintain a jutsu, especially one like this. Kitazawa wasn't just maintaining the fireball, it hadn't changed size or temperature at all. It was perfectly stable. That level of chakra control was terrifying. Wait. Shikamaru blinked, confused. With an ability like this, why was he teaching at a ninja school? And even more importantly, why was he tormenting him? Tears welled up in his eyes as he continued the training, literally caught between fire and water. By noon. You performed well this morning, Kitazawa said, dispersing the fireball with a smile. Shikamaru collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Every time his clothes dried, Kitazawa would switch to water style, soak him again, and then switch back to fire style. He had spent the entire morning being alternately boiled and frozen. You're done for today. Go home and find a medical ninja to check your body. Kitazawa added after a moment's thought. He was concerned that the intense water heat cycle might have some effect on Shikamaru's health. Though Kitazawa himself could have handled the examination, he chose not to. He was still hiding the fact that he could use medical ninjutsu. Even when Hinata had been injured during the friendly match against Class A, he had left the treatment to other medical personnel. This was all part of maintaining an illusion for Tsunade, that he hadn't learned any medical skills. That way, he could keep up the image of an all-around genius. As for Sakura, he had only assigned her basic medical reading material. It wasn't enough to give anything away. Wait, so I don't have to go to class this afternoon? Shikamaru asked hopefully, eyes wide. That's right. But you'll need to review the textbook material on your own. Kitazawa nodded after some thought. Thank you, Mr. Kitazawa. Shikamaru perked up instantly. If one exhausting morning could buy him a lazy afternoon, it was more than worth it. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa said with a smile. No matter how smart a kid was, they were still just a child. Training them too hard every day would only lead to resistance. A balance between training and rest was the key, and Shikamaru could definitely accept that. Hinata, come back to the office for lunch. Kitazawa turned and called out to Hinata, who was practicing her boxing techniques in the distance. Hinata immediately jogged over obediently. Kitazawa patted her head gently, then dismissed his shadow clone. As for Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino, they had already ended their training and gone to take their lunch break. Training was important, but one shouldn't overdo it. Rest was necessary too. Kitazawa and Hinata returned to the office. After lunch, he instructed Hinata to head back to the classroom and take a nap. Just as Kitazawa was about to lie down on the sofa to nap, the office door was suddenly kicked open. That familiar energy. Kitazawa instinctively opened his eyes, only to see a pair of feet painted with bright red toenails. Among the women he knew, only Tsunade painted her toenails that color. "Tsunade-sama," Kitazawa sat up and asked, "What brings you here?" He didn't expect his office door to be treated like the Hokage's. "Give me money." Tsunade held out her hand without hesitation. "What money?" Kitazawa looked up, his line of sight barely avoiding the towering view in front of him. "The bet about the Rasengan," Tsunade said matter-of-factly. "There's only half a day left. You're not going to make it anyway, so just lend me 500,000 ryo." She had just left the casino empty-handed and suddenly remembered her bet with Kitazawa, so she came running over. In her eyes, learning the Rasengan in 3 days was impossible, even Jiraiya had taken several days. "Tsunade-sama." Shizune, standing behind her, couldn't help but speak up. "We should at least be fair and wait until the evening." "I'm not wrong," Tsunade shot her a glare, then looked at Kitazawa. "Right." "Not quite," Kitazawa replied with a calm shake of his head. "Why don't you know how to adapt?" Tsunade grumbled. "There's no need to adapt, I've already won." As he spoke, Kitazawa raised his hand, gathering chakra. In the blink of an eye, a spinning Rasengan formed in his palm. "Impossible." Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she leaned in for a closer look. Kitazawa's eyelids twitched. That sudden movement came with an overwhelming visual impact, as if a snowy mountain had suddenly collapsed, so blindingly white, it was hard to ignore. "You learned the Rasengan in just 2.5 days." Shizune was stunned, her jaw slack. As the fourth Hokage's signature ninjutsu, the Rasengan wasn't something easily learned. Was this fate's way of punishing Tsunade for gambling? A karmic law where every bet she made was destined to fail? Shizune couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Whether it was Tsunade or Kitazawa, both were terrifying in their own right. You. Tsunade opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. She had seen Minato and Jiraiya perform the Rasengan before. Kitazawa's version was identical, no signs of it being faked. How is this possible? Tsunade took a half step back subconsciously, her curvy figure trembling slightly. "A bet's a bet. You have to accept the loss, Tsunade-sama." Kitazawa dispelled the Rasengan and smiled. I know. No need to rub it in." Tsunade rolled her eyes, still bitter about losing what she thought was a guaranteed win. "Since you want to learn medical ninjutsu from me," her tone suddenly shifted, eyes narrowing mischievously, "you'll have to pay tuition. I charge by the hour." Why did that sound so familiar? Kitazawa sighed inwardly, then retrieved the passbook given to him by Narashikaku. "It's 500,000 ryo. That should be enough." At least this time, he hadn't lost anything. On the contrary, he gained powerful ninjutsu. More importantly, building a connection with Tsunade would improve his standing in the village. If he became her student, it would be a major leap, joining the Hokage's lineage. "Not bad, you're very sensible." Tsunade took the passbook, patted his shoulder approvingly. She hadn't expected him to actually pay. "Shizune. Here you go." Shizune stepped forward and handed over a scroll. Inside are some basic medical books. Read through all of them. Kitazawa's mouth twitched slightly. So much for poetic justice. Just this morning, he had given the exact same task to Haruno Sakura, and now, by noon, he had become the next victim. "You have 2 weeks to finish them. We'll officially begin medical ninjutsu training next month." Tsunade paused before speaking again. If Kitazawa could master the Rasengan in just 2.5 days, that meant his chakra control was exceptional, already qualifying him to be a medical ninja. "Understood," Kitazawa nodded, "I'll come see you after school." "You have received Tsunade's attention. Please continue working hard." Current task, gain Tsunade's initial recognition. Task reward, chakra scalpel. "Do you accept?" Kitazawa's eyes lit up. The chakra scalpel, an A-rank medical ninjutsu, was a core ability of medical jonin. It had a simple purpose, using chakra to form a precise scalpel, capable of both healing and killing. He wasn't sure what exactly initial recognition meant. But no matter what, the task was worth taking. "I'm off then. See you next time." Tsunade got her money and was itching to hit the casino. "Good luck." Shizune turned at the doorway, clenched her fists, and cheered him on. She genuinely hoped Kitazawa would become Tsunade's student. That way, Tsunade might stay in the village longer, and they wouldn't have to keep running from debt collectors. With the room finally quiet again, Kitazawa lay back on the sofa and drifted into a nap. In the afternoon, special training resumed for Hinata, Ino, Sakura, and Sasuke. Time passed slowly, and soon it was time for the last class of the day, the practical lesson. "You four, come with me." Kitazawa halted their training and added, "I'm going to teach a new taijutsu technique today. It won't hurt to learn it. Okay, Mr. Kitazawa, the four replied in unison, following him toward the training field. The students of Class A, first grade, were already lined up by the time they arrived. The four quickly slipped into position. Before we begin today's lesson, I have an announcement, Kitazawa said loudly, drawing everyone's attention. The final exam for this semester will officially take the form of a practical competition. Awesome. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. In previous practical tests, such as physical fitness, clone technique, and ninja tool throwing, he could only claim first place in the physical fitness portion. In the other two areas, he rarely broke into the top 3, usually ranking somewhere around the top 10. But now, with only actual combat on the table, he felt confident. He was sure he could make it to the top 3, maybe even win. Sasuke. Naruto turned to him with a toothy grin and a raised thumb. Let's have a youth showdown. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. He still didn't understand what kind of spell the word youth had. How could a normal person become this strange? Still, Naruto wasn't wrong about one thing, the top spot would definitely be between them. At most, maybe Hinata, now that she had activated her Byakugan, could challenge them. Sigh. Kiba let out a long breath. What's wrong, Kiba? Abirame Shino glanced at him. Seeing Naruto being so confident, I can't help but feel a little envious, Kiba said with a complicated expression. Normally, he would have butted heads with Naruto out of sheer pride. But after the friendly match against Class A of the second year, he had clearly seen the gap between them. He no longer had the confidence to challenge him. Abirame Shino remained silent. So basically, you're sighing because you can't act tough anymore. What a grand ambition. Where's Shikamaru? Akimichi Choji looked around and asked, has anyone seen him? Mr. Kitazawa gave him a special day off, Ino explained casually. Seriously? Choji blinked in surprise and instantly felt jealous. Alright, let's begin today's class. Kitazawa clapped his hands to draw focus. To help you prepare better for the practical exam, I've decided to teach you a taijutsu move, Konoha-style taijutsu. Konoha-style taijutsu? Ino blinked in surprise. I thought the school curriculum didn't include that. It doesn't, Abirame Shino said, adjusting her glasses. Mr. Kitazawa really is an exceptional teacher. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 89, Uchiha Repayment. Konoha-style taijutsu is a complete taijutsu system that includes both punches and kicks, though it remains quite basic overall. It shares a similar naming convention with Konoha-style swordsmanship, the style used by Gekko Hayate, whom Kitazawa had met before. However, Konoha-style swordsmanship is more advanced and powerful in comparison. Moreover, Konoha-style taijutsu lacks an iconic signature move like the A-rank difficulty dance of the crescent moon, making it less renowned. Even so, for many civilian ninjas, Konoha-style taijutsu is often the only structured taijutsu system they can access. Kitazawa structured the practical class into 2 halves, the first focused on explanation, while the second was dedicated to practical application. During the practice portion, one could clearly observe the differences in physical aptitude among the students. Sasuke, Hinata, and Naruto picked it up relatively quickly. Next came Ino, Sakura, and Choji, who were a bit slower but still progressed at a decent pace. As for the remaining civilian students, learning Konoha-style taijutsu might take a year or 2 before seeing real results. This was something no teacher, no matter how skilled, could simply fix. Kitazawa's gaze lingered on Naruto as he remembered a particular mission, to have Naruto defeat Sasuke at least once. The reward wasn't small, it offered 1/10 of his chakra capacity limit. However, the difficulty of this mission had caused it to remain incomplete until now. But after witnessing Naruto's match against Rock Lee, Kitazawa finally saw hope for success. If Naruto employed a strategic group assault, he might just pull off a win against Sasuke. Of course, it was only a possibility, not a guaranteed outcome. Ironically, Kitazawa had himself to blame. Through relentless training, Sasuke's strength had increased substantially. Naruto's gang-style combat was clever, but at the end of the day, he still had a human body vulnerable to injury. If Sasuke played it smart, he could use fire release to keep his distance, adopting a hit-and-run kite tactic to counter the clone onslaught. That led Kitazawa to think about the multiple shadow clone technique. If Naruto could master that, his chances of victory would skyrocket. Unfortunately, that technique was a forbidden jutsu stored in the sealed scroll, accessible only with the Hokage's approval. It was a pity Mizuki had already been dealt with, he could no longer be exploited for more value. Kitazawa sighed. In the original timeline, Mizuki had tricked Naruto into stealing the scroll, creating a perfect opportunity. Now, that scenario couldn't happen again. After some thought, Kitazawa decided to begin Naruto's special training. Specifically, he would arrange for him to spar against a fire-style user to help him prepare early. And who would that fire-style user be? Of course, it would be Kitazawa's own shadow clone. Although it felt a little unfair to Sasuke, Kitazawa had no choice if he wanted to clear the mission. Besides, after everything he taught Sasuke, it was time for a little payback. It was just the final exam after all. If Sasuke later triggered a similar mission, Kitazawa would help him too. The key was to be flexible with your bottom line, and support whoever was more beneficial. That's it for today's practical class. When you have time, keep practicing on your own. Kitazawa said as the end of class bell rang. Yes, Mr. Kitazawa. The students of Class 1A quickly scattered. Kitazawa was preparing to leave when someone suddenly called his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Vice Principal Sarutobi Hisao walking toward him. Did he come specifically to find him? Normally, Sarutobi Hisao would have a teacher deliver any messages on his behalf. Vice Principal, is there something you wanted to discuss? Kitazawa asked as he approached. The June monthly exam is approaching, Sarutobi Hisao replied. There will be a short staff meeting in the conference room at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Understood. Kitazawa nodded, then asked curiously, but why are you delivering the message in person today? Because that's not the only reason I'm here. Sarutobi Hisao smiled and added, you'll be presiding over tomorrow's meeting. Me. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. In previous months, Sarutobi Hisao had always led the exam meetings himself. Have you forgotten your current position? Sarutobi Hisao chuckled, patting Kitazawa's shoulder. Until recently, no one had filled the role, so I stepped in. Kitazawa froze for a moment before realization struck. Sarutobi Hisao was referring to his appointment as head of the Academic Affairs Office. It was his duty to preside over these meetings now. That appointment hasn't been formally announced yet, so we'll make it official tomorrow. Sarutobi Hisao added with a smile, congratulations, Kitazawa. You're the youngest academic affairs director in the school's history. Thank you, Principal, Kitazawa replied modestly. This will be my first time leading the monthly exam meeting, I hope you'll guide me tomorrow. No problem at all. Sarutobi Hisao's tone remained warm and approachable. Kitazawa's rapid promotion spoke volumes. Such swift advancement usually pointed to one of two things, exceptional ability or powerful backing. In Kitazawa's case, he had both. His future was already bright. Sarutobi Hisao had been around long enough to recognize when to support rising stars. I'll be there on time tomorrow, Kitazawa promised. Good. See you then. Sarutobi Hisao gave a nod and walked away. Kitazawa watched him leave for a moment, then turned and headed toward Kurenai's house. Tsunade-sama hasn't come yet. Kurenai opened the door and let Kitazawa in with a smile. I'm really looking forward to her expression when she sees you using the Rasengan. Then you'll be disappointed, she already came to see me at noon. Kitazawa sat down on the sofa and unrolled the scroll Shizun had given him. Are you really planning to learn medical ninjutsu? Kurenai glanced at him, clearly surprised. Yeah. Kitazawa nodded. I want to give it a try. Then I'll support you. Kurenai smiled warmly. Although deep down she didn't have high expectations, medical ninjutsu was notoriously difficult to master, and Kitazawa had already missed the optimal age, he had given her enough surprises recently. As his girlfriend, she chose to believe in him first. You really don't waste any chance to take advantage. Kurenai understood his implication immediately and gave him a playful glare. How can that be called taking advantage? Kitazawa asked with mock seriousness. Is this what you want? Kurenai rolled her eyes, walked up to him, bent down, and gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Kitazawa took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist and buried his head in her embrace. Unfortunately, the angle was off, and his face ended up pressed against her stomach instead. Through her clothes, Kurenai could feel the heat of his breath. Her body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. Are you a child? She ran her fingers through his hair and said softly, I'll give you 1 minute, but if you move your hands again. Her face flushed as she quickly caught Kitazawa's wandering hand. Because he was sitting on the sofa while she was standing, it was easier than usual for him to reach her thighs. Tsunade-sama could return at any moment. Kurenai stepped back, creating some distance. How's your Rasengan training going? Kitazawa asked with a sly smile, still recalling the softness and warmth of her thighs. It's going well. Kurenai adjusted her clothes and composed herself. Good. Come to me if you have questions. Kitazawa stood and added, I'll head back to my room and study. The framework for the new ninjutsu was already set, so there was no need for him to oversee it further. Kitazawa returned to his room and spread out the medical books. Some of them overlapped with the ones he'd given to Sakura earlier, and he'd already read those, so he set them aside. The rest were new and had to be finished within 2 weeks. Thankfully, he had the shadow clone technique. He formed 2 shadow clones, and all 3 of them began reading in tandem. The Uchiha clan residence. After waiting an hour, Uchiha Sasuke finally saw his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, return home. He rushed to the entrance and called out excitedly, "Brother!" Sasuke. Itachi saw his younger brother's smiling face and felt the weight of the day lift from his shoulders. As a double agent caught between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, life wasn't easy. The only relief was that Tsunade's return had significantly lessened the pressure on the clan. "Brother, can you give Mr. Kitazawa more fire-style ninjutsu?" Sasuke asked directly. "Did he teach you new ninjutsu?" Itachi blinked in surprise. "Yes. Today he taught me fire-style, Great Dragon Fire technique." "That one?" Itachi raised an eyebrow. "So he's already mastered the 4 fire release techniques I previously gave him. Is there something wrong with that?" Sasuke tilted his head, confused. For someone to master all 4 so quickly. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your Kitazawa-sensei is no ordinary person. Teacher Kitazawa is amazing." Sasuke grinned, gesturing enthusiastically. The 3 fire dragons he unleashed today were massive. "I'll teach you myself next time I have a break." Itachi chuckled. "Let's see whose fire dragon is bigger." "Deal." Sasuke nodded excitedly. "In return, I'll provide Kitazawa with 2 more fire-style ninjutsu," Itachi said after a moment's thought. The proud Uchiha clan had never been stingy about others learning their fire-style ninjutsu. Their true strength came not from elemental ninjutsu, but from their Sharingan. As long as they had the Sharingan, the power gap between Uchiha and other clans would remain insurmountable. "Brother, I have another question," Sasuke asked with hopeful eyes. "How do I awaken the Sharingan?" Itachi fell silent. He himself had awakened the Sharingan when a masked man murdered his teammates in front of him. Later, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after witnessing Shisui's suicide. In truth, most Uchiha awakened their eyes through tragic experiences, typically the death of someone close. But how was he supposed to tell his little brother that? Wait until someone precious dies. Let me kill your best friend. No way. Just keep training. Itachi finally spoke, gently patting Sasuke's head. Once your chakra and emotions accumulate enough, your eyes will open naturally. Chapter 90, Kitazawa's Promotion. A new day, Tuesday. After checking the progress of Kurenai's Rasengan training, Kitazawa made his way to the ninja school. "Kitazawa-senpai." Irika spotted him and hurried over to greet him. "Kitazawa." Mizuki also nodded in greeting, his emotion suppressed beneath a calm expression. "Good morning." Kitazawa returned the greeting and asked, "Are you both going to the meeting as well?" "Yes." Irika smiled with a trace of emotion. "I can't believe it's already been 3 months since I became a teacher. You've still got a long journey ahead." Kitazawa chuckled and teased, "Who knows, maybe you'll become the principal someday." It might sound like a joke, but in the original story, Irika did eventually become the school's principal. "Principal? No way." Irika waved his hands, startled. While he hoped for such a future, he knew his current strength made that far-fetched. "What a good joke." Mizuki chuckled mockingly. "If Irika became principal, I'd swallow a kunai right here. By the way, Mizuki, don't forget to meet at the village gate at 9 on Saturday morning." Kitazawa glanced at him meaningfully. "Got it." Mizuki's smile stiffened, his tone turning dull. But deep inside, he was seething with murderous intent. Why even smile at Irika? That damned Kitazawa, always ruining my plans. "What are you 2 doing on Saturday?" Irika asked, genuinely curious. "I'm free that day too." "Need my help?" "No." Mizuki rejected it instantly. "It's a private matter between me and Kitazawa. With Irika around, it would be inconvenient to kill him." "Next time then." Kitazawa smiled and patted Irika on the shoulder. Irika began to ask, but Kitazawa cut him off. "The vice principal is here. Let's get to the meeting room." Kitazawa had spotted Sarutobi Hisao in the distance. Irika held back his curiosity and followed them into the room. It was exactly 8:30. All the teachers from the 6 grades had arrived, and the meeting room was full. "Before we begin, I have an announcement to make on behalf of the principal." Sarutobi Hisao stood up to speak. Although the principal of the ninja school was the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was referred to as the principal in this context because the school's structure required it. The principal has officially appointed Kitazawa as the new director of the Academic Affairs Office. "What?" Mizuki shot up from his seat, face twisted in disbelief. "Why?" Though he had suspected Kitazawa might rise quickly, this was faster than expected, and hard for him to accept. "That's the Hokage's decision." Sarutobi Hisao met Mizuki's gaze calmly. "If you have a problem with it, take it up with him. Mizuki sat down, stunned into silence. Irika, who had wanted to congratulate Kitazawa, held his tongue after seeing Mizuki's reaction. Still, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of admiration, and even longing. Maybe one day, I'll be promoted too. Maybe I'll earn the Hokage's recognition. From now on, Kitazawa will preside over the monthly exam meetings. Sarutobi Hisao added, Kitazawa, come forward and begin today's meeting. All right. Kitazawa stood and walked up confidently. Have a seat. Sarutobi Hisao stepped aside. Thank you, Vice Principal. Kitazawa took the seat without hesitation. He cleared his throat and formally opened the meeting. Although it was his first time hosting as academic director, he was no stranger to these sessions. He'd attended enough of them before. All he had to do was follow the established format. And if anything went wrong, Sarutobi Hisao was right there to back him up. There were two main objectives for this meeting. Teachers were to prepare exam questions based on their current teaching progress. Once submitted, the best questions would be selected and compiled into the theoretical test paper. Previously, Sarutobi Hisao handled this task. Now, it was Kitazawa's responsibility. For him, this was a huge advantage. It would make completing tasks, and securing first place, even easier. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about the June exams. His focus would be on the July finals. That concludes the meeting. Kitazawa stood and declared. Not bad. Sarutobi Hisao smiled warmly. For your first time presiding, you handled everything smoothly. I was just following your example, Kitazawa replied. Leaders should always set a good standard. Haha, you're quite the character. Sarutobi Hisao chuckled. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. Understood. Kitazawa nodded respectfully. Once Sarutobi Hisao left, the other teachers crowded around Kitazawa to offer congratulations and hopes for future support. Only Mizuki stood apart, feeling as if the whole world were against him. The others were celebrating, but he had nothing. Even Irika, his supposed friend, had gone over to congratulate Kitazawa. Mizuki clenched his fists tightly. Just wait until Saturday. He left without another word. In his mind, he was already planning Kitazawa's death. To ensure success and avoid suspicion, he intended to hire 2 rogue Chunin. When the deed was done, he'd frame them for it. 9 a.m. Kitazawa finally let out a sigh. The teacher's excitement had been overwhelming. This situation made him realize a subtle truth: being too nice had its downsides. No wonder the Uchiha always wear cold expressions. With faces like that, no one dares get too close. Start class. Kitazawa walked into first grade, Class A. He scanned the room and immediately noticed that Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ino were absent. Before his meeting, he had asked a shadow clone to take them to the school's artificial lake for training. After all, missing a theoretical class wouldn't affect their grades significantly. In this situation, special circumstances required special handling. This was what it meant to teach students according to their aptitude. Class dismissed. Kitazawa, now very familiar with the class routine, completed the session smoothly. He picked up his lesson plan and was about to leave when a thought struck him. He paused at the door. Naruto, come out for a second. Kitazawa turned around and called out. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto rushed over, eyes gleaming with excitement. Are you going to teach me a new ninjutsu again? Clearly, he was still riding high from learning the shadow clone technique. Since mastering it, he had felt his strength surge dramatically. Do you still have the energy to learn more ninjutsu? Kitazawa raised a brow and said, focus on physical training with Guy for now. Due to the interference of the Nine Tails, Naruto required significantly more time, sometimes dozens of times more, than Sasuke and the others to learn ninjutsu. Honestly, it wasn't worth the effort unless the ninjutsu was straightforward and powerful, like the Rasengan or multiple shadow clone technique. And Might Guy's training was no joke. It ran from dawn to dusk, relentless and brutal. Alright. Naruto scratched his head, then asked, so what did you want to talk to me about? How's your progress with Konoha-style taijutsu? Kitazawa asked after a brief pause. I've almost mastered it, Naruto replied earnestly. Teacher Guy's physical techniques are pretty similar, so I'm used to it. Kitazawa nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. The Konoha Whirlwind series likely evolved from Konoha-style taijutsu. It was essentially an advanced version of it. With your current strength, you don't need to attend regular practical classes anymore. Kitazawa said, from now on, during those sessions, come to the artificial lake. I'll give you personalized special training. Awesome. Naruto lit up with excitement. I've been wanting to train with you forever. He had always been a little jealous of Sasuke and Hinata getting pulled out of class for training. Now, even though it wasn't skipping class, he could finally join them. Kitazawa chuckled softly. Only Naruto could be so enthusiastic about extra training. Anyone else would think twice. If it were Shikamaru, he'd disappear before you even finished the sentence. A single class period isn't long enough. So, wait for me at the artificial lake after lunch. Kitazawa decided. Got it. Naruto didn't complain in the slightest. In fact, he looked thrilled to have more time to train. Go back to class now. Kitazawa patted his shoulder and headed out. Instead of going to the school training grounds to check on Sasuke and the others, Kitazawa made his way to the Hokage building's mission hall. The goal was simple, he planned to take an official mission, one that would coincide with Mizuki's plans for Saturday. The mission hall was bustling despite the early hour. Many ninjas came and went, reviewing the available missions. Kitazawa scanned the mission board mounted on the wall. Missions were categorized by difficulty, D, C, B, A, and S rank. He paused at the B rank section. While Special Jonin could technically take on A rank missions, they were still risky and unnecessary for his current purpose. After all, Kitazawa wasn't here for the rewards. He just needed a legitimate mission to leave the village. As he browsed the listings, one mission caught his eye, a bandit suppression task. A group of bandits had taken over a mountain called Civet Mountain and had been terrorizing nearby towns. Kitazawa chose this mission for a specific reason. One of his students was from a nearby city. Though the student now lived in Konoha and only returned home once a month, this gave Kitazawa a perfect excuse. A teacher eliminating bandits to protect his student's hometown, righteous and just. He walked up to the counter. Hello, I'd like to take the Civet Mountain bandit suppression mission. Kitazawa handed over the request. How many members are in your team, and what are their ranks? The staff member asked. 2. 1 Special Jonin and 1 Chunin. That meets the mission's minimum requirement. The staff nodded, then offered advice. Still, I recommend taking at least one more ninja. It'll be safer. No need. The two of us can handle it. Kitazawa shook his head. The staff didn't press the issue and issued the mission scroll. Thank you. Kitazawa accepted it with a smile. As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel amused. This feels like I'm playing an open-world game, he thought. Chapter 91, Shikamaru becomes diligent. It was noon. Uzumaki Naruto had just finished lunch and rushed toward the school's artificial lake. Bang. He was running fast, his head filled with thoughts of new training, and didn't notice Shikamaru turning the corner ahead. Ouch. Shikamaru, already exhausted from earlier training, was caught off guard by the collision and collapsed like a rag doll. Shikamaru? What are you doing here? Naruto blinked in surprise and asked curiously. Naruto. Shikamaru slowly got up, rubbing his sore lower back, and muttered, You're way too energetic. Sorry. Naruto scratched his head. I'm on my way to the artificial lake. Kitazawa-sensei said he has a new special training for me. Oh. Shikamaru's eyes lit up. Special training, is it water walking practice? He knew full well it was better to suffer with someone than suffer alone. More importantly, with Naruto around, Kitazawa's focus could be divided. He might even get away with slacking. First rule of survival, let the guy with the biggest target take the hits. Shikamaru knew Naruto well. Strong. Yes. But his chakra control was rough. If they trained together, Naruto would definitely draw Kitazawa's attention. That was his ticket to minimal effort and minimal damage. I don't know if it's water walking training. Kitazawa-sensei didn't say. Naruto replied, still scratching his head. If he brought you to the artificial lake, then it's most likely water walking, Shikamaru said confidently. Makes sense. Naruto nodded, trusting Shikamaru's brainpower without question. I just happen to be doing the same thing. Shikamaru offered his hand. Let's team up. Team up how? Naruto asked, giving him a high five. Shikamaru explained Kitazawa's previous training methods. That sounds awesome. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Are you a masochist? Shikamaru stared blankly. How could anyone call that kind of torturous training awesome? Then let's work together to take on Kitazawa-sensei, grow stronger, and make history. Shikamaru threw his arm around Naruto's shoulder dramatically. You planning to train with Naruto? Kitazawa's voice rang out behind them. Sensei. Naruto turned quickly and greeted him. We're classmates. It'll be more fun to train together. Shikamaru smiled smoothly. Sure. Kitazawa laughed. Follow me. Crap. Shikamaru suddenly felt something was wrong. Kitazawa-sensei, I was planning to take the afternoon off. I'll train with Naruto tomorrow. You just promised him you'd train together. Can't break your word now. Kitazawa smiled and continued walking ahead. Since it was already lunchtime, Sasuke and Hinata had returned to the classroom, leaving the artificial lake area quiet. "We'll train here." Kitazawa stopped in an open area. He glanced at the two boys. One looked full of dread, the other full of excitement, a perfect contrast. "Kitazawa-sensei." Shikamaru hesitated. "Aren't we training at the lake?" They were still several meters away, not even near the water. Damn. I fell for it. His own assumptions had backfired. Thinking Naruto was here for water training, he had agreed to join in. Now, he looked like a fool. "It's combat training." Kitazawa smiled. "Both of you, attack me. Use your full strength." "What?" Shikamaru froze. "Combat training. More like a setup to get beaten." "Watch out, Kitazawa-sensei." Naruto launched forward without hesitation. Konoha whirlwind. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. His speed had improved a lot. Looks like Guy's brutal training was working. He met Naruto's kick with a punch, causing Naruto's leg to go numb. But the boy quickly recovered. Konoha great whirlwind. Naruto flipped his body, pressed the ground with one hand, and launched a roundhouse kick. Kitazawa didn't move. He simply turned into a leaf. Naruto's attack cut through the air. He stumbled briefly but regained his balance and locked onto Kitazawa's new position. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kitazawa weaved hand seals. He hadn't forgotten his real goal, training Naruto to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. That meant fire-style ninjutsu was essential. As for Shikamaru? Including him had been a sudden decision, but Kitazawa saw the value in it. Shikamaru's laziness wasn't just personality, it came from having no real pressure. Sometimes, a little beating built perspective. Just like the loss of Sarutobi Asuma had once motivated him in the original timeline. The air warped from the heat, and Naruto felt the intense warmth at his feet. He instinctively leapt back. A massive fireball roared forward. "Shikamaru, dodge!" Naruto shouted, rolling to safety. Shikamaru had already spotted the fireball. With a sigh, he jumped aside. There was no avoiding it now, he'd have to fight. If he didn't, he'd just get burned. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Kitazawa formed more seals. Small fireballs burst from his mouth, flying in two arcs, one aimed at Naruto, the other at Shikamaru. "Take this!" Naruto yelled, charging through the fireballs. Konoha superhuman hurricane. Blue chakra wrapped around his feet, shielding him from heat. He kicked the fireballs apart in a sweeping arc. Kitazawa raised his brows. He already learned Leaf Superhuman Hurricane. That was the fourth move in the Konoha Cyclone series, powerful and advanced. While Naruto looked flashy, Shikamaru was a total mess. Kitazawa purposely slowed his fireballs just enough to force awkward dodges. Shikamaru rolled, tumbled, and barely escaped. If only I knew my clan's secret techniques already. Naruto. Use your shadow clone. Shikamaru gasped. Shadow clone technique. Naruto quickly formed seals. Bang. Two clones appeared beside him. Konoha whirlwind. All three charged forward. That's not a proper formation. Shikamaru shouted, but it was too late. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kitazawa smirked and released another massive fireball. Help. The two clones at the front were instantly burned away. Haha. Kitazawa-sensei, you've been tricked. The third Naruto appeared behind him, lunging in with a powerful punch. Are all Uzumaki born with monstrous strength? Kitazawa sidestepped the punch, raised his leg, and kicked Naruto away. The moment Naruto landed, poof. Kitazawa turned into leaves again. Wham! Shikamaru's ambush fist missed completely. He realized instantly, his sneak attack had failed. Just like Naruto, he was launched back and hit the ground hard. Naruto. Shikamaru groaned. Do you know any ninjutsu that can immobilize him? Yeah. Naruto nodded confidently. Really? Shikamaru blinked in surprise. He had only been joking, not expecting a real answer. You're pretty talented, Naruto, maybe even on par with Sasuke, Shikamaru said in admiration. Watch me. Naruto shouted, pumped up by the praise. Sexy jutsu. Kitazawa's face was blank. Huh. Shikamaru turned to see a blonde beauty standing before them, his brain short-circuited as if he had just been struck by lightning. The original plan was for Uzumaki Naruto to use the seduction technique to distract Kitazawa so Shikamaru could land a hit. But now, even he was caught in it and frozen in place. I'm not pure anymore. Nara. Shikamaru's eyes lost all light. You're not allowed to use the seduction technique during actual combat training anymore, Kitazawa said, his mouth twitching slightly. He responded by launching a large fireball. Naruto immediately cancelled the jutsu and sprinted away. As the fireball closed in, Shikamaru snapped out of his daze and ran alongside him. An hour later, the two sat back to back on the ground, panting for breath. Both were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked. Naruto looked like he could still push on, while Shikamaru looked like he'd been pulled out of a lake, lifeless, hollow, as if his soul had left his body. He stared blankly at the sky, looking like a puppet on its last string. Shikamaru, starting next week, you'll participate in actual combat training twice a week. Kitazawa said after a moment of thought. Shikamaru's stamina was far below Naruto's. If something went wrong, he'd have to answer to Narashikaku. Twice a week was a balanced compromise. Naruto, on the other hand, had the Nine-Tails chakra. No matter how tired he got, one night of sleep would have him bursting with energy again. He could handle even the most hellish training schedules. And with the blood of the Uzumaki clan flowing in him, his vitality was abnormal. If anyone doubted it, they just had to look at Karen from Kizugakure. Her bite could restore blood to others. That was the power of the Uzumaki lineage. Shikamaru felt like half a corpse after hearing that. Daily combat training. He might as well look for a tree to hang from. Twice a week was painful but still tolerable. Shikamaru, you can head home once you've rested, Kitazawa added. Naruto, if you feel up to it, you can return to class this afternoon. No problem. Naruto grinned and patted his chest. Monster. Shikamaru silently screamed in his heart. Half an hour later, Shikamaru finally got up and trudged out of the ninja school. I'm home. He muttered weakly. Did you get beaten up? Narashikaku gave him a quick glance, immediately noticing his miserable state. Let's not talk about that. Shikamaru waved it off and got to the point. I want to learn the shadow imitation technique. Show me the scroll. Huh. Shikaku was stunned. Who are you and what did you do with my son? Don't joke, Dad. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. You're serious? Shikaku blinked, then sighed deeply. Your teacher Kitazawa, that man's a genius. Shikamaru looked away. Genius. More like a demon. Afternoon practical class. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke approached before training began. What is it? Are you having trouble with the fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique? No. Sasuke took out a scroll and handed it to him. This is for you. He'd originally planned to give it to Kitazawa in the morning but had only found his shadow clone. He thought it would be more formal to give it directly. Kitazawa opened the scroll and raised his eyebrows. It contained 2 B-rank fire style jutsus, Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation and Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song. The first was similar to the Great Fireball technique, unleashing a wide sea of flames. The second was an upgraded version of the Great Dragon Fire technique, firing 4 fire dragons in succession. Be sure to thank your brother for me, Kitazawa said. And thank you too. It's just 2 fire jutsus, Sasuke replied indifferently. I give this act 99 points, 1 point deducted, so he doesn't get too cocky. Kitazawa couldn't help but sigh again at the Uchiha clan's arrogance. B-rank ninjutsu were just casual gifts to them. I'm going to train now, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke ran off to practice the Great Dragon Fire technique. Naruto. Kitazawa created a shadow clone. You'll train with this version of me for combat practice. Got it, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto and the clone headed to a wide-open field. Their training involved fire-style jutsu, so space was necessary. Otherwise, tomorrow's newspaper headline would be, Director of Academic Affairs, Kitazawa, accidentally burns down the ninja school. Yes, there were newspapers in the ninja world. Namake's Minato was seen reading one in the original story. Hinata. Kitazawa gently patted her head. Start practicing your gentle fist. Yes. Hinata nodded firmly. Kitazawa stood by, watching and correcting her form as she practiced. To be honest, her progress was slow, not due to lack of talent, but because the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms was extremely difficult. There were only 2 months left before her match with Niji in the next semester. It was nearly impossible to master the full technique at that time. So Kitazawa decided to take the same approach Hinata used in the original story, breaking the technique down. First the 32 palms, then the 64. Even now, learning the 12 palms would be a solid start. With 2 months to go, it was better to take gradual steps. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 92, Mizuki's Death and Systems Access Reward. Class time passed quickly. You've worked hard today, Hinata, Kitazawa said with a smile. Teacher Kitazawa, Hinata lowered her head, clearly a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Kitazawa asked, puzzled. This is for you. Hinata held out a passbook with both hands. This is all of my pocket money. She had been thinking for a long time about how to repay Kitazawa, but no matter what came to mind, nothing seemed fitting. In the end, she only thought of one solution, giving money. I'm not short on money. You really don't need to give me this, Kitazawa said, both laughing and crying. No, no. Hinata raised her head. Though her voice trembled, her expression was firm. You have to take it. It's rare to see you this assertive, Kitazawa chuckled. All right, I'll accept it. He took the passbook, opened it, and was stunned. 3 million taels. This was called pocket money. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Although Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, 3 million taels still felt excessive. Could Hyuga Hayashi have arranged this on purpose, as a gesture of gratitude? Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata said, blushing. She might actually be the kind of person who can sincerely express thanks by giving money. Kitazawa accepted the gift and said, I'll walk you home. Hearing that, Hinata's face lit up with joy. The two walked toward the Hyuga residence. It wasn't far. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata waved reluctantly before heading into the courtyard. You're back. Come and practice your forms, Hyuga Hayashi called as he saw her. Yes, father, Hinata responded without hesitation. Even though she was exhausted from a full day of training, she didn't want to disappoint her father. Ironically, it was the opposite. Hayashi wasn't disappointed, he was surprised. Hinata's progress had exceeded his expectations. How had she improved so much in just a few days? Since Kitazawa wasn't of Hyuga blood and didn't possess the Byakugan, he was ruled out as the source of this progress. The only conclusion was that Hinata herself had a very high affinity for gentle fist. Hinata, keep working hard, Hayashi said with a rare smile. The future of the Hyuga clan lies with you. Yes, father. Though Hinata didn't quite understand why he suddenly said that, she still nodded seriously. At the very least, he seemed genuinely pleased. Kitazawa went to Kurenai's house, but she wasn't there. After a moment's thought, he walked around to the back of the property. Not long after, he spotted her. She was seated on the trunk of a large tree, mostly hidden by the surrounding branches. In her hand was a leather ball, she was practicing the Rasengan. It seemed she was learning it secretly. Watching her, Kitazawa suddenly thought of a way to make this training legal, marriage. According to Konoha's rules, spouses could teach each other ninjutsu. Kitazawa had received the Rasengan as a reward from the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely legitimate. If Kurenai married him, the act of learning Rasengan would become legal under village law. It was similar to how Namikaze Minato and Kushina Uzumaki had shared sealing techniques. Of course, their high status helped too. In short, Konoha's regulations mostly applied to the average ninja. Kurenai, Kitazawa called softly after a moment. When did you get here? Kurenai asked, putting the ball away. She had been practicing for a while and was in no rush. Just now. Kitazawa extended a hand. Jump down, I'll catch you. You think I don't know what you're up to? Kurenai snorted and leapt down. She wrapped her arms around Kitazawa's neck, her long legs gripping his waist. But with the force from above, she slammed straight into his chest. What kind of human projectile is this? Kitazawa felt the softness of her body collide with him and instinctively grabbed her thighs, crossing his hands under her round backside for support. You can put me down now, Kitazawa. Kurenai, unused to being so close, lightly tapped his shoulder. I'll carry you home, Kitazawa said with a blink. Kurenai was so close, he could see her pale skin rising and falling with each breath. Unfortunately, the black mesh covering it ruined the view. As if I'd let you have that chance. With a hand seal, Kurenai vanished, leaving behind a wooden log in her place. I'm going out on Saturday, Kitazawa muttered, tossing aside the log. Where to? Kurenai asked, catching up to him as he walked toward her house. A mission. With Mizuki, he replied after a short pause. Mizuki. Kurenai frowned. He's got bad intentions toward you. I'll go with you. That's exactly why I'm going with him. Kitazawa shrugged. I don't like threats. You're planning to deal with him. Kurenai's expression shifted. That's dangerous. You know that memories can be extracted, whether someone's alive or dead. In the ninja world, the saying, corpses can talk, referred to memory extracting ninjutsu. In Konoha, it was usually the Yamanaka clan who handled that, led by Yamanaka Inoichi of the intelligence division. I won't attack him. Kitazawa shook his head. The choice is Mizuki's. If he doesn't do anything, nothing happens. If he does, it's self-defense. That way, even if Konoha checked Mizuki's memories, Kitazawa couldn't be convicted. I see. Kurenai thought for a moment, then said, I'm going with you. No need. Kitazawa looked at her and smiled. He had expected this, he knew Kurenai well enough to predict her reaction. One more person just adds more risk, he explained. If the Hokage finds out you came too, it might look like I lured Mizuki out on purpose to kill him. Alright. Kurenai didn't press the issue. Thinking about the difference in strength between Kitazawa and Mizuki, she felt more at ease. With Kitazawa's current power, and his Rasengan, there was no way a Chunin like Mizuki could even scratch him. Time flew by, and soon it was Saturday. With a crisp pop, the ball in Kurenai's hand burst apart. Congratulations. You've completed the second stage of Rasengan training. Only the final step remains, Kitazawa said with a satisfied nod. You'll be able to master the Rasengan soon. Thank you for all your help, Kurenai said, smiling warmly. Just a verbal thank you. Kitazawa teased as he took her hand, pulling her gently into his arms. Kurenai rolled her eyes at him, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him. After a few seconds, she suddenly widened her eyes and instinctively pushed him away. Why you? How could you? A soft blush spread across her cheeks. With the goddess's kiss, my mission today is guaranteed to go smoothly, Kitazawa said solemnly. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Kurenai's attention immediately shifted. Don't worry, Kitazawa replied with a calm smile. I have the strength of a Jonin now. Civet Mountain wasn't far from Konoha and was still within the Land of Fire's borders. Even if Mizuki had hired a rogue ninja, it was unlikely to be a Jonin. And if it really was, unless it was someone like Kakuzu, Kitazawa was confident he could handle it. All right. I'll wait for your safe return, Kurenai nodded softly. Be careful. Yeah. Kitazawa stepped forward, kissed her on the forehead, then turned and left. At the gates of Konoha village, Mizuki was already waiting. His expression was gloomy, clearly unhappy about something. Only when he saw Kitazawa did he force himself to calm down. What's the mission? Mizuki asked, trying to sound casual. After all, the mission details would decide whether his plan to ambush Kitazawa could succeed. We're heading to Civet Mountain to wipe out a group of bandits, Kitazawa explained. One of my students is from a nearby village. These bandits have been troubling his hometown for a while. You're quite the noble teacher. Mizuki forced a smirk, cursing Kitazawa's hypocrisy in his heart. But from his point of view, Civet Mountain really was the perfect spot for an ambush. Not really, Kitazawa replied with a faint smile. I just happen to have a free helper. Mizuki's face darkened. Damn you, Kitazawa. Today's the day you die. They set off without another word. Civet Mountain wasn't far, they arrived in under an hour at full speed. You handle the bandits guarding the entrance, Kitazawa instructed calmly. Mizuki took out a kunai and vanished without a word. Soon, the thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoed from up ahead. Except for the two leaders, the rest were ordinary thugs, not shinobi. Despite being civilians, they committed heinous acts like arson, looting, and murder. Kitazawa didn't hesitate to eliminate them. Mizuki made quick work of the guards, clearly enjoying himself. They climbed the mountain toward the stronghold. We'll each take on one of the leaders, Kitazawa said, looking up at the wooden fortress perched on the peak. Mizuki gave a brief nod. Let me light the place up first. Kitazawa formed a hand seal and released a fireball toward the base of the structure. Flames burst out instantly. Being entirely wooden, the stronghold caught fire within seconds. Fire. Get the water. Put it out. Panic spread through the bandit camp as people shouted and scrambled to respond. Kitazawa and Mizuki split up, approaching the stronghold from opposite sides. Stealth was one of the most basic ninja skills. Although Kitazawa could move in quickly, he had to conceal his full strength for now. If Mizuki got spooked, all his setup would be wasted. Despite Mizuki's mediocre ability, he was still a threat if left unchecked. Kitazawa would rather eliminate him cleanly and discreetly. A few moments later, Kitazawa spotted his target. The king of Civet Mountain, a middle-aged man with a ninja sword at his waist and the chakra signature of an elite Chunin. According to the mission report, he specialized in water-style jutsu and swordsmanship. That chakra. The men immediately tensed and shouted, "We've got a ninja. Everyone, be alert." You're quick to notice, Kitazawa said, stepping out into view. His right hand, behind his back, was already forming a seal. Who's there? The nearby bandits quickly surrounded him. A Konoha ninja. The leader noticed the forehead protector, and his expression twisted. Everyone knew Konoha was one of the 5 great nations. If they sent someone after you, you were in serious trouble. Correct. But unfortunately, there's no reward for guessing right, Kitazawa said, smiling. The leader reached for his sword, then suddenly froze. He looked down and saw vines rising from the ground, entangling his legs. His eyes widened in confusion before his body lifted into the air, ensnared by a massive tree trunk. Kitazawa's one-handed illusion, demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, Kitazawa appeared before the immobilized man. With a flash of steel, his kunai pierced the man's heart. For ordinary shinobi, genjutsu is a guaranteed first strike. Kitazawa muttered, wiping his blade. Without illusion, the fight would have taken longer. You. The man gasped and collapsed, his eyes still filled with confusion. When did I get caught in a genjutsu? The boss is dead. Run. The surrounding bandits panicked and scattered. Kitazawa quickly formed hand seals and released a massive fireball into the crowd. Screams filled the air. Without mercy, he threw kunai after kunai, swiftly ending them all. Once everything was over, he turned his gaze toward Mizuki in the distance. The other bandit leader, also a Chunin, was locked in battle with him. Mizuki already had the upper hand. Kitazawa didn't interfere. Instead, he sat down and pretended to be recovering chakra. A few minutes later, Mizuki walked over, breathing heavily. How are you holding up? I'm fine, Kitazawa replied, shaking his head. Just burned through a lot of chakra. He got up, brushing dust off his pants. Mission complete. Let's head back. Head back. Mizuki sneered, dropping his act. Kitazawa, you're not going anywhere. What do you mean by that? Kitazawa frowned. You're seriously asking me that? Mizuki's face contorted with rage. You really don't know what you've done. Enlighten me, Kitazawa replied calmly. You stole the title of excellent teacher from me, took the reward that should have been mine, and made our class lose the friendly match. Mizuki's expression twisted with hate. Do you think someone like you deserves to live? Mizuki, Kitazawa said seriously, are you questioning the Hokage's decision? The Hokage. That senile old man can barely see straight. Mizuki spat with disdain. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Perfect. That one sentence alone could clear him of all suspicion later. I'm a special jonin now, you know, Kitazawa reminded him. Just a special jonin who got the position through connections, Mizuki scoffed. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. Still, we're colleagues, so I brought along some help to show you respect, Mizuki said with a cruel grin. Come out. The next moment, two figures landed beside him. Kitazawa glanced at them, just two regular Chunins. Goodbye, Kitazawa. Mizuki waved. Kill him. The two Chunins lunged with drawn swords, attacking from both sides. Leaves fluttered. Both blades struck nothing but air. What? Mizuki's heart jolted. He whipped his head around, eyes darting to locate Kitazawa. Wind style, gale palm. A wave of chakra surged forth, transforming into a violent gust that swept toward the trio like a crashing tide. Scatter. Mizuki barked, retreating quickly, scanning his surroundings in a panic. Konoha whirlwind. Kitazawa suddenly appeared in front of him and delivered a powerful spinning kick. Mizuki crossed his arms to block. Bang. The impact sent him staggering back, right to the edge of a cliff. Mizuki, ever heard of the Rasengan? Kitazawa asked casually, not pressing forward yet. Who hasn't? It's the fourth Hokage's technique. Mizuki stammered, trying to stall. Kitazawa's strength was beyond his imagination. His only hope now was for the others to surround and overwhelm him. But before he could react, Kitazawa appeared in a flash, and Mizuki's pupils dilated in shock. Why you? How do you? Rasengan. With the spinning chakra sphere in hand, Kitazawa slammed it into Mizuki's chest. Ack! Mizuki screamed as the force sent him flying backward, off the cliff. Kitazawa looked down calmly. Originally, the system's mission was to arrest Mizuki and send him to prison. He hadn't planned to kill him. But then he thought, why leave a threat alive? Besides, he wanted to test if the system would still count the mission as completed, even with Mizuki dead. So, under careful setup, Mizuki fell from the cliff to his death. He had briefly considered destroying the body, but that would waste time and might raise even more suspicion. Leaving the body was a better plan, it made him look innocent. All he had to do was help Mizuki take that final step. It worked perfectly. Now it's your turn. Kitazawa turned around, forming hand seals. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. The charging Chunin's eyes went blank in an instant. Kitazawa drew a kunai and slashed cleanly across his throat. Blood sprayed. W8. The last Chunin halted in horror. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my money. Body flicker technique. Kitazawa vanished, reappearing beside the man. He extended his palm, chakra swirling and condensing. Rasengan. He drove it straight into the Chunin's chest. A pained scream echoed, then silence. Kitazawa exhaled deeply. Using only a few techniques, tree-binding illusion, great fireball, Rasengan, and the body flicker, he had taken down 4 Chunins with ease. Then came the mechanical voice in his head. Current mission, send Mizuki to prison. Mission reward, fire style, heavenly prison. Mission complete. Reward issued. Bonus reward, fire style, great fire heavenly prison for exceeding mission expectations. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully as the message faded. He had assumed killing Mizuki would cause mission failure. Unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect, it exceeded expectations. System, well played. The Great Fire Heavenly Prison was a powerful upgrade of fire style, Heavenly Prison. In the original story, Mui used it to imprison Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, a monster nearly on par with a tailed beast. Kitazawa's smile deepened. This reward was absolutely worth it.